Grump's Baby, A Billionaire's Second Chance Romance by Michelle Love. Google Play auto-narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Mitch.
You cannot let him do this to us. An ear-piercing wail floated through the air, landing painfully upon my ears. Scorching heat, angry protesters, and a building about to implode on itself made this Thursday afternoon even more chaotic than a typical day in New York City. My doing. Why, yes it is. People, one of the officers shouted over the crowd, please go to your homes. There is nothing that you can accomplish by being here. He can stop this, one of the men on the other side shouted, pointing a long, thin finger at me accusingly. The officer looked over his shoulder at me, one raised brow, then he asked, is that an option? I shook my head. There was no way I would stop what I had started. They can all just get used to it. The officer turned back around to face the angry mob of former employees of the tech company I had purchased, only to shut down. Look, he is not going to change his mind. And there is nothing any of you can do. It is not safe here. This building is about to come down. With all of our hard work inside of it. Another protester, probably someone who had invented something to turn the brains of children to mush, shouted angrily. He put hundreds of people out of work, and he does not care. Can you not see that? How wrong you are, sir. I care more about people and this world than you do. He was right about the tech company, though. I did not care about the work that was inside that building. Best it all be destroyed. The officer, still attempting to keep the peace, almost begged, please understand that we have no control over this. What is done is done. Why will he not tell us why he bought the company we work for, only to shut it down and destroy the building and everything in it? Why would anyone do a thing like that? A distressed woman asked. Mainline Technology was a thriving company. We created some great things. He is destroying things that might help the entire world. More like, you're making things in there that would destroy the world. The things any tech company produced would never help the world. Technology only served to hurt the people who populated this world. Technology commanded the attention of people to the point that they did not have time for real things in their lives. I had no use for any of it. A simple life was the best life, and I was not going to feel bad or guilty about taking out something that would only make the world a worse place to live. And I was not going to try to explain that to these technology-addicted people. Another officer shouted at the woman who had made the latest complaint. Lady, come on. Do you not have children at home who need you? You should not be down here doing this. It is out of your control. It is out of everyone's control. Go home. It does not bother me that they are here to witness the destruction of the things they made in there. Let them stay. Let them witness what happens when real people strike back at the fakeness they made in that place. I could have shouted back at the crowd of angry former employees, but that was not who I was. I did not explain myself to others, especially when they were dead wrong, and I was right. This had not always been my intention, buying something just to shut it down. It just came to me one day while reading the New York Times. Perusing the for sale section of the paper, I saw the listing for a tech company, and the idea suddenly came to me. Why not do something to help future generations, instead of just sitting back without lifting a finger to help ensure that people would stop relying on technology one day? A person needed to be able to count on themselves to get things done, not some machine. If any kid nowadays had to live a single day in the life I had lived, they would most certainly perish, or at least end up in the fetal position, crying their eyes out. That was no way to go through life. At least it was not in my book. So technology needed to go, and I was taking one small step to do my part in relieving the world of the invading force which had already taken over the planet. But something had to be done, and there was only one place to start, and that was by taking the source away. Even if all I could do was take one company down. Maybe others would see what I had done and follow suit. "Please," a woman's voice called out to me, pulling me out of my inner thoughts. "How am I going to feed my family, sir? Please have compassion for our families. Even if you have none for us, think about all the children. The children are who I am doing this for." I looked at her and found tears flowing down her red cheeks. I did not say a word. I had promised myself that I would not engage with anyone during this process. I could not let anyone change my mind about what I was set on doing. Small wrinkles around the corners of her pale blue eyes told me she had worked hard most of her young life. The rest of her appearance seemed youthful. She had to be in her mid-20s. To already have such signs of stress on her pretty face was a crime. She had no idea how I was adding years to her life. But only if she stopped working for companies like the one I had shut down. Hours on end in front of a computer screen was no way to live. "He does not care about any of us or our families," some man wearing a lab coat said. He glared at me. He cannot even be bothered to explain why he is doing this. I looked right back into his blue eyes that stared daggers into me. Of all the people out there, this one seemed the most troublesome to me. "How am I going to feed my kids?" one man shouted. "Get a different job. I will not feel guilty about this." It is apparent that he does not care what we feed our children or how we are going to pay our bills. He is a rich man, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He has no idea what the working people have to deal with. He probably has not worked a day in his life, an angry man shouted over the noise of the crowd. "They need to implode this building already, so that I can get out of this insane city." As the sound of glass breaking broke out, they rushed the barricade that separated the mob from me and the police. I scanned the crowd as the police took turns shouting threats. "Do not make us use the tear gas. You do not want the water cannons brought out. I promise you that." I heard the barricade groan against the weight of the people. Then a single shot rang out, and everyone froze in place. All eyes turned to the officer who sat atop a horse, gun in the air. "Back off," he spoke loudly. With the shot fired, it began to become clear to the protesters that they were not going to be allowed to stop anything. They backed up a bit, not entirely, but enough to stop the barricade from groaning the way it had been. The man I had hired to destroy the building came up behind me. "Hey, Mr. Hanover, I want to make sure you want us to do this before we set off the explosions inside the structure. I mean, with all these people protesting, I just want to be sure you still want us to do this job. As long as you found nothing inside that would explode or harm anyone, I want this done as quickly as you can. This scene is getting out of hand." I had not thought something like this would happen. It was not my intention to deal with an angry mob. "Well, okay then. 5 minutes and we will begin the countdown. But only if you are sure." I am sure. It was hot and noisy, and I was ready to get it over with so that I could go home where peace and quiet reigned supreme. It was not like I had to be there to see the thing destroyed, but I wanted to see it happen. I wanted to witness the first step in my mission. And I did not want to be a coward about doing it either. "Please reconsider," a man begged me. "There is important work inside my office. Please let me go inside to get my computer. That is all I ask." Others followed with the same request. "Me too. My computer has files I need." The police officers nearest to me looked at me as if I were about to tell them they could go inside a building inside which explosives had already been set and primed. I could not believe how foolish they were being. "No," I said. "It is not safe." "You heard the man," one of the officers passed along. "It is not safe." "What about you?" some other man asked me. "How would you like it if we came to your home and took it all away from you?" I was not destroying anyone's home, so his point was moot. "If you go through with this, you will be sorry," another man yelled. "You're taking food out of our children's mouths," a woman screamed. "What if we come take all your food away?" "Huh? How would you like that?" Another man shouted. We should burn his house down. More like we should cut his throat, another called out. One of the officers shouted, "No threats will be tolerated. Watch what you say, or you will end up in jail." "Why?" someone asked. "He is taking everything away from us. There are over 100 people here who had good-paying jobs at this company, and he stole that from us. Why can we not take something from him? Why can we not take everything from him?" "Look, I know tempers are flaring here," one of the officers said, "but you cannot go making threats to anyone. So stop. I do not want to take any of you to jail, but I will." "You do not want to take us to jail because you know what that man is doing is wrong," someone screamed. "Hey," one of the other officers shouted, "we are not here to play judge, and you are not the jury, so stop. The best thing you could do is go home, call a lawyer and set him on this guy." Shaking my head, I could not believe the policeman was saying such a thing. They are all against me. The crowd refused to listen to a thing the police said, and the threats kept coming. "You are a monster," a man shouted. "You will pay for what you have done." "No threats," an officer said without any real intention of backing his demand up. "Do you think that we cannot find where you live, Mitchell Hanover?" the same man asked. I refused to even look at him. I was not one to be scared by threats of any kind. Focusing on the building, I made sure not to react to a thing any of them said. "If you let them destroy that building, you will never be safe as long as there is breath in any of our lungs," the same man threatened me. No officer said a word. No one came to my defense. The squelch from a bullhorn pierced the air as the man I had hired to destroy the building and everything in it began the countdown to implosion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Prepare for implosion. The sounds of small bombs going off inside the vacant building were heard, and then the outer walls began to crumble in on themselves. More bombs, more crumbling, until there was nothing but a pile of rubble where a 4-story building once stood. A hush fell over the crowd as the deed was now done, and there was nothing they could do about it. No one had made me change my mind. There was never a chance that would have happened anyway. "We will begin cleanup right away," the foreman told me. I had seen what I had come to see, and now I turned to leave. The sound of people rushing the barricade made me stop and turn back around to find them in a frenzy. "Get him out of here," one of the officers shouted. "We cannot keep these people back for long." 2 of the officers broke off from the line. Each took one of my arms and hurried me away from the angry mob. One of them said, "If we do not get you out of here, they will tear you limb from limb. Best you lay low for a while, Mr. Hanover." As we hurried away, I heard the sound of the voice of the man who had given the majority of the threats, as he said, "There is nowhere you will be safe, Hanover. Nowhere. I hope this does not come back to bite me."
Chapter 2. Taylor.
"Van Hornsville," my boss said, one dark brow cocked, observing me to see how I would react to the assignment he had just stuck me with. "Ever heard of the place?" Given the assignment to interview a reclusive billionaire about the reason behind him buying a thriving tech company, only to shut it down after firing all the employees and then destroying the building and everything in it, I was not thrilled with the job. And hearing of some nowhere town I had never heard of before only made the bad assignment that much worse. I have not heard of that town. What direction is it in? Upstate. His dark eyes actually danced, as he must have found it deeply amusing to be shoving this thing down my throat. Of course, if you would rather not take it, that is up to you. Mr. Miller was not a fan of mine. He had been bypassed when I got my dream job, due to him being out with COVID at the time I was hired by his temporary replacement several months ago. As soon as he came back, he let me know that I was only a staff reporter for the New York Times on a trial basis. Since I was still in my probationary period, I had to accept whatever assignments he gave me. Of course, I will take the assignment, Mr. Miller. Do you own a car, Miss Moore? Why would I need a car? Living in New York, I had never needed a car with so much public transportation available. I had my driver's license, though. I had gotten it while in high school. Being from the neighborhood of Park Slope in Brooklyn, I walked, took buses, cabs, or even the subway to get to where I was going. Ever since I left home and moved in with a friend in the neighborhood of Astoria in Queens, I often used the subway when I did not walk to where I needed to be. How else will you get to Van Hornsville? How far away is it from here? I had not a clue about how I would get there. But I had thought that as a reporter for the New York Times, they would provide transportation to anywhere they wanted me to be. About 3.5 hours to 4 hours, he let me know with a mocking grin. It was obvious that he believed I would refuse the assignment and lose my job. Which I would not do. Okay, so I need to find a car then, right? Can you do that? I am sure that I can. My roommate Cora had access to a car. Sure, it was ancient and as big as a boat, but it was not like I had any choices. Perhaps you should make sure you have a car before you take the assignment. I do not want my time wasted, you know. You should know that Mitchell Hanover is not the type to readily give the media information. You will most likely have to stay in the area for a number of days to be close to him. Like in a hotel. I had never been assigned anything that had taken me out of town before. Especially since I had not let go of my waitressing job. I preferred to make as much money as I possibly could. I worked most nights at Nostimo, the Greek restaurant my roommate and I lived above. Her family owned the place and agreed to rent the small one-bedroom apartment to us for a fraction of the cost of other apartments in the area. For this assignment, I would have to take time off from the restaurant and hoped they would not give me a hard time about it. Exactly. You pay the cost and bring back your receipts, and then you will be reimbursed for your travel expenses. We do not reimburse anything other than the cost of the hotel and the cost of the gas it takes for you to get there and back. I had no choice, so I said, okay. Sure. I can do that. I had a couple $100 in my savings account and about $100 in my checking account. Plus cash I had earned from tips. If you do not have the story by then, well, I assume that you know what will happen. I will not need to come back to work here at the Times. Nodding, I knew what he meant. It was no secret that he wanted me out. The woman who had hired me was an avid customer at the restaurant. Mrs. Angelos had asked me if I had ever finished college. She knew I was in online courses through Northwestern University to get a bachelor's degree in journalism. The older woman was a single mother who had had it rough in her younger years. She had told me all about it throughout the years when I waited on her at the restaurant. And she knew my history too. No father. Mother who was absent more than she was present. Raised by my grandparents in the home they had raised my mother in, I was somewhat of a sad sack case. Not that I felt sorry for myself at all. Sure, there were times that I wished I did know my father. Like when the daughter-daddy dances came. My grandfather was more than happy to go with me. But I did not want to stand out as the only girl there with someone who was not her father. So I had politely declined his well-meant invitations. I appreciated my grandparents. I loved them, and they had loved me too. They had given me all I needed and more. But they were not young, and their age took them away from me way too soon. Grandma went first from a heart attack, and only 6 months later, Granddad followed. I thought he died from a broken heart. The doctors called it a massive stroke. But I knew that it was all the sadness he had felt when he lost the love of his life that had taken him to her. I had just graduated from high school when I lost him. Mom came around for a bit. She tied up the loose ends they had left behind. She told me that it was time for me to grow up. I had to find a job, and quick. And I had to find a place to live, because she was selling their apartment. Life changed so quickly for me. And I had Cora and her generous family to thank for making that time a lot easier for me. The customers at their restaurant helped too. Especially Mrs. Angelos. Although her early adult years were hard, she had turned it around by the time she turned 30. She met a man who supported her and her kids while she went to college. She graduated, and not long after, she got a job at the New York Times. And she moved up and up until she was assistant editor. And that was my way into a job I could only dream of getting. I was not going to let her down now. I was not going to ruin my one chance. So I would do whatever it took to get the assignment done. And hopefully quickly too. I am glad you can understand that, Miss Moore. Most people who work here have paid their dues to get a job at a company as prestigious as the Times. You slipped in. But that does not mean that you get to skirt by. No one simply skirts by at my newspaper. No one. Yes, sir. I completely understand. I did not expect any less from a man who kept up the historical newspaper. I promise you that you will not be disappointed. He slid a paper over his large desk toward me. This is the only information that is readily available on Mitchell Hanover. He comes from a long line of money. He has not worked a day in his life. But he did attend military school and even went to West Point. Only lasted a year there, though. Since then, little is known about him. Other than buying Mainline Technical Company, we have no idea what else he has done with his life. He is in his mid-50s. Never been married and no children. At least none were given birth certificates with his name on them. But who knows? That is not what we are after anyway. All we want to know about are the whys behind his actions. Like why he bought Mainline Tech if his plan was to close it, take away hundreds of jobs, and destroy the work that had been done or was in the process of being done. Those are the real questions. Do not clutter it up with any personal nonsense. What if something in his personal stuff is the reason behind his actions? Say, what if he had a girlfriend who worked there, and he did this to retaliate for her breaking up with him or something like that? With a shrug he said, "You have got your assignment. If you can get to Hornsville, I will expect you to inform my assistant about your transportation by the end of the day. If you cannot get a way to get up there to him, then I have to give this to someone else. I will let Mrs. Angelos know about that very soon." Getting up, I made my way to the door, then decided I should say something before leaving. Turning back, I said, "Mr. Miller, thank you for this opportunity. I do appreciate it." Without looking at me, he huffed. "Just do not let me down, Miss Moore." "Yes, sir. You can count on me." Leaving his office, I moved fast to get out of the building and on my way to Astoria. Normally, I walked the nearly 2-hour walk to where I lived and worked part-time. That was only when I had the time to do that, though. Now, I had plenty to do, and limited time to do it. So, I made the decision to hail a cab. It only took a moment for one to stop in front of me, and I jumped into the back seat. "I need to get to Nostimo, on 30th Avenue. The man looked back, and I instantly recognized him as one of our regulars. "Taylor, it is me, Mr. Manikas. Have you forgotten me?" "Oh, hey, Mr. Manikas. I just had not looked up yet. I really need to get there fast if you can help me out. My boss gave me an assignment." "Oh yes, I remember that you said you are a reporter for the New York Times." "Wow. Impressive, Taylor. If I am remembering right, you only just started working there about a month or so ago." "Yes, I have done a couple of small stories. This one is critical though. If I mess this up, I am done with the Times, according to my boss. He is not super impressed with me." "I get it. I got the job merely because he got COVID and was out for a month. If it were not for Mrs. Angelos, I would not have gotten in." "I remember you telling me about that. So this story, what is it about? Do you remember last week when that building on 9th was demolished?" "Yeah, that tech company, right?" He negotiated traffic like a pro, slipping through one tight spot after another. "Yes, Mainline Technical. A man who comes from a long line of wealth bought it and immediately let all the employees go. Shortly thereafter, he had the building destroyed. From what I understand, nothing was allowed to be taken out of the building. All their hard work was gone in a flash. He never told anyone why he did it, huh? As far as we know, he has not. And now it is up to me to go to him and see if I can get him to confess why he did that. But first, I have got to procure myself a car to get to upstate New York, where he lives. Maybe I can help. How far upstate are we talking here? My boss said it is about 4 hours. Have you ever heard of Van Hornsville? Cannot say that I have. I can take you though. I would give you a good discount. That would be amazing. But I do not know how long I will have to be there to get him to talk to me. I have got to get a hotel up there and stay up to a week. Your offer is nice, but you cannot be gone that long. No, I cannot. Cora, you remember her, she works with me, and it is her family who owns the restaurant. She was left a car from her grandmother. It is an old Lincoln Town car that has been kept in a garage. It runs. At least, she said it does. She took it out once, and we went to the Jersey Shore. But she hated driving it, and I do not think she has taken it out again. But her dad starts it up once a week, and drives it around the block to make sure it is still working. Hopefully, she will let me borrow it to make the trip upstate. He looked at me through the rearview mirror. You got a license? I do. My grandfather made me take driver's education while I was in my senior year of high school. He said I might not ever use my driver's license, but he was not going to leave me without one. He passed away not long after I graduated. It was not clear to me back then, but eventually, I came to realize that he was setting me up best he could before he followed my grandmother to heaven. Sounds like a good man. The best. Not a day goes by that I do not miss him and my grandmother. What about your mom and dad? I did not like to talk about them. But it would be rude not to answer his question. Mom moved away after she finished high school. She went to Los Angeles with the idea that she would become a big star one day. A couple of years later, she returned home with a baby in her arms. And that was me, huh? That was me. She told her parents that she could not take care of me, and she was not sure who the father was. They could take me, or she would put me up for adoption. So they took me in and she left. She would come home every now and then. Not often. I was not ever sad to see her go though. I do not know why she has never made it in Hollywood, to be honest. Her flair for dramatics is unsurpassed. But now you are alone, are you not? Well, maybe my mother is not around. But I see that as a good thing. If it were not for her coming home after her father died, telling me it was time for me to grow up at the tender age of 18, and selling the only home I ever knew, I would not have met the Adamos family, gotten a job waitressing at their wonderful restaurant, became best friends with their daughter Cora, and gotten the chance to work at the New York Times since an assistant editor was a regular who I waited on. I have got to congratulate you on having the right attitude to succeed in life. Many people who have gone through what you have would have turned to alcohol, illicit substances, and God only knows what else. It is a testament to your grandparents that you are turning out so well, Taylor. I bet they look down from heaven every day and smile down on you. Such a good girl you are. Ah, thanks, Mr. Manikas. I know my grandparents are the reason I have made better choices than some others who have gone through the same things as me. But to be honest, I never felt like I went through that much. I had the love of two wonderful people. I was luckier than most. At least in my opinion anyway. That is a great attitude to have, Taylor. He pulled to a stop. And here you go. Good luck with the story. I cannot wait to read it. Hopping out, I grabbed my wallet from my purse, but found him smiling as he drove away without waiting for me to pay him. What a nice man. Maybe I did not have any blood family around me anymore, but I had one wonderful neighborhood family that made me feel cared for. Pushing the door to the restaurant open, the loud bell clanged to announce my arrival. Being still mid-morning, there were no customers yet. Coming, I heard Cora call out from the kitchen. We are not open yet, but you are welcome to take a seat. She saw me, as she pushed the swinging doors that separated the kitchen from the counter. "What are you doing back so soon?" "Mr. Miller gave me an assignment. A pretty big one, too. But there is an issue. I have got to get about 4 hours upstate to get the story, and it could take up to a week." "So, what you are telling me is that you are going to be out all week?" Shaking her head, she sighed. "I will see if my cousin Angela can take off from the tanning salon, so that she can take your shifts." "Great. She needs some time away from that place anyway. She has turned herself into a dried fig. Someone should talk to her about all that tanning she is doing. And I have got one more thing to ask." Nodding, she seemed to already know what I was going to ask for. "I will call Pops and tell him to drive that behemoth down here so you can take it to do your job. You guys are always here for me." I pulled her in for a hug. "I do not know what I would do without all of you. Just make it big as a reporter from the New York Times, and make your Astoria family proud to call you one of her own. I will do my best."
Chapter 3. Mitch.
An annoying buzzing sound woke me from my afternoon nap. Rubbing my eyes, I had no idea what the sound was or where it was even coming from. I sat up, looked around the living room where I had fallen asleep on the sofa, and then it dawned on me that I had heard that sound before. A long time ago. Someone is at the gate. Over a year had passed since someone had come to my gate. Nearly half a mile away from my house, the gate kept most people away. But some people were stubborn and would not stop ringing the doorbell I had installed when I first moved in. By the constant buzz that echoed around my home, I knew the person at the gate was not the kind that gave up. Better not be some religious person wanting to tell me about the good news they think they have got. I was not a huge fan of people. Being alone and communing with nature was more my style. And if the person at the gate stopped ringing that bell for half a second, I would just stay right where I was and hope that person would lose interest and go away. But the buzzing persisted, and it was driving me crazy, so I walked out to the barn and got on my old tractor to head down that way, still hoping to find no one there when I arrived. Not trying to hurry, I left it in low gear, moving about 5 miles an hour. I saw no reason to rush. I had not invited people over, and I hated people who showed up unannounced and uninvited. So the person who was pressing that doorbell, making awful sounds fill my normally peaceful home, was not going to like the man who would show up to tell them to leave. Because that was all that I was going to do. Tell them to get away from my property and leave me alone. I would not have even bothered going down there if the noise was not something akin to fingernails on a chalkboard. I need to disconnect that thing. When I first moved in 10 years ago, I was not as reclusive as I had become now. I still enjoyed a few people's company and did not mind when they came over to visit. A handful of family and friends was all I had ever had. But one by one, they had either moved away or died. Being middle-aged was difficult. I was only 45 when the first of my friends passed away from a heart attack. 2 years later, my father died from a massive stroke. Mom passed away 2 weeks later. Her heart just stopped beating one night while she slept. I had already lost my 2 older brothers in a skiing accident in Switzerland when they were in their 20s. I had been 15 when that happened. It was okay though. I was fine being alone in the world. I had not done a whole lot of socializing with family and friends in the first place. It was not like much had changed since the people I had loved and cared about disappeared from my life. Going around the bend, I was able to see the gate, and the first thing I noticed was a long light blue car and someone standing at the gate, arms waving as they spotted me. Is that a girl? I had not put my glasses on when I left the house, so what I saw was a little on the blurry side. But I could still make out the car and the person waving their arms in the air. The closer I got, the better I could see. It was a girl with long, wavy, caramel-colored hair. A big, bright smile shone out at me, which was useless. I was not one to be charmed. "Hi, I saw her lips move but could not hear her over the sound of the tractor's engine. She wore a forest green shirt tucked into black slacks, and on her feet were some useless high heels. I had never understood why women would wear something that looked like it pinched their feet, made them walk as if they were on their tiptoes, and had no real function as footwear, except to look pretty. It made no sense. She is a pretty little thing, though. Pretty or not, she was not going to get much of my time. I would give her 5 seconds to explain why she was at my gate, and then I would tell her to be on her way. I probably would not use harsh language, though. She looked nice enough. No reason to hurt her feelings just because she had the misfortune to turn up at my gate. She never let her smile fade as I got closer and closer. I had to admit that she just kept on getting prettier the closer I got. Not that it mattered at all. I was not one to be charmed by a pretty face. I was sure there was some misunderstanding about why she was here. Someone had given her the wrong address was probably the real reason she stood at my gate. Behind her was an old Lincoln that did not exactly fit her style. She looked fashionable, fresh, and on the trendy side. The car looked like something an older lady would drive. It almost seemed like she had borrowed the car to get here, and that made no sense to me. I pulled to a stop, shut off the engine, then climbed off the tractor I had bought secondhand from an old farmer who lived one property over. He had fallen on hard times and had put it up for sale. So I bought it from him. I might have been reclusive, but I liked to help neighbors out when they needed it. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the young lady who stood at the gate, smiling brightly at me, was probably looking for my neighbor's place since he still had lots of stuff for sale. "You're lost," I let her know. "So you are not Mitchell Hanover?" she asked as she looked at the phone in her hand. "Because you look like him." "Mitch," I said. "If you knew me or anyone that knew me, you would know that is what I go by." "I do not know anyone who knows you, Mitch. Or should I call you Mr. Hanover?" Her lips pulled up on one side as she slightly smirked for some unknown reason. "You can call me Mitch. And what can I call you? Besides uninvited?" "I am Taylor Moore, a reporter for the New York Times." She gestured to the gate that separated us. "If you would be so kind as to let me in, I will tell you all about why I am here." "No." I did not care to answer anything she had to ask. "No?" she asked with a quizzical expression. "But you have not even let me ask you anything yet." "Yeah, that is not going to happen. I do not talk to reporters. I see no need for it. My business is exactly that, my business." Pretty or not, she was not getting me to say much of anything else to her. "So you can be on your way now, Miss Moore." "Wait," she said quickly. "You can call me Taylor. There is no reason for us to get off on a bad foot, Mitch. I am not here to make a monster out of you. I am looking to do the exact opposite of that, as a matter of fact. I am here to let you tell your side of the story. No one has heard that yet. All we have heard are the complaints of the people who lost their jobs when you bought the company they worked for. I can see that you are not a monster or evil or anything." She had no idea what lurked within me. "How are you to make that assumption, Taylor? You do not know me at all. And I do not know you. I barely talk to people I have known for years. What makes you think I will tell you anything?" Shrugging, she looked a little sheepish. "Well, I do not know. I mean, why do you not want anyone to know why you bought Mainline Technical Company, only to close the doors and then destroy the building and everything in it? Look, I am not some fool you can trick into answering your questions. I did what I did, and that is that. A man of few words, I see." She smiled as if she found me a challenge, and was all kinds of happy to have someone like me who she could try to understand. Which was not going to occur. I gave her a nod before turning to leave. "Do yourself a favor and go back to the Big Apple. I am sure you are missed back home." "I have got all week, Mitch." That surprised me, and I stopped to turn around and look at her. "You are telling me that you plan on spending a week in this small town, just so you can try to get me to tell you things I have told no one else. That is just a waste of time. Be that as it may, I will be here all week. Unless you decide that you will let me interview you. After I get your side of the story, I can go back home. I would hate to have to stay around town, ask everyone I can about you, and cramp your style when I follow you around in public. I had to laugh. Honey, I do not go to town much at all. And no one around here will tell you anything about me. Not that they know much about me anyway. So stay here if that is something you want to do. It does not matter to me at all. But it is awfully dull out here in the sticks for someone from New York City. Plus, there is not anywhere nice to stay in Hornsville. The hotel scene is rather lackluster around here. Yeah, I noticed that when I drove through town. She sighed and looked a little on the sad side. That is why it would be fantastic if you just let me interview you today, like right now, so I could just drive back home tonight. That would be a dream come true for you, would it not? She perked up. That would be a dream come true. One thing you will find out about me is that I do not care if your dreams come true or not, honey. I laughed as I walked back toward the tractor. Please, she said. That one word usually did nothing to change my mind about something. But the way her voice sounded made me curious. I turned back around. It sounds like a lot depends on you getting this interview. More than you know. Not that I care. Her entire body seemed to deflate with my words. How can I expect you to care? You do not know me at all. And you do not know me at all. I am not here to find out every last detail about you, Mitch. I have got several questions for you, and that is it. It will not take much time at all. Do you not want people to know the reason behind your actions? I mean, you must have your reasons for doing this. Whoever it was meant to impress or hurt might never know if you keep it all to yourself. It is not like that. So what is it like? You must think yourself clever. You keep on asking questions that you are not going to get answers to. And I have wasted enough of my time. I am sorry. I know your time is valuable. Having to come here without setting up an appointment is the worst. I am sure I have interrupted something you were doing. And I am sorry about that. I really am. You know what? I can help you finish up whatever task you were doing when I showed up. I was not busy doing anything. Oh well, is there something you need to be done? I can help. I am great at helping people out. You do farm work? I grinned mischievously. I could not picture this young lady getting her hands dirty. Well, I have not done any. But how hard could it be? You know, I help you and then you help me, she said with hope in her pretty green eyes. I had heard somewhere that only a small percentage of people had green eyes. Are those real? I asked her, knowing that lots of people wore colored contacts. She looked down at her chest. Are you referring to my breasts? She asked with alarm in her voice. Absolutely not. I said quickly. I meant your eyes. Are they really green, or are you wearing colored contacts? Her cheeks, now red with embarrassment, actually made the green of her eyes stand out even more. My eyes. Yes, your eyes. I read somewhere that only a small percentage of people have green eyes. And I think there was something about personality traits too. Something like people with green eyes being intuitive. Which, as a reporter, you must be. And if I am recalling right, they are creative too. There was more though. Laughing, she said, yeah, I have seen tons of things about people with green eyes on the internet. Mine are really green. I do not need glasses or contacts, thank goodness. Just hearing the word internet made my eyes roll. I read about them in an article in a newspaper, I am sure. I do not do the internet. Her jaw gaped, but only for a second, then she snapped it shut. Her eyes scanned my body, then moved to rest on mine. You do not do the internet? Like at all? Not at all. But you have got a computer, right? No. Have you ever owned a computer? Back when I was in military school, when computers first came out, I took a class. The computers did not impress me. They have come a long way since then. I know they have. But I want no part of that. There is a lot to learn from the internet. Computers have brought people from around the world together, made them as close as neighbors. I do not expect someone as young as you to understand. It is not your fault that you are all so addicted to that contraption. When you were born, I am sure your parents already had one in their home. How were you to know any different? But when I was young, things were very different. A good different. Evolution is good, Mitch. It is the way things are supposed to be. Trying to hang on to old ways is useless. Well, I am not letting go of my ways. There was really no use talking to the young woman any longer. Well, I am going to let you get on your way. If you want my opinion, the least unpleasant hotel is at the other end of town. Last I saw, it was called the Blue Door Hotel. But if I were you, I would just drive home. You are wasting your time here, Taylor. And you do not seem like a person who likes wasting time. I hate it, actually. So, it was nice meeting you. Mitch, wait. We are getting along pretty well. Do you not think so? Honey, if you are trying to be my friend, do not bother. I have had plenty of friends, and I do not really need more of them. Plus, you just would not ever understand an older man like me. I did my background work on you, Mitch, and I know that you are only 52. I happen to be 25. In my opinion, age is nothing but a number. It is the experiences in one's life that determine their maturity level. Maturity is one thing, and personality is another. I am simple and love living life as simply as I can. You live in New York City and have a career that is on the complex side. You cannot possibly understand me and where I am coming from. And I can say the same about you. I have no idea why you have chosen to live the way you do. And quite honestly, I do not care. Looking at the ground, she moved her high heel across it, disturbing the resting dust and making a small cloud rise. Mitch, I cannot leave. And I do hate to waste time. The thought of sitting in some tacky hotel, waiting and waiting for you to come around, actually makes me sick. I am sorry about that. I did not like the idea of her sitting around feeling sick. I did not know why I cared at all, but I did not like the idea. If you want to entertain yourself while you are here, maybe take a walk in the park. It is a nice little hamlet that we have here. It is nice. And if you make me wait, I might just take that walk you are talking about. Or maybe you could come with me on the walk. That might be nice, right? Me and you go on a walk together, and tongues will start wagging around here. That means people will be asking me more questions than I care to answer. So no, I will not be going on a walk with you. I have got a sofa in my living room waiting for me to get back to my afternoon nap. And I have got a buzzer to replace. It has been a while since anyone rang that bell on the gate. I had forgotten how annoying the sound of that buzzer is. I think I will see if I can get something that makes a light, tinkling sound instead. She looked at the old doorbell attached to one of the posts that held the gate up. I highly doubt you will be able to find anything that will work with this ancient thing. I do not think they make this thing anymore. You will just have to upgrade. Another word I hated, upgrade. I am not upgrading. If I cannot find something simple to replace that aggravating buzzing sound, I will just have to live with it. It is not like I get many visitors anyway. At least not ones who will not stop ringing the thing. You are tenacious, you know. Nodding, she said, tenacity kind of goes along with being a good reporter. If you want to be a good reporter, why not find something worth reporting on? A story on an older man will not sell many papers. You should not call yourself an old man, Mitch. You are far from the end of your life. And a story on you would most definitely sell some papers. It was not me who came up with the idea to interview you. It was the editor's idea. And the editor of the New York Times must know what the people want to find out. You are an interesting person. I can tell you that right now. Honey, you've got no idea how dull I am. You are anything but dull. I would actually love to know more about how you think, Mitch. Bet you would. It was her job to find out how I thought. But I was not going to tell her, so that she could go tell the world. Too bad you will not be finding out about me, and how I think. Pursing her lips, she seemed to be searching for something else to say to stop me from walking away from her, and leaving her right there at the gate. So, since I will be hanging out here, where is the best place to eat? Depends on what you like to eat. I like to cook for myself. I do not much care for eating out. What about takeout? I do not see a need for that in my life. I am fine cooking what I eat. I might have been brought up with chefs and staff that made it so that none of us had to lift a finger, but that is not how I want to live my life. Maybe it was growing up in military school that made me cherish being self-sufficient. So, you did not live with your parents during the school year? I barely lived with my family at all. My older brothers and I went to military school at the age of 5. When summer came around, we were sent to camps. Even though we were brothers, we were separated by the school and the camps because of the difference in our ages. Holidays were when we all came back home to be with our parents. Only then were we a family. Only then were we waited on hand and foot. And I had never cared for it at all. That is very interesting. No real home life. I interrupted her. That is not accurate. I had a home. It just happened to be at school. We were a family. A strong family. That is not how I have ever thought of military school. I thought it would be a rough way to grow up. And it was. But it became the way we lived our lives. Like anything else, a person can turn the worst situation into one of normality. The strictness was something I got used to very quickly. And when I went back home, the lack of structure bothered me immensely. Is that the way you live now? I am not nearly as strict on myself as I used to be. For instance, if I feel a nap coming on, I just take it. I do not schedule much anymore. Except mealtimes. That did not ever go away. At 6 in the morning, I wake up ready to eat. At noon I find myself making lunch. And 6 at night is dinner time. And lights out at 9 sharp. Wow. You're most definitely still living a structured life. I cannot tell you what time I went to bed last night, because it is different every time. And naps are not a thing I can even do with my busy schedule. How busy can you be as a reporter? I had to ask. I am not just a reporter. I am also a waitress at a Greek restaurant in Astoria, Queens. So being a reporter is not your full-time job. Not yet. I hope it will become that, though. Leaning on the gate, I looked the girl over. Only 25, that is what you said, right? Yes. I am 25. You have 2 jobs, and your reporter job brought you far away from home and your second job. So that means you are missing out on your income from the waitressing job, does it not? Yes. Every penny counts too. Losing out on the tips I would be making this week is just a sacrifice I have to make so that one day I can be put on full-time at the Times. Without sacrifices, greatness can never be achieved. Nicely said, Taylor. Nicely said. I felt for the girl. I really did. She was just trying to make something out of herself. And being a reporter was not exactly a bad profession to excel in. I read newspapers. I even had a subscription to the New York Times, Sunday edition. It came to my mailbox at the post office in town. Seeing my name in the paper was not a dream of mine, though. I preferred to stay out of the news entirely. It had not crossed my mind that what I had done with that company would have the press knocking at my door, though. I had not thought what I had done would be news at all. Seemed that I was wrong. Seemed like if I did not tell my side of the story to Taylor, other reporters would be sent to try and get it out of me anyway. So I had to really shut her down, to make it clear that I would never be giving my story to anyone. Time to turn into the difficult man.
Chapter 4. Taylor.
The man I had come to interview had proven to be even more complex than I had thought he would be. At first, he had been pretty easy to get along with, even though he seemed determined not to give me his side of the story. But suddenly, his expression changed, and I saw fire in his eyes. He is about to get angry with me. I had to do something to stop this before it started. "Mitch," I said, and began squirming, doing the potty dance that most people knew as soon as they saw it. "I am so sorry, and I hate to ask you this, but do you think I can use your bathroom? I drove nonstop all the way here." And stupidly, I drank a large coffee and topped that off with a bottle of water. I should have stopped before I drove way out here, but I was not thinking. And now I am about to burst. "Please. I swear that I will not ask you a single question. Please." The worst part of acting like I had to use the restroom was the fact that it actually made me need to go. The angry expression slowly morphed into one of sympathy. "No questions. You promise?" "I promise you that I will not ask you a thing. I swear." With a heavy sigh, he reached over and unlocked the gate. "You have got to stop after you pull in to close and lock the gate. Then follow me up to the house." "I will do that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mitch. Just keep your word, Taylor. That is all I ask." He climbed up on his tractor and turned it around before heading up the driveway. It was not everything I wanted, but I was on his property now, and that was better than the way it had been. Soon I would be inside his home, and from there I could try to find a way in. There had to be some way to get him to understand that his side of the story needed to be told. I just had to figure out the best way to make him see that. After pulling in and locking the gate, I got back into my car and caught up to him. He sat up straight in the seat of the tractor. His muscles showed clearly underneath his black t-shirt as he held onto the steering wheel. The way his muscles moved told me it was not easy to handle that big machine. But he made it look effortless. He went around a bend in the driveway, and I saw his upper thighs strong in his jeans. I had no idea a man his age could look so good. His hair was not entirely silver. There were dark highlights that told me he had once had a full head of thick dark hair. His hair was still thick and longer on top than it was on the sides, which were shortly cropped. A well-manicured beard, the same salt and pepper shades as his hair, made him look rugged and manly. Dark brows, not too thick, not too thin, spoke of the way he looked in his younger years. His eyes, penetrating and blue, were like windows into his past. The thin lines that ran out of their corners said that he had done plenty of squinting during his life. His tan skin spoke of how much time he had spent outdoors. He may have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he had obviously chosen a different path when still very young, and had lived a different life than most people who were born into wealth. Mitch was an interesting person, and one ruggedly handsome man. I wonder why he has never been married. From what I had found on him, there were no records of marriages nor children. His parents had passed away, and so had his two older brothers. He seemed to be pretty much alone in the world. And maybe that was why he had moved to the middle of nowhere. If he had no family, maybe he did not see a need to be around people much. Pulling my eyes off him, as I knew finding him attractive was not really something I was supposed to be doing, I noticed how beautiful the scenery was. He had not done a lot of clearing, letting the woods grow freely around his property. We made one more curve, then I saw his home. And it was far from what I had expected a billionaire to be living in. A 2-story home, gray siding with white trim, maybe a little over 2,000 square feet, perched on a hill, was not the type of home most people in his tax bracket lived in. Mitch was proving to be even more complex than he had already been. Not only was his home modest, but I also noticed that the tractor he drove was pretty old too. Even though he had all that money, it seemed like he had no desire to spend much of it. Which was kind of unusual. Especially since he did not even have heirs to leave all that money to. I had never had an excess of money, so I did not know how I would act or what I would spend if I had something like that. But I did think that I would have bought myself a huge mansion, and a bunch of expensive cars and lots of designer clothing. Mitch had not done any of those things. At least, from what I was looking at now, it sure seemed like he had not. He parked the tractor right in front of the house, and I pulled in behind him. Hopping out of the car, I tried not to run, but the urgent need was now a real thing I had going on. So, this is how billionaires live these days. Not most of them. He pushed the screen door open. There is a bathroom under the staircase. Thank you. I rushed to the stairs and found a door on the right side, then went in to take care of my very urgent business. The part about drinking the coffee and water was no lie, and plenty of relief came when I had used the restroom. The first thing I noticed about the small bathroom was how impeccably clean it was. The bathroom I shared with Cora was not even as clean as this one. Washing my hands, I inhaled the lavender scent of the round bar of soap I found in a bowl that looked like a flower next to the faucet. An H with a circle around it adorned the front of the little soap. Leaving the bathroom, I did not immediately find Mitch, so I called out, "Mitch? I am finished." I did not hear a thing as I walked toward the interior of the home, as this seemed to be only an entrance room with nothing more than a small round table in the center. A framed picture had me stopping in the hallway. A young family looked stoic as they sat on a large sofa. The man and woman in the center of the sofa, 2 boys around 5 or so on either side, and a baby on the woman's lap. The picture was in black and white, and the baby had on a fluffy white dress that covered it up almost entirely, except for the adorable chubby little face. "That is me," Mitch's deep voice came from behind me, making chills race up my spine. "The baby?" I asked as I turned to face him. He was so close to me that I could smell his masculine scent, a mixture of leather and citrus that made my nose tingle in the best way. "Yes, the baby." His hand touched my elbow as he moved me down the hallway a little, going to the next portrait. "And this is me when I graduated from military school." I looked at the very handsome young man he had once been. "Well, did you not look like a heartbreaker?" "I do not know about that." A modest billionaire was not a thing I had ever imagined I would find when I tracked the man down. "You are a surprising man, Mitch." Not what one would expect at all. I must have said something that he did not like because his body suddenly became rigid, and he took a step back. To make assumptions about people is a mistake. If you want to be a good journalist, you will not do that. You will wait to get to know your subject before making up your mind about them. "You are right. I am sorry. It is not like I know anyone with lots of money anyway. And I have also never met anyone who went to military school either. Maybe you could enlighten me as to what it is like to be born into wealth. You made me a promise. Do you not remember that?" "Yes, I recall saying that. And I am sorry for asking a question." Keeping my lips shut tightly, I was not sure what to say. All I had were questions. And then I thought of something I could say that was not a question. I went to college online to get my journalism degree. It was a great college. Maybe you have heard of Northwestern University. They have online classes. When the pandemic hit, I did not have anything to do at the restaurant and was pulling in that sky-high unemployment. So I decided to take classes and eventually ended up with a bachelor's degree in journalism. That was not that long ago. Pardon me for wondering how you ended up working for a newspaper like the New York Times. They are known for hiring first-class writers. Being a novice, I cannot see them hiring someone fresh out of college. One of the regulars at the restaurant is an editor there, and she found herself in the position to hire a new reporter when one of them quit to pursue something else. "Someone wanted to be something other than a reporter for the New York Times?" he asked with wide eyes. Apparently, many people began rethinking their jobs when they had to stay home due to the COVID restrictions. I did not question it. I just took the job she offered me, as anyone with half a brain would. His smile was perfect as he looked into my eyes. I can see that you are no dummy. I began to feel that he was gaining some respect toward me, which would be key to getting him to let me do the interview I had come for. So I offered him some more information about myself. I was raised by my mother's parents, my grandparents. Mom was sort of flaky. Well, that is an understatement. My mother was the flakiest person I have ever met. She is still alive, living in Los Angeles, taking small television roles in anything that will take her. If your grandparents raised their daughter to be a flake, then how did you turn out so well? Another point in my favor, so I went on. I think it was because I truly appreciated them. Even at a young age, I knew they did not have to take me in. They did not have to love me. They did not have to do anything with me at all. But they did it anyway. I truly think that when a person appreciates people, they get appreciation in return. Pretty smart way to think, Taylor. You are not the typical young woman. Wait, did you make assumptions about me due to my age? I had to smile. The man who said not to make assumptions about people. Hey, no one is perfect. You will find that out as you grow older. This is going great. I might get this story yet.
Chapter 5. Mitch.
Being around Taylor was a little too easy for me. I did not like that at all. Well, come with me to the kitchen. I will get you something to drink, and then you can be on your way. I hope you take my advice and drive back home instead of checking into one of the hotels around here. I led her to the kitchen, pushed open the swinging door that separated it from the rest of the house, and the aroma of the pot roast I had cooking in the oven wafted out. Yum! What is that I smell? She asked. That would be my famous New England pot roast, complete with baby carrots and new potatoes right from my garden. Even the beef is fresh from a neighbor's farm. It is still organic, not store-bought. I try not to buy much from the store. I eat most of my meals at the restaurant. The owners are extremely generous, and all employees eat for free. If not for them, I would be nothing but skin and bones by now. What she said reminded me that she was a young woman with very little money. So, did the newspaper give you a credit card to pay for your hotel room, gas for that car you drove up here, and food while you were out on assignment? No. She looked away, crossing her arms over her chest. I have got to pay for all that, and then give them the receipts to get reimbursed. That is not how I thought a company like that would work. Not a great way to treat their employees, if you ask me. Who would send a young person off to some faraway town with nothing? I have got plenty of food. You are staying for dinner. As long as you are not a vegetarian, vegan, or on some other restrictive diet. I am not into fad diets. I eat off the land as much as I can. The land has animals on it, so I eat them. If that offends you, then you know where the door is. I am not offended. I told you I eat at the restaurant where I work. They serve Greek food there. Beef, pork, chicken, lamb, you name it, I have eaten it. And thank you for inviting me to share dinner with you. I would love to. Is there anything I can do to help? I pointed to the cabinet with the dishes in it. You can grab some plates from up there, and a couple of glasses while I take the meal out of the oven. So you cook all your own food as well as grow the majority of it? She asked as she stood on her tiptoes to reach the plates. I had never realized how high up I had put them. Going over to retrieve the plates, I found the smell of her hair rather nice, flowery with a hint of lemon. I am tall, so I put things up where I can reach them. Let me get those. I handed the plates to her. You can put them on the table, in the dining room. It is right through that door over there. The silverware is in that drawer, and some linen napkins are in the drawer next to it. I will bring the pot roast in after I move it over to another dish, so it can sit on the table without burning it. Pausing, she looked at the empty glass pitcher. Shall I fill it with water and take that too? That would be nice, yes. I had to admit that she was easy to get along with. But that was probably only because her job as a waitress had taught her how to be helpful to others. It was not a bad trait at all, in my opinion. I met her in the dining room only moments later and found her looking at her cell phone. No phones at the table. She quickly put it away. Sorry. I was just texting my roommate that I had made it here and would update her on things later. What about your editor? Did he or she want to be contacted too? It is a he, Mr. Miller. And no, he did not ask me to contact him. He just said that I have 7 days to get the story. He thinks that you have got enough money to pay for a hotel and food for 7 days? I thought that was pretty unfair of the man. He does not care about that. He is not my biggest fan. I am trying my best to impress him, but he does not really give me the kinds of assignments that I could shine with. Except for this one. This is a big story. I cannot see why this would be a big story. Taking my seat, I felt my jaw tighten. Do not answer that. I do not want to talk about it. Okay, she said as she stared at the platter full of food I had put down. I must tell you, that is the most beautiful roast I have ever seen. The potatoes and carrots are charred and caramelized to perfection. My mouth is watering. I could not help the smile that came as I looked at her while she admired the meal I had prepared. She had my full attention too. Her soft jawline, the way her caramel-colored hair swept across her forehead then tucked behind her ear. She was beautiful in the most innocent of ways. Youth was not a thing I had ever really thought about. But her youthful appearance, her youthful energy, and the future she was so desperately trying to obtain for herself were all extremely admirable. I had to look away from her before she caught me looking at her. If you will pass me your plate, I would be happy to serve you. She held her plate up. Please do. I am dying to try this. You seem like an excellent cook. What are your other specialties? Plating the food, I thought about the things I like to cook. I make a mean steak out on the grill. Oh my goodness. I love steak. But no one really knows how to make it that good. My grandfather would make it out on the grill whenever we vacationed at his brother's home in Texas. That is where he originated from. But when he was young and in the Navy, he met my grandmother while on a trip to Washington, D.C. She was there protesting something. She lived in Brooklyn, and as soon as my grandfather was done with his time in the Navy, he moved to Brooklyn and asked my grandmother to marry him only a year later. Quite the love story. I do not know whether I would move halfway across the country for anyone. You must have loved someone at some time, Mitch. There have been a few, but nothing ever stuck. You might not be aware of this, but I am a bit of a grump. She laughed. Not you. I had to laugh too. Yes, me. I do not know why, but I do not feel like I have to be entertained all the time. And I do not think I have to feel happy all the time either. I assume most people want those feelings. Not me though. I am fine with just feeling content. It is a simple way to live, I suppose. If you're not chasing some feeling, then you have got time for important things. Like growing your own food. She stabbed a potato and put it in her mouth. Her eyes closed and she sighed happily. Yes, so good. Better than I even thought. Thanks. I looked away, trying to ignore the way her enjoyment affected me. It has been too long, that is all. Eagerly she ate a bite of the roast, and another pleased sound came from her. Oh, Mitch, you're some kind of a cooking god. I downed a glass of water, then filled it up again. Is it too hot in here for you? Should I open a window? She looked at me as she plucked a baby carrot up with her fork. I am not hot. But if you want to open a window, by all means, do it. No, that is okay. Putting the fork down, she got up. I will open one for you. She went to the row of windows that ran along the far wall. How about the one in the middle? She pulled it open, stretching as she lifted it all the way up. It smells so fresh out here. It smells like rain, I added. Come sit. Eat. Yes, I did not mean to be taking my time. I am sure you want me to get out of your hair. She came back and sat down, taking the next few bites really fast. Slow down. I am not trying to get you to eat and leave. You are not really bothering me too much. It is okay if you enjoy the meal. It is kind of nice having someone enjoy what I made. You are, she asked with a grin. You are enjoying my company? Well, I did not say that. But I like that you're enjoying the meal. Eat all you want. I am not trying to get rid of you. Thank you. You are a nice person. I am not. I took a bite. So, you do not want to be thought of as a nice person? I do not want to be thought of at all. I like being alone. Just because you like to be alone does not mean you cannot also be a nice person. She took a drink of water, and her eyes went wide as she gulped the entire glass down. Putting the glass on the table, she wiped her mouth with the napkin. The water is out of this world. I have never tasted anything like it. It is well water. Not city water that has been tainted with chemicals. That is why it tastes so good, and not like anything you've ever tasted before. You have got it good out here, Mitch. At first, I did not get it. Like, why would someone with your kind of money live so modestly? But now I do. The smell of the air out here is phenomenal. The food you can grow here is the best ever. And when you add delicious water that comes straight out of the tap, you've hit the jackpot. The sound of thunder in the distance told me rain would soon be falling. The thought of sending the poor girl out in the rain to find some rundown hotel room where to spend the night just was not sitting right with me. But I was not going to be making any rash decisions. I am glad you get it, Taylor. I could not help but smile. I could have a mansion, even out here if I wanted. But why have all those rooms? You should know that I have researched you. Nothing I found indicated that you have any heirs. If you do not have someone to whom you can leave everything you have, then it will be taken by the state. Is that something you want? That is not proper dinner conversation, I stated. So drop it. Nodding, she asked sheepishly, so where is your garden? Out back by the barn. This area has been used as farmland for years. The person who had this place before me took very good care of it. All I had to do was start digging and planting, and the things just sprung up. I could not be more thankful. I think it is great what you are doing here. She polished off the last of the food on her plate. Oops, I finished way before you did, Mitch. Do not rush though. We can still talk. I will help you with the dishes too. You know, before I go, I cannot let you do the cooking and the cleaning. I am used to doing both. You do not have a maid or housekeeper that comes to clean things. I do not need one. I am more than capable of doing everything on my own. But you are welcome to stay and help me clean up. That would be nice of you. I am not one to eat and run. Maybe being raised by my grandparents has me behaving a little differently than some others my age. But I try hard not to be rude or do rude things. A lot of people your age are nothing but rude. It is nice to know that some of you are not that way. I thought about the apple pie I had in the fridge. You know, we should have dessert too. If you would go to the kitchen and grab the pie I have in the fridge, we can have that. I would love to. She got up and went to get the pie. I sat there, inhaling the fresh scent of the rain that was getting closer by the minute, and wondering why Taylor made me feel so good. Maybe I had been keeping to myself for too long. Maybe I was more starved for company than I had realized. Whatever it was, I was not in a hurry for it to end. And that was not like me at all. Sitting up, I finished my food just before she came back in with the pie, 2 small plates, and a couple of forks. Here we go. I would have popped it into the microwave to warm it a bit, but I did not see one. That is because I do not own one of those things. I see no reason why I would ever need to hurry up and superheat anything. Plus, I have my suspicions that food that has been microwaved is not good for you. I have not sat down and done the research to prove my point on that subject, but I have got a gut feeling, and that is all I need. She laughed as she took her seat. You're probably right about that, Mitch. It is funny how people think they need things right away. Everyone is so impatient. The way some people act when they come into the restaurant, it is as if they are about to starve to death. And believe me, there is not even one of them that is about to die from starvation. Most people are overweight. Most could use some time before being served yet another meal. I am glad you can see my point of view. But you must admit that using something like a microwave makes life easier. I will not admit that at all. And tell me, why do our lives have to just keep getting easier all the time? When did someone decide that they could not wait the hour it takes to bake a potato in the oven? When did they decide that they had to have a baked potato in 10 minutes? And why? She laughed. I cannot tell you. I have always had access to one, so I do not know any other way. But I do see what you are saying. I suppose it is because everyone spends so much time working. They do not have time to wait an hour to eat when they get home after a long day at work. And why is it that people are working longer hours than they did back in the day? It was like an 8-hour workday. And hardly anyone worked weekends. When I was a kid, nothing opened but the churches on Sundays. And we all lived. Believe it or not. We all made it through those Sundays without dying, because we could not get into the store to spend money on things. I did not realize that was the case, as you say, back in the day. People would riot if they went to the store on Sunday to find it closed. And why do you think it has become that way? I really want to know. I have tried to figure out when it all went wrong, but I cannot narrow it down. I would not call it going wrong. It is evolving. You know, evolution. You call what is going on out there in the world evolution? I chuckled. It is chaos out there, Taylor. Pure chaos. Nothing good has come of all this so-called evolution. Kids used to be able to ride their bikes and walk down the streets. Now, if they are by themselves, they are in danger. And about that, when did people start doing such horrible things to other people? Especially little children? Why are there people who are willing to harm children? Her eyes grew big as she shook her head slowly. I do not know. And I think it is horrible. I wish it was not this way. I am just wondering how it became this way. Was it the invention of the microwave that changed the brains of people? Was it the additives and chemicals put into everything that did it? What was it, and how can it be undone? Or can it be undone? I have not thought about things the way you do. But you are right. There is nothing wrong with anything you have said. Can I point out some good things that have occurred? Like what? Well, how about how advanced medicine has become? You mean using chemicals on patients? We used to take aspirin, which was made from the bark of a tree, to take away headaches and get rid of fever. But someone decided that aspirin is bad for people. Instead, they came up with some chemical compounds and shoved them down our throats. So please, tell me how medicine has evolved into something that is good. This girl has no idea how bad the world has gotten.
Chapter 6. Taylor.
This man is so pessimistic. I needed to change the conversation, and quickly. Anyway, can you tell me more about your years in military school? I have never met anyone who went to something like that. He leaned back in his chair, clearly relaxing after getting so riled up about things beyond his control. It is not as bad as some people believe. Discipline is not what you might think. They taught us to be self-disciplined. I held myself accountable for the mistakes I made. I corrected myself, when I had done something that needed correcting. If you do not mind me saying, that sounds kind of mentally unhealthy. What is unhealthy about it? Being so hard on yourself is not considered healthy. I thought it was a simple concept. Moving forward, he leaned his elbows on the table, then clasped his hands together as he looked me in the eye. So you would rather have someone else correct you than do it yourself? That sounds mentally unhealthy to me. The military taught me to depend on myself for everything. Let us say you are sent to war. You can depend on the troops with you. But you might get separated from them. You might end up alone. You need to be okay with that. You need to know what to do. You cannot wait around and do nothing until someone tells you to. That is not what I am talking about at all. I know you need to take care of yourself and do what needs to be done if you find yourself alone. What I am saying is that it is uncommon for an individual to be able to realize that what they are doing is wrong. It takes someone else, someone who is older and wiser, to point it out. And then it is them who decide what will make you remember not to do that again. Like taking a time out or something. A time out? He rolled his eyes, sitting back in the chair. What does making a kid sit still for a few minutes do? Nothing. That is what it does. Back in my day, kids received proper discipline. That worked. Hang on, I said, finding a discrepancy in the things he said. You just said that you were able to discipline yourself. And now you are saying that children were disciplined by adults. I did not say that I was disciplined that way. I said proper discipline works, but timeout is something ridiculous that does not work. If it did work, kids today would actually behave. Think about it. If you knew that there would be real consequences if you acted up, would you still be so eager to act up? Or would you find a way to control yourself to avoid those consequences? The threat of harsh punishment is not a good way to deal with children, Mitch. It is oppressive. You got kids, Taylor? No. Neither do I. Maybe this is a moot conversation. You are probably right about that. I had to keep him talking though. But finding something to talk about that did not send him off on a rant was not easy. I heard the rain begin to fall, and looked at the window I had opened. Darn it. He looked at the window too. Hopefully it will not last long. I pulled out my phone and swiped the weather app, then showed him the radar. There is a lot of rain all around us. It could last all night, is what it looks like. I should hurry up and help you clean up, so that I can go find a hotel before the roads get too bad. Being from New York, I am not an avid driver. I have never driven in the rain before. Nor have I driven at night. Seems this little trip will give me some experiences I did not know I needed to go through. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. Come on, let us get things cleaned up. Gathering the dishes, I followed him to the kitchen. He put the things he had gathered into the sink, then started filling it with water and added a few drops of soap. I looked around to find the dishwasher, thinking he was one of those people who washed the dishes before putting them inside, which did not surprise me a bit. From what I had seen of his home so far, he was very clean. Okay, you wash, and then I will put the dishes in the dishwasher. Can you point it out because I do not see it? He held his hands up. These are the dishwasher, honey. He chuckled. I will wash. You rinse and dry. He was going to do it the hardest way possible. But I was not going to tell him that. Sure. I looked around for a towel to dry the dishes with. Where can I find a towel? In that drawer right there. I got one out and waited for him to finish with the dishwater. Then he pushed the faucet to me. Here you go, rinse away. Knowing that he was going to tell me to put the dishes away after drying them, I did it before he had to tell me to. I could not reach the place where the plates went in the cabinet, so I got a chair out of the dining room for me to step up on so that I could put the plates away. He glanced at me sideways, and I saw a grin pull his lips up. He did not say a word though, just kept washing the dishes. I knew I was growing on the man. He was not in any hurry to get rid of me, which seemed good to me. If I played my cards right, I would figure out what to say that would get him to open up about why he had bought a tech company, only to close it down. As soon as I put away the last dish, he went to a small closet and pulled out a broom and mop. I now knew why the house was so clean. He was very particular about cleanliness. So, want me to sweep or mop? Pursing his lips, he seemed unsure. Are you any good at either? I sweep and mop at the restaurant. He looked skeptical. That is not what I asked. I asked if you were good at it. Holding out my hand, I said, let me sweep and you can make the mop water while I do that, and then you can mop. I am sure that if my sweeping is not up to par for you, you can use the mop to get the places I miss. With a shrug, he handed me the broom. Make sure to get underneath the counters and the corners of the room too. After this, we will get to work on the dining room. There seemed to be a lot of housework that I had volunteered for. But I had to act like it was no trouble at all. Okay. I will try to be fast. No need to rush. I want it done right. If it takes longer to do it properly, that is fine by me. Oh yeah, I forgot that you like it when things take a long time to be done. Looking at me from the side of his eye, he said, hey, do not knock it until you try it, honey. His playful grin told me he was teasing. My cheeks heated and my heartbeat sped up. I quickly turned away, so he would not see what his words had done to me. Mitch was sort of a grouch, who seemed to hate what the world had become. And I should not have been attracted to him at all. But somehow I was. All that told me was that I had been staying much too busy, and had not left any time to date. I was obviously in need of some male attention. When I got back to New York, I would remedy my situation and go on a date. There was no way that I should have been attracted to Mitch. But when I turned around, sweeping in another direction, I found him bending over as he filled a bucket with water. And his physique was impressive. You work out, huh? I asked without really meaning to. He stood and looked at me. Nope. I could not hide the surprise on my face. But you are so muscular. Am I? He asked with a sly grin. I guess it comes from living the good life out here. And probably all the cleaning you do too. If I do not go to the gym at least once a week, I get all soft and fluffy. Women were meant to be soft and fluffy, he said with a smile. I do not know who decided that women should have hard muscular bodies, but soft and fluffy is what men truly desire. I had to stop sweeping and stared at him with my mouth gaping. Mitch. What? It is true. As a woman, I am insulted by that. Why would you be insulted? I am just telling you what men really want in a woman. And hard muscles are not it. Well, women do not really care what men want anymore. We do what makes us feel good. And having a fit body feels so much healthier than having a soft one. Do you not want women to feel good in their bodies? So you like working out? Yes, it makes me feel healthy. Shrugging, he said, if you say so. I do say so. To add to his grumpiness and ability to turn most anything into a rant, he did not know much about women. And I should not even have had any thoughts about him at all. But when he bent over again to wring the water out of the mop, my eyes went to his strong build. He began mopping where I had already swept. Maybe I am a little old-fashioned in the way I think about women. It has been a while since my last relationship. How long? I asked as I finished up sweeping. Where is the dustpan? Hanging on a hook in the broom closet. He stopped mopping and watched me cross the room to get the dustpan. And I am not going to talk about my love life. It has been a while. That is all you need to know. Taking the dustpan back to the tiny pile of dirt I had managed to sweep up, I asked, so, a year then? He huffed and shook his head. More than a year, huh? I thought I would say something about my lack of a love life, so that he would not feel like he was all alone. Me too. He stopped mopping and looked at me with a funny expression. You do not have to lie to me. There is no way a beautiful young woman like you has not had a man's attention in over a year. It is true. And thanks for the beautiful part. I went to throw away the dirt I had swept into the trash can. I have been busy the last couple of years. And when the world shut down because of COVID, I was not about to put my life in danger just to get some action, you know what I mean? You believed in all that hype? Please do not tell me that you are one of those people, I said, shaking my head. The bad things about him were really piling up now. COVID is real. It is just funny that it showed up right around election time, he said with a smirk. I am just saying that the effect it had on people did exactly what they wanted it to. And what was that? Well, it is no secret that the president we have right now is not the one who was supposed to be president. COVID is not real. No one ever needed to seclude themselves. Have you gotten COVID? Have you gotten vaccinated? Nope to both. Lucky you. I have not gotten it, and I have gotten vaccinated because I am a responsible adult who cares about other humans and animals. You know animals get it too, right? He just gave me a blank stare. So you do not believe that either. Nodding, I knew he was everything I detested in a person. Did it ever occur to you that you did not get COVID because you are already reclusive? You grow your own food. You had little need to get out of your home. That is the only reason why you did not get it. If you say so, he said with a smirk. Mitch, you really should stop being such a pessimist. I am not a pessimist. I am a realist. Maybe you should stop being both. Keep an open mind. Open minds lead to people shoving nonsense in them and corrupting people. Look at you. You have got an open mind. You believed that the virus might kill you. You believed it so much that you went without male companionship for over a year. At least I had a reason for doing it. Why did you forego female companionship for over a year? I have got my reasons. He went back to mopping, obviously not loving talking about himself. And so do I. But your reasons are that you were misled. And your reasons are because you are a stubborn man who refuses to accept that things change. His jaw clenched, and I knew I had gone too far. I was supposed to be trying to get on good terms with him, to get him to confide in me. And here I was, actively arguing with him. Hey, let us talk about something else. Like what? He leaned on the handle of the mop. Seems like we tend to disagree about everything. I had the feeling he disagreed with most people. But I was going to keep that thought to myself. Food. We both liked what you made tonight. How old were you when you started cooking? I was in my late teens. To be honest, I was home for the Christmas holidays, and there was a new chef. Rebecca. His eyes glistened, and I could tell he had happy memories of her. Was she pretty? He nodded. And she cooked like an angel. I hung out in the kitchen with her the whole time. I helped her and watched every move she made. And that is what got me into cooking. So you were into older women? I snapped my mouth shut as that was none of my business. Sorry. Do not answer that. No, it is fine. She was not that much older. I was 16 and she was 18. She was in culinary school and was working for my family only through the holidays as an intern. I had no idea that chefs could have interns, but they can. In the kitchen, the head chef watched over us. But when she was not cooking, we were hanging out in the media room, not watching anything on the television, preferring to watch each other instead. Was she your first? He nodded. She taught me a lot. What happened to her? I went back to military school, she went back to her culinary school, and that was that. You did not exchange phone numbers? Nah. Why not? Did you not end up falling for each other? Kind of. But you saw no reason to get her phone number. He shrugged. I do not know why I did what I did. It is just what happened. I do not overanalyze myself the way some people do. That kind of told me why he was not into talking about why he had bought the tech company, only to shut it down. You know, people analyze the things they did to better understand themselves. I know who I am and why I am the way I am. I do not need to keep asking myself why I did things. So you had this first romantic experience. He held up his hand. She was not a girlfriend. We did not date. Okay. I thought that was odd. So when did you have your first girlfriend? Why do you want to know? Curiosity, I said. You know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? I do not believe in that saying. Kind of like the way you do not believe COVID is real. I smiled at him. Where is the vacuum cleaner? I will go start on the dining room, since we are about finished in here. There is a small closet in the dining room. You will find the vacuum cleaner in there. And there is wood cleaner on a shelf in there, that you can use to wipe the table down. I have got to clean the oven, stove, and sink, plus empty the mop water and put the bucket back up. Should I help you? That sounds like a lot. By the time you have got the dining room done, I will be finished. I usually take a scotch after dinner and read in the library. And I have got to get on my way to find a hotel. Maybe the rain will have let up before I am finished. He simply nodded as I went to clean the dining room. The man lived a busy life. It was not anything I had expected a reclusive person to live like. But Mitch was not like most people. At least not like the people I knew. When I opened the door to go into the dining room, I felt a cold breeze coming through the window, and a flash of lightning zigzagged outside, followed by an enormous clap of thunder. What was once merely rain had turned into a raging storm, complete with high winds and lightning. Great! I was not looking forward to driving in the storm. I hope I do not get into trouble out there tonight.
Chapter 7. Mitch.
I had no idea how bad the weather had gotten, until I went into the dining room to see how far along Taylor had gotten with the cleaning. She had closed the window she had opened earlier, but I could see the lightning flashing through the sheer curtains. It is not looking good out there. No, it is not. You could come hang out in the library with me, if you want to wait it out. I guess I should do that. I do not want to get on the road with all that going on out there. I have got an extensive collection of books. I am sure you will find something you will like. Any romance novels in there? She asked as she put the vacuum away in the closet. No. I figured as much. What about action novels? Plenty of them. Cool. I led her to the library, excited to see her reaction. It is not much. I opened the door and watched her mouth fall open. Not much, huh? It is bigger than the library I had in high school. I do not even know where I should begin. The action section is over here. Pointing out the middle row of books, I said, so this is where I keep the current books. Classics are up higher. But I think you will like the current authors. Have you read any Lee Child? No, she said as she looked a little sheepish. I know I have a degree in journalism, but the truth is that I have not read much, other than romance novels. So is this Lee Child person pretty good? I think so. He is a British author. His real name is James Dover Grant. Lee Child is his pen name. If he lets people know his real name, why does he bother with a pen name? She asked with a quizzical expression. I do not get it. He just does. I am not into inquiring about why people do the things they do. I just accept it. You should try it, Taylor. It is sort of freeing. Ha ha. I am a reporter, Mitch. I have to inquire about the reason why people have done things. I was reminded of why she was here in the first place. You're not getting anything out of me, honey. She smiled slyly. Oh, I would not dare try to tap into why you have done the things you have done. Sure you would not. So what kind of stuff does this Lee Child / James Dover Grant guy write about? She pulled one of his books off the shelf. His main character is Jack Reacher. There are movies of some of his books. That actor Tom Cruise plays him. Jack Reacher is a former military policeman. Military?" she asked. "Yes, military. You look like you do not care for military stories." "It is not that. It is just that the terminology can get hard to understand." "Well, I am here, so if you do not understand something that you read, you can just ask me. Or Google it," she said, pulling her phone out of her pocket. "Put that thing away. I can answer anything you ask." Slipping it back into her pocket, she nodded. "Okay then. So this book here is titled Killing Floor. Sounds like a horror novel. It has aspects of horror. But it is no simple scary book. This is the first Jack Reacher book. A great place for you to start. He is a drifter, so you will find that he is in different places in the 27 books written about him so far." 27? She started to put the book back. "I will never finish this series." "Not so fast? Each book can stand on its own. You do not have to read any more of these books if you do not want to. But I bet you will want to." "A drifter?" she asked. "So where is this story taking place?" "Georgia. He is supposed to be just passing through the town of Margrave, but ends up being arrested for murder within the first hour there." "Did he do it?" she asked, with what looked like fascination beginning to fill her pretty green eyes. "Maybe you should read the book to find out if he did it or not." Placing my hands on her shoulders, I maneuvered her to a comfy, overstuffed leather chair and flipped on the lamp on the table beside it. "Care for a drink?" Shaking her head, she said, "No. I have got to drive in a bit." Thinking of the storm raging outside, I looked at the windows. The heavy curtains kept out most of the light from the lightning, but I could still see the outlines of the many strikes going on outside. "Okay," I said as I picked up the book I had been reading. "I will be right over here, reading the book I started yesterday." "What is it about?" "It is James A. Michener's latest. The title is Journey. It is set in 1897. It is riveting. I could barely put it down yesterday. But being well-disciplined, I made myself stop to go to bed last night. I never stay up past midnight. I often do not go to bed until after midnight. There is just so much to do." "You need 8 hours of sleep." "Yeah, tell that to my bosses and the household chores." She settled in, removed her high heels, then tucked her feet underneath her. "It is kind of funny, but I am actually excited to start reading this book." It is natural to be excited about starting a new book. I find myself thinking about the characters I am reading about throughout the day. I am always eager to get back to the book to see what will happen next. "Did you see the movie of this book?" She opened the book and inhaled. "Oh, I love the smell of a real book." "I know. I do too. I love it when they are brand new. And I love it when they are old and have been read by many people. I suppose reading is one of my passions. And to answer your question, no, I have not watched the movie. I do not go to the movies. It is probably on television by now, right?" "I would not know. I do not watch television." "But you have one, right? I mean, it has the news on it. Surely, you like to know what is going on in the world." He shook his head. "Newspapers fill me in on what is happening in the world. And what is even better is that I get to pick what stories I want to know about and skip over the ones that do not matter to me." "I would die without a television," she said, then turned to the first page of the book. "No, you would not. You would be able to live quite well without the idiot box. It might have been an idiot box back when you were young, but now there are many educational shows. I have actually learned things by watching television. I bet you could have learned the same things if you had read a book." "Maybe. But it is just so much easier to watch something and learn that way. Reading does take a lot of time." I could not believe her. "You are a journalist." You want people to read what you write, but you are telling me that you would take television over a book any day? With a shrug, she nodded. Yeah. You make no sense at all. Sorry. Do not be sorry. Just try to think about things in a new way. Oh, so I should change? Why not? And you should not change? I am great. Why change? I smiled at her. At least admit that everyone should change from time to time. She smiled right back at me. No one is perfect. Are you sure about that? Pretty sure. If change is needed, I am sure I would do it. But so far, I have not seen a reason to do something like that. Well, me neither. I like television. I like seeing a movie on the big screen. I like going to the occasional play. You know, like on Broadway. And I like going to the symphony. Operas are pretty good too. My favorite is The Phantom of the Opera. At least it is not Cats, she teased. Cats is a musical, not an opera. I am not keen on musicals. At least you've got that going for you. Her smile was devastating. Yeah, at least I have got that. I like talking to her. She was not boring in the least. What about Audible books? She asked. Do you like them? I am not into listening to a book being read. I like to make up the voices in my mind. Yeah, I can see that. Once, in a romance novel that I was reading, the couple read from a rather spicy book. They were in bed together, taking turns reading to the other. I thought it sounded romantic. Let me guess, after reading they made love, I said, rolling my eyes. Made love? She shook her head. It was more passionate than that. Young people nowadays just do not get what intimacy is all about. You think it is purely physical. Intimacy was meant to be shared between people who care for and love each other. It is meant to make a couple closer. All you think about is gratification. Well, that is important too. But I agree with you. Making love is about bringing people closer, while casual encounters are all about gratification. Both have their place in this world. So, you have had encounters just for gratification. I did not know why I asked that. I did not want to think about her with anyone. I have done that, yes. Sounds like you did too. You know, with a young chef in training. I was a kid. Like any kid, I did things that made no real sense. But as an adult, I have made love far more than just having casual encounters. She looked at me for a long moment. Yet here you are, alone. I did not say making love meant you become soulmates that never part. She was never going to understand me. We were worlds apart. I was from another generation. A great generation. Generation X was the best one ever. She was a millennial, not the best generation ever. Not by far. I was wasting my time trying to get her to see things the right way. She was born with cable television, microwaves, video games, and everything that had ruined the world. A loud clap of thunder made the house shake, and the lights went out. A moment later, they came back on. I found her looking horrified, as she had balled herself up in the chair. I should get going before this gets any worse. Shaking my head, I was not about to let her leave with such bad weather going on. I have got a couple of guest rooms. You are staying the night here. I am not taking no for an answer either. My suitcase is out in the car, she said, nodding slowly. Think I could borrow a t-shirt to sleep in? I think I can handle that. By morning, this should be over, and you can get your suitcase and bring it inside, take a shower and change clothes. I will make breakfast too. You are going to spoil me, Mitch. Not that I am complaining. You are going to help. You can get the eggs. No problem. I can run to the store in the morning. Not from the store. I have got 6 hens. Fear filled her eyes. So I have to fight the chickens for them? Do you honestly think that I would have mean chickens? I laughed. All you have to do is scatter some chicken feed, and they will run to it, leaving their nests empty, making it easy for you to gather the eggs. I think you can handle that. I am not an animal person. You're from New York, right? I asked. Yes. What has that got to do with it? How many animals have you been around? Like farm animals? Well, none of those. Then you have no idea if you are an animal person or not then, do you? I am pretty sure I will not get along with chickens. It is their feet. They are weird. You do not have to touch the chickens, Taylor. You cast out the feed. What does that mean? You toss it out, making sure to spread it around evenly so that all the chickens can get to their food. You are making something super simple appear hard to do. But it is not hard at all, and I will show you how to do it before I put you out on your own. I did not realize I would need to show you, but I can do that. She pulled her phone out of her pocket. No need. I will look up a video on YouTube that will teach me how to do it. You will be busy inside with all the other stuff. Here I am, telling you that I will help you do stuff, but the first thing you ask me to do, I get all afraid. I am good now. I can do it. Looking at the phone in her hand, I shook my head. I would rather show you than for you to look it up using that thing. Eyeing me curiously, she asked, "You really do not ever use cell phones?" I do not use them. I have got a landline here in the house that I use when I need to make a phone call, which is not often. I prefer to handle my business in person. I just thought of something. How do you pay your bills? A lot of companies make you pay online. I have got an electric bill. That is the only bill I have. And I go down to the electric co-op and pay it in person. Do you at least use your bank card to pay it? Please do not tell me that you pay with a paper check. I am not that person, no. I use my bank card. As far as other bills are concerned, I do not have credit cards because there is no need for me to borrow money. I pay cash for everything I own. Raising one brow, she smiled. Yeah, I did not really think about you being able to do that. Having as much money as you have is a pretty foreign concept to me. I did not like to talk about money. I will go grab you a t-shirt, then you can check out the guest rooms to see in which one you want to stay. Come with me upstairs. She followed me as I led her up the stairs. This is really very nice of you, Mitch. I mean that. Thank you so much. Well, I am not some monster who sends nice young ladies out to drive around at night during a storm. And you are welcome. I led her into my bedroom. This is the master suite. Wow, this is super nice. It has a little living room. How cool is that? It is sort of like an apartment. A sitting room, the main bedroom, a walk-in closet, and a bathroom is attached as well. I put in some extra touches here. The door to the bedroom is made out of Australian bull oak, the hardest wood in the world. Is that for security reasons? She ran her hand over the dark wooden door. It is. I lock the door every night when I go to bed. The wall does not look it, but it is reinforced steel. When I am in here, I am the safest a person can be. She pointed at the windows. I know you are on the second story, but someone could come through the windows if they really wanted to get to you. They are bulletproof and cannot be opened from the outside. You know, a security system would make the whole house impenetrable, she said, telling me that she was like everyone else, completely reliant on technology for every aspect of her life. How can a security system, powered by electricity, keep things safe if the electricity goes out? Most have backup generators to keep things like that going. I mean, if you have got enough money for a good security system, you probably have enough to buy a generator too. Right? Sounds a lot like you are guessing, honey. The door, walls, and windows are things I can have faith in. Technology is not reliable. What would you do if that phone of yours stopped working? The only way that would happen is if I forgot to charge it. And I never forget to charge it. If there was no electricity to charge it with, then it would eventually run out of charge, and you would end up without a way to contact the outside world. My landline does not rely on electricity to work. And your security system does not rely on it either. Nodding, she looked around the room. It is not like it is a bad idea, what you've done here. Thank you. I pulled a t-shirt out of the drawer full of them and tossed it to her. Come on, I will show you the guest rooms that have never been used. Oh, I am your first house guest. You are. How cool. I feel special. Believe me, you should feel that way. I do not invite people into my home. I am not sure why I invited you in. I am glad you did, she said with a smile. I have liked getting to know you. With a huff, I was not sure I liked that she had gotten to know anything about me. Yeah, well, you've learned all there is to know about me. I think there might be a little more. She walked into the first guest room, then went to the bed and sat down on it. Comfy. Picking up the pillow, she put it to her face, sniffing it. You said no one has ever stayed in these rooms. But the pillow smells fresh. I wash all the linen once a week. Her jaw dropped. You wash sheets that have not even been used. She lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. I do. Watching her lie there, her body relaxed on the bed, warmth spread through me. Gosh, she has no idea what she is doing to me.
Chapter 8. Taylor.
This room will be fine. I sat up and could not help but notice the look on Mitch's face. Is that attraction I see? He turned quickly, leaving the room. Okay. I am going back to the library. Jumping up, I ran after him. Great. I cannot wait to start on that book. He stayed a step ahead of me the whole way back to the library, and as soon as we got there, he took a seat and grabbed his book while crossing his long muscular legs. You know, since I am not going to be driving, I think I would like a drink. Jerking his head toward the little table with a bottle of scotch on it, he said, "Help yourself." I had never had scotch before. You just drink it straight? No ice. You do not mix it with soda or juice or something? You do not mix scotch with anything. But if you are looking for something like that, I have got a bottle of Woodford Reserve in the bar. And what is that exactly? Bourbon. Some people mix that with soda. I would not recommend mixing it with anything though. It is a very nice spirit all on its own. But you can have it any way you like it. You have got a bar? I have got a bar. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and standing. I will take you to it. Following him, we walked through the house until we ended up in front of a closed door. Which was odd only because all the other doors had been left open. He pulled out a key and unlocked it. You lock your bar? I found that funny. You never have guests over who might get into your stuff. Why would you lock it? It is alcohol, honey. If anyone ever broke in here, I would not want them to get into any of this. So you protect yourself and the liquor. I grinned as he flipped on the light switch. Wow. I went to the hand-carved wooden bar, running my hand over it. This is nice. What kind of wood is this made out of? It is mahogany. I had it made when I moved in here. Check it out. There is a fridge back there with all sorts of things in it. He took a seat on one of the two bar stools, as I went around behind to find all kinds of cool things. Pulling a wine glass off the rack, I asked, "Real crystal?" Nodding, he said, "Of course." This is so cool. I did not want wine though, so I put the glass back where I had found it. I am not into wine. It gives me a headache. What kinds of adult beverages do you drink? White Claw, I said as I looked through the fridge to see if there were any inside. What is White Claw? I am not really sure. It is not beer. It is not wine. It is good though. He got up and came around to join me behind the bar. How about you let me make you something? That would be great. I like sweet drinks. I figured that. He pulled some cherries out of the fridge, then a can of soda, before turning to the back area of the bar where all the bottles of liquor were neatly placed. I am going to make you a slow gin fizz. But not the kind you would get in a real bar. Back when I was in military school and we went to dances, the girls would drink this and seemed to love it. Mitch, why do you have such an extensive collection of liquor if you never entertain? I entertain myself, honey. He picked up one of the bottles and brought it back to the bar. You serve this kind of cocktail in a tall, skinny glass. Adding some crystal clear ice cubes to the glass, he popped the tab on the soda, then poured it into the glass, leaving a decent amount of room at the top. Now I add the gin. He put about a shot's worth into the glass. And now the cherry juice. He poured in a bit, making sure to drop one of the cherries into the glass. A swivel stick, he said, putting a thin long red stick into the glass. Then, after giving it all a swift stir, he slid the finished cocktail toward me. Here you go, honey. Your first slow gin fizz, Mitch style. Pulling the glass to my lips, I felt the cold fizz as it bubbled and popped. I took a sip and loved it right away. Wow. This is so good, Mitch. Really good. I wonder why people do not order this in bars anymore. Because it is not hip enough for you youngsters. Moving back around the bar, he crooked his elbow as he stood at my side. Allow me to escort you to the library so we can get back to our books. Running my arm through his, I was surprised by my body's reaction. A little jolt of electricity shot through me. Okay. I hope the drink and reading will help me fall asleep tonight. I always go to sleep with the television on. Since you do not own one, I might have trouble dozing off. You really should not be sleeping with the television on anyway. Maybe by going to sleep without one tonight, it might break the terrible cycle you have been in. The sound of the rain should lull you to sleep instead. I hope so. I took another sip of the delicious drink, just as we entered the library. He stopped and turned to face me. You hope so about which part? The rain part. Oh, I was hoping you would hope that this night might break the cycle of needing the television to fall asleep. He wore an adorable lopsided grin as he looked at me. It would be nice to see if I rub off on you at all. Does that mean we will stay in contact even after I go back to New York? Turning away from me, he went and took his seat. Anyway, I am going to get back to reading and you should too. I was not sure how to interpret the man. One moment I would think we were getting somewhere and the next, he would withdraw. It was an odd dance. You know, it would be nice if we kept in touch. His eyes never left the page of his book as he said, I am not that guy. The kind of guy who likes to keep in touch with people he knows? I asked as I took my seat. Yes. I am not that kind of guy. I keep things simple. And to be honest, when someone is not around, I do not really think about them. How is that? What do you mean? How do you not think about people that you know? How do you not think about people who you care about? It is not like I can explain why I am the way I am. I just am, is all. You believe yourself to be a simple man, but I am here to tell you that you are about as complex as they come. I smiled at him to let him know that was not really a bad thing. Complex people are interesting people. So you find this older man interesting? What older man are you talking about? I laughed. I do not see any older man around here. I see a vibrant man with some great years ahead of him, if he will stop hiding from the reality that the world is changing and not all technology is bad. Well, that is where you are wrong, honey. Fighting the inevitable is useless, Mitch. I am not fighting it. I am just not partaking in any of it. Are you not fighting it? I asked as I knew he was doing just that. You bought a tech company only to shut it all down. That is committing war on technology. And war is a fight. Thus, you are fighting something that you should not be. It is not an act of war, he said as he rolled his eyes. You have got a flair for the dramatic, I see. What would you call it then? I would call it. He stopped, then narrowed his eyes at me. So, this is how you are going to get your story? That is not what I am doing at all. We are having a conversation. I am not interviewing you. Sure sounds like you are. He snapped his book shut. I will take this to my room. I have suddenly gotten tired. Jumping up, I did not want things to end this way. Mitch, do not go. Please. I am sorry. I did not ask those questions on purpose. I really did not. Do not go. Let us read. I will stop asking you things. I promise. Please. His chest rose as he stared at me. No more questions. No more questions. He went to sit back down, opening the book with one hand and taking a drink of his scotch with the other. Clearly, I had upset him. And I had not even meant to do it either. For quite a while we read in silence, both of us sipping on our drinks. Maybe it was the effects of the alcohol that had him coming around as he asked, "What does your boyfriend think of you having to spend this week away from him?" My lips turned up in a little grin. His question told me he was wondering if I had a boyfriend, which made me think he might be attracted to me. And that kind of made my pulse quicken. I have not had much time to make a romantic relationship with anyone. With a nod, he looked back at his book without saying anything else for quite some time. But then he looked up and asked, "You are into men, right?" Right. Yeah, I had to ask. It is hard to tell nowadays. Closing my book, I lifted my glass and took the final sip. And why is that, you had to ask? I knew why, but I liked watching him squirm. I guess I was just curious, is all. Do not read too much into it, honey. His eyes went to my now empty drink. Care for another? Feel free to go make yourself one if you would like. One is enough. My lips tingled a bit, and my nose felt a little numb. I am not one to go overboard on the libations. His brows rose as if that surprised him. You are young. I thought all you people got wasted on a regular basis. You know, not all young people drink in excess, do illicit substances, sleep around, or whatever else you are thinking. Is that right? He asked with a slight smirk. That is right, I let him know. My roommate is a year younger than me, and even she does not act irresponsibly. As a matter of fact, I am not friends with anyone who takes illicit substances, drinks a lot, or sleeps around. Maybe that is just the people I run with. I do not know. Well, you do look more mature than I thought someone your age would. You dress appropriately too. You know, it is no wonder you landed a job at the Times. You look the part of a journalist. I bet you will go far. Not if I go back to New York without interviewing you. I certainly hope so, Mitch. Yeah, I bet you do. You have got what it takes. I can tell you that. Shrugging, I was not sure he was right about that. You know, I thought I did, but since I cannot get you to talk, I am not so sure anymore. He chuckled, putting his book down on the table beside him. My story is not even interesting. I have got things I could tell you that are interesting though. Why not let me decide what the story should be? While that is incredibly nice of you to offer me something, my boss wants to know why you bought Mainline Tech. He held up his hand as he interrupted me. Yes, I am aware of what your boss wants. But what about you? What would you like to know about me, Taylor? It was something, so I asked. I would like to know why a man who has so much going for him chooses to live his life alone when he does not have to. You must know that you are a good-looking man. And your body is incredible. You could have any woman you wanted. Not into men, he said with a frown. Did not think you were. I was just saying that you are an attractive man. So, why do you prefer to be alone? I will let you in on that, he said before taking the bottle of scotch that sat next to his empty glass and filling it halfway. My experience in life has been that the women who have come into it wanted my money more than they wanted me. Ouch. I could not believe that was completely true, though. Mitch, I saw that picture of you when you were younger. You have always been a very handsome man. I cannot imagine every woman who you have ever dated wanted your money more than you. Raising the glass to his lips, he took a sip before saying, I am afraid it is true. He put the glass down on the table next to him, sighing. Money can turn people into monsters. The women I dated did not start out seeming to be money grubbers. But little by little, they would ask for more and more until it was something so big that I had to say no. And the moment I said that word about something they wanted me to buy them, the monster inside each one of them came to life. One even wanted a car. Someone expected you to buy her a car? Why would anyone think the person they are dating should give them something like that? Why would anyone think that someone they are dating should give them anything at all? Because I have more than enough money, and I think that turns perfectly good people into monsters. Of course, I was expected to pay for everything on a date. Which is not so bad. I did not really have a problem with that. But only if I was the one who asked for the date. If someone asked me to go on a date, I expected they would pay. I found that not to be the case. One woman even asked me to go on a trip to Spain with her. I said yes, and then she asked me for a credit card so that she could make all the reservations. I had to laugh. What a piece of work. Right? He shook his head. Like who does that? I will tell you who. People who are dating a person with lots of money. Even though I had never flaunted my money, the women I dated knew that I had it. Like I have told you, I am a simple man and always have been. I will take a burger and fries over beef Wellington and lobster any day. What about caviar? I asked. That stuff seems so gross to me. I cannot understand why rich people eat it. I have tasted it. Hated it. Never put that stuff into my mouth again. A lot of wealthy people put on airs. And eating disgusting stuff is only a small part of the airs they can put on. What about those designer handbags and shoes wealthy women must possess? I know. I think it is stupid to spend over $100 on a purse or shoes. I do not care who designed it. But I did not grow up with money. I never expected to get any of those things. Yeah, well, not every woman I dated came from wealth. But once they began dating me, something would change within them. As if being my girl meant they had to look like a billionaire was taking care of them. I am not into putting on airs. And I do not believe that any woman I am with should put them on either. So you never, in all your years, found a woman who wanted to live the simple life with you? Never. I found a down-to-earth girl a couple of times, but only to find her changing with each day that we spent together. I am destined to live alone, because I will not live with someone who lives to show the world how much money they have. Flaunting wealth is so ugly to me. So, not a fan of the Kardashians then? I asked with a grin. The who? Oh right. No television. It is a family living in Los Angeles. Their dad was a lawyer for O.J. Simpson. Anyway, he is dead now, and their mom married a famous athlete, Bruce Jenner. Surely you know about him. He was on the Wheaties box. Oh, the runner. How did he get so rich? I really do not know how any of them are rich, but they all are. It is a huge family too. It seems like everything any of them touch turns into gold. And they flaunt it. Still, I do not care for the show or their lifestyle. You are saying that now, but if you and I got together, you would want things that you could not afford, but would think that I should want to give them to you because we were involved. So he has been thinking about me in a romantic way. Well, well, well.
Chapter 9. Mitch.
Although rain had pattered on the roof most of the night, the morning came with no such sound. And that meant Taylor could be on her way to a hotel. Not that I was sure I wanted to be rid of her company just yet. She had surprised me during our conversations. She was not what I thought someone her age would be like. She was different, a good different. From her smile to the way she tossed her hair every single time it fell over her narrow shoulders, her actions did something to me that was inexplicable. They not only took my attention, but made me feel things deep inside. Even with such lofty thoughts of her, warmth stirred within me. Closing my eyes for a moment, I let the feeling wash over me before pushing it aside. Gosh, what am I thinking? I had no idea why these thoughts were going through my head. Taylor was a beautiful young woman, with a promising future ahead of her. But I was not a part of that future. I would not even want to be a part of her future. Her life was in New York. That was not a place I wanted to be. What am I saying? I had no idea why these thoughts were going through my head. Taylor was leaving after breakfast. And that was that. There would be no more long talks while the rain poured outside, keeping her here with me. If it were not for her wanting to get a story out of me, she would not have even been here. She did not come for me. She came for a story. And I was not going to give her that story. When she left, she would probably be angry at me for not giving her what she wanted. Just like every other woman in my life. If I had learned nothing at all from my life, I had learned that when you refuse to give a woman something, she leaves, and she does it with a lot of anger. She would say hurtful things too. And I did not need to hear any more hurtful things from anyone. After a shower, I dressed in my usual garb, jeans, a t-shirt, and running shoes. I caught myself staring at an unopened bottle of cologne. One of my uncles had sent it to me for Christmas the year before. I had never opened it because I had never had any intentions of using it. But today, I found myself picking up the bottle, taking the top off, and dabbing a bit around my neck. I knew why I was doing it, but did not know why I had let myself do such a thing. You are not going to end up in any kind of romantic situation with that girl. Leaving my bedroom suite, I tried not to think about the feelings she stirred in me. I had breakfast to prepare. I had things to do. I could not be thinking about Taylor, and how good it felt just being around her. "Morning, Mitch," I heard her say from behind me. Turning to her, my breath caught in my throat as she yawned and stretched, making the t-shirt ride up slightly on her thighs. Goodness, would you stop looking at her legs, Mitch? "Morning, Taylor. You remember that you were supposed to gather the eggs this morning, right?" "I do. I need to grab my suitcase from the car first." "I can do that for you." I held out my hand. "Keys, please." "Thank you." She went into the bedroom, then came back with the keys. "It is in the trunk. I am going to hop in the shower while you are doing that. Can you leave the suitcase on the bed for me?" "Sure." I walked away as fast as I could before I did something foolish. "I will make some coffee too, and leave a cup on the dresser for you." "You are a doll, Mitch Hanover." Stopping my hasty retreat, I turned to ask, "How do you want it?" "Any way you want to give it to me, Mitch. Any way at all. I am sure you make a delicious cup of coffee." And then she retreated into the bedroom. And thank goodness she had walked away too. My pulse had quickened, and I had trouble getting down the stairs and breathing normally. I have got to stop doing this to myself. This was the stupidest thing I had ever done. I was behaving like a teenager. This was not me. It just was not. I had to bring myself around and come to my senses. Refusing to think about anything else, I went to the car she had borrowed, then used the key to open the trunk. This thing really is old. It had been years since I had used an actual key to get into anything. Smiling as I took her things out of the trunk, I thought about how she had driven an old-fashioned car to get here. "Stop thinking like that, you old fool." While she had come to me, it was not for what my mind kept wandering toward at all. She was there to get the reason behind what I had done. Nothing more than that. And I did not have anything to give her for her story. But it was not for the reasons that she might have thought either. While I had done it to make a contribution to society, helping people to understand that they could live without so much technology, there was actually a myriad of reasons behind what I had done. It was one of those things that one does on the spur of the moment, letting the idea play out without thinking a whole lot about it. Not a whole lot of people had the funds I had, so not a lot of things like what I had done had occurred. But things had not been planned out the way most people must have thought. It was not like that at all. Going back up the stairs, I slowed down, wondering if what I was doing was right at all. Taylor was there to get a story, and I had somehow let my mind turn her into something more. Again, that was not me at all. Taking a deep breath, I walked into her room and laid the luggage on the bed. Even though she was not in there, she was still in the shower. I could smell her. I looked at the bed that had not been made up yet. The blankets were barely moved. She had slept like a rock. That meant she had felt at ease here, in my home. I liked the idea of her feeling comfortable here. I wondered whether she would gladly accept my offer if I asked her to stay another night. I wondered whether she would find me as fascinating as I found her if we spent another day sparring with words. Would you stop being such a fool, Mitch Hanover? Talking to myself in the third person was not a thing I often did. But with her around, I had done more of it than I had ever done. And that was a bit worrisome. I was a man who had spent lots of his time alone, and had never walked around talking to himself. I was fairly sure that even my chickens had never heard my voice. I did what I had to do, without a lot of chatter. Great, you brought my things up. Thanks, Mitch, Taylor said as she had come into the room without me being aware of the fact. Looking at the pillow that had somehow made its way to my hand, I placed it back on the bed, quickly thinking up an excuse for what I was doing. Do not bother making the bed. I am going to wash everything. She looked at the bed with a frown. Let me wash it, and I will make the bed back up. I do not want you to be put out, because I had to stay the night. The idea of her hanging out a while, washing sheets or whatever, made me happy. Well, if you insist. It was hard not to look at her wearing nothing more than a fluffy white towel. I will be in the kitchen. You were too fast with that shower. I did not get the chance to make the coffee yet. But I will have you a cup when you come down. You're still going to teach me how to gather eggs and feed chickens, right? Sure. I will dress for that then. I brought some jeans since I am in upstate New York. And some sensible shoes? I asked. Well, I have got these boots that do have heels, but I can walk around easily in them. You know what? I have got some rain boots in several sizes in the mudroom. I am a stickler for keeping the floors mud-free, and keep an assortment of sizes to be sure I have got something for almost anyone who might end up in my home. You can wear those to go deal with the chickens this morning. Plus, I am sure it is muddy out there since there was so much rain. I am going to wear some too. Cool, she said with a smile as she walked toward me. I will be ready in a jiffy, Mitch. I cannot wait. Even though it was nothing but some soap on her skin that I had in the guest bathroom, I could not help myself from inhaling the scent, and my head went light. See you in the kitchen. Slowly, I walked out of the room. I did not want her to see me hurry the way I wanted to. She was too much. My senses were on overload. It was no one's fault but mine. She was not even trying to be alluring. Yet, she was driving me crazy with how easily she took to my kind of life. I could not imagine any of the women I had dated in my past being so willing to put on some rain boots to tromp through mud, only to fetch eggs for their breakfast. But there Taylor was, not only willing to do it but excited as well. Maybe that is why I did it. I stopped as I took the last step off the stairs. Did I buy that company only to get her and me to meet? That is ridiculous. Stop being so weird, Mitch. Yeah, you're right, I said out loud. Shaking my head, I knew I had to quit this whole thing. Stop it, man. Mitch, you're still talking to yourself. Shut up. Her voice came from behind me. Huh? I looked back to find Taylor wearing some jeans and a silk blouse with socks on. She looked at me like I was nuts. And maybe I was. Honey, that shirt is not going to work. I walked back up the stairs. Let me lend you another one of my t-shirts. I do not want that silk shirt to get ruined. Her hair was damp, hanging around her makeup-free face, and still she turned my head. What if I ruin your shirt? She asked as she followed me back up the stairs. You will not. I can clean the mud out of anything. I am not the kind of person to throw things away just because they are dirty. After grabbing her a t-shirt, I headed downstairs to give her some privacy to change. Somehow, I had to stop being so distracted by her. Making the coffee helped. I followed my pattern. Inhaled the coffee as it steamed. Poured 2 cups, which was not my usual thing, but I tried not to pay attention to that. And then she showed up in the kitchen wearing my t-shirt, looking fresh and youthful. Okay. I am ready to meet your chickens. Great, because I have got to focus. Great. I turned away from her, not wanting her to read my wandering thoughts. This way to the mudroom. I have never heard of a mudroom before. Must be a farm thing. She followed me so closely, I could smell the intoxicating scent of her. I guess it is. I opened the door, and we went inside. Mine are by the door. You can see which ones fit you. You have got like 10 pairs, she said with a funny expression. For a recluse, you certainly seem to be expecting guests. It is not that. I took my shoes off to put the boots on. I just really hate mud in the house. I am prepared for the worst-case scenario. She tugged on a pair of rubber boots, then put her hands on her hips. So let us do this. I am ready to face the chickens. You are a riot. I opened the door, and out we went. The early morning air was cool. Come on, follow me. She came up beside me instead. Why can we not walk together? I do not want to be walking behind you all the time. Okay, walk with me then. Probably, your time in military school made you feel like people like to walk in lines, but that is not really the case. At least with me. I like to walk side by side. Yeah, cool, whatever. It was not super easy for me with her walking so closely that I could feel her presence in ways I did not entirely dislike. Here is the hen house. No roosters then. That is what you said last night. Nothing that will attack me. I had to smile. Nothing that will attack you. I pointed at the little hatch on the outside of the pen with the feed in it. Put your hand in there and take out a handful. I will open the door, and you can cast the feed inside the pen. She opened the hatch and looked at it with some wariness in her eyes. Okay. Scooping out some, she showed it to me. Is this enough? It was less than half of what my hand could hold and what the chickens were used to. I think that will do. I did not want to make her feel bad. She looked at my hand. Mitch, you said that you give them a handful. Your hand is twice the size of mine. I will get 2 handfuls. You open the door, and I will toss it inside. She just keeps getting better and better. As I opened the door to the chicken coop, she threw every last bit of the chicken feed inside, making the chickens fly out of their nesting places to eat. Great job. I preferred to cast it about lightly, covering the ground, but a pile of feed worked too. When I looked at her, her eyes were wide as saucers, and she pointed at the chickens as she shrieked, "They're going crazy. Run." And she is taking off, running willy-nilly all over the place. Did not see that mud puddle. Yep. Splashed into it, and now she is down. So not a farm girl, Mitch. I have got to stop talking to myself in the third person.
Chapter 10. Taylor.
Stunned by the sudden spill onto the ground, landing in a puddle of mud and water, I felt like a total idiot as Mitch stood over me with his hand extended. Come on, let me help you up, honey. That was something, was it not? They came out flying. I thought chickens could not fly. It freaked me out. I thought they were going to attack. I took his hand and he pulled me up. Chickens can fly short distances unless you cut their wings, which I do not do. He kept hold of my hand as he walked back to the chickens. They are busy eating right now, so they will not even bother us as we pluck the eggs from their nests. Do you feel up to helping me with that? I looked at the chickens, who ignored us, the pile of feed taking all of their attention. They look busy at the moment. I think I can grab some eggs. Heat still lingered in my cheeks from embarrassment. I must have looked so silly. Silly? He asked, letting go of my hand to reach into a nest. He pulled out 2 eggs. I would not say that. Startled, that is what I would say. Startled is not even close to what I was. That was full-blown panic. I began laughing at myself as I reached in to pull out 1 egg from the nest in front of me. Guess you are not too impressed with my farming skills thus far. Hey, you got back up without complaining, then you got back to the task at hand without whining that you had to go clean up before you did anything else. I would say that you have got lots of potential as a farmhand. Not that you even want to be one. It was not on my radar, no. I took 1 more egg from the last nest before turning to look at the chickens, who were about to finish up their food. One of them was black and white and kind of cute. I pointed at it. I think that one is sort of pretty. I would call her Betty. I looked at Mitch, who wore a silly grin. Do they have names? Nope. He walked out the door and I followed him. You can wash up while I make breakfast. I am going to make a mess when I walk up the stairs. The mud is dripping off me. I hated the mess I had made of myself. No, you will not. He opened the back door and walked into the mudroom, then turned and held out his hand. Give me your eggs. You can change upstairs. My brows raised. I will just hurry. Handing him the eggs, I nodded. Okay. I will be quick. I will be in the kitchen whenever you get cleaned up. After he left the mudroom, I hurried upstairs, changed, and then met him in the kitchen, inhaling the aroma of the coffee. I cannot wait to get a cup of that coffee. You do not have to wait. I have already poured you a cup. It is on the table in the breakfast nook, right around the corner there. You know, I have never been in a farmhouse before, but it has it all, does it not? A formal dining room, a breakfast nook, a living room, den, bar area, mudroom. I mean, it has got all you need and then some. I went around the corner, finding a charming little area with a booth table. A steaming cup of coffee sat on one side. I picked the cup up, holding it directly under my nose as I cradled the thing like it was something precious. Which it was, in a way. Caffeine, yes. A nutty scent mixed with stout coffee and an undertone of maple. I had never smelled that combination, and it was something out of this world. The first sip won me over. Yes. Goodness. I went back to find Mitch smiling as he folded the scrambled eggs onto 2 plates. Never, not ever, have I tasted anything like this. I mixed the coffee beans myself before grinding them. There is no sweetener whatsoever in that cup. But you cannot tell, can you? There is not even any maple syrup inside? I took another sip. I could swear there is syrup in here. It is all in the beans. Adding a couple of pieces of bacon onto each plate, he jerked his head toward a small bowl. Can you grab the biscuits and bring them to the table? Sure. I grabbed the bowl, then followed him to the breakfast nook. Do you eat like this every morning? No. I usually have coffee and some granola. But since I have a guest, I thought I would make my Sunday breakfast special. Thank you, Mitch. This is so nice. It is my pleasure. I sat down on the opposite side of him, and we began eating the yummy meal. I will grab my dirty jeans and that t-shirt you lent me, and take them with me to find a hotel. I will wash them and bring your shirt back. If that is okay. He nodded, without saying anything. At least I would be able to come back to his home, which was exactly what I needed, access to him. I had to get his story. I could not go back without it. But it was obvious that I would have to earn his trust before he would willingly give it to me. We ate the meal in silence, then I grabbed the empty plates. I will wash these and clean the kitchen. You go chill or do whatever you want. You cooked, I will clean. I know exactly what you want now since you showed me last night. I can help, he said as he got up, then gathered the rest of the things on the table. It is not like I have got anything pressing to do anyway. I did not want to argue, so I nodded as I went to start cleaning. In less than 30 minutes we had things spotless again, and both wore smiles as we surveyed everything. I sure do love a clean kitchen, he said. You sure do love cleaning everything. I laughed. I have never met anyone as dedicated to keeping things neat as a pin as you are, Mitch. I will take that as a compliment. It was meant that way. Before you take off, would you like to play a game of checkers with me? I would love to play a game with you. Only I have never played chess, but checkers I can do. To the den, he said, leading the way. Taking a few deep breaths, I knew I had to start putting subtle pressure on him to eventually get his story. We should do something to make the game interesting. He stopped and turned around to look at me with a wry grin. Like what? Every winning move gets the winner a chance to ask a personal question of the other. Personal? He asked.
Yes, personal.
As long as there are no business questions, I am game. Deal. I could find things out about why he had bought a tech company, only to close it without asking about business things. When we got into the den, he opened a closet and pulled out several boxes with board games before finding the one with checkers in it. Here we go. He handed the box to me. You can set this up while I put these things back. Taking the box, I stated, you have got a lot of board games meant for more than one player. I find that funny, since you are a man who does not invite people over to his home. I inherited these from my late grandmother, who used them to entertain all her grandchildren. Otherwise, I would not possess a single game. Setting up the board on the coffee table, I asked, you want red or black? You can pick first. I am red then. Laying out the checkers on opposite sides, I could not help but notice how the den was set up. A sofa on each side of the coffee table, meant for playing games with others or having conversations. The main theme of the whole room was spending time with other people. Did you inherit this whole setup from your grandmother, Mitch? He looked at me with shock and wonder in his eyes. Yes, I did. I can tell. How? It is set up for entertaining guests, is how I can tell. He looked around the room, as if he was looking at it for the first time. Oh. Now I can see it. I just had the room moved from her place to this one, and told the movers to set it up the same way it was in her home. I am ready for you, big guy. I took a seat on the sofa, and he sat on the one opposite. It has been ages since I have played. He put one finger on top of a black checker. But I remember all the rules. How about you? Basically. It has been a long time for me too. But I am fiercely competitive, so you better bring your A game. And you think I am not as competitive as you, honey? He laughed while shaking his head. Prepare for battle. Not long into the game, I was able to jump him, taking the first checker from him. A winning move. Ha. He sat back and folded his hands in his lap. You have got one question. I had not really thought about what I would ask first, but a question quickly came to me. Are you afraid of technology? Cocking his head, he asked, how is that not about business, Taylor? I am asking you as a person, whether you are afraid of technology. Nodding, he clasped his hands together as he answered, I am not afraid of technology in general. I am afraid of what it is doing to this world. I am worried about what it is doing to the people who live on this planet. I am not afraid of the future, but I am worried that technology will shape it in unpleasant ways. Expecting a rather vague answer, I was pleasantly surprised that he had given me such a response to my question. So, in no way do you think that technology has made the world a better place? You have not earned another win, so I will not be answering that question until you do. He picked up a black checker and jumped one of mine. Winning move. My turn to ask you a personal question. I had not seen that checker being open like that. Darn it. Okay. Shoot. Is that your real hair color, or do you dye it? Man, you ask the tough questions there, Mitch. Of course, there is some dye in it. I get it highlighted every 6 months. Just like most females do. And a fair number of males, too. I like that you are honest. Some women lie about that. I have no reason to lie. I held out my hand, wiggling my fingers. My nails are acrylic. I go get them and my toes done on the 1st of each month. He laughed. Any plastic surgery I should know about? That is another question, and you have not earned that yet. But I am only 25, and I have found no reason to get any plastic surgery so far. Would that be a thing you would get done, though? He asked as he scanned my face. Feeling self-conscious, I ran my hands over my face. Why, do you see something that needs work? Not at all. I think you have great bone structure and lovely skin. I was just asking, is all. Well, stop it. You are making me feel insecure. There is no reason for you to feel insecure. You are a true beauty. I see no reason why you would ever want to get anything done to your perfect face. Age will only enhance your lovely features. Aw, thanks, Mitch. I looked at the board and saw a double jump situation at hand, so I made my moves quickly. 2. Yes. He sighed, then said, You have got 2 more questions. First question is. Looking right into his eyes, I asked the first hard question. Mitch, do you think it is right for someone to fire an entire group of people? Quickly, he looked up at the ceiling. That is not a personal question. It is a personal and moral question, I persisted. Do you think it is okay to ever fire a bunch of people who have not done anything wrong? Stop. Why? Is it too much for you to think about the people who have lost their incomes because of you? Taylor, I am warning you. Warning me? I thought that was something. Mitch, can you answer my simple question? It is a simple yes or no. Is it okay to take jobs away from people for no good reason at all? Is it okay to take away the livelihoods of hundreds of people in one fell swoop? Well, is it? Yes. Or no? He stood, and I realized his face had gone red. He left the room, leaving me sitting there alone. I heard his footsteps as he went up the stairs and then a door slam upstairs. I was not sure if he was in his bedroom or the guest room he had let me stay the night in. Getting up, I went up to find out where he was. Just as I topped the stairs, I noticed it was his door that was closed. So I went into the guest room and packed my bags. It was obvious that he did not want me there any longer. I had no one to blame but myself. I had thought myself clever, but I had been mistaken. It was wrong to ask him the things I had. That was not how a professional journalist got an interview. After I had my things packed and gathered in my arms, I went to his door. I had no idea if he could hear me or not, but I said, I am sorry, Mitch. I overstepped my boundaries. Thank you for all your hospitality. I had a wonderful time. Goodbye. I walked away, making my way down the stairs, then to the front door. Looking over my shoulder, I kept hoping I would find him there, and he would let me apologize to his face. But he was not there. I opened the door, walked out, and was about to close the door behind me when he came down the stairs. Wait. I stopped, hope filling me as he came closer. You are welcome, Taylor. He held out a tiny key on a small keyring. Use this to unlock the gate, and once you are on the other side, please lock it back and put the key on top of the post. I will go down and get it later. He dropped the key in my palm, then closed the door in my face. I am sorry, Mitch. I really am. I turned to walk away, unsure if he had heard me or not. I just did not want to lose my job at the Times. Not that he should even care if I lost my job or not, but I had to say it. If not to him, then to myself. I felt terrible. And I had to make a good excuse for why I had asked him something that I should not have. But the excuse did nothing to help me feel better. After putting my things in the trunk of the car, I threw my purse on the passenger seat, then took my cell phone from my pocket and placed it next to the purse. I had a decision to make. Go home or go find a hotel and continue trying to get Mitch's story. But I knew he was done with me. He would never give me another chance to even speak to him. And I had no one to blame but myself. Home it is then. I put the car into drive and made a U-turn, then headed down the driveway to the gate. Mr. Robbins was going to get what he had wanted ever since I had gotten the job. He was getting rid of me. The job search for another journalist job would become a thing I would have to start doing as soon as I got back to New York. And I was not looking forward to it at all. I stopped short when I saw something odd at the gate just as I rounded the corner. What is going on? A white van with no windows was parked in front of the gate. The passenger door opened, and someone with a black mask hiding their face got out of it wielding something large. The squared shoulders and long gait told me it was probably a man going to the gate. I watched as he used the thing in his hands to cut the lock, and then the gate swung open.
Goodness!
I slammed the car in reverse at the same time as I floored the gas pedal.
Goodness!
Spinning the car around, I went as fast as I could go. I had to get to Mitch. There was something terrible going on. He was in danger. And now I was too. Goodness, we are in serious trouble.
Chapter 11. Mitch.
I stood, watching out the window as Taylor walked away with her head hanging low. Feeling conflicted about sending her away, I had to wonder if her apology meant she would really stop trying to get that story she had come for. But I could not bring myself to open the door to ask her about it. Instead, I just kept watching. I watched as she put her things into the trunk of the old car. I watched as she looked at the house one last time before getting into the driver's seat. I watched as she drove slowly away down the driveway. I watched until I could not see her car anymore, and after that, I leaned my forehead against the pane of glass I had been watching her through. What if I have made a mistake? Spending time with Taylor had been something so different for me. A good different. But then I had gotten angry and ruined it all. There was no one else to blame but myself. She had set the tone for the game of checkers. I knew she would be asking me questions. And part of me knew what she was doing too. But the anger I felt when she began asking me if I found it morally acceptable to fire hundreds of people for what she deemed as no good reason made me lose control. I got angry, and I let it make me do something rash. What she did was rash as well. I went to my room to cool off and think about things for a bit. But I had no intention of telling her to leave. She did that on her own. How could I fault her, though? Would anyone want to stay around someone who was angry at them? Would anyone want to deal with a man they thought of as morally corrupt? That had to be the way she thought of me, or she would not have asked me a question like that. But she did not understand why I had done what I did. She did not let herself think about why I would do something like that. Well, to be fair, Mitch, she did want to talk to you about that. Stop the third-person talk. I said to myself. Own it. You blew it. You did not have to get mad. You could have just answered her questions. You could have given her your side of the story. You could have done so many other things than what you did. Gosh. I am still talking to myself. I am going nuts. I have done something stupid and drove away a person I really like talking to and spending time with. Now I will die alone. Stepping away from the window, I looked around at the foyer. All I saw was emptiness. Everywhere I looked, empty space stared back at me. Taylor had spent less than 24 hours in my home, and somehow she had made an impact on it and me. Bet even the chickens will miss her. Unsure of what to do now, I trudged slowly out of the foyer. But then the sound of tires crunching gravel at an accelerated speed made me turn back around. Taylor. Had she come back to me? Was she going to give me a chance to apologize? What would I say to make everything right again? I ran to the door and threw it open, wanting her to know that I wanted her to come back inside. I wanted her to come back to me. But what I saw stunned me. A white van came speeding behind her. Taylor barely had time to skid the big old Lincoln to a stop before the van came skidding to a stop right behind her. She got out and ran like mad to me. "Mitch, get inside." "What is going on?" I shouted as I ran to meet her. She grabbed my arm, pulling me to go back inside. "Mitch, we have got to get inside." I ran with her but watched as several masked men got out of the van, most of them carrying weapons. "What is going on?" "Inside, Mitch," she shouted. "Now." We stepped into the house, and I managed to shut and lock the door just before the first of the men made it to the porch. Banging on the door, one of them shouted, "We will get in. We will get you, Mitchell Hanover. You are no longer safe." Taylor pulled at me. "Mitch, we need to get somewhere safe." "We're safe." I would not let her pull me away from the door. "They cannot get in here." I saw some movement near the door, and then Taylor pulled hard on my arm. "Mitch, we have to get somewhere safe. Come on. Now." "Blow it open, boys," I heard another man's voice shout. "Blow?" I asked. "Are they going to blow up?" "Mitch, for goodness sake, come on," Taylor yelled at me. "My room?" I grabbed her hand and pulled her with me to the stairs. We were halfway up them when the loudest sound I had ever heard deafened my ears. She and I crouched, stunned, as smoke began rolling up the stairs. I felt her hand on mine, and then we were moving upstairs again. She ran with me in tow, ending up in my bedroom suite. Once we were inside, she let go of my hand and slammed the door shut, then looked at me. Her mouth moved, but I heard nothing. I shook my head, held my hands over my ears, and watched as she jerked her head to look at the door. She threw her hands in the air, her mouth moved more, and I began to feel vibrations in my feet. "They are up here now. At the door." That door was safe enough, but not completely. Not as safe as the door to the bedroom. I pulled her with me through the other door, then closed and locked it before moving her to the furthest part of the room. Rubbing my temples, I started to hear bits and pieces of what was going on. Lots of banging, men shouting, and Taylor crying. She sat down on the bed, then put her face in her hands. I sat next to her, wrapping my arm around her. "It is going to be okay." "How?" she shouted. I could tell by the shape of her mouth. But I only heard it as a whisper. "How will we be okay, Mitch? There are maybe 10 men out there who want your head on a platter. So, how are we going to be okay?" I looked at the phone that sat on the nightstand and went to it. Picking up the handset, I said, "I will call the police." Nodding, she got up and came to stand next to me. "Good." She clung to my free arm. "Hurry." Putting the phone to my ear, I did not hear a dial tone. But I did not think much of it, as I had not gotten all my hearing back yet. "You make the call. I cannot hear well from the explosion." She took the phone I held out to her, then looked at the keypad before looking back at me. I pushed the buttons. "Yes." "Like I just pushed 9 and then 1 again?" "Yes." She did as I had said and then looked at me. "I do not hear anything. Is there supposed to be some kind of a sound?" I had no idea what she was talking about. "You do not hear it ringing?" She shook her head. "I do not hear anything." I pushed the buttons to hang it up so that she could try again. "Do you hear the dial tone?" "The what?" she asked, looking confused. "The solid beep," I explained, feeling aggravated that she had no clue how to use a landline phone. "I do not hear anything coming from this thing." Her voice had come in clearer that time, and I took the phone from her. "Let me see what is going on. My hearing is coming back." "They got quiet out there, Mitch. That scares me." Nodding, I had to agree. "Me too. But I will make this call, and things will be under control very soon." But when I tried, I did not hear a dial tone at all. I hung the phone up, then listened again. Darn. There is nothing. I bet they cut the line outside. For a moment, I thought all was lost, but then I looked at her, recalling how she always had her cell phone on her. Hey, where is your cell? In the car. You left it in the car. I could not believe it and spun around, shoving my hands through my hair. You keep that thing on you like it is an appendage, but when we need it the most, you leave it in your car? I was running for my life, Mitch. I just do not understand. You always have it in your pocket. I took it out and put it on the seat. I did not want to have to try to dig it out of my pocket while I was driving if I got a call or a text. It is sitting on the passenger seat right next to my purse. Well, that is just great. You know, I would not lay all the blame on me, big guy. If you had not bought that tech company only to fire everyone who worked there, then destroy the building and all the work they had done, we would not be in this situation. You do not know it as any of those people, I snapped. You got more enemies than those you put out of work, Mitch? I would really like to know. I do not think of those people as my enemies. You should. They hate you. You ruined their lives. You took away their income. You put their homes in jeopardy. I did not put their homes in jeopardy. You are being overly dramatic. People have to pay rent or mortgages, Mitch. I know you do not have to do that, but most people do. And when you do not have steady money coming in, you miss payments. Some people can miss one payment and get kicked out of their homes. So yeah, you put their homes in jeopardy. Some people have loans on cars, so they may have lost their cars and their homes, leaving them homeless. But you did not think about all that before you fired them all. And for what? I mean, honestly, what did you gain from it? Did I make a mistake? I did not do it for myself. You did not do it for anyone else either. I did it for the world. I did it for the future of people and the world as a whole. So, now you want to explain why you did it. Now that it really does not matter, because these guys seem angry, and I doubt they want anything other than to harm us. I am sure you are not in danger. You did not do anything to anyone. I am pretty sure people like these do not leave witnesses behind, Mitch. They will not want me talking to the police or anyone else about what they will do here. I had not thought about that. Well, I am not going to let them hurt you. So I do not want you to be afraid. You are safe with me. Safe? She laughed in disbelief. With you? I can keep you safe. If I had realized that coming here would put my life in danger, I would not have come. You cannot keep me safe. You cannot keep yourself safe. Honey, you do not know half of what I can do. I did grow up in military school, if you will recall. I doubt any of these guys know that about me. So I will have the element of surprise. Please tell me you have some way to defend ourselves. She looked around the room. If we have something to defend ourselves, I will feel a lot better. I would feel even better if help was coming, but that is not going to happen because you hate technology and refuse to have a computer or cell phone in your home. And what if I did have a computer? I asked her. How would that help? She rolled her eyes. Really, Mitch? We would be able to message the local police station. Or I could message someone I know and get them to make the call to send help to us. Of course, you would need to have internet access. Which you do not. No, I do not have internet access. But I do know Morse code, so that might be useful. I have got a flashlight, and after night falls, I can use it to make flashes of light in the Morse code pattern to let officials know that I need help out here. You got someone who is looking for something like that? She asked with loads of skepticism in her voice. Well, everyone knows the code, right? No one knows the code, she said. And it is possible that if we are shining lights out the window, the bad guys will stop us somehow. I doubt they will be cool with us doing much at all. They must have demands, I said. Yeah, your head on a platter. Me gone, so I cannot talk about what they will do here. Wait, I said as something occurred to me. Someone does know you are here. Your boss at the Times. Surely he asked you to check in periodically. Nope. She sighed and fell back onto the bed. He just wants me to return with your story. Or never go back to the New York Times again. Oh. So he would not send anyone looking for you here, if you did not show back up. That is right. What about your roommate? Now she will miss me. But I did not give her your address, since that is confidential information. How did you get it then? I asked. You cannot just search your name and get the address. But you can look it up at the tax office in New York City, by looking up Mainline Technical, as you are the owner. And there is your address. No phone number. No email address. But your physical address was there on that document. I am sure that is how these guys found you too. I did not know that. There was a lot I had not thought about when doing what I did. I sat down on the bed. I might have made a mistake. I might have done things before I fully thought them out. You think? She rolled her eyes, then put her arm over her face. We are in serious trouble, and now you realize things you should have a long time ago. We are not done yet. I did not see a reason to just give up. I am sure they do not want to harm us. I am pretty sure they did not bring all those weapons and explosives so that they could play nice with you, Mitch. Money, I said. This is all about money, right? Money, vengeance, stuff like that, she said. They just want money. She sat up with wide eyes. If they want money, will you give it to them? Because that could save our lives, if you gave them whatever they wanted. They would have to let us leave, to go to the bank to get the money. So I would tell them that I will give it to them, but once we are free, I would most definitely not give them anything. They will not let us out, so that you can go in person to your bank. That kind of thing is done by wire, and often, they would want you to send it to some account. So you will need to wire them the money, not go to the bank. I guess that can be done by phone. Not that I have one. Drumming her fingers on her upper thigh, she seemed to be thinking. But I know they all have cell phones. You could access your account using one of their phones and do the deal that way. This could work. And how could I do that? You use your bank's online service. They all have them. If mine does, I do not know about it. I am sure you can learn. I went to the file cabinet, where I kept all my important papers. I have got this packet they gave me when I opened the account 10 years ago. Let me see whether it says anything about online banking. She came to stand next to me, as I laid out the packet on the dresser. First State Bank of Van Hornsville. They have a bank in this little town. One bank, yeah. I pulled all the paperwork out of the packet, but did not see anything. I do not think they have strong online services. She pulled the papers so she could see them too. It is called online banking. Well, why did you call it an app then? That is what I was looking for. She put her finger on one of the pages. Here. They do have certain services that use online banking. Goodness. I thought she had found good news. Obviously, that was not the case. What? You have to go to the bank in person to set it up. Not that it would help anyway. This small bank does not offer large transfers through their online system. And I am sure these people want more than a small amount. I am not going to give up on this. Where there is a will, there is a way. Or at least, I hope that is the case.
Chapter 12. Taylor.
Who puts billions of dollars in a tiny bank? I had to ask with frustration as Mitch's problems with technology had begun to affect me. The money is in many places, not just that bank. Well, why did you not say that in the first place? We might be able to do something with one of your other banks. Did I say it was in other banks? Mitch, do not tell me that you have billions in cash hiding in coffee cans underground or something insane like that. No. But there is lots of cash in safety deposit boxes around the state. Anything nearby? I asked with hope. No. Do you have any cash stashed in your home or somewhere else on the property? I was trying to drag any information out of the man and coming up short. No. Okay, you have got your bank card on you, right? He had to at least have that with him. Shaking his head, he said, I am not about to hand over my bank card. Even if it means our lives? I was not going to let him go cheap where our lives were concerned. You should know that I will get that bank card and give it to them if you will not. I am not dying because you do not want to give up some of the money that you have so much of. And here we go again. A woman who gets angry when I refuse to use money whenever she wants. Mitch, this is our lives I am talking about. Not some fancy car. Not some vacation. Not even a house. Our lives. A loud knocking sound came from the door to the attached living area of his bedroom. They had not gotten it down yet, from the way it sounded. Mitch went toward the closed and locked bedroom door. Stay here. I will see what they want. I should come too, Mitch. I should know what they want. He looked at me for a moment, then shook his head. If they get that door open, you will be in danger. That is not going to happen on my watch, honey. You stay in here with the door locked. I will knock when it is safe to let me back in. I do not like this. I do not need you to like everything that I do. Just do as I say. Aggravated, I went along with him and closed and locked the door after he had gone through. Putting my ear to the door, I could hear them talking and listened hard. Mitch here. What do you want? Money, among other things. We will deal with the money first, so that we can get some funds going to our people. We did you a favor, Hanover. We set up a company that you are going to silently fund. Let me guess, Mitch said. You set up a new technology company, and you want my money to make it successful. Oh, it is not your money that will make it a success. It is the people who will work there. See, you robbed us. And we are here to get back what we can from you. You destroyed years of hard work. We know you cannot give that back. But you can fund a new company where we can get back to work. And you will continue to fund this company forever. Do you understand? And if I refuse? I crouched down, biting my lower lip as I silently begged Mitch not to push these people. Then you will watch your pretty little friend die. I stopped breathing. Why me? And why do they think I am his friend? Tell them who I really am, Mitch. For goodness sake, tell them who I am. She is much more than that to me, so if she is harmed in any way, you will never get what you came for. Do you understand me? Not the time to stand your ground, Mitch. And what does he mean, I am more than a friend to him? You have no control here, Hanover. You must accept that as a fact. You must also accept the fact that you are going to sign documents that will make things legal. You will become the silent owner of this company. And you will become financially responsible for its success and that of its employees. This is a perpetual agreement, and you will sign it so that your money can continue to support this company even after your death. Which I am sure will be untimely. I hear what you are saying. You will get all the information you need to make this a legit thing, and then you will harm me. I am not stupid. Who am I talking to anyway? You can call me boss. Because I am the one who is telling you what to do. And you will do it, or you will most certainly suffer in the worst possible way one can imagine. And you will suffer even more when you watch your friend, whatever she is to you, as we make things very difficult for her. Hanover, you will do this. You have no choice. I did not want to suffer. I stood up and banged on the door. You had better accept this, Mitch. Do not fight it. Do whatever they want. It was as if he did not even hear me, which I knew was impossible, as I had shouted it at the top of my lungs. He said, there are always choices, boss. Not for you. Not anymore. You gave them up when you did what you did. Every action has a reaction. Sometimes the reactions are more intense than the initial action. That is the case for you. We know this is not easy for you. And we are waiting on some legal documents to come in. Once we print them out, we will push them underneath this door and you can sign and date them, then push them right back out. I hope you have a pen in there. I am not about to give you any of my financial information, Mitch said, making my stomach twist. I could not believe he thought he had any ground to stand on with these people. He had a chance if he worked with them. But if he refused, then we were both in serious trouble. We expected you to say that. We were able to infiltrate one of the financial institutions where you keep many billions of dollars. As long as your signatures match what is on record with this institution, the money can be moved into the business account that you have already set up. I have done no such thing, Mitch shouted. Oh, but you have. At least that is what the bank thinks. When one knows account numbers and the mother's maiden name, Archer in your case, one can make miracles occur. So you found out my mother's maiden name? Mitch asked with shock. It is called research, and it makes it very easy to find these things out. You will not get away with this, Mitch roared. I dropped to my knees. He is going to get us harmed or worse. We already have. Once we have the legal documents that you will sign, we will be able to get right back to doing what we were meant to do. You cannot get in the way of progress. You know that we are aware of your hate for technology. That is why you bought our company, only to shut it down. You are a relic. No one will even miss you when you are gone. My heart ached for Mitch. No one likes to hear that they will not be missed when they are gone. Not nice. Mitch was kind of a relic in his own way. But he had not meant to hurt anyone. I was sure of that. He had made some quick choices and done some things he should not have. But he could fix all that if he wanted to. He could open the company back up. He could rehire everyone he had let go. It was doable. But he had to offer that to this guy. So far, he had not thought of doing that. And that was why Mitch needed me. I banged on the door. Mitch, come talk to me. I think we can work things out with these people. To my surprise, I heard Mitch say, I will get back to you on things. I want to think about this. Not that there is anything to think about, but we do not have all the papers you must sign yet anyway. Go. Spend time with your friend while we take care of business. You do not have much time left with her. But do not worry, she will be gone too. You can meet again in heaven. If they let you in, that is. You sorry man. A knock came on the bedroom door. It is me, Mitch. Let me in. Unlocking and opening the door, I glared at him. You have put us both in serious trouble. Do you know that? You did not think. If you had just let me interview you, I might have suggested that you open the company back up in a new building and hire everyone back with pay raises to make up for what you did. But you refused to talk to me about it. And now we are in worse trouble. No, we are not. I can get us out of this situation. I know that I can. You cannot. There is no way for us to get out of here. And they are going to harm us no matter what. But if you offer them everything I tell you to, then we might be able to get out of this alive. They have already set into action what they want. How can I make them take anything less? Because you can give it to them and tell them to leave without us ever seeing their faces. You can promise them you will not go after any of them. As long as they leave us alone. That will not work. I have met people like this before. Oh, really? I found that impossible to believe. Where have you seen desperate people like these? I was in the military school. I even went to West Point. So what? They teach about things of this nature. When one plans battles, they must know their enemies. I was taught about many different enemies and how to deal with them. And I know what they will and will not negotiate about. I cannot offer them anything less than what they want. They will not take it. You do not know if you do not ask, Mitch. Think about it. These are not killers. These are tech people gone mad. Give them the chance to walk away with everything they had before, and then some, and they will make the deal. You have to try. He took my chin in his big hand and his thumb ran across my cheek. You just do not want to suffer. Duh. He laughed and I could not believe it. You are going to have to trust me, honey. Why can you not trust me too? I do not want to die. I do not want to suffer. And I do not want to see that happen to you either. And can you please tell me why you did not tell that man who I really am? Maybe that would get me set free, and then I could get help to get you out of here too. If I said you were nothing to me, that would mean they would harm you right now. Them thinking that you mean something to me is what is keeping you alive. You are now a pawn to them. You are something to use against me, to make me do whatever they want. You are welcome. Thank you. Maybe he is smarter about this than I am giving him credit for. Mitch walked across the room, leaned against the window frame and looked out the window. Escape seems best. We are on the second floor. I went to stand on the other side of the window, checking out how far down the ground was and finding it much too far to jump. I did not see a ladder anywhere either. I am not jumping and breaking my legs, among other things. Grinning, he looked at me with amusement in his expression. I would not have you do anything that would hurt you, Taylor. I believe you. I looked at the floor, not wanting him to see the fear in my eyes. Mitch, I am just really afraid. More than I have ever been in my entire life. I felt him move close to me, and then his arms wrapped around me, hugging me as he swayed slowly back and forth. His lips pressed against the top of my head as he said quietly, I know you are, honey. I have got this. You can count on me to keep you safe. I looked up at him. And alive too? He smiled. And alive too. Somehow I believed him. So, what is the plan to make sure we both stay safe and alive? I have not figured it out yet. But I am working on it. That is better than nothing. Nodding, he let me go and stepped back. I am going to sit down and concentrate. Maybe you should just lie down on the bed and try to relax. I should try. I went to the bed, lying down on my side, facing away from him so that I could stop thinking about what was going on. My mind went back to when my grandparents were alive. Getting up in the mornings and eating a quick breakfast with them before heading off to school. It was so mundane to me back then. But now, I would give anything to get to live just one more of those mundane days with them. I thought about the restaurant. There had been many hard shifts there, but having more of those chaotic times was something I really wanted. I even wanted to get to see Mr. Miller one more time. Maybe I would just tell him how I felt. But I wanted one more chance to see him and everyone else I had made friends with at the newspaper. Then I spotted the chickens I had fed that morning. I smiled as I thought about how I had panicked when I saw them come flying out of the co-op. Turning over, I saw Mitch sitting at his small desk, pen in hand, a pad of paper on the desk. He was not writing, just staring at the page. He looked up at me. You are smiling. How funny did I look when I lost my cool with those chickens? With a chuckle, he said, really funny. Your arms were all flailing around like this. He held his arms up and wiggled them. I could not stop myself from laughing and turning red with embarrassment. Now I am glad you are not into technology. Anyone else would have hurried to grab their cell and record me, then put the video on social media before I got a chance to tell them no. Not you though. You just came over and helped me get up and out of the mud puddle. Any true gentleman would have done the same. Not nowadays. You might be right. Technology has made us different. And not in a good way. I nodded. Yeah. Like social media has made it so that people say things to each other that they never would have said had they had to face that person. How is that? He asked. You know, I have never done the social media thing. Well, people will comment on posts and say the rudest or most judgmental things. But if the same people were face to face, perhaps in a group setting, and the topic was brought up, you can be sure that not one of them would feel so free to say the things they might write on social media platforms. Look, I know I might have gone overboard by buying that company and shutting it down, but something needs to be done about technology taking over everything. As you said, it has changed the way people act with each other. Violence has never been so rampant. I believe this is because of all the violence people see on movies, television, games, and even on that social media thing. If we can scale back, learn how to live without everything being so far advanced, then we stand a chance. But if we keep going like we are going, things will not end well. While you may be right, I do not think the hurricane that is technology can be stopped. Maybe it is time for you to accept that there is nothing you can do about the world. But you can live any way you want, Mitch. If you do not want technology, you do not have to have it. You are doing quite well without much technology. But others do not want to live the way you do. And you have to let them be who they are. He drummed his fingers on the desk, then looked at me. You know, for a young woman, you are pretty smart. I have not been a kid in many years, Mitch. Maybe it was because I was raised by my grandparents, and being that they were older, I had to do a lot for myself. They raised a good person. He nodded. I am sure they know that. I feel them with me at times. Like I never lost them. But I still get lonely, you know? I know the feeling. But I have been living without family for so long that I have become content with the way things are. His eyes glistened, and I could tell that he was not being entirely honest with himself. He is so not content with the life he has been living.
Chapter 13. Mitch.
The sight of Taylor lying in my bed stirred feelings inside me that had been dormant for years. I had not lied to her when I said I had become content with my life. But since she showed up, I no longer felt content. Instead, I felt an urge I had not felt in a very long time. There was no way I would act on the attraction I had for her, though. She was not into me. I was pretty sure of that. I did not want to mistake her attention for anything other than what it truly was. She needed me to give her my story so that she could get back home and keep her job with the newspaper. It was not anything more than that. Now that she was trapped inside my house and there would be no getting away from me, she really had no choice at all. And I began to feel bad for her about that. I am sorry you got caught up in all this, Taylor. Her lips pulled up to one side. If I had left minutes earlier, I would not have seen the van at the gate. And then you would be here, dealing with this all alone. So do not be sorry that I am caught up in this. I am glad you are not alone. I am glad I am here with you. They were not after me, Mitch. I could have left had I wanted. I did not stop to think about leaving, though. I knew I had to get back to you, to let you know what was coming for you. I did not want you to deal with this on your own. I wanted to be here with you. You mean that? She sat up. Mitch, I am really afraid. But I am glad that I am here with you. I cannot imagine how I would feel if I found out that something horrible had happened to you right after I left. Well, to be honest, I doubt you would have ever found out all the details. You were going back to New York, and I would imagine you were never going to try to come find me again. Is that not right? I do not know. I felt bad about what happened between us. I kept hoping you would ask me to stay. I cannot explain why that is exactly. But I know it was not so that I could get another chance at getting the story from you. I just did not want to end things with you on bad terms. I did not want things to end badly between us either. And I had not meant for you to leave in the first place. I walked away so that I could calm down. But when I saw you leaving, I thought you hated me and wanted to get away from me. So I did not say the things I wanted to say. What did you want to say? That I was sorry, and I had overreacted. And you would have meant that, she asked with shining eyes. Nodding, I knew I would have meant that. Yes. I told you that I was content with my life. And that had been completely true. Until you showed up. Her brows raised. Until I showed up. Yeah. I should be honest too. My heart fluttered, hoping to hear that she was beginning to have feelings for me. Please do. She looked right into my eyes. I feel comfortable with you, Mitch. Not exactly what I was looking for. I feel comfortable with you too, Taylor. At first you came off as grumpy. But very soon that changed. You became kind of fun. I did not know what to say at all. She was not saying that she found me attractive, or that she was into me. It sounded more as if she liked me as a friend. I had to say something though. You're kind of fun too. Thanks. Ditto. That did not go the way I thought it might at all. A knock at the outer door had us both jumping to our feet. It has not been that long, she whispered. What can they want now? I will go see. She walked right behind me. Should you not have something to hit them with, if they get through that door? I will grab a lamp or something if that happens. You stay in here with the door locked, just like before. Unlocking the bedroom door, I opened it and found papers being shoved under the door to the living area. Darn. She looked around me and saw them too. Sign them. Just sign them, Mitch. Clenching my jaw, I did not want to give them access to any of my money. Just wait here. Her hand on my shoulder had me turning to face her. Mitch, please do not make them angry. If you do what they want, then we might get out of here alive. She was so wrong and needed to know. Taylor, they are not letting us out of here alive. Just wait here. Her eyes grew huge and a tear slipped down her cheek. I could feel the fear radiating off her. Pulling her into my arms, I hugged her tightly. Trust me. I am going to get you out of here. Her hands gripped my arms as she broke down. I did not want to let her go, but a knock at the door forced me to do just that. Letting her go, I watched as she covered her face with both hands. Then I closed the door and waited to hear the sound of the lock before I went to the other door. I thought I had more time, I said. Why should we give you more time? The same man who had come before asked. You did not give us time. I suggest you make sure you do not try to mess things up by using a signature that is not yours. No trickery. The signatures have to match the ones on file at the bank. I will have to read the documents, I said to gain some time. There will be no changes. This is non-negotiable. You will sign every one of them. Initials in the places it asks for them. Use today's date. You have 1 hour to get this done, and then I will be back for them. I thought about the idea Taylor had. Look, we can do things a different way. You do not have to commit fraud at all. I will simply buy a new building and open the company again. I will rehire every single employee. And I will sign bonuses that will more than cover the wages each one of you has missed since I shut the company down. As soon as I get things up and running, I will sell it to the whole of you for $1. That means that each employee will also be an owner and not only get paid regular wages, but will get quarterly payments from the profits made too. You would write this in a document, sign and date it, making it an irrevocable bond? I would. I would need to talk with the others before accepting that offer. Of course. I will hold off on signing these documents until you have an answer. Write down everything you just told me. I will take it to the others. Let me grab some paper, and I will get it right out to you. I went back and knocked on the bedroom door. Taylor, let me in. She opened the door, and I moved quickly to the desk. I heard what you said. She wiped tears away as she smiled. You took my advice. I did. I wrote everything down, and then went back to push it underneath the door. I will be waiting for your answer. The man on the other side of the door left without saying a word. And I went back into the bedroom, closing and locking the door behind me. Taylor stood by the window, looking outside. I hope they take your offer. She turned to look at me. And I am very happy that you made the offer. Well, it seemed like the right thing to do. If they take the offer, I will tell them that they need to leave my home, and that I will file no charges. Maybe we will be free very soon. You should still make a plan for our escape, just in case they do not take your offer. If you are right, and you sign all the documents they wanted in the first place, then we are in serious trouble. I looked up at the ceiling, trying to remember the way things looked up there when the contractor was making the changes to the bedroom. The attic is where I have my guns. She looked up too. Can I assume the attic is right above us? Yes. But you can only access it from the hallway. Being jailed in your bedroom suite makes things difficult. She walked across the room, then opened the door to the walk-in closet. Are you sure you do not have something in the ceiling in here? Lots of closets have attic doors in them. I do not know why that is, but I have seen that lots of times. That one does not, though. I wanted this room to be able to be sealed off completely. Great, she said, rolling her eyes. So we're super safe in here, but that also means we cannot get to anywhere else in this house. She took a seat on the end of the bed. How are they going to harm us if they cannot get to us? I did not want to tell her all the ways they could harm us without being able to get inside. You really do not want to have that conversation. Shrugging, she nodded. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Her eyes went to the window. Is there a window in the attic above this window? You could climb out, scale the wall up to the attic, and then go in through the other window. Come out in the hallway and handle the situation. No window up there on this side of the house. There is one that leads to the attic, but it is in the front of the house. More aesthetically pleasing that way. You know what would have been great, Mitch? She asked with a grin. What would have been great? If you had video cameras all over the house and had the command center in your bedroom. That way, we would know where everyone was at all times, and when no one was anywhere near the attic door in the hallway, you could sneak out and go up there to get the guns, come back down and handle the situation. Is every scenario going to contain the aspect of me handling the situation? I see that as the best part of any plan, Mitch. She smiled at me. You are the hero of this story, are you not? I sure hope so. I will do my part. What are you going to do? Hide behind you and tell you if anyone is coming behind you, so that you can turn and handle them too. I will be the sidekick. I am sure you would be a great one too. But I hope it does not come to that though. I hope I made the offer generous enough for them to accept. Surely, they would rather get most of what they wanted and more in some ways. I mean, I would end up selling the company to all the employees. Who would not like that? Is that something you've heard of before, letting the employees also be owners? I read about this grocery store chain called Publix. Every employee becomes an owner of the company after working something like 1,000 hours. And they report more profit than other businesses similar to theirs. It was listed as a top place to work too. The employees are happy, from what I recall reading. Who would not want to work in a place like that? I can make that happen for the people I put out of work. I am glad you want to right your wrong, Mitch. Until you pointed things out to me, I had been kind of blind about what my actions had done to people. I guess I have not always thought about others. And I had not thought about people having to pay rent and mortgage payments. Being born into money meant I never had to learn about things like that. The majority of the people in this world depend on every penny they earn to pay their bills. I understand your rather unique circumstances, but when you make decisions that involve others and their incomes, you should talk to someone before you go making plans. I do not see me doing something that drastic ever again. I have learned my lesson. I just hope I get the opportunity to help those I have hurt. How in the world did you change your mind in the matter of a day, Mitch Hanover? Well, this really smart young lady showed up at my gate. She came into my home and filled me in on how life is when you're working to make a living. And then the people I hurt decided to come and take everything from me, including my life. When things like that occur, it is time to make some changes. You are a quick learner, she said with a smile. It sure would be a shame if we do not make it out of this alive. I think you can do some good for the world, if you put your mind to it. I was not sure I could help the world the way I wanted to, though. I do regret closing that company. But I still hate technology. So I do not know what I can do for the world. Except leave others alone. I am sure you can come up with things you could do. Maybe you can come to New York sometime. He interrupted me. Nope. Not going to the city. Okay, she said as she laughed. I am sure you will figure things out. Right this wrong, if they will let you, and then you can figure things out from there. You seem to be optimistic that they will take the offer. She looked away before saying, I hope they do. But I do not know these people. I do not even know if they are really tech people or hired troublemakers. And not knowing makes it hard to know what they will agree to. They seem to have gone to great lengths to attain your financial information and have someone on the inside to pull this whole thing off. I do not know if these people can get the real heads of this movement to agree to your offer. Maybe there is just too much invested in their original idea. You might be right. But I cannot just sign the things they want me to and end up harmed anyway. I had the idea of you signing the forms with a signature different from your usual one. I was even going to tell you to let me sign your name so that the people at the bank would realize it was not you signing right away. But then I heard the guy telling you to be sure you sign right and not to try to mess things up. So that idea was useless. It was a good idea, nonetheless. But these people seem to be thinking way ahead of us. They have been plotting this for a while, and we barely learned about it. I think you might have the advantage, though. They are here on your turf. You know this place, and they do not. If you really put your mind to it, I bet you can figure out how to get into the attic and get to your guns. And handle the situation, I said, then laughed. Now you are getting it, she said, laughing too. How many guns do you have up there anyway? Plenty. Have you ever shot a gun? No. I have never even touched one. I would be of no help to you with a gun. They are easy to use. You just point, pull the trigger, and stop the threat. What about if the gun is on safety? She asked. I have heard that term on shows before. I would not know how to get it off safety. It is a simple button on the side of the gun, usually near the trigger. If you pull the trigger and nothing happens, the gun's safety mechanism is on. You would simply push the button to make it come out on the other side of the gun, and then aim and pull the trigger again, and it will fire. What about aiming? She looked reluctant. What if I have a terrible aim? Is that a thing? Sure, some people are not good at aiming, but it is not hard at all. When your target is a person, there is usually enough mass to give anyone some sort of a hit. Most people do stop when hit. Even if it is not a lethal hit. All you would need to do is stop them from coming at you. Once they stop, you can really aim and get the job done. A center mass shot is best. Just point right at the middle of the chest. It is a large target and a lot easier to make than a headshot. I went to the desk, found a rubber band, and took it to her. Here, put this part around the end of your index finger and pull back, aim at my chest and let it go. With both eyes open, she did as I had directed, and the band hit my shoulder. Darn it. I am a bad ame. I picked up the rubber band, as it had landed on the floor near my feet. Look, I put the band on the end of my finger and pulled it back. Putting it up to my face, I closed one eye to home in on my target, which was her upper arm. Close one eye to be able to focus better. And then let it fly. I let the band go, and it hit her right where I was aiming. "Ow!" she shouted. "That stings." I picked it up and handed it to her. "Your turn." She took it and did it the same way I had done, aiming for my chest, and this time she hit her target. "Hey, I did it." "It is that easy, honey." Yeah, it was easy. But when I am faced with a human coming at me, I think fear will have me running, not shooting. You would be amazed what people can do when faced with danger. Running is sometimes the answer. But standing and fighting might be a thing you find yourself having to do. Best to be practiced a bit. Especially in the circumstances we are in right now. She picked up the rubber band off the floor. "Okay, you ready for this? I am going to make it a little harder for you this time." I took several steps back. "I am going to be coming at you this time. Remember to aim for the center of my chest." As I went toward her, she aimed and shot me again. "Yeah. Hey, I am kind of good at this." "Yes, you are? We will keep practicing." "Mitch, I really do not think I can shoot any living thing with something that would harm it." "Honey, anyone you might encounter out there is looking to harm you, so you will use force if it comes down to it. My plan is not finished yet, but I plan on handling the situation. That would mean you would not need to find out if you can do it or not. But if for some reason you find yourself in a situation where you have to either act or not, I want you to do what is necessary to stay alive. You got that?" "Do what I have to do so I can stay alive," she whispered. I have not had to even think about anything like this before. It is sort of surreal. It is. But you must know that the danger we are in is very real. If we do not act, they will. The idea is to act first. If that does not stop them, act again. Act as many times as you have to. And if I miss and hit someone who is not trying to harm me?" she asked with worry in her pretty green eyes. "I will be the only one out there who is not looking to harm you. And I am not one to get in the line of fire. Do not worry about me. You just make sure you aim for the chest and act. And what do you do if nothing happens when you pull the trigger?" I push the little button near it to make the safety mechanism go off, then I aim and pull the trigger again. So, you have been listening. Good. This is a life and death situation. I am trying to take that situation off the table, but if I cannot make that happen for us, then we will handle it. Or really, I will handle it, and you will hide until I have taken care of things. I will take you up on that offer. I am not really interested in finding out what it is like to harm someone. Her eyes danced. Have you actually harmed anyone, Mitch? I did not see any action. So no, I have not. But I have gone through many simulations and played tons of war games during my time in military school. You are in good hands, honey. Nodding, she seemed satisfied with my experience. I have not played war games. So I will stick to the hiding thing you talked about. She ran her arms around herself. I am kind of panicking, Mitch. I am cold and scared and I might start crying soon. I went to her, gathered her in my arms, and rocked with her. I have got you. You are going to be fine. You must believe that. As long as you do as I say, you will make it out of here alive. What about you, Mitch? Will you make it through all that alive too? I am going to try very hard not to get hurt. But if the worst happens, I want you to grab the first gun you see and start acting to protect yourself. Do not hesitate. Just do it. Once you get them all down, then go to your car to see if your cell phone is still inside and call for help. Do not you have neighbors who would call for help if they heard a lot of noise? They are all pretty far away. I do not know if anyone will hear anything or not. I would guess if anyone did hear something like that, they would call for help. But we cannot count on that. Once the bad guys are all down, we will make the call ourselves. If it comes to that, which I pray will not. My deal is a great deal. And I can sweeten it if they want more. I do not see why they would not take it. They have to realize that if I am harmed shortly after signing those papers, then someone would notice that, and there would most definitely be an investigation. They would not get away with harming us. They have to know that, right? I hope they do. I hope that they think rationally. Things do not have to end in violence. I really hope they do not. I am a peaceful person. This was not a thing I had ever even thought about before. Me neither. But here we are. I felt her body tremble and held her tighter. Try not to worry. I will handle things. You will be fine. I promise you that I will keep you safe, Taylor. I kissed the top of her head and prayed that the people who had come into my home would take my offer. I did not want things to end in violence either. And if it meant I had to give away a great deal of money, I would do it to save her life. Gosh, I am willing to give so much away for this woman.
Chapter 14. Taylor.
His strong arms wrapped around me made me feel safe, secure, and protected. His lips pressed to the top of my head made me feel something warm and different, though. I wonder what his lips would feel like if he pressed them against mine. Although Mitch talked as if we were going to make it out of this alive, there was still a big chance that we would not. If I was on my last day or so of life, I wanted to make it count. He had been hugging me, swaying with me for quite a while. It was like he did not want to let me go, as much as I did not want him to let me go. Resting my head against his chest, I asked, "If we get out of this alive, I think I will miss you when I go back home." When we get out of this alive. We will get out of this alive. You have to believe that. And I will miss you too. His eyes held mine, and I stopped breathing for a moment. Maybe you can come visit me every now and then. You would let me come back? I asked with surprise. What about your commitment to being a recluse? Smiling, I winked at him. I would not want to cramp your style. You have not cramped it thus far. Plus, I think the chickens will want to see you more often. That black and white one is partial to you. You mean Betty? Yes, Betty will want to see you a lot more. And by Betty, you mean you will want to see me a lot more. I liked the idea of that. I have grown on you in a very short amount of time. Have I grown on you at all? His eyes moved back and forth as if searching mine for honesty. I would be lying if I said no. A smile slowly formed on his lips, and then he began moving in closer and closer. My heart pounded as my lips parted slightly in anticipation. Bang. 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 Our heads jerked simultaneously, looking at the door. They are back, he said, letting me out of his embrace. My knees went weak, and I was not sure if that was because of the moment we had just missed or what the man at the door was going to say. I crossed my fingers as I sat on the bed. Please say you will take Mitch's offer. Mitch left the bedroom door open as he went into the attached living area. I saw something slip underneath the door. Mitch bent over and picked it up. What is this about? Sign it, the man on the other side of the door directed him. This looks like a will and last testament. He looked over his shoulder at me, and I knew it was bad. My only beneficiary is someone named Tracy Slater. That is right. He is going to be the head of the new company. So it is a man named Tracy Slater who is behind all this. He is not alone, but he is the one who will be handling the finances. This tells me that you people do not plan on letting me leave my home alive. And I must tell you that it is extremely unwise on your part. If you think the authorities will not investigate my death, you are sorely mistaken. And this document will not stand up in court either. You do not have a will and last testament, the man said. And there is no one to contest it. I have aunts, uncles, and cousins who could. You people are making a lot of decisions based on what you have found out about me on the internet. I can tell you that not even half of my information is out there for anyone to find. You will not get away with this, and I see no reason that we should lose our lives when you will all end up in prison anyway. Can you tell me why they did not accept my offer? I can add whatever they want. This is a negotiation, after all. I went to him, standing behind him so that I could get a look at the paper in his hand. The document looked legitimate. It was obvious to me that they had some plan for our harm. We took a vote, and the majority did not want your offer. It turns out that the majority wants it all. And no one wants to deal with you, Hanover. You can take comfort in knowing that you and your little friend in there with you will not make it out of this. I shook my head as I looked at Mitch, who did not even flinch at what he heard. He just shook his head. I am not signing anything. If you people will not budge, neither will I. You said you were going to harm me anyway. You can go back and tell your people that I am not signing anything. I will give you until tomorrow morning to change your mind about my offer. After that, if your answer is still taking everything I have, including my life, then there will be serious consequences. Not only will I handle every last one of you who is here in my home, but I will go to the police with the names of every ex-employee of the company too. No one will get out of this. But that is going to be up to you people to decide which way you want it to go. You are in no position to make threats, Hanover, the man said. I was inclined to agree with the man. Look, go tell them what he said and take another vote. He is serious about this. When you back people into a corner, you cannot expect them not to fight. The laugh that came from the man on the other side of the door sounded pure evil. We are all armed out here, Hanover. There are 2 of you and many more of us. The odds are not in your favor. Of course, you are worth more to us alive than harmed for now. Take the night to think about things. Getting to live another couple of weeks or so sounds much better to me than something worse happening tomorrow. Which is exactly what will happen to you if you do not stop being stubborn about this. He is worth more to you alive, I said. Think about that. You harm him, you get nothing. And your little plan will not work out either. Sure it will. We will make it work. We will let you be last, sweetheart. And since you 2 are not the couple that you pretended to be earlier, it should not hurt too much when you find Hanover gone. In the meantime, have a nice night. We will be here enjoying your home, Hanover. If you get the urge to comply, sign all the documents, then put them underneath the door so that we can see that you have come around to our way of thinking. And we will forget about the threats you have made. His footsteps were heard walking away, and I went back to the bedroom. That went horribly. I am not even sorry about what I did to those people anymore. They are ruthless. Anything they were making in that company had to have been harmful. You tell me how people could do this if they were not completely corrupted. I have to admit that they have really gone overboard with their revenge on you. I wonder what the heck they were working on at Mainline Technology. Now that is your story right there, Mitch said as he closed and locked the bedroom door. Well, it is not much of a story since you had everything in that building destroyed. I cannot write a story with no evidence. When we get out of this, I will help you find out everything you can about that company. He sat down next to me on the bed. Maybe I was meant to do all the things I did with that company. I was reading the newspaper one day. I do not really read the classified ads, but that day I scanned them. My eyes went right to the ad for the tech company, up for sale. A thought went through my mind that I should buy it and shut it down. Take a little technology out of the world. Maybe I would start a trend of buying tech companies and shutting them down. You know, rid the world of the harmful one company at a time. Mitch, that is really not realistic. Yeah, you have kind of pointed that out to me. But now that these people want me gone when I am willing to make things right, is making me believe they were up to something no good while working there. It has to be bad. I think you are right about that. Tech people do not normally act this way. There must be records of some kind that would give us an idea of what they were up to before I stopped them. Who was the previous owner? I asked, thinking that that would be the best place to start. It was not one owner. It was a corporation from Russia. I thought that was interesting. What if the corporation wanted to sell to someone so that they would not be implicated when the tech company did something the world would not like too much? Then the world would blame you and not them. Mitch nodded. Then it would be me who the authorities would go after. But I foiled their plan when I shut everything down and destroyed the building and everything inside of it. What we have to find out is what the heck they could have been developing that would make them go to such great lengths to hide everything. I cannot do it from here. Not without internet and a computer. And we are now living on borrowed time, since you will not sign the papers for them. Do not you worry, we are going to get time to find out the real reason behind what they are doing. Now I know it is not just for revenge. They want my name on everything again. They want to open a new tech company, to continue whatever they were doing before I came along. And then they will harm me, making it so much easier to frame me for everything. If I cannot talk, I cannot tell the truth about them. Maybe giving them what they want is the best thing to do for right now. Let them open the company. They must be planning to move quickly once they open. Then, before they can actually do whatever it is that they need to do, we can escape from here, go to the authorities and tell them everything. Signing the papers will not only buy us time, but it will give them time to get into trouble too. I think you are right, Taylor. He grinned at me. You are one smart cookie. Glad you showed up at my gate. I am glad I did too.
Chapter 15. Mitch.
Just before the knock came to the door, I was about to kiss Taylor. She seemed just as caught up in the moment as I was. Pushing her hair away from her face, I said, "It has been a long day. The people outside said they will give us the night to think about things. That means we should be undisturbed until morning comes. Are we going to get busy brainstorming our escape?" "We could do that," I said, my eyes never leaving her lips. "I think we should do that." I had other ideas about what we should be doing. But I was not going to push her. Okay, my thoughts on that subject have to do with me finding something to use to cut a hole in the ceiling of the closet so that I can get into the attic. Then let us start looking for something to use and start doing that. If we work through the night, when most of them should be sleeping, we might be able to make our escape as soon as tomorrow. She stood with her hands on her hips and looked around the room. Now, where should we start looking to make this happen? She seemed to be set on getting this done, and the sooner we got it done, the sooner I could get back to where we had been before the knock that broke our moment. The bathroom might have something. I followed her as she headed toward it. Being the clean person that you are, I am sure there are no tools that you left in here. You have got everything in its place. Clean person? I did not think I was extreme about it. Because I like to have a clean home that makes me extreme? Bending over, she opened the cabinet to look underneath the sink. I did not mean it in a bad way. It is just that you want things spotless, and you want everything back in the exact place you found it in. Is that not what everyone does? No. She pulled out my drain cleaning device. What is this? Is it not obvious by the long length and bristles all around the tip? Not obvious at all. I have never seen anything like it. Going to her, I took it out of her hand and pushed it down the sink to show her how it was used. It is sort of like a bottle brush, except you use it on the drains in your home. How could you have never seen this before? It is called a pipe brush. Let me guess, you use it every day after you brush your teeth to clean the pipe back to a spotless condition. She wore a smirk for some reason. Well, yes. And I do not see a reason for you to be smirking at me. Clean person. I think I am normal. Do you have one of those things under every sink in this house? I do. Why would I not keep the cleaning mechanism near the device it cleans? I call that being smart, not extreme. Just like the vacuum cleaner you have in the closet in the dining room. If you are asking if I have more than one vacuum cleaner, The answer is yes. It just makes it easier to clean the rooms when you do not have to lug stuff around from room to room. I keep all the cleaning supplies I need in each room. See what I am saying? Not at all. No one does that. People get one set of cleaning products and supplies, and they lug them all around the house as necessary. People do not clean rooms they are not using. They do not wash the sheets on beds that no one has slept in. They do not use some brush to clean a pipe that no one will ever see the inside of. You're wrong. I knew she was. There would not be a pipe brush if I was the only one to clean their pipes. It is not like I invented the thing. A thought came to mind, and I said, so what you are telling me is that you have never cleaned any drains before? When one became clogged, I used a drain cleaner to unclog it. You know, like a liquid that you pour into the sink and let set. When it has cleaned the clog, the water goes out. If you used a pipe brush, you would not ever have a clogged sink in the first place. I will not accept the title of clean freak. You do not have to accept it. But I am not going to stop thinking it. Now that I know how you think, I am thinking that you might be a sloppy housekeeper. She went to the cabinet where I kept the towels and opened it. Perfectly folded and stacked. As they should be. I moved in behind her, lifting the towel on top and unfurled it. Show me how you fold towels. She took it and went to the vanity, laying it out. We have very limited space in the bathroom, my roommate and I share. So we roll our towels to fit more into the small space meant for them. You roll them? I had never heard of such a thing. And how does that take up less space? Shrugging, she said, it is easier to shove them in. Shove? I did not shove anything anywhere. Putting things away should not consist of shoving. If you must shove, then you have too many things for that amount of space. Why do you need so many towels anyway? Because neither of us particularly cares to go to the laundromat more often than every other week. So we need enough towels to get us through 2 weeks. You shove 28 towels into a space? It is not easy, she said. And it looks messy. Only because it is messy. And where do all the dirty towels go after you use them? I could not imagine letting dirty laundry pile up for 2 weeks. Into the laundry bag that hangs on the back of the bathroom door. I should stop asking you questions about this. It is making my stomach turn. Laughing, she asked, because we keep the dirty towels in a bag on the door. Wet towels can begin to smell fairly quickly, especially in the matter of 2 weeks. You are right about that. I cannot lie. We have one of those things that hang over the mirror in cars, you know, a pine tree thingy. We do what we can to keep the smell at bay. I could not even begin to imagine the smell that would roll out the door of her apartment any time she opened it. So, am I to assume that you and your roommate do laundry and clean your home on the same day every 2 weeks? Oh goodness no, she said, looking behind the toilet. Laundry day is exhausting and takes pretty much all day to do. She pulled the lip off the tank. Hey, this thing looks kind of sharp. I went to look at what she was talking about. The mechanism that moves the handle to make the toilet flush. It is not sharp enough to cut through drywall. I just thought of this little problem, Mitch, she said, walking away to look elsewhere. How are we going to make it so that no one hears us making a hole in the ceiling? The walls are thick in here, remember. Not much sound gets out of this room at all. I see. Her cheeks turned pink as she ducked her head, looking a little sheepish for some reason. Why are you blushing? I do not know. She put her hands on her cheeks. You must know. Well, it is just that you said not much sound gets out of this room, and that made me think about loud noises in general. Get it? Goodness, Taylor. I could not believe her. I told you why I put up solid walls. For protection. Remember? Not for anything else. I would not judge you if you had put the walls up for something like that. What you do or have done in here is entirely your business. I have never brought a woman here to this home. How long have you lived here? She asked with a furrowed brow. Long enough. I was not about to give her a timeline. There is nothing in here. Let us go look in the bedroom. She followed me out of the bathroom. Bet you wish you were not so particular about cleanliness now, huh? If you'd left even one tool in the bathroom, then we could be using it right now. A weird growling sound made me stop and turn to look at her. Was that you? She put her hand on her stomach. It has been hours since I have eaten anything. The tummy is hungry. I had not even realized the entire day had passed. I cannot believe they did not give us food. I mean, we have got water from the bathroom sink, but we need food too. A thought suddenly occurred to me. These people plan to starve us so that we will not have enough strength to fight them. Her green eyes got huge. Oh, that sounds really horrible, Mitch. Maybe we cannot wait for them to do something illegal. Maybe it just will not be worth it. I have no idea how long I can go without food. But I know I cannot last a week or more without it. Taking her by the shoulders, I was not going to let her think she would suffer so quickly without food. You're going to be okay, no matter what. There have been studies showing that the human body can live without food for quite a while when water is available. So you will not suffer badly. We will drink lots of water. That will keep our stomachs full so that we do not experience hunger much at all. Are you sure? She asked with concern. You have heard how people do hunger strikes, right? Kind of. Well, that is how they studied it. Plus, the well water we have here also has minerals in it. And I have got vitamins. We can double up on them to keep us from getting weak. Mitch, maybe I was being way too optimistic that we could stick this thing out. I am beginning to get the idea that every moment we stay here brings us uncomfortably close to danger. I do not have to get to the bottom of what they were doing at that company if you're completely uncomfortable waiting for them to get going on whatever it was they had been doing before I came along. I am sure we can put our heads together to find that out without them getting back to business. Nodding, she moved her arms around me, pulling me close to her. I ran my arms around her too, holding her tight. We do not have to make any decisions yet anyway. We have got the night. Maybe we should put this out of our minds for now. You know, give our brains some downtime. Smart ideas come from rested and stress-free brains. I agree. Do you think that you can lend me a t-shirt to sleep in? I want a hot shower, and then I want to climb under those blankets and get some sleep. I am feeling sort of exhausted all of a sudden. Letting her go, I went to grab a t-shirt from the drawer. I will get some vitamins out and set them on the counter for you. There are little cups next to the sink that you can use to drink water too. Drink lots of it. When I came back from the bathroom, I saw her staring at the bed. She turned to look at me. I can sleep on the sofa in the other room. Can you find me a blanket and pillow? You will do no such thing. This is a king-size bed. There is plenty of room for both of us. Mitch, I am not sure that is a good idea. She bit her lower lip. I do not want to put you out. I can sleep on the sofa. Not going to happen, honey. I do not want you that far away from me. We do not know if these guys are going to try to pull more things or not. We have to stick together and stay safe. And that room is not as safe as this one. So we will sleep in this bed together. It is so big we probably will not even feel the other when they roll over. It is a big bed. You probably will not even know I am in it with you. Oh, but you are wrong about that. I am very aware of you. We are adults, we will be fine. Go take that shower and those vitamins. Drink lots of water. I got it. She stopped just before entering the bathroom. Turning, she asked, "Do you have a razor I can borrow to shave with?" "Use the one in the shower. It is brand new." "Thanks." She turned back around. For a reclusive guy, you sure know how to treat house guests. Who knew? I said with a chuckle. She went to shower, and I leaned against the window frame, looking out into the darkening sky as night began to fall. The chickens would go without being fed that night. That did not sit well with me. These people had come into my home and thrown everything off course. All because I had closed down the company they had worked for. And now I knew they had not done all this just for revenge. They had been working on technology that would do something harmful, maybe to the whole world. I could not let them get back to work. I had to stop them. I had to get to the bottom of things. But I knew that I had to do it quickly. Taylor was young. She was not brought up in military school, the way I had been. She did not have what it would take to wait for these people to get going on whatever it was they had been doing before I came along. Lying on the bed, I studied the ceiling, trying to figure out how I could get into the attic with no tools. Crown molding ran along the top of each wall. Underneath the molding lay the junctions where the walls meet the ceiling. A minimal gap would be between them. Maybe I can pry a piece off. Mitch, I heard Taylor say as she came out of the bathroom, wearing my t-shirt and looking refreshed. Yes. You were staring at the ceiling. Are you okay? I might have an idea. I will try it out tomorrow. Does that mean you are going to sign the papers? I think I might have to do that. We really need to find out what they were doing before I shut that place down. It must be something huge for them to go this far. She walked across the room, her long legs looking strong and healthy. Climbing under the covers on the other side of the bed, she lay back on the pillow. I am sure it was huge. I know it is important to find things out. After the shower and filling my stomach with the vitamins and water, I am not as afraid as I was before. We need to do this. It might be something that would affect many people. They must be stopped. Even if it means I have to learn to live without food for a while. You know, I might be able to get us some food. I can tell them that if they give us food, then I will sign the papers. That is not too much to ask for. Being able to eat would be nice, she said with a smile. I think so too. I leaned up on my elbow, looking at her and wondering if I would be able to keep my thoughts in check. Mitch, do you honestly think we will get out of this alive? I would not say it if I did not think it, honey. That is not me. I do not sugarcoat things. If there was not a chance, I would tell you exactly that. But I believe that we can make it out of this thing alive. And I think we can find out what these people were up to before I interrupted without knowing what I was truly doing. Nodding, she asked, "Are you not going to take some vitamins and drink lots of water too?" I am. And I am going to shower. I ran my hand over my beard. Maybe clean up my beard a bit. She smiled, raising her brow. That would be nice. You never know when we will get that chance that we lost when that guy knocked at the door. I wondered if you had forgotten about that. I stood, pulled my shirt off over my head, then dropped it on the floor. Maybe when I get back, we can get back to that moment he stole from us. Undoing the button on my jeans, I let them drop, then stepped out of them as I walked to the bathroom. I hope you like what you see, because if things go right, we might get another chance at that moment.
Chapter 16. Taylor.
This could be the last night of my life. Armed and dangerous men roamed the house. We had been told that we had the night, but who knew if that was true or not? They needed Mitch alive, but they did not really need me at all. I was the only truly disposable one in this situation. I meant nothing to our captors. I meant nothing to Mitch. I meant nothing to my boss at the Times. I would be missed, but only by a few. Would I be wrong to want to be close to a man I had only met a day ago? Would I be wrong to want that closeness just because it might be the last chance I get before something terrible happens? I found Mitch attractive. His body was strong. He smelled good. He had been nice and very hospitable to me, despite being known as a recluse. His grumpy demeanor that I had witnessed when we first met at his gate had pretty much disappeared. and I felt like I had everything to do with his change in attitude. As far as a future for us went, I did not know if we had one or not. If we lived through this ordeal, would we find ourselves meeting up every now and then? Or would the distance become a barrier between us? I did not have the answers. I did not know what the future might hold for us, if anything at all. But I knew that I needed to be close to Mitch that night, in a way I had never needed anyone. With all the uncertainty I had about how things would play out, I needed some time to decompress from the situation. I needed to go away, mind, body, and soul, for just a little while. Mitch could take me away. I knew he could. The thought of being held by him, of sharing warmth and comfort, made my heart race. Tracing my fingers up my arms, I pretended they were his, making goosebumps erupt all over my flesh. My lips tingled in anticipation. My body was more than ready for closeness. Only my mind fought me. This is not who you are, Taylor Moore. You do not rush into things like this. My conscience had always been rather loud. Being raised by my grandparents meant that I had been taught some old-fashioned values. I had never done what I thought I was about to do. I also had never been in a situation that promised imminent danger. So this was not a normal situation. Plus, I had not really been in love with anyone I had been close with in the past. Maybe I had thought there was some love shared, but there could not have been much, since none of those relationships ever blossomed. At least I had one of my many questions answered. I could want closeness with someone I did not yet love. I had felt that before, and I could feel it again. Graham would be so disappointed in me. Picturing the sad faces of my grandparents made my heart ache. I promise I will only do this once, Graham and Gramps. I might be gone soon. Surely you understand why I want this. Their faces slowly dimmed until they were no longer there, staring at me, making me feel guilty for even contemplating being so close to a man I barely knew. I cannot do this. Rolling over to lie on my side, facing away from the side of the bed he would soon come to lie on, I closed my eyes, which burned with unshed tears. I was not the type of person to do such a reckless thing. I was not an angel either, though. I was human, after all. And humans have needs. But did I really need to be that close to Mitch tonight? The sound of the bathroom door opening made my breath catch in my throat. His soft footsteps padded up to the bed. "Did you fall asleep?" he whispered. I knew that I could fake being asleep, and he would just get into bed and go to sleep. But I did not want to do that. So I turned over, and what I saw made my heart nearly jump out of my chest. Mitch. He stood in the dim light, wearing only his underwear. I sleep like this. Is that going to be a problem? I guess not. We are both adults, he said, not getting into the bed but still standing there. You know, you are kind of abrupt. I know. He finally slipped into bed, moving underneath the blankets as he scooted toward me. I began to shake as he got closer and closer. I do not want you to think this is something I do, or that I'm particularly experienced at this. He paused, looking at me with confusion. Are you saying you've never done this before? Oh no. I have. Of course I have. I am just saying that I have never been this close with someone I have only known for a day. Oh. He began to move again, coming very close. This bed is really too big. It took me forever to get over here. You could have met me halfway, you know. To be honest, I am kind of in shock. He grinned, moving his hand to rest on my shoulder. Why is that? Well, you know, that body you have got going on. It is impressive, to say the least. Thank you. He flicked the collar of the t-shirt he had given me to wear to bed. Mind if I get a little closer? I felt the same way I had felt when I stood in line at Coney Island to ride the roller coaster for the first time. I had been waiting for over an hour to get to the front of the line. But when I got there and saw the line of small cars waiting for us to get in to take us on a ride I had never been on before, I froze. Maybe he noticed the petrified expression I must have been wearing, because he eased back. Taylor, we do not have to do anything. I do not want to freak you out. My mouth would not open to say what I wanted to say. I had no idea why I was frozen like this. But then I shook it off. No. Okay, I can take a no. No, I mean you are not freaking me out. I think I am freaking myself out. I find you attractive. I want to be close to you. He leaned back on the headboard, crossing his arms over his broad chest. Why do you want to be close? I asked him slowly. Probably for the same reasons that you do. We share an attraction. I like your company. You must like mine. Or was that all a sham to get me to tell you my story? No. I enjoy spending time with you. I am afraid, Mitch. I know you are not, but I am. I want to be close to you, because it might be the last chance I get. They need you. They do not need me. I need you. He moved close again, running his arm around my shoulders and pulling me close. His lips pressed against my temple. Nothing is going to happen to you. I promise you that. They will have to come through me to get to you, and they will not find it an easy thing to do. I have been trained in every kind of combat there is. They have not. But I do not want you to do this merely because you think you are not going to have another chance. Looking at him, I said, what if I told you that I have got another reason for wanting to be close to you? Like what? Like the fact that I have been super stressed about this situation, and just want you to take me away from all this for a little while. I want to get lost in you, forget about everything but you and me, and finding out where we can take each other. Can you forget about the other reason and focus on this one? He might not have liked that I wanted to do this because it might be the last chance I got, but I had to get him back into the mood he had been in before I froze up on him. I was not as seasoned as he was. Being this close with someone I barely knew was not a thing I had done before. My moral compass was trying to bypass what my heart wanted. But my heart was going to get what it wanted. He pulled me closer, his hand gentle on the back of my neck. His breath, warm on my lips, smelled of cinnamon. Our lips touched and warmth spread through me. The kiss started slow but rapidly grew into something deep and full of feeling. When it finally ended, we were both breathing hard. He looked down at me with shining eyes. You are so beautiful. I ran my hand over his cheek. You are so very handsome. I want to be close to you like I have never wanted anyone. I wanted to believe him so badly. Then be close to me. I moved my legs, aching to feel his warmth against me. He eased closer, holding me tight as we lay together. The anticipation grew, and he seemed well aware of what he was doing to me. You ready, baby? My nails dug into his back. More than ready. He moved slowly, making me wait, making every moment count. You feel so good. You feel so good too. I bit my lower lip, trying not to cry with the overwhelming emotion as he held me close. It was the best feeling ever. I loved the idea that I could be this close to him, that we could fit together so perfectly. Once we were fully together, he sighed. I could stay like this forever, baby. He looked down at me, then kissed the one tear that had escaped. I am going to make you feel safe, baby. I hope you are ready to take this journey with me. Take me away, babe. I had that feeling of getting on the roller coaster again. It was like I had gotten into the car and was about to take off. I am ready. We moved together, and every moment felt different than the one before it. I was on sensation overload and loved it. We both began to breathe harder, our bodies moving with ease as we held each other. And my mind was completely blown. I saw stars. I saw planets. And then I saw nothing but the brightest white light I had ever seen. That is when it happened. My body clamped down on him hard as a powerful wave of emotion racked me. He kept moving for only another moment or two, then he groaned as he held me tight.
Goodness.
Yes. Yes. Oh goodness, yes. I could not stop the feeling. And he could not either. We hung in that beautiful moment together. Finally, the wave began to wane, but the warmth was long from gone. It still burned softly inside me. It was as if he did not want to be separated from me, as he stayed close, looking down at me. I am addicted. Sorry. You did it to me. You are amazing. I cannot believe how well you hit it, but you sure are special. The way you feel is out of this world. The way you make me feel is on another level that I did not even know existed. So, we are going to do this some more? I asked, panting to catch my breath. You want that? I nodded. I do. His mouth came down on mine with a soft kiss. You got it, baby. You can have me anytime you want me. Goodness, I cannot believe how good you are. I had not even done anything special. I just moved my body the way it wanted to move. I am not used to so much flattery, but I will take it. I think I might have seen something beautiful, the way you intended to show me. There were stars, planets, and then the brightest light I have ever seen. I do not know how you did it, but I want you to continue doing it a whole lot. You got it, baby. He kissed me again, and I wrapped my arms around him, loving the fact that he did not just roll over and go to sleep after we were close. Not that he was done. As we kissed, the warmth came back to life, and before I knew what was happening, we were close again. I could not believe how my body reacted to his. It was insane. Like out of a dream or something. While the first time was intense, the second was passionate and full of feeling. He pulled me up to straddle him, facing him. His hands stroked my back as I kissed him, moving my body with his. I began to smolder and ended the kiss, dropped my head back and sighed. What you do to me is crazy. He pulled me back up, his hand strong on the back of my neck.
Ditto.
He kissed me with such passion that it made me cry. I had never cried during a moment like this before, but I thoroughly loved it. It was such a release. It was like happy crying, only it was a passionate cry instead. I knew he could taste my salty tears as we kissed. I found him smiling when the kiss ended. He wiped the tears off my cheeks. I am affecting you like I have never affected anyone. I feel the same about you. I do not know what this is that I am feeling. I have never felt this connected before. It is kind of like I am not aware of where I end and you begin. He moved me to lie back, then moved his body over mine. My need for closeness is overwhelming me. He held me tight, moving with me as we looked into each other's eyes. I held his strong arms as we moved together. The feeling began to build and build until it ended with a crescendo of gasps and sighs, before he came crashing down on the bed beside me. Spent, we lay there without saying a thing, just trying to catch our breath. I managed to move my head to lie on his chest, and he draped his arm around me. It had been so beautiful that I knew I would not feel any guilt about being this close to him after only knowing him for one day. And I knew that I would walk through fire to get to him, if I had to. His chest began to rise and fall, and I knew he was asleep. I also knew that sleep was coming for me. I prayed for sweet dreams and guidance to help us get out of this dangerous situation. I would never give up. The idea of these people harming me was gone. I was going to make it out of this alive, and I was going to spend as much time as I could being close to the man who I was pretty sure was the one man in the world actually meant for me. Before everything happened, I was about to drive away and leave Mitch behind. Had it not been for the men at the gate, I would not have ever known what it would be like to be with Mitch. I would not have ever experienced this kind of connection. And that would have been the worst thing ever. It seemed that things do happen for a reason. But now, we had to end the situation so that we could see where the future was about to take us. We had a future. I was certain of that. I was not walking away from him, and I had a feeling he was not going to walk away from me either. He had acted as stunned as I was about our unique connection. And when you find something that precious, you do not throw it away. If we can just live through this mess, we might have a shot at something beautiful.
Chapter 17. Mitch.
Bang. 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 Jolted awake by the sound of someone knocking, I sat up so quickly it made me dizzy. Goodness! Taylor's messy hair was splayed out all over the pillow, making her look even more gorgeous than she had been before. Sounds like someone is at the door. Her smile made my heart skip a beat. Do not move. I will be right back. Would not think of it, babe. I went to the bedroom door and unlocked it before going into the living area. I will sign the papers, but not until you bring us something to eat, I shouted. Deal, came the same man's voice that had been talking to me through the closed door. It is your kitchen. Tell me what you want. Bring a loaf of bread. I tried to think about things that we could keep eating, and not just one meal. I had no idea if they would keep bringing us food once they had what they needed from me. The jar of peanut butter. I have got a package of mixed nuts, bring them too. I make some mean scrambled eggs if you care for some. We found your chicken coop outside and fed them, before taking the eggs out. At least my chickens were being fed. Yeah, some scrambled eggs sounds good. There is bacon in the fridge too. Make it crispy. I racked my brain, trying to think of the things I had that did not need refrigeration and could feed us for a while. Some orange juice as well. Sign the documents while I go get all that. Then we can make the exchange. I looked at the papers scattered around the coffee table. Okay. Going back into the bedroom, I found the bed empty and the bathroom door closed. When I heard the shower turn on, I tried the handle and found it unlocked. Going inside, I saw her silhouette through the steamed-up glass door. Pulling the door open, I felt as if I could not breathe. Goodness, you're beautiful. Turning to face me, she leaned her head back to rinse out the shampoo. Even with my hair all full of bubbles? Not able to help myself, I ran my arms around her. Even with your hair all full of bubbles. Last night was... I was at a loss for words to describe how special the night before had been. Extraordinary, she said. Yes, extraordinary. I kissed her, pulling her to me until our bodies were close. Taylor made me feel young again. I felt like the grumpy old man I had been was long gone. She had brought a new side out in me. A side I had never been before. Although all I wanted was to be close to her in that shower, there was not time. So I ended the kiss, loving the way disappointment shone on her face. Do not stop, she whispered. Have to. I have got to get cleaned up and dressed, then sign those documents. They are making us some breakfast, and you will be happy to know they fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. Betty is just fine. Good. And we are going to eat? Great. After I take care of that little bit of business, then we can crawl back into that big bed. Cannot get enough of me, huh? She asked with a sly smile. That is right. It is all your fault too. Being the wonderful person that you are. All I really wanted was to be close to her. But there were other things that had to be done. Let us finish up here and get dressed so we can eat breakfast. I told him to bring us orange juice, scrambled eggs, which he said he was good at making, and some bacon. I hope he cooks it right. I told him to make it crispy. With the idea of getting to eat, she hurried to finish, and in no time at all, we were dressed and sitting on the sofa while I signed page after page. I hope this works. She sat right next to me. It has to work. Laying her head on my shoulder, she went on. I am not going to lose you. I stopped signing the pages to kiss the top of her head. I am not going to lose you either. After we get this situation under control, we have got things to figure out about us. Well, I am not going to write the story about you since you do not want me to. So I will be out of that job. I will ask if I can take 2 consecutive days off at the restaurant so I can come see you on those days. I was thinking about you being able to spend more time than that, honey. Well, you could get a place in Queens. The Astoria area is where I work. You will not lose your job at the Times. Not if I have anything to do with it. You can write the story on me. It is not a thing I want to do to you, Mitch. I mean, you came around, but your initial actions would be greatly criticized, and I do not want that. I will talk to Mr. Miller about the other story, though. He might let me write that one. So, you would lose your job at the New York Times for me. I could not believe she would do that for me. I would. I do not want people to see you in a bad light. She cared about me. She cared about my reputation. She was a rare gift. If that man fires you, I will just buy the whole paper and put you in charge. You are silly. But I adore you. She ran her hand through my damp hair. I stumbled into that job. I have not paid my dues. That is why he is not cool with me. Maybe I do need to work somewhere less prestigious first. I mean, I could not get the story out of you. I have got things to learn. There are plenty of other places where to work. I do not have to be a newspaper journalist. I can be any kind of journalist I want to be. I could write blogs, for instance. Some people make lots of money doing that sort of thing. And you can write that kind of stuff from anywhere, too. Something like that would free me up, letting me spend more time with you out here on your farm. I know you hate the city. And I should not have even brought up the idea of you getting a place there. It would be nice if you could be out here with me. I knew it was way too early in our budding relationship to ask her to move in with me, but I really wanted to ask her to do that. Maybe it was my age. Being in my 50s, I knew how fast time could pass. I knew how precious time was. And I knew that if we waited a year to make that kind of move, it would be 1 year wasted living without her. After I signed the last document, I put the pen down, then turned and took both her hands in mine. Taylor, A soft knock came to the door. I have got the food. Do you have the papers signed? Yes, she shrieked. Food? How are we going to do this? I asked the man on the other side of the door. You could open the door, and we can exchange things. I did not like that much at all, and looked at Taylor, who was nearly drooling just knowing there was food on the other side of that door. Are you alone? I am. Look, no one is about to jump you, Hanover. We need you alive, remember? But they did not need Taylor alive. You go lock yourself in the bedroom, honey. I will make the exchange and let you know when I am done, so that you can come back in here to eat. A worried expression told me she was not super cool with the idea of me being alone with the man. What if he jumps you? I am not going to jump him, the man said. Go on now, I told her. Get in the bedroom. Okay, she said, moving slowly back to the other room. But if I hear anything crazy, I am coming out to help you. Do not you dare. I can take care of myself. Now close that door and lock it. She nodded, then closed the door. As soon as I heard her click the lock, I unlocked the door and handed the man wearing a black ski mask the papers. Here you go. He had everything on a tray, so I took it from him at the same time that he took the documents out of my hand. This will make everyone happy. I will let you know when we need anything else from you. Hey, whatever you all are up to, you do not have to go through with it. You always have the choice to just stop. You have no idea how that is not an option, Hanover. I had guessed as much. I know you were a Russian-owned company before I bought it. Then you know how things are run then. You do not do as told, you suffer. End of story. I completely understood things now. These people did not have a choice but to do what they had been ordered. Can you answer one question for me? Probably not. He looked over his shoulder. Is this something the American people should be made aware of? Laughing, he walked away without answering me. So, whatever they are up to will affect everyone in this country. Just as soon as I put the tray down and closed and locked the door again, I shouted to Taylor, "You can come back in now." It smells so good, she gushed as she came back into the living area. I had to admit that I was famished after the night we had had. We sat down next to each other and tried hard not to eat too quickly, but neither of us could help ourselves. In the middle of eating, she got some egg on her chin, and I used my finger to wipe it off. "You got a little something there." She caught my hand before I could pull it away and smiled. Our eyes held for a moment, and then we were all over each other, kissing and holding each other close. We ended up on the floor, lost in the moment. Lying back on the floor, breathing hard, I said, "Well, that was unexpected." "But so wonderful," she said. Rolling over, she rested her head on her hand, playing with my chest. There is just something so satisfying about sharing a meal and then being close like that. "Wonderful," I repeated. "It is, you know." I pulled her to me, then kissed her again. Before I knew it, we were close again, but this time we made it to the sofa. Time flew by, and the next thing I knew, there was another knock at the door. "Darn," I whispered as we had not quite finished our moment yet. "Looks like we must pause for now, honey." "Darn it." "Yeah, what can I help you with now?" "You can put on a nice suit and accompany me to the bank in Manhattan." Taylor and I looked at each other as I said, "We will be ready in 30 minutes. "No, we. Only you," he said. "I am not about to leave her here. It is both of us or none of us. Go tell them what I said. I am serious that I will not leave her here. I can have my best man guard the door if you'd like. But she cannot come with us," he said adamantly. "I do not want anyone guarding her. She is not staying here." The fear in her eyes told me that she was about to lose it. "What are we going to do?" "Not separate. That is for sure. Go tell them she goes with us, or I am not going. Look, we need you to go to the bank in person. The documents are not enough, the way we thought they would be. The bank president says he has to see you in order to set up the account. He said he has done business with you over the phone a few times, but this is too big, and he has to see you in order for things to go forward. I will go. But she is going too. I am not going to change my mind. Hanover, you do remember that you signed a will, leaving everything you own to the man who works with us, right?" he asked. "So I do not go and you harm me. You know what? I highly doubt that the people you work for want to wait until that man has my money. Do you know how long it takes for a will to be probated? And when the judge sees that I signed it today, and end up gone today or tomorrow, then what do you think will happen? We want to go about this in the quickest way possible. Patience is not really a thing with these people. She will be safe here. You have my word. Like I can trust you." I was not about to give in. "Go tell them that she comes with me, or I am not going. She is nothing to you. She told me that herself. Do not risk everything over some girl, Hanover. Things have changed. She means more to me than anyone ever has. I will not leave her here." Taylor's eyes shimmered with tears as she put her hand on my chest. "You mean more to me than anyone ever has too, babe." "Goodness," the man said. "You two have grown close, have you not? What a way to complicate things for yourself, Hanover. It was so much better for you when you had no feelings for that girl. You do realize that both of you are going to be in danger in the end, right? What is the use of getting close and trying to build something so complicated?" "Yeah, well, it has happened. Now go tell whoever matters that if I go, she comes with me." "You know that this could go more than one way, right?" he asked. "We can force our way in, take you and harm the girl. Is that what you want to happen? For now, you two have a couple of weeks to really get to know each other before things get worse." They had no idea how fortified my bedroom was. "I will take my chances. If you want me to go, you know what you need to do. You will not get the response you are looking for. But I will go and talk to them." Taylor began shaking, and I picked her up, then carried her to the shower. "We will get cleaned up. I am sure they will come to their senses and let you come with me." "What if they do not do that?" she asked as tears rolled down her cheeks. What if they do break in here and harm me? You and I both know they are not getting into this room. We will be safe in here. But if they do not agree, I will have to make a move. I am not going to sit here and wait for them to figure out how to harm us so that they can get their hands on my money. You really should have an heir. This might not have happened if you'd already had a last will and testament. There must be someone to leave your money and things to. I do not like thinking about my death. That is why I had not made one. I have got cousins, aunts and uncles. I just did not want to think about death yet. And that might just cost me dearly. But it is not going to cost our lives. I can promise you that. You have to trust me. If they do not let us go together, we are not going. If we do get to go together, are you going to make sure that we do not return to this situation? She asked as I turned the shower on and we stepped inside. That would be the top priority. But I do not think they are going to agree to you coming with me. And even if they do agree for some reason, I know they would not let you walk into the bank with me. I am not about to leave you with anyone else. That is not going to happen. It sounds to me like they are not going to get what they want, and very soon they will be trying to harm us. She ran her hands down her legs as she shivered. There is not a safe way to do anything. Pulling her close, I held her tight. I do not want you to worry. I am working on a plan as we speak. I will figure this thing out. And we will not be staying in this house for a couple of weeks while they use me to get what they want. Every day that goes by is a day we each have to face danger. And I do not care for danger. I also do not care for my home being invaded. And when I do not care for things, I change them. I tend to do it very quickly. Tears filled her eyes as she looked up at me. You need to go with them to the bank. You need to buy us more time. I can stay here in the bedroom. They cannot get to me if I stay locked away in here. She is a very brave young woman. I will give her that. But there is no way in the world I will leave her here without me around to protect her.
Chapter 18. Taylor.
Taylor, how can you not know how much you mean to me? Mitch asked me. I am not putting your life in danger by leaving you alone here, or anywhere for that matter. An idea sprang up in my head. Hey, I wonder if you could do a video call with the bank president. That would mean you would not have to go in person. People do that all the time, especially since COVID. And how is that done, pray tell? He asked with a smirk. Allow me to guess, fine lady? A computer? I do not know what is up with your sudden Shakespearean dialect. Anyway, you can do it on a computer, but a cell phone will do. You got them to give us food. Maybe you can get them to bring my cell phone from the car and give it to us to make the video call. I thought it was a brilliant idea. They will never give us access to a phone of any kind. Not a computer either. It would be much too easy for us to contact someone for help if we had access to either thing. Do you know much about the way Russians do things? It is not like they are naive. They have been doing this sort of thing for centuries. They will not make mistakes like giving us a way to contact anyone. If I had not been in full-blown panic mode, I would have grabbed my purse and phone. Instead, I ran off like some kind of hysterical fool. Do not beat yourself up about it. You did the right thing. If you had fumbled around to get things, then you might have been shot before you got a chance to get inside the house. He might have been right, but that did not make me feel any better about what I had done. The thing is that most of the time, that phone is in my pocket. If only I had just left it in my pocket. Or better yet, if I had not left in the first place, I would have had it with me inside the house when they showed up. See, this is why I hate technology. People have grown so dependent on it. You would not be beating yourself up over what you did if you had never had a cell phone in the first place. I know you mean well, Mitch. I really do. But I do not think the same way you do. I think that most technology helps people have better, more fulfilling lives. He grinned, then kissed me. Agree to disagree? He grew more charming with each passing minute. Agreed. I knew there was nothing I could say to make Mitch change his mind about technology. We should get out of here and get dressed. That guy is sure to be back soon. Mitch turned the water off, and we got out of the shower. I will give you another t-shirt to wear, and I have got some sweatpants with an elastic waistband that you can put on too. While I toweled off, Mitch handed me the clean clothes. We dressed quickly, sharing warm glances and gentle touches that reminded us both how close we had become in such a short time. Mitch looked away. He is back already. We need to get dressed. We moved quickly to put clothes on. I am going to go talk to him. You stay here. While he went to deal with things, I went to the bathroom and braided my hair, then put it into a bun before tucking the tail underneath. Looking at my reflection, I noticed how red my cheeks were. A slow grin came over my lips as I knew why they were that way. His presence had that effect on me. When Mitch came back, I left the bathroom and really looked at him. It is a no-go, Taylor. They will not go for any of it. And it is too late for them to take me to the bank today. He said we leave first thing in the morning, and if I refuse, they will kill you. My eyes sprang open wide. Kill me? My legs began to shake, and I stumbled to the bed, falling down on it. Mitch, you have to go with them. I will keep myself locked in here. You have to escape and get help coming to me. No way. You have to do this, Mitch. If you really want to be my hero, you will go with them to the bank, and you will figure out how to get away from them and get help. I did not want to say this because I know you are super stressed already, but this room will not keep you safe. Especially if I manage to ditch them while at the bank. They blew up the front door. And they could do the same thing to the house. The only thing keeping them from doing that right now is because they need me. Once I leave this house, they could blow it sky high or set it on fire. And they would leave you inside to die. I did not mean to cry, but it just came out, a loud sob that took me over. Shuddering, I put my hands over my face and wept. Why is this happening? What did I do to deserve this? He caressed my shoulders as he shushed me quietly. Hush now. No need to cry, baby. I am not going to let anything happen to you. I am going to get you out of here, safe and sound. Time is running out though, and I really have to put my mind on how to get us out of here. It was not easy to stop crying, but I finally managed to pull myself together. Wiping my eyes with my hands, I said, okay. Standing, I went to look out of the window. I have not seen anyone guarding the back. What if we use the sheets to make a rope and climb out of the window, then take off running through the woods back there? Can you outrun a bullet? He asked, drawing my attention back to him. So you were saying that is not a good idea, I stated. Even if we did it under the cover of night? These guys are not the tech nerds we thought we were dealing with. I would imagine they are pros. And pros do not have to physically guard an area. I would guess that they are using some type of surveillance system to keep an eye on the outside of the house. So even with the darkness to hide us, they still might see us. Another knock came to the outer door, and Mitch looked over his shoulder in that direction. He looked back at me before walking away to see what they wanted this time. I went to sit on the bed, wrapping my arms around myself to try to stop the shaking. It did not seem fair to me. Here I was, falling in love for the first time in my life, and death kept coming for me relentlessly. Escape seemed impossible. For me, anyway. Mitch would be safe for as long as they needed him. After that, he would be as good as dead too. And for what? That was the real question. Why did they need him so badly? The company had been Russian-owned when Mitch bought it. From what I knew about Russia, money was not a problem for them. They did not need Mitch's money to open a new company. They were framing him, that much was certain. But for what? Not having a computer and internet to do research frustrated me. I had so many things I wanted to look up, but no way to do it. My mind raced, but I could do nothing to give it the answers it craved. When Mitch walked back into the room, he came to me, took me by the hand, then led me to the living area. It seems they have made themselves at home. One of them cooked a roast I had in the freezer, and they sent up some for us to have for dinner. With the way I felt, I did not feel much like eating. I saw a bottle of wine and a couple of wine glasses on the tray with the 2 plates of roast, mashed potatoes with brown gravy puddled on top of them, and sweet peas. 2 small loaves of what looked like freshly baked bread were placed on each plate. Should we really eat this? I do not think they are going to poison us. They need me, remember? He pulled me to sit down next to him. You should eat. Looking at the food, I just could not find an appetite for anything. I guess that knowing that people want me dead is making me a little depressed. Placing his hand on my chin, he made me look at him. Okay, first of all, they do not want you dead. You are just a witness to them. And no good criminal leaves witnesses. It is not like they set out to kill you. So do not get depressed. Plus, I am not going to let them do anything to you. Let us eat and drink the entire bottle of wine. We do not have much time left, Mitch. I knew it would take an act of Congress to get him to save himself and leave me behind. But I had to try. You need to go with them to the bank tomorrow morning. You know I am not going to do that. He picked up a fork and handed it to me. Eat or I am going to feed you. Putting the fork down, I picked up the bread and broke a piece off, then dunked it in the gravy. Mitch, you can save yourself. Not for long. He took a bite of the roast. Darn good cooks. I nibbled on the bread, not caring about the flavor at all. The wine had been uncorked, so I filled the glasses and placed one in front of Mitch. Might as well get drunk. It seems like you are giving up. He scooped some mashed potatoes, then dipped them into the peas. Best way to keep the peas on the fork. You should try it. What else can I do? I sipped the wine. Even if you somehow get to your guns, you have said it yourself, we are dealing with pros. You are one man, Mitch. One man. And we do not even know how many of them there are, but we know it is more than 6. If I ask you not to think about how I am going to take care of this situation, would you oblige me? He took the bread and broke it into 2 pieces, soaking up some gravy with one piece of it. By your expression, I suspect that you will not stop thinking about that. So will you please eat so you do not dry up and blow away? Despite what you think, I know you are going to get out of this alive. Leaning forward, I asked, how can you stay so positive? I suppose it is because I know what I know. I cannot expect you to understand. I have been trained since I was a little boy. I can do this. You know, you are going to be an important part in all of this. You are going to dig and search and find out why they are doing this. I am sure that whatever it is they plan to do, and need to frame me for what it does, is pure evil. The world needs to know, Taylor. And you are going to tell them. You are going to bring this whole thing to light, and the bad guys will pay. What if I do get out of here alive, but I just cannot find all the pieces I will need to put everything together in time to stop them from doing whatever it is they intend to do? Are you telling me that you do not have faith in yourself? He shook his head. You got a job at the New York Times, and you do not think you have what it takes? I lucked into that job. I highly doubt that. If the substituting editor had not been a good customer of mine, I would not have gotten the job. She sort of just put me into place. I have done a few articles. Nothing special. You were my first big story. Now you have an even bigger story. You can still give your boss the story he sent you here to get. But you have got a whole lot more to add to it. He took a drink of the wine before going on. Think about it, Taylor. You are part of the story now. Not just a journalist who asked the right questions to get the answers. You are living it, right here with me. You have insight into this whole thing that someone who is not on the inside cannot even understand. Maybe you are right. I sipped the wine again, then nibbled on the bread some more. I can begin with the fact that you bought mainline technology when you found it was Russian-owned. You had a gut feeling about it, and immediately shut it down, and destroyed the building and everything in it. Yes, the employees were hurt in the process, but sometimes there are casualties when battles are fought. Do you think it is fair to say I had such a heroic agenda when I really did not? Can I please have some journalistic freedom to make you seem more likable? I smiled at him, caressing his cheek. I do not want anyone hating my boyfriend. Boyfriend? He rolled his eyes. Kind of sophomoric, is it not? Man-friend? I said with a shrug. Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot that your generation uses other terms to describe romantic relationships. I believe the terms are old lady and old man. Should I call you my old man? With raised brows he asked, do I strike you as an old man, baby? Sighing, I shook my head. Not at all, babe. I know. I will say that is my babe. It will work. He took another drink. What are you going to say that I am to you? My woman. Kind of Neanderthal, do you not think? He made a grunting sound. That is me. A caveman. Maybe after dinner, you can see if you have some paper and a pen in that desk of yours, so that I can begin writing some rough drafts of my story. If anything, it will take my mind off being killed. And we want your mind off that. He kissed my cheek. Because it is not going to happen, baby. No one is going to get the chance to hurt my woman. A little chill ran through me at the thought that I was now his woman. I do not know why I like the way you say that, but I do. The distant sound of thunder had Mitch looking kind of happy. Sounds like a storm is coming. And that makes you happy? If the electricity goes out, I know this house like the back of my hand. I might be able to use that to my advantage and end this situation tonight. Even though I would love this to end tonight, what if you are out and about and the lights come back on? It is too dangerous. Danger is my middle name, he said as he wiggled his eyebrows. My babe does not take unnecessary risks, I let him know. Who says they are unnecessary? I do. There has to be a better way. If you concentrate, you can come up with something less risky. Cupping my chin, he looked into my eyes. You are not going to lose me. I am a big boy, and I can take care of myself very well. I have managed so far, have I not? You have had people framing you and then planning on killing you before? I asked with heavy sarcasm. A loud clap of thunder came from so close that it made the house shake a little. Sounds like this might be a pretty bad one, he said. The crackle of lightning came, and then the house went dark. Oh no.
Chapter 19. Mitch.
Footsteps ran down the hallway, telling me the loss of electricity was something our captors were not thrilled about. I listened as the steps went down the stairs. There is no one up here. It is pitch black, Taylor said as she reached out and grabbed my hand. I want you to go into the bedroom and lock the door. I am going into the hall so that I can get up to the attic while no one is up here. No, she shouted. Taylor, do not be loud. I am not trying to bring any attention to us up here. I am sure they are looking for the breaker box to see if they can get the power back on. I might not have very long. You are going to have to do as I say, and not argue with me about anything. Now feel your way to the bedroom, then close and lock the door. I will let you know when I am back. Do not open that door until you hear my voice. I cannot lock the other door behind me. I will have to be fast. How are you going to see, Mitch? Do not do anything stupid. I can see just fine. I should not have to remind you about all the years of training I have had in the military. Now go. She got up, mumbling to herself, crazy man thinks he is immortal or something. Okay. I am in. Do not get yourself killed. I am going to try not to, I said, then went to the other door and waited to hear her click the lock on the other door before I opened it. Peering up and down the hallway, I saw no one around, so I stepped out into the hallway and quietly closed the door behind me. If the lights came back on before I got back, I did not want anyone to see the door open. With my back against the wall, I moved toward the middle of the hallway where the door to the attic was located. I could hear the men talking downstairs. "The breaker box," one of them said. "It has got to be in here somewhere." "The laundry room," another man said. "That is where the one in my house is." They could look everywhere inside the house, but they would never find it because it was located outside on the outer wall by the garage. So I knew that I had a generous amount of time before anyone came back upstairs. I would have to move across the top of the staircase before getting to the attic, though. I prayed that I blended seamlessly into the wall behind me so that no one would see me if they happened to pass by at the same time I was passing through. Slow and easy, I moved along the wall, only allowing myself to breathe once I was past the most critical point. I saw no one as I went by the top of the staircase. Relief flooded me as I moved past it. "Hey, what if it is upstairs somewhere?" I heard a man say. "I will go check," said another. I moved as fast and silently as I could to get back to my room. I barely got the door shut when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. "Mitch." I heard Taylor call out from behind the other door. "Is that you?" "Yes," I said, going to the door. "Let me in." As soon as the door came open, she was in my arms. I was so worried. "I thought you were never going to come back." "You do not have to worry about me. I did not accomplish my task. Someone came up to look for the breaker box. I had to abort the mission." "Do you think they are going to want to look in here?" A knock came to the door. "Hey," came a man's voice. "Tell me where the breaker box is." "Outside. North wall by the garage." "But it is not the breaker that is the problem. This happens a lot out here. A line is down. It will be morning before they fix it. But if you want to go out into that raging storm, be my guest." He did not say a thing, just walked away. I waited until I heard him hit the last stair. "Close the bedroom door, baby. I am going out there again." "Mitch, do not go," she whispered. "I am so afraid for you. Taylor, you are going to have to trust me. Close and lock the door." She did not say a word, just did as I said, and I went back into the hallway. Back against the wall, moving cautiously. I had to get to my guns. Time was running out. I had not told Taylor what the man who delivered our dinner earlier had told me. She was already so scared. So I was terrified that sharing what he had revealed would scare her to death or, at the very least, make her panic even more. But now I knew what they had been up to at the tech company and why it was put up for sale in the first place. What he had said to me was that they just needed a new company to use as a cover so that they could continue making their product. A product they had created inside the building I had destroyed. But apparently, I had failed to destroy everything. A few canisters of the product had been saved before I locked the building up tight. And they had these canisters in my home now. He had said they were prepared to use the gas inside them on us. They would use the air conditioning system to move the gas that would first knock us out, and then our lungs would stop functioning, and death would soon follow if they could not get to me in time to deliver the antidote. And Taylor would never receive the antidote at all. But that was only if I did not do what they wanted, which I had no intention of doing, now that I knew what they planned to do with my money, and under my name. It was obvious that they had produced a biological product that they would send to Russia, who would then use it as biological warfare. There was nothing else I could do but stop them before they could go any further. I would not be their patsy so that they could ruin the world. Maybe I had been right to think that technology would ruin the world. Only it was another kind of technology that would do it. And one thing I knew was that I could stop this particular type before they got a chance to mass produce it. But I had to get to my guns and take out our captors so I could alert the proper authorities about what they were up to. They could be stopped. From what the man had told me, they had a limited supply of the stuff so far. They were always going to kill the new owner of the company, the man had told me. It did not matter who bought it. But they had never thought the new owner would destroy everything before they had gotten a chance to pull off their plan. What I had done had slowed down their process. With their limited supply of the canisters, they did not want to use what they had on us. He was giving me every opportunity to agree to go with him, just so they would not have to use it. So I had agreed to go to New York with them the next morning while leaving Taylor home. But I was not going to do that at all. And that meant I had to act fast. The thunderstorm could not have come at a better time. And the electricity going out was just icing on the cake. Once I made it to where the attic door was, I knew I had to try to be quiet. The ladder often squeaked as it came down, and if it hit the floor when it did, that would cause a loud bang. And we could not have that. Reaching up as high as I could, it was still too far up. I had always used a ladder to get up there in the past. Darn it, I muttered. If I jumped, my feet would make a loud thump. So I had to wait until the sound of thunder would drown it out. I waited, and then a flash of lightning told me thunder would soon follow, and I jumped just as the thunder began. But my reach still was not high enough. The ladder was outside, so going to get it was out of the question. But there were chairs in the bedrooms, so I could get one out of the room closest to me. The guest room where Taylor had stayed her first night. Before going into the room, I listened for any sounds of footsteps coming toward the stairs and heard nothing. Going into the room, I saw the outline of the chair and went to get it. I had just stepped back into the hallway when I heard the sound of footsteps and then a man say, "I will go ask him." Moving fast, I put the chair back in the room, then ran down the hallway, barely making it through the door before I heard his voice right outside it. He had been right behind me, but had not seen me in the dark. "We want to call the electric company to see when the power will be back on. What is the number? And are we going to have to give them an account number or anything? All you are going to get is a recording. No one is in the office after 5. I am telling you that when it goes off like this, it will not be back on until the morning. You must have a generator. A rich guy like you has to have something if his electricity is always going out. No generator. I put some logs in the fireplace and read a book by the light it gives off. There's a whole library full of books downstairs. And the den has a fireplace with some logs already in it. The matches are on the mantel. I know you were told about what will happen if you do not actually go to the bank in the morning. I was also told that you have agreed to go. That is smart of you. But you know that we cannot use the product you were told about without the ventilation system being able to work. So, none of us really think that you are telling the truth about why the electricity is out all of a sudden. Well, you tell me, how could I have gotten out of this room to go turn it off myself? I do not put anything past anybody. If you did it, you should know that you and your woman will pay dearly for trying to mess with us. You can thank this storm for the loss of electricity. I did not have a thing to do with it. If we go out to that breaker box and find one of them tripped, then it will not go well for you. Why is that? What would I have to do with that? You could have done something up here, like put a hairdryer in the sink with water in it, and that would cut the electricity off. And if we find out that you did that, well, you know. I get it. I did not do that, so I am not worried. Look, I gave my word, and I stand by my word. I am going to New York, and I am going to do whatever you people tell me to. But if I come back here and find that anything has happened to my woman, you all will have to answer for it. Got me? I heard him walking away without bothering to answer me. It would have bothered me, but since I was not really going to leave Taylor there alone, I did not worry about it at all. What I was worrying about was how hard it was going to be to get into that attic without a ladder to help me reach all the way to the high ceiling. 12-foot ceilings were great until you needed to get up there. Turning around, I heard the bedroom door open, and then Taylor asked, "Mitch, what was that guy talking about?" Not used to having to lie to people, I was not sure what to say. I did not want to say too much, but knew I had to address the things that she had overheard. "How much did you hear?" "What does that matter?" Walking through the darkness to get to her, I did not have a lot of time to explain things. "Honey, we can talk about this later. I really need to see if I can get into the attic, using a chair to climb up on. It is super important that I get to my guns. This can wait." "You're going to go to New York and leave me here," she said. "I do not know why you did not want to tell me that, when I have been telling you that is exactly what you needed to do. Is this something you do a lot of, keep things a secret?" Running my hands up and down her arms, I did not want to lie to her. "Hey, let me do what I need to do, and when I get back, I will fill you in on everything." That would give me time to find the best way to tell her what was going on, without making her any more afraid than she already was. With a heavy sigh, she said, "Okay. Go do what you need to do. I will be in here, waiting." Leaving a kiss on her forehead, I headed back out, being careful to look around before stepping into the hallway again. I got all the way back to the guest room, and found I had left the door open. If the lights had come back on, and anyone saw that, they would know that I was scouting around for something, and that would be very bad for us. Quickly, I took the chair and placed it under the attic door, then climbed up on it, only to find that I still could not reach the handle. Darn it. "Johnny, I do not care if it is dark. You need to go up there and guard the door." Hurrying to put the chair back, I made sure to close the door before going back to my bedroom suite. After locking it, I went to the other door and knocked. "I am back." Moments later, she opened the door. "Did you get them?" "I cannot get up there. I am going to have to do it in a different way." She took my hand and led me to the bed. "I thought you were a little too quiet when the food came. So what were you told?" We sat down, and I draped my arm around her shoulder, holding her close to my side. "He told me that they have something they can put into the ventilation system that will knock us out, and even kill us if they do not give us the antidote." "Are you serious?" "That is what he said. I do not think they have much of whatever this stuff is, because he kept trying to get me to just agree to go to the bank and leave you here. So I agreed." "So, you're going to the bank to give them what they want?" "I am not going to do that. Whatever they have must be what they developed at their company. I think they had just gotten it developed, and then the Russians wanted to sell the company so that whenever they began using this stuff around the world, it would not get traced back to them. I also think that whoever bought the company was going to be killed so the workers could continue their work and begin to mass produce this stuff. You know, both the poison and the antidote." "My goodness," she gasped. "They could kill millions of people before anyone ever figures out who is doing it and where it is coming from. So, you see why I cannot possibly go along with them. I cannot let them get up and running. If they now know how to make the formulas, then all they need is the equipment, the elements, and a place to do it in. That is why they are trying to open the company as quickly as possible and stick my name all over everything that has to do with it. Once I am dead and cannot talk, and the deaths finally get tracked back to the company, I will be the one to blame, and the former Russian owners will never be held responsible for a thing." "He told you all this?" she asked. "No. I mean, he told me about the stuff that would be put into the ventilation system, but not all the rest. I came up with that on my own. I mean, it might not be all that cut and dry, but it is the gist of what I believe they are up to. And it is far too deadly to let them get any further than they already have." "I agree." "Glad to hear that. Because it is time to get very brave, baby. I cannot coddle you where this is concerned. It is not a matter of just national security anymore. It is global security. We have seen that things can spread like wildfire since the COVID pandemic. They could make this look like people are getting sick instead of being poisoned. And they will only give the antidote, which they will call medicine, to the ones they want to keep alive. I already see the writing on the wall. It is sick. Why would anyone want to kill so many people? To start over fresh. And with only the people they deem worthy. I suppose it is time for you to put all that military training to use, Mitch. It is time to save the world. Me, a recluse who hates how technology is leading the world, is going to save it? Who knew?
Chapter 20. Taylor.
I had to give Mitch credit. He knew how to inspire courage. Tell me what to do. I will be your soldier, Mitch. You most certainly will not be any such thing. You are to stay hidden away until I complete my mission. I am sure I can do something to help. You are going to write this story, honey. He patted me on the shoulder. You are the journalist. I am the soldier. I know you were in military school and went to West Point, but were you ever in the service? Did you actually ever do a tour of duty, or whatever they call it? Graduating from West Point, I could have gone on to officer training school and joined the Army as an officer. But that was not what I wanted to do. So I graduated, then went back home to live at my parents' estate in Yonkers. I stayed with them until their deaths, and then I moved away. I had never felt like that mansion was home. Well, there was not a place I considered home. So I bought a home in the country, but that one did not feel like home either. It went on like that, buying a place I thought I could make a home from, finding that place not to be it and moving on. I have lost count of the houses I have bought and sold. What did you do with your parents' home? I wanted it to get used. So I found a non-profit organization that could do something good with it. What kind of organization? One for abused women who have children and need a safe place to live. If there had been lights on, he would have seen the surprised expression on my face. Really? Yes, really. There is an account for the home, so that the people who run it can keep everything going. You know, pay the bills, buy the groceries, and everything. There is an entire staff to cook, clean, and keep the grounds up. I did not want the women and children to have to do a thing but feel relaxed and live stress-free lives while they were given therapy for what they had gone through. Do you pay for the therapists to help them too? Of course. They are part of the extensive staff. Since the women and children are there to escape an abusive person, there are several teachers on staff to keep up the children's schooling at home so they do not have to go to public schools where they might be found. It sounds like you really thought of everything, Mitch. I could not believe he had done such a wonderful thing, and had never spoken of it. He did it all for completely selfless reasons. Why is this not public knowledge? I did not find anything about this when I researched you. I did not do it for recognition. I did it because it was the right thing to do. I have to tell you that I find that so fascinating about you. I am just a man with some money, and some things, honey. Thunder boomed outside and I shrank into his side. He kissed the top of my head. We need to use this storm to our advantage. I have got an idea. There is a metal ruler in my desk, which I think I can use to pry the ceiling from the wall in the closet. Well, let us do this, babe. I hopped up. I get it now. The sounds from the storm will make it so no one can hear the noise we make. But we still have to be as quiet as we can be. They already suspect that I am trying to do something to thwart their plans. We are safe while the electricity is down. Once it comes back on, they can use that gas or whatever it is to knock us out. And what is really worrisome is that I am not about to unlock the door to the bedroom, and they will not be able to get to us to deliver an antidote. If we do not fall unconscious right away, we could unlock it so they could get to us. He shook his head. They will not give the antidote to you. I am not letting you die alone. If you go, I go too. He took my hand and held it to his soft lips. We do this whole thing together. So if the worst happens, do not you dare unlock that door. While his sentiment was sweet, he was insane. Mitch, I will most certainly open the door so that they can come to give you the antidote, even if I have to die. You would still be able to save the world. Not if they make me do the things they want me to do. It is time to fight and not give up, unless death takes us. And I do not want to live without you. So if this mission is supposed to be successful, it will be. If not, and we perish, then that is the way it was supposed to go. You have to have a bit of faith sometimes. I did not see our deaths being good for anyone. If you can live and stop this, then I think you need to do that. Mitch, we have only known each other for a few days. This is our third night together. Do not die for me. I can die for whoever I want to die for. But I do not plan on dying. I do not plan on you dying. I plan on us making it out of this. I plan on making you a permanent part of my life. Yes, I know it is way too soon to be thinking that way, but I cannot help it. I do not want to live my life without you in it. And not just every other weekend. Not just now and then. I want you with me every single day. I want to go to sleep with you and wake up with you. So I am going to do my best to live through this and make sure you live. But if it comes down to it and they release that gas or whatever it is, I am leaving this earthly body behind and going with you to the next level. But why would you do such a thing? I asked as tears flowed down my cheeks. I had never known anyone who would give up their life for me. Because we were meant to be, baby. I do not care that we have only known each other for a short amount of time. A very short amount of time, I chimed in. Yes, a very short amount of time. But I know. I know without a doubt in my mind, in my heart, in my soul. I know. You go, I go. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears clouded my vision, which was not great as it was completely dark, the only light coming from lightning strikes every now and then. How did I get so lucky to be given this assignment from an editor who hates me? I threw my arms around him. I know too. Everything in me tells me that you and I were meant to be. And I do not want to be without you either. Good. He kissed me softly on the lips. We have a lot of work to do. Let us get to it. Working in the dark will not be easy, I said as he took my hand, leading me to his desk. I have got a flashlight in the nightstand. And you have not gotten it out yet? I felt a little frustrated that I could have had light all this time. The battery had to be conserved. I have got no idea how long it will take me to get the ceiling down. He put something in my hand. Hold this. Now we can get the flashlight and go into the closet. I will have to climb up on the shelves, so we will need a chair too. Butterflies filled my stomach. But I felt like I could do this with him. I could do it all. I can grab the chair at your desk and hold it so you can climb up. He pulled the flashlight from his drawer and turned it on. Are you beginning to see why everything had its place? You have lived way too long in the house that loses electricity with every storm that rolls in. I have lived this way my whole life. It is what you learn when you grow up the way I did. If you know where everything is, you can find it in the dark. Being prepared for the worst makes things a tiny bit easier. He handed the flashlight to me. So I am in charge of the light? I have got other things to do, so you will have to shine it wherever I need light. We went by his desk. Grab the chair. Putting both the flashlight and the ruler in one hand, I got the chair with the other, and followed Mitch into the walk-in closet. I do not see how you are going to do this. He took a bunch of clothes that hung in one area and pulled them down, then tossed them to one side. A few shoeboxes on the shelf above had to be pushed over, and then he looked at me. Please hold the chair so that it does not fall over. I am going up. Got it. After stepping onto the chair, he climbed up on the shelf like it was not hard at all. But there was not much headroom, and he had to lie on his back. He held out his hand. Okay, hand me the ruler. I had no idea what he was going to do with the ruler, but handed it to him anyway, as I bit down on my lower lip. Please let this work. This will work, he said as he slid the thin metal ruler underneath the crown molding, then began to pry it away from the wall. It was not an easy job. The molding was as long as the wall, and he had to keep sliding down on the shelf to pry more of it away. In the meantime, I had to keep moving the chair and climbing on it to move things out of his way. And we had to do this very quietly so no one would hear us. With the molding finally off, he handed the 7-foot-long piece down to me. Do not drop it. It is heavy. He was not kidding. The weight was more than I could handle, and he quickly grabbed it to help me get it down without dropping it. Careful, baby. I had no idea things like this weighed so much. I grunted and groaned as I put it on the floor. What a workout. I wiped my hand over my forehead. I broke a sweat. He looked a little worried. If that was heavy to you, then I hope you can handle the sheetrock. The ceiling is made from rocks covered with a sheet? I asked with confusion. It does not look like that. It is a thick layer of gypsum that is covered with a hardy paper, and I will have to take off the entire panel. The whole thing? That seemed daunting. How much does it weigh? Well, it is a half-inch thick, and the piece is 4 feet wide and 8 feet long. So, about 50 pounds or so. 50 pounds? I shouted. He looked at me with his finger to his lips. Shush. This is a covert mission. And yes, 50 pounds at least. And it is bulky too. Maybe I should pry it loose and you catch it. A smile pulled his lips up. You are right. I am coming down, and you are going up. Mitch, I have never done anything like this before. What if I mess it all up? He climbed down, then took the flashlight from me. It is deconstruction. You cannot go wrong. I am going to have this rebuilt anyway. I got up on the chair, then climbed onto the shelf. This is so awkward. Tell me about it. He pointed the light at the far corner. You are going to need to scoot back to that corner there. That is where you will start. Where is the ruler? Oh, that. He handed it to me. Here you go. Just slip it under that drywall, then pull down. But do not do it too hard, or it will break. If that happens, we will have to find something else, which will take up time. I interjected, that we do not have. Got it. I will be careful. He winked at me. I love you, baby. You got this. I looked at him with my jaw gaping. So, this is where we tell each other those 3 little words? This is it, he said with a wide smile. You got anything to say to me? It was hard not to cry as I looked at him, knowing that we were living on borrowed time, and then I said words I had never said to any man. I love you too, babe. Great. Let us do this. Inserting the ruler was a lot easier than it was to pry it down enough to make the nail come out of the 2x4 it was nailed to. After I got the first nail out of the drywall, I looked around and realized that we had 2 more sections of crown molding to take out before we could get the entire sheet of drywall out. This is going to take all night, Mitch. He nodded. Yeah. As I kept working, I said, this might be our last night together, and we are going to spend it in this closet doing hard work. This will not be our last night together, he said. I kept working as I continued, this might be our last night alive, Mitch. If we get this done, it should not be. Did they have some super great attitude classes in that military school you went to? I mean, you are so positive that we will be successful. Only because we will be successful. Less talking, more prying, baby. Is that not something a journalist is supposed to be good at, prying? As in prying information out of people? I had to laugh as I loosened another section. Yes. It is a different type of prying. But I am getting the hang of this. As soon as I feel the metal of the nail, I slip the ruler down, and then the drywall comes right down with it. We might want to do home improvement, Mitch. This is kind of satisfying in a weird way. Glad you like it. You are nearly done with that side. At this rate, we will be done and still have enough time to hold each other before dawn. I almost laughed. As if you are even capable of stopping at holding each other. You can go forever when we are close. Only because I do not want it to end. Being close to you is hard to stop loving. I felt my cheeks heat with a blush. No one has ever told me that. I am glad to be the first. And I pray I will be the last. My babe does not want me to be with any other man, I said with glee. So we are like a couple then, right? We are the tightest couple ever. No one. Nothing. It is us. Together. Forever. That should scare someone my age. I know this, yet it does not make me feel anything other than completely happy. Me too, baby. I cannot wait for you and me to do life together. I completed the first side and looked down at him. I need to move to the other shelf. This side is officially done. You are working at breakneck speed, he said as he helped me down. Do you need to rest before we move on to the next section? Nah. I flexed my bicep. I am getting buff by doing this. He put his hand on my small muscle and gave it a gentle squeeze. Oh, so strong. Get up there and get that other piece of crown molding down, then I will get back up there and do my part. Cupping my face in the palm of his hand, he kissed me, then said, You are going to make life interesting. I think you are too. I wanted to feel positive. I really did. But as he climbed on the chair, and then onto the shelf at the top of the closet, I could not help but wonder again if this would be our last night together. Chances of us getting to the guns might be good, but what were the chances of Mitch being able to take everyone out? What were the chances that the electricity would stay out? If it came back on, they could use that stuff to kill us when Mitch did not go with them the way they wanted. And he would not go. I knew that now. He would never leave me to die alone. I looked up at him as he lay back on the shelf. Hand me the ruler, baby. I got up on the chair and kissed him as I slid the ruler into his hand. No matter what happens, you are a hero. His eyes glistened in a way I had not seen before. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he said, So are you. I certainly did not feel like a hero. But him saying that made me stop and think about what we were doing. We have to get this done. He nodded. We must get this done. I wanted to cry, but knew there was no time for weakness. Get your part done, and then I will do mine. We can do this.
Together, he interjected.
Together forever, no matter what.
Chapter 21. Mitch.
With the sheetrock ready to come down, I hopped down to the floor at the same time thunder rolled outside. Here we go. I used my foot to gently kick the flashlight out of the way. She had put it down when she had to catch the end piece of the sheetrock. It gave us just enough light so that we were not stumbling around in the darkness. Taylor held firmly to the side I had slid down to her. It is heavy. But I have got it. I grabbed the side. Okay, back up slowly. We do not want this to fall. The sound will be loud enough to have them coming to see what we are up to. And we do not want them to think we are up to anything. Nodding, she spread her feet apart and got ready to take on the full weight of the thing. I am ready. Easing the piece down, I finally had it all the way out of the ceiling and saw complete and utter darkness above. The electricity still had not come on, so it had been really dark before. But the darkness in the attic took it to another level. We moved the large piece of sheetrock out of the closet and leaned it against the wall. That went well, I said, turning to go back inside to climb into the attic. She followed behind me. Man, it is like mega dark up there. She bent to pick up the flashlight and shone it up there. The beam of light does not even seem to penetrate the blackness up there. Spooky. It is just darkness. Nothing spooky about it. When was the last time you were up there? She asked. Years ago. I climbed back up on the shelf, then put my hands on either side of the now empty corner to pull myself up. I hope there are not any bats up there. Those things carry rabies. If you get bitten, she said. Not helping, I let her know. She was right about one thing. The flashlight was not helping at all. Even with her shining the light up into the hole, it was still pitch black. Sorry. I will keep my thoughts to myself. I did not mean to scare you. You did not scare me, I said as I pulled myself up to the edge and slid onto the floor. Peering down at her, I reached down, wiggling my fingers. Pass me the light, please. Okay, be careful. She handed me the light, then stepped back. I will be right here. Just as I stood, a brilliant lightning strike lit up the entire attic, and I saw it through the attic window at the front of the massive room. Quickly, my eyes scanned the room until they landed on the old shipping trunk where I had stored all the guns and ammunition. Found it. With the flashlight in hand, I took off and immediately got wrapped in spiderwebs. Darn my lack of housekeeping skills. Why did I not put cleaning the attic on a regular rotation? Did you find someplace in your home that you have not kept meticulously neat? She said with a snicker laced through her words. Wiping the webs off as I went, I did not bother to answer her snarky question. This should not take long. I put the flashlight on the floor, opening the lid of the trunk and finding the box of ammunition and the gun-safe box with my 2 handguns inside. The key to both was in the nightstand in my bedroom. Elation filled me as I hurried to get the things back down to my bedroom. I handed her the flashlight first. Here, honey, take this. I will put these things on the shelf, then you can grab them and I will climb down. Thank goodness, she said with a loud sigh. Now we have got some equality in this mess. We had more than just equality now. I had the advantage. We had more war games when I was in military school than I could even count. From first grade on, we had them while in school, and we had them in our free time as well. We were little soldiers, and we loved pretending that we were battling some force of evil to win the war for the Americans and free the world. And the beauty of playing those kinds of games was that we had to play both roles at different times. The good guys and the bad guys. That way, we learned how the enemy thinks. There was not anything the enemy would not stoop to. That was essential in understanding the mind of someone who is out to hurt everyone and anyone to get what they were after. If you did not know how low they could go, you would underestimate your opponent, and that would lead to your demise. Or something even worse than death. I followed her into the bedroom, where she placed the boxes and the flashlight on the bed before turning to face me. Being so close to being free, something took me over, and I scooped her into my arms, kissing her with deep emotion. Her arms ran around my neck as she kissed me back. She knew it too. We were so close we could almost taste freedom. The storm outside went on and on. Inside, our connection grew even stronger as we held each other tightly, sharing warmth and comfort in the darkness. I had never known this kind of bond existed. I knew, without a single doubt, that I had found the one meant for me. We stayed wrapped in each other's arms for a long moment, letting the closeness wash over us before we pulled back to continue our work. Wrapping her long hair around my fist, I pulled back gently, elongating her neck, then ran my lips up it before settling them against her ear. I am never going to let you go. Her hands gripped my arms tightly. If you think I am ever going to let you go, then you are crazy. Her legs wrapped around my body, possessively. You belong to me. Is that right? I held her close. And who do you belong to? Her lashes fluttered as she smiled. I belong to Mitchell Blaine Hanover. So, you know my middle name. You are a super sleuth. What is yours? Marie. Arching her back slightly, she whispered, I love you. Moving with her, I leaned over, whispering in her ear, I love you, Taylor Marie Moore. The emotion we shared left us both breathless. Her nails lightly traced down my back. I love you, Mitchell Blaine Hanover. I did not want this moment to end. I did not want to stop being close to this woman, ever. With every fiber of my being, I wanted to go to sleep with her in my arms and wake up with my body wrapped around hers. I wanted to feel her soft caresses, taste her precious lips, and hold her as many times as possible. Thoughts of her consumed me. I could never get enough of this woman, and I prayed that she felt even half of what I felt for her. I had never known a love like this, and I was sure I would never have the desire for another for the rest of my life. Time had elongated since she had come to my gate. Instead of days, it felt like years. It felt like we had known each other forever. There was not an ounce of me that did not feel like this was right in every single way imaginable. We rolled over together, holding each other close. She sat up, looking down at me with so much love in her eyes. Tossing her hair over her shoulders, she leaned back. "Mitch, this could be our last." Quickly, I pulled her down, making her look at me. "Do not say what you are about to say. We cannot think that way, and we most certainly cannot talk that way. We are going to get out of this, and we are going to live normal lives once more." "But how can you be so sure?" Pulling her down to my chest, I rolled over, putting myself on top. "Trust me, baby. Just put your trust in me, and everything will be all right. I am not someone who thinks crazy things, but I know some things for certain. Sometimes, a person can speak things into being. You know how I keep saying to think positive?" "Yes," she said as she gazed at me. "I am listening, Mitch. I really want to feel as positive as you. Teach me how to do it." "Okay, when you think and speak in a positive manner, then positive things come about. When you think and speak in a negative manner, then negative things come about." It might sound like voodoo mumbo-jumbo, but I am here to tell you that this is a true fact. You say that you think positive, but you have lived alone all this time. 50+ years. How is that positive? I have not been lonely. I have lived my life the way I like. I might not have found true love in all that time, but now I have. So I am not about to second-guess my frame of mind now. It paid off for me, waiting for the right person to come along, rather than marrying someone I did not love the way I love you. "How can this be real though?" she asked with concern. "What if this is only coming about because of the situation we are in right now? You and I were on the outs before they came along, and we locked ourselves away together." The thing about positive thinking is that you cannot go around analyzing the whys, ifs, or buts about things. It happened. That is that. No reason to sit around and question it. We found each other. And I was not going to tell you to leave. You should remember that fact, honey. No, that is not entirely true, Mitch. It is entirely true, Taylor. I did not ask you to leave. Here's how I recall it, she said. After I had my things packed and gathered into my arms, I went to your door. I had no idea if you could hear me or not, but I said this anyway. "I am sorry, Mitch. I overstepped my bounds. Thank you for all your hospitality. I had a wonderful time. Goodbye." After saying that to you, I walked away, making my way down the stairs and then to the front door. Looking over my shoulder, I kept hoping I would find you there, and that you would let me apologize to your face. But you were not there. So I opened the door and walked out, and was about to close the door behind me when I heard you coming down the stairs. I remembered that exactly the way she had. I told you to wait. And you did what I asked. You did not move a muscle as I came closer and told you that you were welcome. Does that sound like I was telling you to leave? Does that sound like I wanted you to just go away? You have not finished out that whole scene yet, Mitch, she said. You held out a tiny key on a small keyring. You told me to use it to unlock the gate, and to please lock it back and put the key on top of the post once I was on the other side of the gate. You said that you would go down and get it later. After that, you dropped the key in my palm, then closed the door. Now, how is that not telling me to go without actually saying the words? She was right. I made a mistake that day. Are you sure about that? She moved closer. Maybe it is just the situation that has us feeling like this is love. Oh, it is the situation, all right, I said, laughing as I held her. You know why I think you have brought this stuff up? Why is that? She ran her hands through my hair. I think you are afraid deep inside that once this is all over, you and I will walk away from each other. I think that you believe that if we do not have this intense situation going on, we will figure out how different we are, and this thing we have going on between us will fade away. What if that does happen? I could tell from the way her eyes darted back and forth that I had hit the nail on the head. I should remind you of how things went before that happened. You and I had long conversations about all sorts of things. And we had long moments where we did not speak at all. It is in those silent times that I knew something was sparking between us. Confusion riddled her pretty face. In the silence, that is when you knew we had something. There was no awkwardness between us when we sat in silence, reading our books. And that, my darling, is rare. It is so rare that I have never experienced anything like it with the other women I have dated. Is that so? She asked with a grin. I kissed the tip of her nose. That is so, my sweet. The women I knew before you came along had no interest in reading and did not want me to do it either. They had a nearly constant need to be entertained in some form or fashion. Her lower lip jutted out. Like having time with you. She shuddered. I do not want to think about that. Please do not answer that question. I liked the idea that she did not like the idea of me being with anyone else. Kissing her forehead, I could not help but smile. Anyway, you get what I am saying. You and I felt comfortable together pretty much from the get-go. And that is a rare thing. At least it is for me. How about you? I am sure I do not have the number you have to compare to. But no one has ever asked me to read a book while we were spending time together. So what you are saying is that you have not spent time with someone in silence to know that our time in silence was special, I said with a nod. It was special, though. And I should not have given you the key to the gate. I should have told you that I was sorry for my temper and taken you on a walk instead. Her eyes grew wide. If we had gone on a walk at that exact moment, then when those men got here, they would not have found us, and we would not have gotten trapped in your bedroom. We would have gotten away, and the authorities would have come to take those men away. And then what would have happened with us? She asked with wonder in her pretty green eyes. My heart knew the answer more than my mind did. And it was my heart that spoke to her. What do you think, baby? Our eyes held as we moved together slowly, taking our time with each other. Her smile told me so much more than her words ever could. And then we kissed, softly, letting our minds ease as we both knew that this was meant to be, and nothing would have ever stopped it from happening. As we shared this intimate moment as captives, I knew one thing was for certain. I was going to buy this woman the most impressive engagement ring on the planet. And a new car, too. She would never have to borrow a car, or anything else for that matter, for the rest of her life. The idea made me laugh, and it actually came out of my mouth. She looked a little stunned. Finding something funny, babe? Not about this. Not about what we are doing. Just about myself, and how I would not buy any of the women I have known in the past anything, because they asked for it. And with you, I am constantly thinking about all the things I am going to give you. It is just funny because I thought that I really did not want to buy things for women. But for you, I want to rope the moon and give it to you. I would give you my last breath. A tear ran down her cheek. I hope I get to have that last breath, Mitch. I hope we get to grow old together. I have to beat you to old age, honey, I said with a chuckle. You are not old, Mitch. You are seasoned but not old. Not even a little. We will have many, many happy years together. Speaking positively about our future. I like it. I hope you do, because I am going to follow your wise guidance. I will think and speak in a positive manner. But if, for some reason, you hear me saying negative things, please remind me of the way of Mitch Hanover. Because it is a pretty great way to be. Finally, someone really gets me.
Chapter 22. Taylor.
Lying in each other's arms on the floor, the sound of the storm began to wane only a bit. I sat up, one thought in my head. You should do this while it is still dark out and the storm is still going on. It will help to hide you. He sat up too, nodding. That was what I have been thinking as well. Plus, I do not want to wait for the electricity to come on and give those people a chance to use that gas they have developed. As much as I knew he needed to get up and get dressed, I was so terrified of what could happen to him that I threw my arms around him and did not want to let go. I cannot let you leave, Mitch. It is too dangerous. He hugged me before moving my arms off him. This must be done, and the time has come. Go grab something to put on. I will get dressed and then load the guns. By now, I bet most of the men out there have gone to sleep. I think they were making a fire in the fireplace in the den. With that going and the sound of the rain, it makes for some nice sleep. Shuddering at the idea, I tried not to think about it. The easier it was for him, the safer he would be. He stood, held out his hand for me to take, then lifted me up. We went to his dresser, where he pulled out one of his sweatpants and handed them to me. Thanks, I said as I slipped them on. A shower would have been nice. I agree. But I am not complaining about that, since the electricity being out is making things much easier for us. One of the only setbacks of having a water well is that when the electricity goes out, then you do not have a pump to get the water to come out of the well and into the house. But I will take it over living city life with that nasty city water any day. It is good water, I agreed. I took the t-shirt he handed me and pulled it on over my head, then went in search of my bra. My bra has to be here somewhere. Look by the side of the bed. That is where most of your clothes ended up. I found it and put it on under the t-shirt. Should I put my shoes on already? Like, are we going to leave once you do what needs to be done? We are. I do not know how many of them there are, so we should not stick around in case someone hides and comes out at us while we are hanging outside, waiting for the police to arrive. We will get into your car, if it is still out there with the keys inside. If not, then we will have to go to the garage where my truck is parked and take it out of here. Either way, even if they have made sure none of the vehicles will run, we will hoof it out of here if we have to. But we will be leaving in any case, so get your shoes on. And find a couple of jackets in the closet too. Lay them on the bed, so that you will have them ready to go. He had gotten dressed and went to the bed, to deal with the guns and ammunition. Opening the drawer next to his bed, he pulled out a key and opened both boxes as I walked back to the bed with a couple of his jackets in my hands. I tossed them onto the bed. My stomach is twisting. I have never been this nervous. I feel like I could pass out. Just keep taking deep breaths whenever you feel that way, and the feeling will pass. You are going to be fine. It is not me that I am worried about, Mitch. I know. He filled one of the clips with bullets, then clicked it into the handle of one of the guns. This one is ready to go. Can I look at it? I asked as I wanted to touch one for the first time. The safety is on. Go ahead and look it over. He got to work filling the next cartridge with bullets. I picked the gun up. It is kind of heavy. I held it out, pointing it at the wall. Putting both hands on it, I asked, "Is this how to do it?" Looks like good form to me. He clicked the other cartridge into place, then sighed. I am ready. The storm is beginning to wane. I should hurry. Putting the gun back down, I felt like I was about to burst into tears. Mitch, I am. He got up and held me tightly. I know. But it is going to be okay. Let us get you hidden in the top of the closet, before I go. He reached into the drawer and pulled out another key. This is the key to my bedroom door. I am going to lock it behind me, so that no one can come in here looking for you. But if something happens and they manage to get their hands on this key and get in here, I do not want them to find you. I did not like the idea of something like that happening at all. You better not let them win, Mitch. You have trained your whole life for this moment. You can do it. I can do it, he said with conviction. And you are going to hide until I come back to get you, and then we're getting the heck out of here. Nodding, I took his hand as he led me to the closet. This has to work. The world depends on it. We will do this, baby. He put his hands on my waist, then lifted me up, and I climbed onto the shelf, pushing the blankets out of the way so I could lie down on it. He carefully placed the folded blankets in front of me, to entirely cover up my body. If anyone comes in here, they will think you went up into the attic through the giant hole. You will wait until they are all the way up there before you push the blankets out of your way, and jump off the shelf as quietly as you can, and run down the stairs. If you see anyone as you make it to the front of the house, go out the back door or even a window in another room. But stay alert to your surroundings and listen hard. Be silent. I wish we knew how many of them there are. I hated that he would not know if he had gotten them all or not. Me too, baby. But people seldom get all the advantages with these kinds of things. He kissed my hand before tucking it back to hide it behind the blanket. I love you, Mitch, I said in a whisper. I love you too, and I will be back. He and I held eyes for the longest moment before he moved the blanket to cover my face. Remember, be silent. I will. I heard his soft footsteps receding as he walked back to the bed to get his guns. I heard him walking to the door, and the sound of it unlocking, then him locking it back. It was not as easy to hear from that point on. The walls and door of the bedroom were so thick that it made hearing anything else almost impossible. Until the first gunshot rang out. It was followed by many more. My blood ran cold, knowing that Mitch was in a terrible battle. His life was in danger, as was mine. We had been living for the last few days with the threat of danger hovering over us at all times. But now, with him out there with them, exchanging gunfire, the danger felt almost immediate. Please keep my man safe. Time stopped for what seemed like forever as the sounds of gunfire came, then stopped abruptly. Over and over again. All I could do was try to remember to breathe. Closing my eyes, I tried to pray for Mitch to be safe. I asked for mercy to be on our souls, and for us to find our way out of this danger. My mother came to mind as I waited. She and I had never been close. But if I did not make it, I had to wonder how upset she would be about it. My grandparents came to mind then. If I did not make it, would they be there with open arms, taking me to the next world? Would that place be peaceful? Would I get to spend eternity with them? What would happen, if anything at all? I had never contemplated what I believed about death, and what came after it. I was not raised attending a church. But I was taught that we all go to a better place. Even the people who did bad things got to go to a better place, according to my late grandmother. My grandfather did not agree with her. He would say that people who did terrible crimes would most certainly not get to go to a peaceful place. I liked my grandmother's version better. But I still had never come up with any real thoughts of my own about what happened after death. And now, I found that sort of uncomfortable. Being faced with danger and not having any conviction about what would happen after that occurred was more than a little unsettling. And what about the love Mitch and I had found? If we both did not make it, would we meet on the other side? Or would we both be alone on the other side? I did not like to think that we would be lost. It just did not feel right. It felt right to think that the others who had gone on before us would meet us somewhere just on the other side and show us the way. And that we would get to go together, our love bonding us even through danger. It was silly and naive, and I knew that. But with danger so close by, I had to find some solace in it all. I had to believe that Mitch and I would meet in the end, and that everything we had shared would not be lost. So far, all the shots I had heard had come from the same area of the house. I thought it must be the den area, because Mitch had said he thought they were all in there. But then I heard shots coming from somewhere much closer. Somewhere upstairs. Trembling, I guessed that at least one of the men had gotten away from the den and had come looking for me to use me as leverage against Mitch. A smile crept over my lips as I knew that meant Mitch was still alive. Muffled shouts could be heard, but I could not make out the words or even figure out if the voices were Mitch's or not. More shots and then silence. The sound of silence worried me. Has Mitch been hurt? Was the man I had come to love in such a dramatically short amount of time lying somewhere injured? Was it something that he could recover from if he got help? And should I leave my hiding place to get to him? Biting my lip, I knew that Mitch would not want me to leave my hiding place. But if he had been hurt, would he have changed his mind about that? If he needed me, would he want me to be with him? My life would be worth nothing if he did not make it. They would come for me. Once the electricity came back on, they would put that stuff in the ventilation system, and I would lie in the top of this closet. I was not going to go out like that. Like some kind of coward. I had to go see if Mitch was hurt. I could not just lay on the shelf like some luxury handbag, much too precious to lose. My life was not worth any more than Mitch's. If they get me, then they get me. Just as I began to move the blanket away from my face, I heard the sound of the lock on the bedroom door click, and I froze in place. I did feel like a coward as I held my breath and prayed that they would not find me. The footsteps came right up to the closet, then I heard the door open. My head felt so light, I thought I was going to faint. But then the blankets were pulled away, and I saw his gorgeous silhouette there. Come on, baby. We have got to go. Mitch. I shouted, then nearly jumped into his arms. Kissing his entire face, I had never loved anyone so much. I thought you were hurt or worse. I was about to come see. I am glad you did not. You were supposed to stay put. I ran my hands up and down his arms. Are you hurt at all? Did any of their bullets get you? I am fine. No shots hit me. But I am not sure how many more are here. They scattered immediately when I fired the first shot. Like a bunch of cockroaches, you know. I could not keep my eyes on all of them. But there were a lot of them. More than the 12 I stopped. You stopped 12 armed men all by yourself? I was more than impressed. Wow. You really are a soldier. You are a hero, Mitch. I squeezed him even more than I had been. Look, I love that you are so proud of me. But we have to get the heck out of here while the electricity is still off. Once the lights come on, we are not in the best situation. Yeah, I am ready. Let us grab the jackets and get out of here. I ran to the bed and got the jackets, tossing one to him before putting one on myself. He took my hand, pulling me behind him. You stay behind me at all times. Stay close. I want you so close that I can feel your breath on the back of my neck. Got it, I said as we began to move. Slowly, we walked out of the room, into the living area of his suite, and then out into the hallway. I had not been out of his room in days, and it felt sort of wonderful to be out, but I was also scared to death. Staying glued to him as we went down the hallway, I saw dark shapes on the floor near the top of the stairs. He stepped over them, and I felt like I was going to be sick as I had to do the same. At the bottom of the stairs, another shape lay in our way, and we had to step over it. Mitch moved us to put our backs against the walls as we made our way to the front of the house. It became evident by the sound of the pouring rain that they had not covered the hole they had made when they blew off the front door. A distant lightning strike illuminated the doorway and showed just how hard the rain fell outside. Since we were moving under the cover of darkness, we had not brought the flashlight with us. Walking over the ruins of what had once been cement steps that led to the door was not easy, and I stepped into an opening that trapped my foot. Mitch, I hissed as quietly as I could so he would not pull me along and possibly hurt my ankle. Hang on. He stopped and turned to look at me, one finger moving to his lips to silently tell me not to speak. He ran his hand down my leg, stooping over to continue running his hand down, until he found what was wrong and moved a chunk of broken concrete so that I could move again. When he rose back up, I heard a popping sound and watched in horror as Mitch fell backward onto the ground. "No!" I screamed as my head jerked, and I saw a shadowy figure pointing a gun. Instinct kicked in, and I ran at full speed toward the figure. I did not say a thing, just ran like I had never run before. My hands stretched out before me, and I hit the man square in the chest, knocking him to the ground, then fisted my right hand and struck him. The man fought back, but I held firmly to the gun as I rolled off him. Although my head felt odd and I heard a ringing sound, I remembered what Mitch had taught me and felt for the safety. Feeling the click, I watched as the man lunged at me. Pulling the trigger, I stopped the threat as the man fell on top of me, knocking me down. The shock was too much, and darkness took me under its spell. Not today. Not today.
Chapter 23. Mitch.
To tone down the intimacy further while keeping the romantic weight, I've shifted that specific section to focus more on the anticipation and the vulnerability of the moment. By using more metaphorical language regarding the journey, it feels more like a shared emotional peak rather than a physical one. Here is the complete YouTube-friendly scene. The breakthrough. Taylor moved closer, her presence overwhelming the space between us. I reached out, my hands trembling slightly as I brushed a stray hair from her face. I could not remember being as nervous as I was at that moment. She leaned forward, her pink lips pulling into a smile as she asked, "How about that kiss?" We had been about to kiss when that intruder banged on the door, spoiling our very first moment. I was not going to let this second chance slip away. I smiled, nodded, then ran my hand around her, taking hold of the back of her long, lovely neck. I did not want to rush it. Taking my time, I pulled her to me, slow and easy. I allowed our lips to barely touch. It shot through me like lightning, and I became lost in her in a way I had not even known was possible. Our emotions took over completely. She was every bit as eager for me as I was for her. Our kiss quickly grew deep and passionate. We held each other close, sharing warmth and connection in the darkness. I could not do anything but gaze at her. "You are so beautiful." Her hand moved over my cheek, softly caressing it. "You are so very handsome," she whispered. Wanting to be completely open with her, I let her know exactly how I felt. "I want you like I have never wanted anyone." Her green eyes bore into mine. "Show me." I moved slowly, wanting this first time to be the most memorable of them all. I wanted to be able to look back in 30 years and recall the way the world seemed to fall away, leaving only the two of us. In that quiet space, the physical world blurred. Being this close to her felt like a revelation, a sense of peace I'd never known. "I could stay like this forever," I whispered. I looked at her, seeing a tear rolling down her cheek. I brushed it away, knowing it was born of pure emotion. "I want this to be everything you've ever dreamed of," I said softly. "I'm ready if you are." She certainly looked ready, her smile taking my breath away. "I've never been more ready," she breathed. "Just don't let go." The rest of the world vanished. Every moment was meaningful, a deep, soulful connection that transcended everything else. We let the intensity of our feelings guide us, caught in a tide of emotion that eventually left us both breathless and completely at peace. "I love you," I murmured as the rush of emotion washed over us. "Yes," she whispered, holding me tightly. I knew at that moment that I had to have her. Not for one night. Not for 1 week. I had to have her all the time. I was hooked. "So we're going to do this some more?" she asked as she tried to catch her breath. "You want that?" I held my breath, feeling anxious. When she nodded, I could finally breathe again. "I do." "You got it, baby," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I think I might have seen the stars the way you intended for me to." There were stars, planets, and then the brightest light I have ever seen. I pulled her close until there was no space left between us. I caressed her back as we rested, our movements falling into a perfect, effortless rhythm. I've never felt this kind of power between two people, I murmured. I feel the same, she breathed. It's like I'm not aware of where I end and you begin. My heart hammered against my ribs, demanding more of this closeness. As our breathing finally began to level out, she laid her head on my chest. I wrapped my arm around her, anchoring her to me as we drifted into the quiet of the night. But sleep was slow to come. My thoughts were anchored on her. She was, by far, the most beautiful woman I had ever known, not just in form but in spirit. Her lips felt like a promise meant only for me. I already knew she was the missing piece I hadn't known I was looking for. I felt a smile tug at my face, even as exhaustion finally took hold. I had never been so sure of anyone, and right from the start. We had a beautiful future ahead of us. Our only problem now was the intruders who had barged into my home. It was a strange irony, how something so dark could arrive at the exact moment something so light entered my life. It made me wonder if the past was finally catching up to me, but I hadn't gone looking for this. The fact that she had practically fallen into my life told me one thing: this was meant to be. When things were meant to be, then I had to believe that the stars would align to make that happen. And if our stars had aligned, then why would fate end it? I had to get us out of the situation. I had to deal with the intruders so that Taylor and I could get on with our lives. Lives that were sure to be full of happiness and love. As I lay there, a sudden sharp pain made me shift. I could not really move, though. And Taylor surely did not weigh enough that having her head resting on my chest could make it so I could not move. My body must be exhausted. It was true, I had never used that much energy before. It could be reasonable to think that my body just had to recuperate. Something tickled my nose, and I tried to move my hand to push Taylor's hair away from my face. Only I could not move my hand. It felt as if something was holding it in place. Am I really this exhausted? I began to hear mumbling, and grew worried that the men who had broken into my house were going to try to get into my room. This was not the time for me to have to fight. I was not sure I could even bring my body to move, much less fight off anyone. But I kept hearing the voices, and they seemed to be getting closer and closer. They began to get clearer too. Trauma to the thoracic cage, both posterior and anterior. Coastal damage immense throughout lateral right. What the heck is that guy talking about? It did not sound like the men who had broken into my home at all. It kind of sounded like a doctor or something. A weird twinge along my side made me want to shift positions to make myself more comfortable. There seemed to be a lot of pressure in my right side. The sound of doors creaking loudly as they opened and closed came. A woman said, "She is hysterical. She wants answers. Give me something to tell the poor thing." "We are far from done," a man said. "Tell her that we are sorry, but we do not want to give her a false report. There is a lot of damage here." "You do not understand," the woman pleaded. "She is in shock." "Then put her under. It will be hours before we are through. And even then, it is highly doubtful she will get to see him again. Help her understand, nurse." "Oh, I get it now. Someone has a television on some medical show." The maids in our home had watched those kinds of things all the time when I was growing up. I had never been into television much, even as a kid. "Pressure needed," another voice, this one female, said with some worry in her voice. "We have acute upper GI bleeding. Ready the argon beam coagulator." "What is the blood type?" came another feminine voice. "B positive," a man said. "Hey, same as mine." A sharp pain in my side made me groan. "Found it," a man said. Then I heard a clanging sound. "Take that to the cops. That is what they have been waiting for." Do I clean it off?" a woman asked. "Are you insane?" the man asked. "Not insane," she said. "Just new. But I can hear from your tone of voice that I do not clean it off. Do not even touch it. It will be used in evidence. Use tweezers and place it in that bag over there, labeled evidence. Then take it out to the officer, who is in the waiting room. This thing bounced all around inside this man, a woman said, and then I felt a horrible amount of pressure. It felt like someone was poking a hole in my side. I tried to jerk away from the pain, but I still could not move. "Hey, did you hear that?" one of the men asked. "Yeah. It kind of sounded like he said something. But that cannot be. He is out cold." "Yeah, you're right. I mean, he groaned a moment ago. That is just escaping gas. I am sure that is all it is." "Turn up the heart monitor," another person said. "You can tell by that if the patient is actually experiencing any pain. The heart will speed up when that happens." A beeping sound was added to the sounds that were becoming more and more clear. "See, nice and even," someone else said. "How many people are on this stupid show anyway?" I had heard lots of different voices. All of a sudden, it occurred to me that I did not have a television in my home at all. So where is this coming from? A dream. It is all just a weird dream. "Scalpel," a man said. Right after that, I felt such an intense burning pain. Ah. The sound of the beep went from normal to extremely fast. "He is coming out of anesthesia." "Stop panicking," a man said. I could not see a thing. It was all black. But I could feel things. My arms and legs could not move as I tugged at them hard. I was strapped down tight. "Help me." "Mr. Hanover, this is Blake, your anesthesiologist. I need you to count backward from 10 for me, please, sir." "What happened? Why am I here? What is wrong?" I shouted. "Mr. Hanover," the man who had called himself my anesthesiologist said softly, "10? Come on, say it with me. 9. Things began to get hazy. My body felt completely relaxed. 8, 7. Pulses back to normal, I heard a woman say. 6, I murmured quietly. "Give it to him good this time, Pete. He has gotten all the way to 6. That is pretty rare. Crank it up. He is probably not going to make it anyway. Give the poor man peace while he has still got a heartbeat. I am probably not going to make it. What the heck happened to me?"
Chapter 24. Taylor.
My body would not stop trembling. I was cold, despite the hot shower that poured over my body. The memory of what had happened would not leave my mind. Somehow, I had pulled myself free and made it to my car, where I found my phone. It was out of charge. I do not know how, but I did not panic. The keys were still in the ignition, so I turned the car on, then plugged in my cell to let it charge. The rain had begun to slow down. It was a little easier to see. Looking around, I did not want to make myself a target if there were any of the men left who might still be a danger. I needed to get to Mitch. I needed to help him. Staying as low as I could, I moved slowly to where Mitch still lay on the ground. He did not move at all as I whispered, "Mitch? Mitch, are you okay?" When he said nothing and did not move at all, I feared the worst and began to cry. I knew that I should not move him, but I put my hand on his and he felt warm. "You are alive." Jumping up, I ran to the car and found the phone would turn on. I called emergency services and finally called for the help we so desperately needed. I went back to Mitch, staying with him as I waited for someone to arrive. I kept my hand on his to let him know that I was there with him. In the distance, I heard sirens and knew help would soon be there. 3 police cars pulled up. The officers in the first car ran up to me as I sat on the ground next to Mitch. "Are you Taylor Moore?" "I am. This is Mitchell Hanover." The officer held out his hand to me. "I need you to come with me. We have to sweep the house and the area around it before the ambulances will be permitted to come in. And I need you to be safe." "I am not leaving him," I let him know. "Look, he is not going anywhere in the condition he is in. We need you safe, Miss Moore. I do not think there are any of those men left. If there had been even one, I do not think I would have been left alive. I believe I stopped the last of them. I stopped the man who shot Mitch. And he stopped all the rest of them. The officer looked around as the rain got lighter. I will stay right here with you then. He looked down at Mitch. You have not tried to move him, right? I have not. I have only touched the back of his hand to let him know that I am here with him. My heart ached as I looked at the man who had been so strong for me the entire time. His hand is warm. I think that is good news. I had no idea how long it took the officers to sweep the house and the property, but they finally seemed to be done, as one of them spoke into the radio he wore on his shoulder. Area clear. Send in the paramedics. 1 survivor. 1 injured. 13 down. There had been 13 men, and Mitch had stopped 12 all by himself. What he had done was mind-numbing. He really was a hero. As soon as the first ambulance pulled up, I felt relieved. Over here. He is still alive, I think. Even though the now soft rain had washed most of the evidence off my body, my clothes still carried reminders of what had happened. Come with me, the first paramedic said as he took me by the arm. No, I am fine. This is not my blood. Take care of Mitch. My partner is checking him out. You come with me. He pulled me with him back to the ambulance. I am not hurt at all. Please. I want to stay with Mitch. Miss, please let us do our jobs. He is being taken care of. I promise you. As soon as we were in the back of the ambulance, he raised my shirt and saw that what I was saying was true. See? Nothing is wrong with me. Except that I am losing my composure over what is going on with Mitch. We are going to take you to the hospital. You need to be thoroughly checked out. You were held captive for several days. I am going to hook you up to an intravenous line to get your fluids back up. Please let me ride with Mitch. I am afraid that is not possible. I heard the sound of another ambulance as it arrived, its heavy tires crunching against the gravel. You are taking us to the same hospital, right? I am not sure. He looked up as the sound of a helicopter could be heard. They are sending in the chopper. He looked at me. It seems your friend is getting airlifted. Can you find out what hospital they are taking him to? He looked at me for a long moment before nodding. I will be right back. It seemed like I had to wait forever before he came back. He is going to Lenox Hill. In New York? I asked with concern. That is pretty far away. He needs help right now. It is not that far by air. It is you I am worried about. You will not be taken to Lenox. My body began to shake uncontrollably. Please. You have to take me there too. I have to be with him. Miss Moore, you cannot be with him. He is going straight into surgery. We will get you to Cobleskill Regional, and from there you will be released. I am not from here. I will not have anyone to come pick me up. Please just take me to Lenox. I live in Astoria. Mitch will pay whatever it costs. I promise you that he will. He sighed, then nodded. If you will not have anyone to pick you up, we can take you to Lenox. But it is going to take a while. As long as I end up where Mitch is, that is all that matters. I laid back, finally feeling some relief. I am tired. You rest. I have got you. I am going to get this intravenous line going. You sleep. As I drifted off, I heard the sound of the helicopter landing nearby, and knew that Mitch was going to get the help he needed very soon. I love you, Mitch. See you soon, babe. When I woke up, I was in a hospital room. The lights were off, but a single beam of light shone through the curtains. I looked around the room as I gave myself a few minutes to wake up. Sitting up, I found no intravenous line hooked up to me. I wore a hospital gown but still felt sticky. Getting out of bed, I made my way to the bathroom. The door was left open, so I walked right in. The light came on by itself, and the mirror showed me how terrible I looked. My hair hung in thick chunks, glued to my head and face. I turned and looked at the shower. And then I found a fresh hospital gown on the shelf, and some yellow socks too. Fresh towels sat next to them. I found a bar of soap, shampoo, conditioner, and even a disposable razor in the shower. I wasted no time taking off the gown, then getting into a warm shower. Washing my body brought back flashes of what had happened. I woke up. I had made it out without being shot. But Mitch did not come out as lucky. My legs began to feel weak, and I hurried to wash my hair, then rinsed it out as more and more of my body began shaking. Something was wrong with me. I did not know what it was, but something was very wrong. I struggled to finish cleaning myself, trembling as the hot water washed over me. It just would not stop. Managing to shut off the water, I got out of the shower, dried off, then put the gown on without tying it. Bracing myself by keeping one hand on the wall, I had only 2 steps to take to get back on the bed without anything to hold on to. Finally climbing under the blanket, I was cold and shaking and worried. I hit the button with a nurse symbol on it. It made a buzzing sound, and seconds later the door to my room opened, and in came a smiling woman wearing scrubs with cartoon characters on them. "Hi there, Taylor. I am Sheila, your daytime nurse. How are you feeling?" She came to the side of the bed and ran a thermometer over my forehead. 97. A little on the cool side, but not bad at all. "I am cold," I stuttered as my lips trembled. She looked at me with concern. "Let me get a warm blanket for you." She walked across the room and pulled out a white blanket. "It is nice and hot." She placed it over me, then began to put a blood pressure cuff on my arm. I felt the heat of the blanket, but my body still shook, and I still felt cold. "What is wrong?" "It is okay. Do not worry." She took my blood pressure and smiled. "You are fine. It is just shock." "Everything is fine, Taylor?" "Am I Mitch?" I managed to ask. "Oh, the man who was brought in by helicopter. He is in surgery. I am not sure about his condition." Moving my hand from under the warm blanket, I placed it on her arm. "Please find out." My teeth chattered, and I clenched my jaw to try to stop that from happening. "If it will make you feel better, then I will go see what I can find out. You just try to think calm thoughts. Close your eyes. Rest. I will be right back." Thank you." "You are welcome. Just relax." She left the room. And I tried to do what she had said. But it seemed to be impossible, as I kept thinking about Mitch. The sound of the shot that rang out. Mitch's body flying backward. Him landing on the ground. And then? I could not recall a thing after that. The next thing I remembered was holding the gun. The same gun that had shot Mitch. My eyes sprang open, and my body shook even worse. I knew I had to try to relax. I could not keep shaking this way. I tried to take a deep breath, but my teeth started chattering again and made that impossible. I had no idea how long the nurse had been gone, but when she came back in, I was still shaking. "He is doing fine, Taylor. I am just going to give you something to help you rest." She gave me a shot in the bend of my arm, smiling the entire time. "You need lots of rest. Do not worry about a thing." Blinking, I felt the effects of whatever she had given me. The trembling slowed and then stopped altogether. And I fell asleep. When I woke up again, someone was standing near me. "Hi. I am Fernando. I have got some lunch for you." He moved a portable stand over, before putting a silver-domed plate on top of it. "You were smiling away in your sleep. That must have been some nice dream you were having." "A dream," I whispered, still feeling the warmth of what I had seen in my sleep. "Only a dream." Elation quickly faded, as I knew it was not real. "Any word on the condition of Mitch Hanover?" "I work in the cafeteria. I have no idea about that. Sorry." He left the room, leaving me alone. Using the buttons on the side of the bed, I moved myself into a sitting position. I pulled the dome off the plate and found some plain food. Nothing looked appetizing. I placed the dome back on top of the plate, then pushed the tray away. My eyes went to the door as it opened, and a man in a white coat came inside. "Good, you are awake," he said. "How is Mitch?" "I am not his doctor. I am yours though, and while you were sleeping soundly, I did a thorough physical examination of you and found nothing wrong. I am releasing you. The nurse is getting all the paperwork in order, and she will bring that to you soon. If you need someone to bring you clothes or give you a ride home, then you should call them now." I have to leave the hospital. I did not want to leave Mitch. I need to be here. I need to be close by for Mitch. I will have your nurse find out about him. But you will not be staying in the hospital. I have released you. This room will be used for another patient. This is not a hotel. Surely you can understand that. Okay. I was not sure what I was going to do, but I was not going to leave Mitch. Once the doctor was gone, I looked for my phone. It did not have much charge left at all, but it had enough for me to look up Cora's phone number. Then I used the phone on the nightstand to make the call. She answered with hesitation in her voice. "Hello? Cora, it is me, Taylor." "Where the heck are you?" she shrieked. "I have been calling you for days. You promised me that you would check in. Why have you not checked in, Taylor?" It is a long story, and it ends with me being back in New York. "So you are here?" "In the hospital." "In the what?" she gasped. "What the heck happened?" "Like I said, it is a long story, and I will tell you everything. But I need you to bring me something to wear. All of it. A bra, panties, maybe a dress and some shoes. I want to look nice when I get to see him. Oh, and can you bring some makeup and something so I can do my hair too?" "Who is him? And where are your things?" "Him is a man named Mitch Hanover." "The man you were sent to interview?" she asked. "Yes. And my things are still in the car back at his place. We are going to have to figure out how I can get the car back. I suppose I can contact the police out there to find out about that." "The police?" she asked with shock. "This sounds so bad, Taylor. Are you okay?" "Physically, yes. Mentally, no. Just gather the things I asked for and bring them to me, please. I am in Lenox Hill. Just ask someone where my room is. I am sure they will send you to me. And I will tell you everything." The nurse walked in and I ended the call saying, "Please hurry, Cora. Bye." It was the same nurse who had been with me before I went to sleep. Before, she had been all smiles. But now she looked sort of grim. "The good news is that you get to go home." "I do not want to go home. I am going to stay here with Mitch." "Do you have any news about him?" "I do." She put the clipboard full of papers down on the bed, then took a seat next to me, taking my hands in hers. Sometimes, the body is so injured that doctors decide it best to put the least amount of stress and strain on the body. In these cases, they use powerful medications to help the person get through their hard time. They help them to stay asleep. "Mitch is not awake?" I asked. "When will he wake up?" "That is the hard thing to determine. See, he is in a medically induced coma. He is on life support to make sure he keeps breathing." My heart stopped and I gripped her hands. "Can I see him?" Shaking her head, she said, "He cannot have visitors." "I am sorry." "You must have some idea when he will be taken out of the coma," I said as tears ran down my face. "Taylor, they do not know if he will ever come out of the coma. His injuries are just too severe. You need to go home and get on with your life. His future is very uncertain. There is nothing that you can do for him now but pray. There is a very real chance that he will not make it through this." "No."
Chapter 25. Mitch.
"Mitch, baby, stay with me." Taylor's voice was a soft command that pulled me deeper into the dream. "That's my girl." I lowered her onto the bed, the world outside the room fading until it felt like we were the only two souls left in existence. I watched her, mesmerized, as the space between us disappeared, her gaze locked on mine with those deep green eyes. "I feel like I'm finally where I belong," she breathed. "With me," I whispered. I leaned down, my lips grazing the curve of her neck, feeling the shiver that raced through her. "You were meant for this, Taylor. For us." "Only us," she echoed, reaching for me as we found a perfect, desperate harmony. "You're sure?" "I want every part of this," she replied. I slowed the pace, pressing my chest against hers, wanting to memorize the rhythm of her heart beating against mine. I wasn't ready for this moment to end. Her hands traced the line of my back, anchoring me to her as the intensity between us continued to build, a storm of pure, unfiltered emotion. "I might not ever let you out of this bed," I teased, the weight of my affection for her grounding every word. "I might never want to leave," she countered with a soft, knowing smile. Her lips grazed my cheek before our mouths met in a blaze of passion that eclipsed everything else. We were entirely in sync, two hearts finding a shared pace to satisfy a need that went far beyond the physical. I would have moved mountains for her in that moment. I would have stopped the world just to stay in this light. As the wave of emotion finally broke over us, taking us higher than we had ever been, I held her as if she were the only thing keeping me on this earth. Wrapped in the stillness and completely certain of her, I closed my eyes for what seemed like just a moment. But when I opened them again, the warmth was gone. The soft light had turned clinical and cold. White walls. Silver bedrails. My mouth felt dry, like it was filled with ash. I tried to speak, but my lips were stiff, moving as if they belonged to a stranger. "What?" My voice sounded gruff, and it hurt to speak. "He's waking up," I heard a man say. "Get the doctor." I tried to turn my head, but it felt as if it weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Someone came into my view. A man wearing a blue shirt. "Hi. I am Jonathan. One of your many nurses, Mitch. Do not try to talk. You have had a ventilator for the last 30 days. It will take time to heal. You do not want to try to rush it, or you will just make it worse." I heard the sound of someone's shoes clicking on the floor as they came my way. "Get him a pad of paper and a pen so he can communicate." The man whose voice I heard leaned over me. "I am Dr. Bond. You have survived against the odds, Mitch. I hope you do not mind that we all call you Mitch. We were told that is what you go by." Taylor. I could not wait to see her. I had so many questions. But as they raised the bed up a bit, I did not see her in the room. Somehow, I was in a hospital room. 6 people were all looking at me like I was some kind of miracle. One woman even wiped tears from her eyes. Jonathan moved a tray over my bed, put a large yellow legal pad on the tray, and then placed a pen beside it. "You can use this to ask us anything you want. You really should not talk until the speech therapist says it is okay. So, do you have any questions?" I tried to nod, but my head just kind of bobbed. Jonathan took my head in his hands and moved it to lie back on the pillow. "Do not worry about that. You are going to start rehabilitation therapy today. Most people gain muscle control within a week or so." It took forever to write the first question, which was just one word. "Taylor." Jonathan read the note, then looked at me. "Who is Taylor?" I could not believe he did not know who Taylor was. I was in the hospital, and she should have been there. So I asked something else instead. "What happened to me?" "Oh, this one is easy," Jonathan said. "You were shot. It was not good at all. There was a ton of internal damage. You were put into a medically induced coma for the last 30 days. I felt confused about what he had said. It was hard to believe that I was shot, and could not even recall that happening to me at all. I wrote another question. What happened to the young woman that was with me when I was shot? The last thing I recalled was Taylor and me walking out of my house. It was in shambles too. Her foot had gotten stuck in the debris, and I had leaned over to get it loose. Jonathan's face finally lit up as he said, "Oh, her. That is Taylor." He looked at the rest of the medical staff in the room, before looking back at me. She was not injured at all. She was brought here, treated for shock, then released. Now that I think about it, it was her who told us that you preferred to be called Mitch. It sounded like she had not come back to check on me. So I asked another question. Has she come back to see me? Jonathan read the question, then looked over his shoulder. He wants to know if Taylor has come back to see him. I know she has not while I have been watching over him. Any of you see her? My eyes scanned the room, and I saw all heads shaking. She had not come to see me. I was sure they would have told me if she had been calling. She does not care about me. I had been an old fool to think a young woman like Taylor really had grown feelings for me. It had been our circumstances that made things between us feel so real. And those feelings were still very real to me. But they must not have lasted for Taylor. I stopped asking questions about her, wanting to put her out of my mind the same way she had put me out of hers. What happened to the men who did this to me? Oh, Jonathan said as he nodded. All 13 men were found down. The story I read said that you stopped all of them, except the one who shot you. It was Taylor who stopped that one. Taylor stopped someone? I watched as one of the females in the room moved toward me. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a section of a newspaper. I cut out the article for you, Mitch. I thought you might want to keep it. She came to stand next to me. You can read it whenever you want. But the gist of the story is that the men who broke into your home worked for some Russian company. The feds took over the case, and there has been a few things on the news about their findings. Someone was found working in a bank. The people involved were attempting to open a bank account for some business, and they were doing it in your name. Well, when you ended up getting shot, the feds knew you had nothing to do with it. It seemed that these people were trying to set you up for something. I suddenly remembered the gas they were going to put in the ventilation system, and wrote a question about that. They developed something to put into the ventilation system that would harm people. Did they find out about that? She waved the paper in the air. Yes, they did. They got that information somehow, and were able to find it inside your home. It seemed as if they were going to make you open a company to produce that stuff in it. And then, well, who knows who they would have sold it to. But all that is over now. You have nothing to worry about, except getting your body back to its previous state. While feeling relieved that everything had been taken care of, I still felt terrible about Taylor. It was hard to admit that I had been so wrong about her. I had had dream after dream about our time together. I had relived everything so many times while in the coma. But it might as well have just been a dream. She was not here. She did not really care. She had left me alone. Being alone in the world had not bothered me before. But now it did. A week went by, and the doctors and nurses were impressed with my rapid recovery. Not only was I able to talk, but I was also able to walk and do everything I had done before being shot. Dr. Bond came in to see me not long after I had gotten dressed in some clothes I had my nurse, Jonathan, go and purchase for me to wear home. I had made a call to the post office in Hornsville and asked the lady who had been there for ages if she could contact my neighbor and give him the number to the hospital so he could call me. Although my reclusive lifestyle had kept me distant from the people who lived around me, they still were neighborly, and old Hank Dawson had said he was more than happy to come pick me up and take me home. Your nurse told me that you have got a ride coming for you, Mitch. I do. All the papers have been signed and turned into the financial office. As soon as your ride gets here, you're free to go. Now, you let Jonathan wheel you out in a wheelchair. I know you do not need it, but it is. I interrupted, knowing well why I had to leave in that contraption. Hospital policy. Yes, I know. I have already agreed to let him push me around one last time before I go. You all have been very good to me, and I appreciate each and every single one of you. I am going to make a generous donation to this place too. I am sure it will be put to good use. You know it will. And everyone here appreciates you too, Mitch. You stay safe out there. And I hope we never meet under similar circumstances again. Me too. It was nice knowing you, Doc. I am ready to get back to my life. A life without Taylor in it. Hank knew I was not much of a talker, so the drive back home was not spoiled by light chit-chat. I drove my tractor over there to your place through the pasture. They boarded up the front of your house. I did not try to get inside your house, but I did peek through the windows. I did not want to bring you home to a mess. Thanks, Hank. I did not know what to expect when I got home. So it was good to know that there would not be anything too shocking to deal with. My wife said to extend an invitation to you, though. We have got the apartment over the garage we had built for our son when he first graduated from high school and thought he was ready to move out of our house. He lived there a whole month before moving back into his bedroom in the house. He and his wife and kids now live in a mobile home on our property. Seems he will not ever be ready to leave home. That is nice. But I will be fine. I was not going to let anything stop me from living the same life I had lived before all that happened. All the cleaning will keep me occupied anyway. Yeah. When he pulled into my drive, the first thing I noticed was that the gate was still wide open. No one had bothered to close it. That kind of bothered me. He pulled up to the front of the house that was now nothing of what it had been before those intruders blew up the entrance. I looked around and did not see anything as bad as I thought it would look. The old Lincoln that Taylor had come to my home in was gone. I do not know why I had thought it would still be there, but it kind of surprised me that it was not. Thanks for the ride, Hank. I appreciate it. You are welcome. Now, you feel free to come over anytime you want, Mitch. Our door is always open to you. You have been through a lot. You do not have to go it alone, man. That is very nice of you, Hank. I probably will not need to come over, though. But thanks. I got out of his old truck and walked around the house to go in through the back door. I found it unlocked and turned the knob, walking into the mudroom. The smell bothered me as I walked into the room. Stale, slightly musty. This is not going to be good. Moving from one room to another, I found the kitchen in disarray. The intruders who had broken into my home had completely made themselves at home. And they had been messy. There was food on the counter. And I did not want to even look in the fridge. I looked out the window and saw the chicken coop. Someone had opened the door, but I saw no chickens. Hope they like living the free life. When I got to the den, the place where I had stopped several of the men, I noticed the carpet had been pulled up. The furniture was pushed against the wall. Nothing was the same. I went to the stairs, noticing the stains on the floor where others had been. I stepped over the area and went up the stairs, only to see more stains at the top of them. I went to the bedroom, finding the doors wide open. The bed was still a mess of sheets and blankets. I do not know why I did it, but I went to the bed and picked up the pillow where Taylor's head had laid the last time we had been in that room. Tears filled my eyes when I found her scent was not there. It had faded away, just like the love she had said she had for me. Some people were not meant to find true love. And it was pretty obvious that I was one of those people. Destined to live life alone, with no family to care for or love. That was my life in a nutshell. Looking around, I knew one thing for certain. This was no longer my home. Nothing was the same, and it never would be. I cannot live here without her.
Chapter 26. Taylor.
Hey, you got that article for me, Miss Moore? Mr. Miller called out to me as he passed the table in the cafeteria I sat at. Check your inbox. It has been there since 6 this morning. He stopped, then turned to look at me. What are you doing here anyway? Are you not supposed to be working remotely? I came in for Wendy's birthday. You know, if there is cake, then I am going to come by. The weeks since the incident had been rather good ones for me, where my journalism career was concerned. I wrote the story on everything that had to do with the whole mainline technology thing, but per Mr. Miller's suggestion, I used a pen name to write it under. He said it would be safer for me to do it that way, keeping me a mere part of the story and not the person who had broken the case wide open. While Taylor Moore no longer seemed to have a relationship with the New York Times, Byron Mengers was an award-winning journalist who made the big bucks with his, or rather my, brilliant articles. My articles now garnered so much money that I no longer worked as a waitress. But I still roomed with Cora. And I did most of my writing from our apartment. I had set up the remote working thing so I could be with Mitch whenever he got out of the hospital. I did not want anything in my way of being there for him. It had been super frustrating in the beginning, not being allowed into his room. The whole having to be a family member had gotten in my way. So I had no choice but to do as I was told and go home and wait for a call to come. And they had been very honest about telling me that a call might never come. If the worst happened and Mitch passed away, I would not be notified since I was not a relative. Still, I kept being optimistic about him making a recovery. And I kept myself busy with writing one article after another. It was both lucrative and kept my mind away from worrying about Mitch. It had been 2 months since I had had to leave the hospital. But every time my brain got a free moment, it went to him. Worry would set in, and I would feel sick. Cora was a huge help, telling me that prayer was the answer. And it was all I could do to help the man I loved. So I prayed a lot. Thank you for reminding me about that, Mr. Miller said. I will need to make a point to stop by her cubicle to grab a piece. What kind is it? Lemon curd, I let him know. Sounds good. Looking forward to your next article. Or should I say, Byron's next article. I am thinking about doing something on the dog pound. I have heard some shady stuff is going on with the ones in the city. Sound good to you? I trust your judgment, Miss Moore. Gotta get up there to Wendy's to get me some of that lemon curd cake. Have a pleasant day. It was nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Mr. Miller. It was nice to be on his good side. He was not nearly as much of a jerk as I had thought he was. Finished with lunch, I got up and tossed my trash, then headed out to walk home. Walking helped me keep my head clear. I focused on the things I saw along the way. A black bird appeared out of nowhere and squawked as it flew by me. As I watched it fly, it reminded me of Betty. I wonder if she and the other chickens are doing okay on their own out there. When we went to Mitch's to pick up the car I had borrowed, Cora suggested we free the chickens instead of leaving them in the coop only to starve to death. I thought it was a good idea. But when we opened the door, they still stayed inside. I had figured they had only known that as their home, so I propped the gate open with a rock and spread out the rest of the chicken feed before leaving. The house did not even look like the home I had known with Mitch living in it. Still, it was hard to just walk away. And when we drove out the gate, I thought about closing it. But since I had no idea if the authorities wanted it left open, I did not close it. My heart had ached like crazy as we drove off that day. The ache had not fully left it. But I did not think it would go away until Mitch was okay. I had left my phone number with a nurse who had promised me that she would put it in Mitch's room so that he would find it when he was taken out of the medically induced coma. Every single time my phone rang, I would instantly think it was him calling. But it never was. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I got that feeling again that this time it was Mitch. But the screen told me otherwise. Hey Cora, what is up? My period is what is up. And we are out of tampons. You should be starting soon too. Can you stop at the bodega on the corner and bring some home? Yeah, I can do that. I am about a half hour away. You need something for the pain too? Please, she said with a little whimper. The cramps are really bad this time. Okay, I will get something for those too. See you soon. I will bring some chocolate as well. That always helps. You are the best ever, she said. We have been on the same schedule since forever. You are not having cramps at all? My steps slowed as I thought about her question. And then I thought about the last time I had even had a period and asked, do you remember if I said anything about having a period last month? I do not remember. And I just got another cramp. Ah. I will see you soon. I have got to get to the bathroom. I could not remember either. So much had been going on. My mind had been entirely on Mitch. And I had the story to write. I had so much to do. But I could not remember having a period at all. Not wanting to think about the what-ifs, I went into the bodega, heading for the aisle I knew very well. The feminine hygiene section. At the very end of all the pads, tampons, and pain relievers were the pregnancy tests. My hand hovered over the box on the top row. So you want to come home with me and tell me if my life is about to change? You think you might be pregnant, Taylor? The owner of the bodega asked as he came up behind me, his arms full of small diaper packages. I am not really sure, Mr. Wan. I am sort of late. And I might have even missed one. So just not sure. Do you recommend a certain brand? They are all the same. For some reason, most people buy 2 at a time. I do not know why that is. It just is. I suppose it is because they want to be sure the answers are the same on both tests before they go around telling everyone they are pregnant. I picked up 2 of them, adding them to the other items in my little basket. Thanks, Mr. Wan. You are so welcome, Taylor. I wish you good luck. Thank you. Later, when I walked into our apartment, I saw Cora running at me. Give me. She took the whole bag out of my hands, then ran off to the bathroom with it. I sat down on the sofa, wondering how Mitch was and how he would feel about being a father. Reality hit me, and I began to cry. Burying my face in my hands, I knew he was still in a coma. I knew he might never come out of it. I knew he could die. What would that mean for our baby? If I was even pregnant? Taylor. Cora shouted from the bathroom. What the heck are pregnancy tests doing in this bag? I guess I might be pregnant. The bathroom door slammed against the wall as she threw it open. Shut up. She came out with the 2 tests in her hands. Mitch? It would be Mitch's, yeah. I had not been with anyone else. I could not even imagine being with anyone else. My heart belonged to Mitch. It would always belong to him. No matter what happened, my love for him would never die. So, when are you supposed to take these things? She began reading the package. It says that you can do it at any time. But in the morning is best. I really cannot wait. I had to go anyway. I got up and took one from her. Let us see what it tells me. In the morning, I will take the other one and see if they match. Sounds like a plan. After using the test, I noticed something happening. One line instantly popped up. She came to the door, taking the test out of my hand. Let me see. You know I just used that thing, right? I pulled up my pants, then flushed the toilet. It is just pee. I will wash my hands. I went to the sink, pumping soap onto one palm before giving my hands a vigorous scrubbing. See anything else happening? There is a faint line appearing underneath the first one. Faint? I did not know if that would be a positive result or not. I looked over her shoulder and saw the line, but she was right, it was very faint. It is not getting any darker. Well, tomorrow will tell when I take the next test. How do you feel about maybe being a mom, Taylor? She tossed the thing into the trash can, then washed her hands. Honestly, I think I want to go to the hospital to see Mitch. If they will let me do that. Which I doubt. But I just want to be in the same area he is in. You know, be as close to him as I can get. Just for a while. You want to take the car? Yeah. I think that I do. There are a lot of memories that I associate with it now. He might be able to be there for you, Taylor, but you know that you have got me. I know. We hugged for a moment, then I let her go. I am going to head over there now. I had not driven the car since I had brought it back from his home. It felt weird to be behind the wheel again, but in a good way. Hello there, old friend. I need to be close to Mitch right now. It seems that we might be having a baby. When I got to the hospital, I looked up at where his room was on the 5th floor. I really had no idea which window was his, but I stared up there, hoping like heck that his face would be pressed up against one of the windows looking back at me. Of course that did not happen, and I went inside. I thought about lying about who I was to Mitch. Even a distant cousin would count as a blood relative. I headed to one of the service areas, where a couple of women I had not seen before stood behind the tall desk. How can I help you today? One of them asked. I decided the lie might get me in to see him and said, I am the cousin of one of your patients. I would have come sooner, but the news just got to us a few days ago. Can I see Mitchell Hanover? The woman tapped away at her computer, then shook her head. No. I am sorry. But I am a blood relative, I said with exasperation. That is not why. I felt like I was about to throw up. He is not. I could not even bring myself to say the word. Oh heavens no. There would be a note if that were the case. Let me see if I can find out when he was released. He has been released? I asked with hope. He is okay? I have no idea about that. But I see here that he was released a month ago. A month ago. I had no idea why he had not called me. I left my phone number with a nurse who assured me she would get it to him. But he has not called. I am sorry, she said. I do not have any answers for you. Might I suggest that you call him? Or better yet, go see him. Thanks. I will do that. I nearly ran out of the hospital. While the news was great, I had to worry about why he had not called me. I sat in my car and looked up his landline phone number online, then called it. What I got did not help at all. The number you have called is not a working number. Hang up and try your call again. I did as it said to do, but all I got was the same recording. Darn it. It was getting late and it would soon be dark, but I had to go and see Mitch. I went back home to pack a bag and to make sure Cora was all right about me borrowing her car for the trip. She looked at me with concern in her eyes. He did not call you, Taylor. Maybe he does not want you to see him the way he is now, since the shooting. I mean, he changed his number. He most likely did that so you could not call him. You must think about how insecure he must feel now. You said he had a strong body. After a month in a coma, that is probably no longer the case. It would be silly for him to feel insecure with me. I know it sounds impossible, but we actually fell in love in those few days. All I am asking is that you wait until the morning to go. Driving at night is not safe. And you might be pregnant. You have got someone else to consider now. Or you might anyway. Just sleep on it. If he turns you away, I am sure it will devastate you. You are right. I just cannot imagine why he would leave the hospital without trying to contact me. It makes no sense. Even if the paper with my number got lost somehow, he could have called the paper to get in touch with me. I just cannot believe he did this. And I am so happy he is alive and out of the hospital, and all I want to do is hold him and tell him how much I love him. I disintegrated into a puddle of tears and sobs onto the floor. I did not sleep well that night. Waking early, I went to the bathroom and took the other pregnancy test. The second line popped up nearly as fast as the first one, but this time it was very dark. I took the test with me as I went to get a little baggie to put it in. Cora came stumbling into the room, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Is that the test? It is. I slipped the baggie into my purse. Is it the same as the other? This one is even more positive than that one was. I am going to see him. I am going to show him. And I am going to let him know that no matter what is going on with him, I love him and have never stopped. She hugged me. Good luck, Taylor. I really hope things work out for you guys. Check in with me once you get settled. I will. The drive was long, even longer than it had been the last time I had come this way. Maybe it was my nerves that made it feel so long. I just kept on driving. The first thing I noticed when I pulled into his drive was that the gate was open. I pulled in slowly, driving up to the house. Butterflies swarmed my insides, and I lay my hand on my tummy. This is where you came to be, little one. Your daddy and I fell in love here. What I found defied my imagination. Nothing had changed since I had been there last. Boards still covered the entrance where it had been blown up. I parked the car, then got out and walked around to the back of the house. A cackle came from the woods behind the chicken coop, and I smiled, knowing it was his chickens I had set free the day I had come to pick up the car. Hello, Betty. I found it hard to believe that Mitch would not have already had someone repairing the damage to his home. I found it astounding that his chickens were still running free. The back door was closed, but it was not locked. I went inside. Mitch? I heard nothing. Not a sound at all. Moving through the house, I kept calling out to him, but heard nothing. And the state of the house told me that he might not have even gone there when he was released from the hospital. I went all the way up to his bedroom, and only there was it evident that he had been inside the house at all. His clothes were gone. The bathroom was bare. But the bed was still there, complete with the blanket and sheets we had slept on, made our baby on 2 months prior. Picking up the pillow he had slept on, I pressed it to my nose and inhaled. But there was nothing left of him on it. It was as gone as he was. Mitch Hanover, where the heck are you?
Chapter 27. Mitch.
A month after leaving the hospital, I sat on the back porch of a small cabin I had bought as far into the woods as I could find. I did not want to be found. Not by anyone. Taylor had done a major number on my heart, and the memory of her refused to fade. I had done all I could to make it go away, but each night when I slept, she was there. As if reliving all those special moments we had was not bad enough, I could not forget even one moment of the time we had spent together. Every single time I thought about the whole chicken feeding incident, I had to laugh. And I hated it. Even now I closed my eyes, and there we were, getting ready to feed the chickens. She threw it all into one pile, and when those chickens boiled out of their co-op, she lost her mind. Next thing I saw was her falling and landing in a mud puddle. God help me, she looked so adorable. The only memory that I did not have was when she stopped the man who had shot me. Now that was something I would have wanted to see. The girl had never even held a gun in her small hand until that very night. Not much after holding the gun, she had found herself wrestling it out of a dangerous man's hand and using it to stop him. I had to wonder if just being around me had given her the courage to do such a thing. Had I turned her into someone ready to fight or protect? What am I thinking? I said to myself. I had to stop thinking that I had had any long-lasting effects on the woman. Everything that had happened during that time was only because of the unusual circumstances we had been in. None of what had happened between us would have happened had I never bought that tech company in the first place. There was nothing fateful about us. It was just something that had taken place during a time of crisis. Nothing more than that. Now, if only my mind would stop taking me on journeys back to when it was her and me against the world. I had left my now pretty much destroyed home. Not only because it was a horrifying mess, but also because if she got the urge, she could find me there. I was only human and knew that if she showed up one day, then I would be susceptible to her charms again. And then what would happen? We would fall into old patterns. My heart would go to her without a doubt, and then one day she would just leave. The same way she did when I lay in the hospital, in a coma. Maybe she thought I was going to die. Maybe she was worried about how hard she would take it. Maybe she just could not bear to experience that. Or maybe she took one look at me in such a fragile state and said to herself, "Yeah, I am out. Not going to take care of some old man. No way." Then again, she had risked her life to stop the man who had shot me. I hate when I do that, I scolded myself. I kept turning things around to make her seem much better than she actually was. But facts were facts. She had left me just when I needed her the most. I was in a coma, for the love of all that is good. I was at death's door. She should have been there, holding my hand, telling me that she loved me and that I could get through everything. Instead, she never came to see me. My nurse, Jonathan, had told me that no one was allowed in if he was not a blood relative. He told me not to be angry with Taylor. It was not like it was her fault. But it was her fault. She was not some foolish girl. She was as smart as a whip. She should have told them that she was some relative of mine. Even if she had to change her appearance and come back to the hospital to try over and over again to get in to see me, she was smart enough to eventually pull it off. She did not try, though. And I had to make myself believe it was because she did not want me anymore. She did not want all the things we had talked about. She looked in her heart and found that all that love she had said that she had for me was fleeting. I had to stop torturing myself. I got up and went inside. Making a fire in the fireplace, I got a book and began to read. When I read the same line 3 times in a row, I put it down. What the heck is wrong with me, and why will it not stop? Looking around the small one-room cabin, I sighed. I had left my home just the way I had found it. Other than taking my clothes and some other things I knew I would need, I had left everything right where it was. I just did not want to be there. When I drove away, I even left the gate open. Something that just was not like me. For all I knew, vandals had ransacked the place. But what did I care? Angry, I picked the book up, then threw it against the wall. I hate this world. Nothing had made me even slightly content since waking up to find Taylor not with me. And I had no idea if that would ever change. I was not sure that this was the kind of life I could handle for long. If this anger did not go away soon, I was not sure how long my life would go on. Living with a broken heart was not something I had ever done before. I honestly did not know how people lived through this kind of pain. I felt betrayed. So unsure if she ever really loved me or not. I knew we had not known each other long enough to say words like, "I love you," to each other. But I had felt it, and so I had said it. And she had said it too. Taylor's eyes told me she was telling the truth when she said the words. Or maybe I just liked to believe that. Maybe my memories were warped. I had almost died. I had been in a medically induced coma. Maybe I was not even remembering things correctly. Maybe none of what I thought had happened had actually happened. It had been a month since I left the hospital. In the doctor's final orders, it said that I needed to follow up with my personal physician within a week, which I did not do, mostly because I did not have a personal physician. When you are a man that turns 50, doctors get this weird obsession about certain procedures. I used to go to the same doctor I had seen when I was a kid. A family doctor who would come to our home when any of us were sick. I did not even get sick once a year, so I had not seen Doc Benson in quite a while. Imagine my surprise when I had to call him to come check if I somehow had caught something. And he told me he wanted me to get a certain test, and that he could even get a doctor to come to my home. Obviously, I gave him a stern no on that, and when he found that I did not have anything serious, I decided that I did not really want to see him ever again. But now that I was questioning my memories, I thought I needed to see someone about all that. Perhaps it was just vivid dreams that made me think that Taylor and I had fallen in love, during our brief time together. How was I to know? Well, you could find Taylor and ask her. What? I am talking to myself in the third person again. Darn. I really was going nuts. I knew that I could call the New York Times and find Taylor. But why should I go out of my way when she had known quite well where I was the whole time? My egg timer went off, telling me it was time for me to make myself something to eat for dinner. I had to set a timer because I had kept forgetting to eat. My thoughts on that were that I was in a pretty deep sadness with the whole heartbreak thing. I was not going to really not eat and let myself waste away. I had made it through a horrific injury. I was not going to give up on my body. As I went to the kitchen to find something to eat, I thought about how we had believed that our captors were going to starve us to make us too weak to fight. But then they gave us food. When will I stop going back to that time and live in the here and now? Opening the fridge, I looked for something that would be nutritional. It was then that I noticed there were no eggs in my fridge. I had gone the whole month without building a chicken coop and going back to get my chickens. Before I drove away that day, I had shouted out a promise to my chickens that I would come back and get them as soon as I had built them a nice chicken coop, which I had not even begun yet. When did you become such an irresponsible pet owner? They are not pets, I told my imaginary voice. And stop the third-person nonsense already, will you? I might have been a lot of things, but a liar was not one of them. I needed to do right by my poor chickens. Sure, they were alive, living the free life now. But what about Betty? The little black and white hen had been Taylor's favorite and the only one who had a name. A name Taylor had given to her. A cute name that actually matched the little hen. Sliced roast beef found its way into my hand, and I made myself a sandwich, then went to sit on the back porch to eat it while looking around the back area to find the best place to build a chicken coop. I could leave my old home behind, but I had to get my chickens. I was not some monster who deserted living things. Sure, I could desert the home that held too many bad memories for me. But the chickens did not deserve to be left behind too. It was time I stopped feeling sorry for myself and got back up on my feet. I had nearly died. If I could live through all that, then I could live through heartbreak. I just had to try, was all. And maybe, once I was all the way back to the man I had been before Taylor had shown up at my gate, I would find her, and I would give her a piece of my mind. Not specifically for me, but for the other men who would fall for her beauty, charm, intelligence, intellect, and overall, great personality. Dude, you've got to stop thinking about that woman. She is gone. That is that. Do not be such a fool. I really hated that stupid inner voice, and tossed what was left of my sandwich to the birds that always came out of the woods to hang with me every time I stepped outside. I love her, you jerk. I love her. I hated that I could not just get over her already. Going back into the cabin, I slammed the door so hard that the window pane shook. I needed to calm down, and poured myself a glass of scotch to help with that. Sitting in the overstuffed leather recliner that was the only thing to sit in inside the tiny cabin, I took a big sip of the drink, wanting to feel at ease instead of so upset. The main thing about not having Taylor around was that I missed her. I missed her laughter. I missed the sweet sound of her voice. I missed the way she always smelled so fresh. There had never been anyone who I missed the way I missed Taylor. The scotch did not take long to go to work on me, and I was snoring before I knew it. In dreams is where I wanted to live, for they never failed to bring Taylor and me back together again. My hand, wrapped in the silk of her long hair, pulled back gently to reveal the curve of her neck. I grazed my lips against her skin before whispering into her ear, "I am never going to let you go." Her hands gripped my arms tightly, anchoring me to her. "If you think I am ever going to let you go, then you are crazy." She pulled me closer, holding me with a fierce, beautiful possessiveness. "You belong to me. Is that right?" I held her against me, feeling the steady beat of her heart. "And who do you belong to?" Her lashes fluttered as she smiled, a look of pure devotion in her eyes. I belong to Mitchell Blaine Hanover. So, you know my middle name. You really are a sleuth? I teased softly. What is yours? Marie. She leaned into me, her voice a soft, breathless confession. I love you. Caught in the tide of our shared emotion, I leaned over and whispered back, I love you, Taylor Marie Moore. The depth of what we felt left us both completely breathless. The glass fell from my hand, clanking loudly on the wood floor and shattering the beautiful dream. Darn it! I shouted, slamming my fist into my palm. Why can't I just get a few minutes to live that life with her again? Is it too much to ask? I paced the room, the silence of reality pressing in on me. I don't get to have her in real life. Why can't I have her in my dreams? It's not fair. It's not fair at all. And I am sick to death of it. I had never wanted things to end for us. I had never wanted to stop being close to her. Not ever. Everything within me ached to feel the peace of her sleeping in my arms. We were supposed to be each other's sanctuary, holding one another through every night. I missed the way her hands moved, the simple touch that told me I was home. I wanted to taste her lips again, not just once, but every day, every night for the rest of my life. I wanted to hold her and feel that spark that only she could ignite. The memories of us consumed me. I would never be able to just forget Taylor and move on. We may have spent mere days together, but during that time it was as if the world slowed down, stretching hours into lifetimes. She had never felt like a stranger. It was as if we had known each other forever, and now I was living in a world that felt completely empty without her. I remembered what she had said the last time we were close, before things went to pieces. Mitch, this could be our last. I had not let her finish that sentence because I did not want her to think that there would ever be a last day for us, a last night for us, a last time that we kissed or held each other. Maybe I had been arrogant when I had told her that everything would be all right, and that we would end up spending our lives together. Telling her to trust me, that everything would be okay. I had just kept talking about thinking positive, talking positive. And I had been delusional. She had asked me how what we had could be real. She had wondered if we had only grown so close because of what we were going through. She had reminded me how we were not getting along when the intruders came to my home and ruined everything. I kept thinking negatively about the men, blaming them for everything. But the truth was that if they had not come, then Taylor would have left. I would not have pursued, I was pretty sure of that. I would have watched her leave, and not go after her at all. I know that is how I would have handled that situation. Because I was not the type to run after anyone. I had walked away from the door that day, and only went back to it when I heard her speeding back up my driveway. I still recalled the way my heart pounded when I saw her coming back. At first, I thought she had come back to me. I thought she wanted to spend some more time with me because she liked me. But that was not the case at all. Staring up at the ceiling, I tried to think about what would have happened if I had chased after her that day. Would I have been able to stop the intruders before they got a chance to do the things they did? If I could go back in time, what would I have done differently? What would have changed if I had stopped them and the situation Taylor and I had found ourselves in had not occurred? Would we still have fallen in love?
Chapter 28. Taylor.
10 months later. I had done everything I could to find Mitch before our baby was born. But no one knew where he had gone. He never put his house up for sale, from what his neighbor Hank had told me. I went back to Mitch's house a month after I had gone the first time, after I found out he had woken up. When I found that the chickens were gone, that gave me hope that he had returned to pick things up every now and then. So I left a note with my phone number on it and asked him to please call me and that I loved him and had something very important to tell him. He never called. But I went every single month, leaving a note each time. I never noticed anything gone or had even been moved, so I was pretty sure he had not come back. And I began to believe that he might not have been the one to take the chickens. Someone else could have done it. I began to believe that he had just walked away from everything. What I did not understand was why he had done that. I missed him every single day. But I missed him the most on the night I gave birth to our son. I named him after his father, Mitchell Blaine. But since there was no father there to sign the birth certificate, I had to give our son my last name. As happy as I was to finally be holding my son, I cried about his father missing his birth. Even though it had almost been a year since I had seen him last, I still had hope that he would reach out to me. No matter how much time had passed, I knew that Mitch had not faked how he had felt about me. If his disappearing act was due to his injuries, then surely, once he was fully healed and back to the man he was before being shot and nearly dying, he would realize that I would still love him. Although little Mitch was only 3 months old, he already resembled his handsome father. He had his father's dark eyes, and his mouth was shaped a lot like Mitch's too. One thing I was glad to have done was getting to work from home for the times. That let me spend all my time with my baby boy. I had thought I had known what love felt like. But the first time I saw my son's tiny face, I finally experienced what unconditional love was. Nothing would ever make me stop loving my son. And I was beginning to believe that nothing would ever make me stop loving Mitch either. Most of my friends thought I should be upset with the man who had left me to raise a child alone. Even when I explained that he did not know about our son, they still thought I should be angry with Mitch. And there had been some hard times for me, where I thought I should be angry with Mitch for not being here with me for our son. The night I woke up with cramps, I was only 5 months pregnant and knew that having cramps was not good at all. I woke up Cora, who drove me to the emergency room, where I found out that I just had bad gas from something I had eaten that day. I had been afraid that I was going to lose the baby, and all I kept thinking was that Mitch should be with me during that time. I felt like he was a part of me when I was carrying his baby. But he was missing, and that made me feel horrible on many occasions during the pregnancy. But there was no way I was going to hold him accountable for not being there for me and our son, since he had no clue that he had gotten me pregnant during our intense time together. Little Mitch wrapped his hand around my little finger, and I smiled down at him as he fed from my breast. "Hey, little man? You want mommy's attention? Was I ignoring you while I was deep in thought about your daddy?" His mouth lifted a little as he smiled. The adoration I felt for him was out of this world. He was the most adorable baby I had ever seen. I was pretty sure he was the most precious baby ever born. Of course, as his doting mother, I was biased. "I wish your daddy could see you." Tears filled my eyes. "He would love you." Blinking back the tears, I thought about what I had written on all the notes I had left Mitch in different places around his house. I had not wanted him to read a note telling him that he had a baby on the way. And I had not gone back to his house since giving birth. I did not think I needed to take little Mitch on that long of a ride yet. In the notes, I had written things about how much I loved and missed him. I had written that I had something important to tell him. I had written that I was not, and never could be angry with him. But I had not written a word about being pregnant. And it suddenly occurred to me that I might have made a mistake not writing anything about that. I knew that Mitch might not want me to see him in a weak condition. But he would move past that if he knew he had a child. I knew he would. I had to come up with a better way to reach out to him. The problem was that he did not have a computer, and even if, for some reason, he got one, it was highly doubtful that he would ever get on social media. So the easy way was out. I could have it broadcasted all over the news. But Mitch did not have a television, so that would not work. I recalled him saying something about having a radio, but without knowing what stations he listened to, or even the genre he liked, I had no idea where I would start with a radio ad. My head began to hurt from thinking so hard. So I took a break from that to burp my son and sing him a lullaby as he fell asleep on my shoulder. Holding him made my heart swell. More tears came and these rolled down my cheeks. I knew Mitch would love doing this with our son. I knew he would love rocking with him in a chair out back in the fresh air. I knew he would love every second that he got to spend with our son. If he only knew that he had a son. The tears just kept coming as I rocked with the baby until he was sound asleep. My heart had never been so full of love while aching so much. I had to figure out how to get my news to Mitch. Lying him in his tiny bassinet, I resisted the urge to kiss the top of his tiny head. I did not want to wake him up. Leaving him to sleep, I went to sit at the table, opening my laptop and staring at it as if it could tell me what I should do. What do I know about Mitch Hanover? I asked myself. I knew he was a simple man with simple tastes. I knew that he was a clean freak. I knew that he was an excellent cook. I knew that he acted like he did not need people in his life, but he really did need them. He drank scotch. He listened to music. And he read books. He reads newspapers. I shouted, then slapped my hand over my mouth. The last thing I wanted to do was wake the baby. Thankful for finally having a decent relationship with my boss, Mr. Miller, I shot him a text asking him to call me when he got the chance. I would need his help if I were to use the newspaper to reach out to Mitch. It only took a second for him to call me. "Hi, Mr. Miller." "What have you got, Miss Moore?" he asked. "I need to reach out to Mitch Hanover. You know how he is the father of my baby." "Yeah. Well, I have left notes at his house, but since he no longer lives there, I am kind of doubting whether he has seen them. He is so reclusive that I cannot think of many ways to reach out to him. But he is an avid reader of newspapers. The Times being something he had lying in a neat stack in his den. What would you like to do?" "I would like to take out a full-page ad in this Sunday's paper. I want to write him a letter. I hate that he is missing out on his son's life. I do not want to make him miss a moment more. So what do you say? And how much will it cost me?" "I can make it happen. No charge for you, Miss Moore. The man should know about his son. I will save the second page for you. He should get that far into the paper, do you not think? I would bet that he reads every single word in the paper. The second page will be great. I will get the letter done, then email it to you so you can get it laid out. I will keep an eye out for it. You will have it done today, right?" "Yes, sir. Today. And thank you so much." With the idea fresh in my mind, I pulled up a new document and got to work. Dear Mitchell Blaine Hanover. I thought starting with his entire name would be best. That way, he would have no doubts that the letter was meant for him and no one else. Knowing that this was a personal letter that millions of readers would see, I wanted to be as articulate as possible, not give too much information that others did not need to know about, yet get my feelings and points across to Mitch. So I had to really think about what I would write. I wanted to convey to him that my love for him had never died or faded, and was still as strong as when I first declared it to him. But I did not want to sound too gushy. You might not remember me. I was the young reporter who came to your home to interview you a year ago. I met you at your closed and locked gate. You had no intention of letting me in. But then you did, and everything changed for us. Instead of the reclusive man I had thought you were, I found a hospitable man, eager to share his delicious evening meal of the best roast I have ever tasted. You made me a slow gin fizz, the yummiest cocktail I have ever drunk. When it began to rain, you offered me a bed in your warm and comfortable home. We did not know it yet, but we were already beginning to fall for one another. You introduced me to your chickens, and I named one of them. I think I miss Betty as much as I miss you. As a nosy reporter, I managed to sneak in some questions I should not have, and you made a hasty retreat. I knew I had done wrong by asking you the things I did. We were becoming friends, and I had blown it. I left. Sitting there, my fingers perched to type, I thought about that day I had left and what I had found at the gate when I got there. The white van with no windows, the men with masks covering their faces. The horror I had felt that filled me completely. The memory was so well etched in my brain that I even recalled the shade of blue that the sky was, the 3 fluffy clouds that moved overhead through the baby blue sky, the way the air felt when I went back to the house and fled from the car to get back inside the house. The look on Mitch's face when he opened the door and saw me. He had a smile on his face. But then he saw the van that screamed in behind me, and shock took over the happy expression he had had. Shivering, I hugged myself. At that point, it had been the scariest thing I had ever experienced. And at that time, I had no idea how many more scary experiences were to come. As you know, I came right back after leaving that afternoon. But I was not alone. You took over, knowing exactly what to do, as if you had gone through that kind of thing many times in your life, which you had not. While under your protection, I fell in love with you. I fell in love with a man who was selfless. I fell in love with a man who was strong in so many ways. Body and soul, you were a pillar of strength for me. I had to stop and wipe the tears from my eyes as they had blurred my vision. I missed Mitch so much, and writing down the memories pained me in ways I had never experienced before. Everything hurt. My insides. My outsides. My brain. My everything ached. When it was happening, my mind did not let me think about all that could have happened to us with so much danger around us. But afterward, throughout the months, more and more came into my mind about the things that could have happened. Not only to me and Mitch. If they had gotten what they wanted, the whole world would have been negatively impacted. Mitch was a true hero. And to know that he was keeping to himself again just did not sit right with me. I had to draw him out. I had to get him to come to me. Taking a deep breath, I got back to writing the letter. Our lives were in danger every moment, from the minute they blew their way into your home. We found solace in each other, and when love blossomed, it helped both of us deal with what was happening. Out of that love, more than you can imagine was born. I thought that line was a pretty good clue about our son, without actually saying it. You became a hero for me and the entire world. And I wish that I had been fast enough to be a hero for you too. The shot came too fast to stop. But I stopped the man who had fired it. You taught me how to do that. Were it not for you, I have often wondered where I would be now. Our time together may have been short, but it made an impact on me like nothing ever has or will. And I think if you are honest with yourself, that you might find that I made an impact on you too, Mitchell Blaine Hanover. I have gone back to look for you. I have wondered why you did not call me when you woke up in the hospital. I left my number. I supposed that the paper I had left it on may have gotten lost. But you knew where I worked. I am not angry, I just do not want you to think that I did not want to be with you. I did, and I still do. I would have been with you if I were allowed. If you are mad at me for not being there, I understand. If you are feeling insecure about yourself, I understand. But you must admit to yourself that you and I loved each other very much. I am here, Mitch. You know where to find me. All it will take is one phone call, and we can get back to that life we had talked about a year ago. A life full of love and laughter. A life together, forever. There is so much that you need to know. Please, do not wait to come to New York to find me. Wasting time would be the biggest mistake you could ever make. Praying this letter finds you, my love. Taylor. I read the letter over and over again, before sending it to Mr. Miller. It would be 4 days before it would be published in the Sunday paper. And even then, I had no idea if he would get that paper or not. There was not a thing I knew about Mitch Hanover anymore. And I hated it. I hated how much I missed him. I hated how he had missed the birth of his first child. I hated how much time had gone by without feeling his touch, hearing his voice, feeling his warm breath move over my lips. I wanted it to end. I wanted him back in my life. I wanted our son to meet his father. I wanted Mitch to feel the things I had felt when I first held our son. They both deserved to know each other. If Mitch no longer wanted me, That was going to devastate me. But I knew he would want to be in his son's life. I had no doubts at all about that. I wish I had not had doubts about him wanting me. It did not feel good at all. During the months since little Mitch's birth, I had dreamt of living the country life with our son. Teaching him all about chickens and other country things would make Mitch and I both happy. There was so much to look forward to. But only if Mitch found my letter and came to get his family. A family he had no idea even existed. I went to gaze at my son the way I often did. He was the most precious human I had ever seen. My son deserves his father. But will Mitch show up for him? For us.
Chapter 29. Mitch.
Waking with the sun shining in my eyes, I grunted, then turned over to shield my eyes from the light that poured through the window. How annoying. The fold-out sofa was not much of a bed, but I did not need much. Instead of a nightstand, I had the coffee table, and I noticed a thick sheet of dust covering the dark wood. I turned back over so I did not have to see that. The light hit my eyes again, and I sat up, aggravated by the morning itself. Scanning the one-room cabin, I saw dishes in the sink from yesterday's meals. Last night's dinner of canned spaghetti and meatballs. I had eaten straight from the can, but had not managed to get the empty container to the trash can. Somehow, keeping a clean house just had not mattered to me anymore. Getting up, I stretched and burped last night's drink. The smell was so gross that it gagged me. Real nice, Mitch. I no longer got mad at myself for talking to myself in the third person. I was the only one I had to talk to, so I did not think it to be as crazy as I once had. No better than the company of oneself, I told myself often. Walking out onto the back porch, I noticed the tall grass that had gotten out of hand in the last few months. The roof of the chicken coop could barely be seen. I had fallen asleep in my clothes but had no shoes on. I stepped off the porch and waded through the grass to go feed my chickens. Here I come, ladies. I pulled open the hopper that held the chicken feed, only to find it empty. Now, when did I use all the chicken feed? Something moved inside the chicken pen, and I looked down to find the little black and white hen looking up at me with her head cocked. You judging me, Betty? Cluck, 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 she went on and on, telling me off the way. Yeah. I get it. I am not being the best chicken owner in the world. What do you want from me? I give you food. I give you water. I looked around at all the tall grass. You want to be able to look out of your pen and see? There is nothing to see. Not a thing. A small cabin that has not been kept up. Bags and bags of trash that I have not taken to the dump. Cans scattered around. So there is no pretty view, Betty. Sorry, I just do not feel like doing anything right now. Or ever, really. You would not understand, Betty. Your brain is really small, and all you think about is eating and laying eggs that never hatch. Does that ever bother you, Betty? Does it bother you that you lay eggs every day and none of them ever hatch? Cluck, cluck, she said as she cocked her head in the other direction. Oh, is that so? I did not like the attitude in her clucks. I forgot that your feed only lasts 7 days. It is Sunday. The day I have to go to town and get food for you, chickens and myself, load up on drinks and canned foods and check the mail at the post office. You will get fed when I get back. Cluck, she asked. I know you want me to mow the grass, but that just is not going to happen. Be glad I am getting you some food. Going back to the cabin, I looked in the mirror, swished my mouth with some minty mouthwash, ran my hands through my hair, then grabbed the keys to my old truck and headed to town. Like my house, I did not care much for my physical hygiene. I did not care much about anything. Life just was not worth much to me anymore. I had waited and waited for something to happen, and when it never did, I gave up. I was not really sure what I had thought would happen. Just something. But when nothing in my life changed, I could not find the will to do more than drink and eat food from cans, and that was about it. The reason I had made Sundays the days I went to town was that not many people were around in the tiny town I had moved to. No one knew my name from what I could tell. And I liked it that way. One car was in the parking lot at the store. Parking on the other side of the parking lot, I got out and went inside, grabbing a cart, then rolled it to the drink aisle. Let us see, what shall it be this week? You should try that new pale ale, came some woman's voice who obviously was trying to be helpful. Which aggravated me. With a grunt, I picked up a couple cases of light beer and walked away from the annoying person. Next up, the canned food aisle. Chef Boyardee never failed to hit the spot. I piled in the cans, then went to get the chicken feed. They did not normally carry chicken feed, but when I made a big stink because they did not have any, they began having a few bags in the pet food section. It did not take me long to get the rest of the things, and then I went to the post office. It was a small metal building with a wall of mid-sized boxes you had to use a key to open. I opened my box and saw the usual mail there. Junk, an electric bill, and the Sunday New York Times. I took it all out and went to the truck, tossing the stuff on the passenger seat with the rest of the mail from the last few months. I had not bothered reading a newspaper in months. When you just do not care anymore, there is no need to read. I had left my books back at the old house. The house those intruders had all but destroyed. The house that she had left too many memories in. And those memories had caused me nothing but pain. I had finally let them all go, and was much better for doing so. Once I got home, I got out of my truck, took in my groceries, and went to feed the chickens and fill up their hopper for the week. I told you that I would be back, I told Betty, who still stood in the pen rather than sitting in the coop with the rest of the chickens. You that hungry? I cast out some feed, and she ran to it, but the other chickens did not come out of their nest area. Hey you chickens, I shouted as I knocked on the side of the co-op. Food is here. Come on out. When nothing came out, I opened the door, having trouble pulling it open with all the grass in the way, and I found the nesting area completely empty. And then I saw something move, and my eyes zoomed in on the biggest snake I had ever laid eyes on. What the heck? It was so full of my chickens and their eggs that it could barely slither out of the other side of the pen. It had made a hole under the wood to get in and out, and now it was gone with all but one of my chickens. Betty was the only one who had made it out alive, and I could not just leave her there for it to come back and devour. Come on, Betty. I am taking you inside the house. I scooped her up and carried her with me, making sure to grab her a handful of chicken feed. That must have been terrible for you. But you made it. How you escaped that giant snake, I will never know. What a little soldier you are, Betty. The chickens had been the one thing I had gone back to the house for. And now all but one was gone. I put her on the floor of the cabin, then spread out the food. Here you go. I will go get you a bowl of water. I felt terrible. If I had just mowed the grass, then the snake would not have been able to sneak in and eat them all up. Something that big would have been something I would have noticed. Moving around the small cabin, I began cleaning up. It was all my fault that my poor chickens had suffered such a fate. I had to clean everything up. I had to stop doing this to myself. Going into a sadness had cost my chickens their lives. I had to stop feeling sorry for myself. I had to just stop. Things had gone too far. And I had let them go too far. I am going to make it up to you, Betty. Those were your friends. Some of them may have even been your sisters for all I know. And I just let that grass grow and grow, and now they are gone. Since the cabin was so small, it did not take long to have it cleaned up, and then I grabbed a garbage bag and went outside to pick up all the trash and piled the bags into the back of my truck, then hauled them to the dump. As soon as I got back, I got out the lawnmower and cut down all that tall grass. Then I used the weed eater to make sure there was no place for even the smallest snake to hide. But I could not put Betty back into that pen. Her whole family was gone. She would not feel right in there alone. When I went back inside, I noticed a few specks of chicken mess on the floor, and Betty perched on the back of the recliner. Her eyes followed me as I cleaned up her mess. I am not even mad at you for doing this, Betty. I am sorry. I really am. And I do not want you to worry a bit. I am not putting you back out there all alone. I will make you a small pen and nesting area, so you can stay in the cabin with me. Cluck, she said. I knew she meant thank you. Well, you're welcome. I wish I had not let things get so bad. But I am going to make it up to you. I will find some more chickens to be your family. You can stay in here with me until I find them. I went out to find some supplies to make a small pen and some wood to build the nesting area, then came back inside and made her a little co-op. Standing back to admire my handiwork, I noticed that if I did not cover the floor with something, her mess would end up ruining the wood floor. Remembering all the mail in my truck, I went to get the newspapers. I could use them in the bottom of her cage to keep the floor relatively safe. I would have to change out the pieces of paper often, but I could handle that. Scooping everything up, I carried it all inside and put a piece of newspaper down in the pen, then put Betty inside it. Here you go. Your temporary home until I find you some more chickens to keep you company out in the pen that I am going to shore up so that the snake cannot get back inside. She looked happy enough as she scratched her feet on the paper. Her head cocked to look at me, and she looked me up and down. I could tell that my appearance was not pleasing her at all. I will wash up, cut my hair, give my beard a trim, put on clean clothes, and pull myself back together. Next time you see me, I will look a lot more like myself. It took me a solid hour to get myself cleaned up and looking like the old me. But I had accomplished it and went to show Betty the new and improved me. Well, what do you think, Betty? I turned around so she could see all of me. Cluck, 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 she said admiringly. Thanks. I saw some mess on the newspaper and went to get another piece. You know, I am thinking about going back to the store to get something good to make for dinner this evening. And maybe something other than drinks to drink too. Maybe some fresh lemons, and I will make lemonade. Oh, and a pot roast. I stopped as I picked up last week's Sunday Times. I had not had pot roast since I had made it the day Taylor showed up at my gate. My heart twitched inside my chest, and I dropped the newspaper. The pages scattered on the floor. I had to close my eyes. I had to make the memory go away. I do not want to think about that time. With the memory put in check, I opened my eyes and looked at the mess on the floor. Bending down, I picked them all up and saw a really weird thing on one page. It was an entire page, and it looked like someone had written a letter there. I could not imagine who would have the money to buy a full-page ad in the Times. Curiosity had me pulling the page out of the pile, and I saw something stupefying at the top of the letter. My name. Dear Mitchell Blaine Hanover, I read aloud. Then I had to pause because I could not really breathe. I had to sit down for this. Something told me this was going to be really big. I did not want to just scan over it the way I did when I was reading something, so I spoke the words I read. You might not remember me. I was the young reporter who came to your home to interview you a year ago. As if I could ever truly forget you, baby. It was hard not to get choked up. I swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat and continued to read the letter aloud. I met you at your closed and locked gate. You had no intention of letting me in. But then you did, and everything changed for us. You changed my life, baby. I did not know if Taylor could even understand how much she had changed my life. Instead of the reclusive man I had thought you were, I found a hospitable man, eager to share his delicious evening meal of the best roast I have ever tasted. Aw, thanks, honey. You made me a slow gin fizz, the yummiest cocktail I have ever drunk. When it began to rain, you offered me a bed in your warm and comfortable home. We did not know it yet, but we were already beginning to fall for one another. And how hard we fell too. It had been a long time since a smile had moved my lips, but one formed on them as I said, you introduced me to your chickens, and I named one of them. I think I miss Betty as much as I miss you. I had to laugh and looked at the chicken who watched me read. You hear that, Betty? She misses you too. Glad you made it out of the incident. I looked back to the paper and read. As a nosy reporter, I managed to sneak in some questions I should not have, and you made a hasty retreat. I knew I had done wrong by asking you the things I did. We were becoming friends, and I had blown it. It was me who blew that baby, not you. If I could have gone back in time to that precise moment, I would not have reacted that way at all. It was not like I had to walk away. I could have and should have kept my temper in check. I left. I recalled that so clearly that my heart ached as I watched her leave. As you know, I came right back after leaving that afternoon. But I was not alone. You took over, knowing exactly what to do, as if you had gone through that kind of thing many times in your life, which you had not. I had pretty much been brought up doing stuff like that, but that time, it was for real and not some game. Remembering it all was overwhelming, but I had to continue reading what she had written to me. While under your protection, I fell in love with you. I fell in love with a man who was selfless. I fell in love with a man who was strong in so many ways. Body and soul, you were a pillar of strength for me. Our lives were in danger every moment, from the minute they blew their way into your home. We found solace in each other, and when love blossomed, it helped both of us deal with what was happening. Out of that love, more was born than you can imagine. If that is so, then why were you not with me at the time I needed you the most? I did not like the taste in my mouth as I grew upset, but I could not understand why she was not there for me. I kept reading, hoping she would give me some explanation. You became a hero for me and the entire world. And I wish that I had been fast enough to be a hero for you too. The shot came too fast to stop. But I stopped the man who had fired it. You taught me how to do that. Were it not for you, I have often wondered where I would be now. Our time together may have been short, but it made an impact on me like nothing ever has or will. And I think, if you are honest with yourself, that you might find that I made an impact on you too. Mitchell Blaine Hanover. I have gone back to look for you. She went back to look for me. How could I not have known that? I read on. I have wondered why you did not call me when you woke up in the hospital. I left my number. I suppose that the paper I had left it on may have gotten lost. But you knew where I worked. I am not angry. I just do not want you to think that I did not want to be with you. I did, and I still do. I would have been with you if I were allowed. You should have tried harder. I still could not understand why she had not come up with some way to get to be there with me. So I kept reading anyway. If you are mad at me for not being there, I understand. If you are feeling insecure about yourself, I understand. Why would she think I would feel insecure? I had to read on, but you must admit to yourself that you and I loved each other very much. I am here, Mitch. You know where to find me. All it will take is one phone call, and we can get back to that life we had talked about a year ago. A life full of love and laughter. A life together, forever. She wants me to look for her at the New York Times. I was not sure she even still worked there. She had told me her boss wanted her gone. And I had read the newspapers for a month after I got out of the hospital, but her name was on none of the articles. Even the story about us and the tech company was not written by her. It was written by some man named Byron, something from what I recalled. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I read more. There is so much that you need to know. Please, do not wait to come to New York to find me. Wasting time would be the biggest mistake you could ever make. Praying this letter finds you, my love, Taylor. The letter had been published a week earlier. She had been waiting for me to find her. And I had been in a stupor when I could have been with her. But will she still want me, after waiting all this time for me to go find her?
Chapter 30. Taylor.
It has been a week since the letter was published in the Sunday Times, Cora. I groaned as I handed her the baby. He is cranky because he feels my sad vibes. Can you give him some of your good vibes for a little bit? She snuggled him up to her chest, rocking with him. "How is Auntie Cora's little man today?" He smiled as he looked up at her with adoring eyes. He loves his Auntie Cora. But he would love his dad too. If his dad would just pick up the phone and call the New York Times. Everyone up there knows that they are to get his phone number and text it to me. I probably should have just put my phone number in that letter.
No way, she said with a gasp.
Do you know how many crazy calls you would have gotten, and probably still be getting if you had done something like that? You should know that the chances that he would see that letter were slim to none. She was right. I know. I just wanted him to see it so badly that I could not let myself think about how small the chances were that he would get that particular paper and read it. But I had no idea how else I could get to him. And I still have no other ideas. Maybe the police can help you find him, she said, looking hopeful. I asked one of the officers who had been at the scene, and he said the same thing I had already known. No one in Van Hornsville had seen him since his neighbor Hank dropped him off when he got out of the hospital. No one even knows who got his chickens when I reported they were gone. When someone wants to disappear, then I guess it is not that hard at all. But what about the way you found him in the first place? His address was on the records at the courthouse, on the title of ownership of Mainline Technology. Okay, so can you go back there and look up his name to see if he has bought something else? You know, a property deed to wherever he is living now? She brought up a good point. Only it would not be that easy. It would not be anything in the city. It would be some remote town, probably still in the state though. But where would I start looking? Did he ever tell you anything that would give you a clue about where he might have gone?
Nothing.
I have analyzed every word he said to me, and I cannot come up with a thing about where he might have gone. I had begun to think this was useless.
I do not know what else to do.
I thought this would work. I really did. He reads. It is what the man does for entertainment. And he reads the Times. I know he does. I saw a copy of the Sunday edition in his den. I wonder if he picked it up or if it was mailed to him, Cora said with wonder in her voice. I cannot believe that I never thought to see if his name is anywhere on the subscriber database. I am so silly. Well, it might not be in the database. You can pick up a newspaper pretty much anywhere in the state, and even beyond. He might not be a subscriber. I have to see if I can find that out. Here I am, a journalist who works at the New York Times, and I have never thought to check this out. I feel so silly. You have no idea. I called Mr. Miller to see if he had any idea who I should talk to about this. Evening, Miss Moore. What can I do for you? Mr. Miller, Mitch still has not responded to the letter, so I am wondering if I could find out if he is a subscriber of our newspaper. I am not sure that you can find that out. I believe that is private information. If it were done right here, I might be able to get that information. But subscriptions are handled elsewhere. So that might be a dead end. Sorry. Well, thank you for letting me know how that works. I was feeling super silly for not thinking about that before. It was my roommate who actually brought it up. Sorry about bothering you. Have a good evening. You too. I looked at Cora, who shrugged. It was a pretty good idea. Yeah, but it is not going to work. I am stuck, Cora. I am out of ideas. And I feel horrible about Mitch not knowing that he has a son. I feel bad because you said this man has no heirs and is a billionaire. Poor baby Mitch will not ever be able to have what is legally his. The only thing that I am worried about my son missing out on that is legally his is his father's love. The money does not matter at all. I would love Mitch even if he did not have a dime. He is that good? She asked with a grin. He is that good. Okay, I have got an idea. He might not be reading the paper anymore. But chances are, he has to go into whatever small town he lives near. We can make flyers with his picture on them, and ask anyone who has seen him to please contact some number we set up for that purpose. And we can go around to all the small towns around where he was living and put them up at the stores, the post offices, anywhere he might have to go on occasion. Maybe if he sees the flyer, he will call himself. I liked the idea. I should get working on that right away. Before you go to all that trouble and expense, think about things first. What if he did see the letter in the paper, and just does not want to come find you? He cannot hate me that much. I did not do anything wrong to him. You know that. But what if he expected you to be at the hospital with him through all that? But it was impossible for me to be with him. I was not anything to him. They would not let me in. Yeah, I know that. But when you went to see him, when you found out that you were pregnant, you were going to lie and tell them you were some relative of his. So he might wonder why you did not do everything you could to get to him. Maybe because he would have done everything that he could have to get to you. I know he must have been disappointed when he found I was not there. And had not been that whole time. I am sure he asked his nurses and doctors about that. Then I am sure they told him that I was not allowed to see him. It was those people who denied me access to him. And that one nurse who took my number promised me she would give it to him as soon as he woke up. If he woke up. Which I know he did. I suppose it is neither here nor there, Cora said, looking at the baby she held in her arms, who had fallen fast asleep. He is just too precious, Taylor. He is cute awake and even cuter when he is sleeping. And his father should know about him. Maybe I should find someone who specializes in finding people who do not want to be found. This is like the most important thing a person should know about. I would think so anyway. Do you have that kind of money? Cora asked with raised brows. These things do not come cheap. I am sure they do not. It is important though. I should at least try to find someone who does something like that, and see if I can afford it or not. I have got to keep trying. It is impossible for me to sit here and do nothing, to find the man I still love very deeply. It was only a few days, Taylor. Maybe you really fell in love, but he just got what he was after, and is happy with that, wanting nothing more. He is a recluse. I do not see why he would want to share his home with anyone. Tapping my chin, I had to wonder if she was right about that. What if he did start thinking that he had made a mistake by saying all the things he said to me? What if he only said them because passion drove him to it? And once I was not around, he felt more comfortable being alone, the way he pretty much always has been? I am sure that it is not easy for a reclusive person to suddenly and drastically change the way they live. It might be that he just thought that he could not really pull it off, living with you, and decided to silently break things off with you. While I was not happy to think of him wanting nothing more to do with me, I could not let that affect what I knew was right. He is a father, and needs to know that. What he does after that, I will have to learn to accept. But I hope he will want us to be a family. What if he does not? She asked. What if he just wants his son and not you? I just could not see Mitch being that way. I am not going to hand my baby over to him, if that is what you are asking. We will have to learn how to co-parent if he does not want a romantic relationship. But we will have to have some type of relationship since we share a child. You do not really know that man, Taylor. He has got the money to make things happen that most people cannot. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she looked at my son. It would kill me to lose him. Sitting down next to her, I knew she was thinking more about her getting left out of little Mitch's life than me getting left out of it. I draped my arm over her shoulders. You are not going to get left out, Auntie Cora. If things happen the way I hope they will, we will all live at Mitch's farmhouse. And you will have an open invitation to come visit any time you want. So, you think that a recluse is going to be open to having people over whenever you want? I think you are in denial. Mitch will come around. I was a good influence on him. I am sure I can help him see that the more people who love our son, the better. An idea struck me. Hey, you can be little Mitch's godmother. How about that? I think you have to be a member of certain churches for that to happen. In the Greek Orthodox Church, things like godparents are a big deal. It is not as simple as it might seem to be. I am cool with being his Auntie Cora. But if you move in with that man, then I do think that there is a good chance that you will become as reclusive as he is. I think it will just happen because he is older and set in his ways, and you will conform to his ways rather than he conforming to yours. You will always be my best friend, Cora. Your family took me in when I had none left. They not only gave me a job, but they also made me feel like a part of the family. I will never let anyone get between me and you or any of your family, who I dearly love. I will not conform to Mitch's lifestyle. And I honestly do not think that would be a thing he would even want. You do not really know the man, Taylor. You must admit that. And he does not really know you either. He is in his 50s, a mature man. He might have come to the conclusion that you two are from different worlds. You are from different generations. You two have little in common, other than enjoying spending time together. But who does not have that in common? I knew she might be right. But I did not want to believe that. I have to hang on to hope, Cora. If I do not have hope, then I have nothing. If the worst happens and he does like you say, and hires lawyers to try to take custody of our son, I will appeal to him in a humane way. I do not want to keep our son from him, and I have to believe that he will not want to keep him from me. But you do not know him well enough to know if that is true. My heart tells me that it is true. I have to follow my heart. I know you mean well. And I love you for bringing these things up. Letting Mitch know about his son is the right thing to do. I do not know what will happen. But I will fight for my son if it comes down to it. I cannot not try to find Mitch to let him know that he is a father. It would not be right.
Noble, she whispered.
And brave. She looked at me. I respect those things about you. I will pray that Mitch will respect those things about you too. And I will pray that you and little Mitch here will find the man that will make your family whole. I love you both. And maybe I will come to like this man who you fell in love with in such a short amount of time. Resting my head on her shoulder, we looked at my baby together. My son is more important to me than anything. Making sure he gets what he deserves is my top priority. He deserves a mother and a father who love him with all their hearts. Mitch showed me that he is capable of doing such a thing. I am just really afraid, Taylor. I know you are. You are going to leave me here alone. You are going to take my little man. I am going to miss you guys. A tear slipped down her cheek and I quickly wiped it away. Do not you dare cry, Cora. I know this might end up that way. But even if we move. I know, she interrupted. I am always welcome. But you and I both know that I cannot be there, as much as I am here with you two now. I felt terrible. It had never occurred to me that if the best thing happened for me and my baby, then the worst thing would happen for my best friend and roommate. Cora, I do not know what will happen, but we are always going to be best friends. And I will die without Greek food, so we will have to come here to eat at least once a month or even more often. She finally smiled. And I can come and teach you how to make some of the dishes. Oh, Christmas baklava for sure. You love the Greek cucumber yogurt sauce. I will have to teach you how to make that too. There will be so much to teach you. She looked at me with a grin. You must know that you will have to come for every holiday, or my parents will be so upset. As if I would not be upset to miss the holidays with them. Things were going to change so much. But only if Mitch came to find us. And that was not looking like it would happen at all.
Chapter 31. Mitch.
When I moved to the cabin, I had not even had a phone installed, so I could not have called the Times to ask someone there to let Taylor know that I was coming to find her. I just packed a bag, got my chicken because I could not leave her home alone, since I had no idea how long it would take for me to find Taylor, and got into my truck. After stopping to fill up with gasoline, I ran into the store and found a pet carrier to put Betty in, grabbed her another bag of chicken feed, then got back on the road. I could not remember ever being so nervous. There was some fear that Taylor would not want me, and that was mixed with elation that she had written a letter to me, professing her love. A year had passed without hearing her voice, so the letter meant everything to me. And if I had not been putting down the newspaper for the chicken, I might not have ever seen it. I wanted to kick my own self for how I had spiraled into sadness. That was not a thing that had ever happened to me before. I had never experienced such sadness. I had lived a content life by myself, and never had I gone down like that. Maybe it was the injury, and all the time I had spent in the medically induced coma. I was not sure why I had gone down so fast and so hard. But I never wanted that to happen again. So even if Taylor did not want me, I was not going to go back to that state. That was not me. I had finally found my feet, and I was not going to let anything knock me down again. I did not blame Taylor for what I had done to myself, although I had been doing just that. I had to take responsibility for my actions. Of course, I was upset when I found Taylor was not at the hospital when I woke up. My nurse, Jonathan, had told me that she was not allowed to be in the room with me, since she was not a blood relative. And I had practically ignored that. I had blamed her. I had rationalized my feelings in idiotic ways, too. Was she to lie to get in to see me? I had thought as much. But I had been wrong. It was me who was to blame for her not coming to see me. Once I had woken up and begun rehabilitation, I could have told the medical staff to let her in. They would have had to do as I wanted. Did I do that? No. Nor did I call the newspaper to find her. I did not do anything at all to let her know that I was awake, alive, and getting my strength back. When I read her letter, there was something in it about me being insecure about seeing her again. I had adamantly denied being insecure. But maybe I had been insecure. Maybe I had not called her or told the staff to allow her to see me because I was feeling insecure about my physical state. I had been weak, and subconsciously I did not want her to see me like that. I had apologies to make. I had time that we had lost, all because of me, to make up to her. I had so much to do if I wanted to make things work between us. And I did want to make things work. I could not let some little fear get to me. Nothing in Taylor's letter said that she was not into getting back together. I had to stop being insecure. I did not even know why I was thinking that way. I ran my hand over my stomach, which was not taut and tight anymore since I had been drinking copious amounts of beer. My diet had been poor, and my body showed the effects of that. It was not the scars that made me feel like I was not the man she had fallen in love with. It was the lack of exercise and bad diet that made me feel that way. But I could get my body back in shape. I knew that I could. With some effort on my part, I could put everything back together again. Getting to New York was my first hurdle. I hated the city. I hated the traffic. I hated the smell, the taste of the air, and the smog. It was slow going as I made my way to 620 8th Avenue in Manhattan, to the New York Times building. Butterflies filled my stomach the closer I got. There it is, Betty. That big building right there is where we will find out where Taylor is. Even though I had not seen her name on any articles when I was still reading the newspaper, the letter she had published in it told me that I could find her if I asked around inside the building. Parking was always a chore when in the city. I found a parking garage, picked up the pet carrier with my chicken in it, and headed out to get to the building. The walk was far, the sidewalks packed, and I hated every second of it. Darn city. It was obvious that I would walk through fire for this woman, now that I was trudging through the crowd to find her. Taylor brought out the real man in me. No one else had ever dug down and found that man. But Taylor had, without even trying. The closer I got, the more hopeful I felt about the future. A smile became plastered on my face, and I was well aware that I must have looked a little insane. Smiling, carrying a pet carrier with a chicken in it, laughing out loud on occasion as joy began to fill my heart. I will see her soon. I know I will. Just like everything else in New York City, the lobby of the Times was packed with people. I made my way to the reception desk and got in line. The woman in front of me turned around and looked at the pet carrier I had cushioned against my chest so that no one would try to grab it. Her eyes went to the chicken inside the black mesh bag. Is that a chicken? Yes. Is she your support animal or something? Yeah, sure she is. I did not know what else to say. I did not want anyone to have any problems with me having the chicken, so I thought that might sound like a good excuse for carrying one around. You got PTSD or something like that? She asked as she peered in at Betty. Not wanting to talk to the woman, I made something up. I am schizophrenic. Her eyes went wide, and she spun around, leaving me alone. I laughed quietly to myself as I stood in line without anyone else bothering me. Finally, I got to the front of the line, and the receptionist asked, "How can I help you?" I am Mitchell Hanover. Taylor Moore put a letter in the paper for me. She practically told me to come here to find her. Her eyes lit up. Oh my goodness. She is going to flip. She looked at the other receptionist next to her. Hey, I am going to take this guy to the cafeteria. It is Taylor's guy. The other woman looked at me with surprise. You are Mitch. The Mitch? I am the Mitch. Taylor is going to be thrilled. It surprised me that Taylor had spoken about me so much. Is she here? No, the first woman said. Meet me over there at the end of the reception desk, and I will take you to the cafeteria. I will call her right away to get her coming this way. Like moving across any room in New York City, it was not some easy task. It included me saying, "Excuse me, I am not trying to cut. I just need to get through," more times than I had ever spoken those words. When I finally got to the receptionist, she was all smiles. I talked to her, and she is on the way. It should take about an hour. You will find the cafeteria accommodating, and there are lots of different foods and drinks to choose from. Time will fly by while you wait for her to get here. She is very excited, just so you know. She said to tell you to please wait, as she knows you do not care for crowds. I am to take you to a table in the back that is usually the quietest place around here. That would be amazing. What do you have there, Mitch? Oh, this is Betty. Taylor named her. I had to bring her with me because a snake got into the hen house and ate all the other chickens. She is a lone survivor. What a horrifying thing to happen. My goodness. I am sure Taylor will be surprised to see you have brought the chicken that she named. Yeah, I did not really bring it just for her though. I felt tremendous guilt about the incident she had to witness, and did not want to leave her alone. Cocking her head as we walked, she looked at me with a smile. Wow, you seem like a really empathetic person, Mitch. I am sorry, I have not even introduced myself to you. I looked at her name tag and said, "You are Patton. It is on your name tag." She put her hand over the tag. Oh yeah. Silly of me. I just wanted you to know my name since you and Taylor will most likely be an item, and we are sure to meet often, since you will become part of her very wide circle of friends. So she is pretty social then? I asked. Oh yes. She has got a wide array of friends. We are like her family. I do not know if she told you about the death of her grandparents or not, but they raised her. Her mother is mostly absent, and even when she has come around, she is not mom material. It is good to see that she did not rub off on Taylor. Taylor is wonderful. And she did tell me about her family. She never said a thing about her father, though. Because she has no idea who he is. Nor does her mother. Poor thing. But her grandparents sounded like great people who took up the slack. I do not know anyone around her age who has such a level head. And she has done so well too. We are all super proud of her. Is she still writing for the paper here? Oh yes. She is not using her real name anymore. Mr. Miller thought it would be safer for her to write under a pen name. The story on Russian involvement in the mainline technology company was just so dangerous. The Fed seemed to have things handled, but around here we are not super trusting of government entities. We have all heard so many things that it makes it impossible to completely trust any of them. Is her pen name Byron something? Byron Mengers, yes. That way, she can write about all sorts of things without fear of any retaliation. Plus, Mr. Miller told her to write off-site. She comes to the building every now and then. Mostly when it is someone's birthday and there is cake. But Mr. Miller prefers her to keep a low profile since the incident at your place, and her involvement in breaking that case wide open. Russians are not the kind of people anyone really wants to mess with. She was very brave to give all the details to the authorities. But it did put her in a vulnerable position. She is brave. With the whole world at stake, we knew the truth had to be told or they would never be stopped. I am glad she was able to find a way to stop them. Keeping her safe became Mr. Miller's top priority too. Hence the pen name and working off-site. Plus, it gives her the freedom she really needs now. Of course. I was not sure what she meant by that, but we had made it to the small table in the back of the cafeteria, and I knew she needed to get back to work. Thank you for leading me over here. It would have taken me forever to find this by myself. Glad to help, Mitch. Looking forward to seeing you around. I am looking forward to seeing you around too, Patton. Have a great day. She looked confused as she asked, so in the story you were described as reclusive. But you do not seem that way to me. Oh, believe me, I am still reclusive. But for Taylor, I will go out of my comfort zone over and over again. I will do absolutely anything to make her happy. In fact, I plan on spending the rest of my life making her happy. So we will see each other again, because if Taylor wants it, she is going to get it. No matter what. If I must follow my little social butterfly around, then I will do just that. She is all that matters to me. Grinning, she said, I am really glad to hear that. She deserves a man like you. I gotta get back to the front. Goodbye, Mitch. Bye, Patton. I took a seat, putting the pet carrier in the other chair. Well, Betty, she is on her way. The cafeteria had great aromas floating around the large dining area, but I could not eat a thing. The butterflies had died down a bit, but they were still there, and with no one around to take my attention off them, they were flying around again. My eyes continuously scanned the room, searching for Taylor's beautiful face. I remembered the exact color of her caramel-colored hair, the deep green of her eyes, the pink of her plump lips. A year had gone by, but I knew she would still look as beautiful as she did the day we met at my gate. I wanted to take her back to the home we had fallen in love inside. I would hire renovators to fix everything and make it even better. I wanted to start our lives right away. I wanted to take her home with me. We would live in the cabin while the renovations and repairs were being done, and then we could move back into the house that had become a home while she was there with me. The only thing that could hold all that back would be Taylor. And I would have to accept whatever she wanted to do. I just prayed she wanted to be with me, as badly as I wanted to be with her. So much time had come between us. I did not want to lose even one more minute with the only woman I had ever loved. My body became tense as I thought about holding her in my arms again. Closing my eyes, I pictured her in my arms, our lips pressing together, our bodies close. Heating up, I opened my eyes to bring myself back into the here and now. And that is when I saw her coming into the cafeteria. She looked right at me and waved her arm. Immediately, I sprang to my feet. My eyes never left hers as I moved quickly to meet her halfway. I could not even speak as emotions took me over. It was her. After a whole year, it was the woman I had fallen in love with so quickly that it defied imagination. But that love had never felt more real than it did that day at that very moment. My arms spread open, and I wrapped them around her as soon as we were close enough to embrace. But there was something between us, and she backed up a little. "Oh, be careful." Looking down, I found a bundle of blue in her arms. She moved the blanket, and there was a tiny face looking at me. What? I felt like I was in some kind of imaginary scene. I looked back at Taylor, who smiled. "Is that? This is your son, Mitch. I named him after you." My legs felt like they could not hold me up, and Taylor quickly grabbed an empty chair. "Sit down." Nothing seemed real. I felt like I had suddenly ended up in a dream. "Taylor," I whispered because it was impossible for me to speak any louder. "When did this?" I did not even know what to say, and looked at her to help me understand what was happening. "Well, when you and I were together, silly. Want to hold your son." "My son? This cannot be real." I shook my head. How did I not know? "I went to the hospital to tell you about the pregnancy, but you were already gone. I went to your home once a month, left letter after letter. Did you see any of them?" "I went back in the very beginning and got my chickens. But I have not been back since then." I looked back at the table I had left the pet carrier on. "I brought Betty with me." Her smile went wide. "You did?" "Yeah." I looked at the baby in her arms and held mine out. "Show me how to hold him." She placed him in my arms, and the tears that flowed out of my eyes could not be held back. "Here is your daddy, little Mitch. I told you I would find him for you." My heart pounded like crazy as I looked at my son. "How old is he?" 3 months, she said. "You have not missed too much." "I do not want to miss a second more," I whispered, then pulled my eyes off my son, which was very hard to look at Taylor. "Not without him or you, Taylor. I came for you. I never expected to find that you had made us into a family, but I have never been this happy in my life. Thank you. Thank you for writing that letter, and thank you for making me a father. I love you. I always have, and I always will. Holy Mother of Goodness, what has just happened?"
Chapter 32. Taylor.
An hour later, my new whole, although little family made their way into Nostimo, so I could introduce everyone to little Mitch's father, as they would have it no other way, as I was told by Cora's father before going to meet Mitch. "Okay, they are loud, Mitch." He smiled nervously. "I can deal with that. I think." He shook his head. "No. I can deal with that. These are the people who have been helping you all these years, and they have been helping you with our son. So I can definitely handle myself to meet these people." Great. I felt nervous for him. It is going to be okay. They are phenomenal people. I looked in the back seat at the pet carrier. Betty. "She cannot come inside," he asked. "Well, pets are not allowed. I have come to depend on her, so she is my support animal," he joked. "I cannot tell them that." I laughed. "You can leave her at the door. She will be fine waiting for us outside. We can bring her up to the apartment with us when we go up, after I introduce you to everyone." He got her carrier out of the back seat and placed it on the cement sidewalk beside the entrance. "You are sure she is going to be safe out here, Taylor? I have not told you why I have her with me and what happened to the rest of the hens. But it was very bad. She will be fine. No one will bother her. Besides, look at all the windows. You can see her at all times. What happened to the other hens? I will tell you later. It is sort of upsetting. I can wait to hear it then." I could not imagine what had happened, and really did not want to either. I pushed the door open, the bell rang, and out came everyone. Of course, Cora's father stood in front of the silent pack of people I had grown to love over the years. "So, this is Mitchell Hanover," he said. "Yes, this is Mitch." I gestured to him as I said his name. Then I gestured to Cora's father. "This is Mr. Adamos, the head of the family and owner of this fine establishment." Mitch extended his hand. "Wonderful to meet you, Mr. Adamos. I want to thank you for watching out over my little family." Cora's father did not take Mitch's hand, and instead crossed his arms over his massive chest. "I am not sure if it is wonderful to meet the man who stayed hidden for an entire year. Would you care to explain yourself?" My cheeks heated with embarrassment. "Oh, Pops, no." He leveled his eyes at me. "Oh, my darling Taylor, yes." His dark eyes moved back to Mitch. "So this explanation?" Mitch took a deep breath. "I have been trying to get to the bottom of why I never called the Times to find Taylor until I found her letter in the newspaper. And I have come to the conclusion that I was feeling insecure about how she would perceive me since I had been injured. I was not myself when I woke up. My body had wasted away. My muscles were no longer toned and taut. I had made up other reasons in my head, but the fact was that I had not done what I could to contact her because of insecurities." He patted his tummy, which pooched out a little. "I tried to drown my sorrows with too many drinks and junk food. So that insecurity only grew. But when I read her letter, I knew I had to stop worrying about what she would think about my diminished appearance and go to the woman I loved, praying she would accept me the way I am now." Cradling our son in the crook of one arm, I ran my other arm around Mitch, resting my head on his shoulder. "I would still love you no matter what your body looked like." "Ah," Cora's mother and aunt said. Mr. Adamos looked at them, and they quickly fell quiet. He looked back at Mitch. "So, you are ready to be a father?" Mitch's smile said it all. "You have no idea how ready I am to be a father to our little boy. I had no idea that he even existed, but now that I do, I would move heaven and earth for him." Nodding, Mr. Adamos said, "Good answers. Honest answers." "Yes," he extended his hand to Mitch, who quickly shook it. "It is nice to meet you, Mitch Hanover. I will expect you to take excellent care of these two. They are very special to my family." I heard the sounds of feet running down the stairs on the other side of the wall, and knew Cora was coming down from the apartment above. "And now you will meet my best friend and roommate," I let Mitch know. "The more the merrier," he said with enthusiasm. I knew he was uncomfortable, but he would have to understand that with me came a few others. "Loving your attitude, babe." I kissed him on the cheek. "Ah," came another round of sighs from the women who still stood behind Mr. Adamos. Cora threw open the door, then stared Mitch down. "So you have finally come for them." "This is Cora," I let him know. "I know you must not like me much," Mitch said. I did not like me much either. But I am done with feeling insecure and sorry for myself. And had I known about the baby? "Yeah," Cora said. "I was with her through all that." "Thank you, Cora. If I had only known." She interrupted him, "But you did not. You did not go back to your home and find her letters. You did not call the place you knew she worked. You did not do a thing to find her. And I will never stop kicking myself for doing that either. I did not want that at all. Look, we cannot change the past. All we can do is be better in our future. And we do have a future together. Of course, we want you all to be a part of that future." Cora narrowed her eyes at Mitch. "Do you plan on taking them away and not coming back to see us? Especially during the holidays. We love our holidays, and family must be together during them. All of them. Not just the big ones. Will you let her come back for those sorts of things? Taylor is a free woman. She can do anything she wants. I am not the kind of person who keeps someone from doing anything. As a matter of fact, I would love it if I could come too. You all are very special to her, and I am sure our son loves you all. I would never want to keep them from the people they love, and who love them. Cora came closer, looking at me, then back at Mitch. You want to come to our holiday celebrations too? I would love to. But only if you and your family want me to. I will not overstep my bounds. You treat these two the way they deserve to be treated, and I am sure my father will see fit to invite you to our gatherings. Do not, and you will not be invited to a thing. Mitch did not even blink. I promise that I will only do the best by this woman and our son. And I hope you all will come to visit us sometimes too. I am not a huge fan of the city, so all of you will have an open invitation to come to our home in the country. I looked at Mitch with surprise. Our home. I want to renovate the farmhouse. I want you to help me make those big decisions. If you want to add on to the house, we will do that. If you want to build a whole new house, we will do that. Whatever you want, you will get, baby. I want you to be happy, and now that I know we have a son, I want him to be happy too. And I will do whatever it takes to make sure you both are always happy. I could not believe what I was hearing. I want to make you happy too, babe. His eyes searched mine. Do you really want that? Nodding, I knew I had meant what I said. I want to make you happy. I truly do. He looked at Cora. Can you take the baby for a moment, Cora? I would like to ask your best friend something. I can do that. I am his auntie after all. She took the baby, who was fast asleep, and cradled him against her chest. My heart began beating so hard I was afraid it would beat right out of my chest as he kneeled in front of me, taking both my hands in his. Taylor Marie Moore, you have brought such beauty to my life, more than I knew existed. You have given me a son. I gave you my heart a year ago, and you gave yours to me. It might seem to some that we have always rushed everything. And maybe we have. But I know what I want. And I think you might want this too. My body trembled as I nodded, because I was sure I knew what he was going to say next. I am sure that I do. He smiled. I did not stop to buy a ring. I only wanted to get to you as fast as I could. I honestly did not know until this very moment that I was going to ask this. But it feels right, and I know that I want it, and I want it right now. I do not want to wait any longer to do this. You are the only woman I have ever loved, and I will never love another as long as I live. I hope you feel the same about me. If you do, then I would like to know if you would like to become my wife this very day. Taylor Marie Moore, will you marry me? My mouth gaped as I had not expected this at all. Tears clouded my eyes and I shook like crazy. A lump had formed in my throat, but I nodded and then gasped, I will marry you today. Cheers rang out as Mitch pulled me up and hugged me tightly before kissing me and dipping me backward. I promise I will never stop trying to make you the happiest woman alive. Mr. Adamos patted me on the back, and I turned to hug him. I believe you two will be very happy together. Please allow us to throw the reception. But you should know that you will have to wait 24 hours to be married in the state of New York. So today you will not be able to get married. I looked at Mitch, who just smiled. Tomorrow then? I nodded. There is so much to do, I said as I looked around at everyone. We have to find someone to marry us first. Mrs. Adamos shouted, let Alex do it. He has got his license from when he married his college roommates, Peter and Joe. I nodded. That would be great. Looking at Mitch, I asked, where should we have the wedding? Our home, Mr. Adamos said with pride as he looked at Mitch. It looks a lot like the Greek Parthenon in the backyard. It would be a lovely place to get married. And we will take care of everything. I hope you like Greek food, Mitch. Cannot say I have ever had any. He looked at me. Do you think I will like it? What is not to like? I asked. It is the best food there is. You will love it. And what is special about it is that it is made with love. Mama, bring out the ouzo, Pops shouted as he raised his arms. We must toast to the happy couple. Then get to work as there is much to do, and these two must get to the courthouse to get a marriage license. I felt as if I was in a whirlwind, and looked at Cora. There is breast milk in the fridge. Lucky I have been saving some up, huh? Do not you worry, Taylor. I will take good care of my nephew, so you and his daddy can do all you have to do to get hitched. Mitch kissed my cheek. You have got a great family here, baby. I felt as if I glowed as I looked at everyone. Thank you all. I appreciate each and every single one of you. I love you all. I kissed my palm, then held it up. I had waited a year and wondered if it would ever happen for us, our happily ever after. And finally, it is here.
Epilogue. Mitch.
1 year later. The smoothness of her skin as it slid beneath my fingertips made me ache to feel more. Slipping my arm around her as we spooned, I ran my hand over her round tummy. My lips pressed the dip behind her ear, making her wake with a soft moan. Right there, babe. That is the spot. I know. I knew every inch of my wife's heart, now that we had been married a year. Her swollen tummy was the product of our twins. She was 4 months into the pregnancy, and she glowed like an angel. MJ will be waking soon. I thought you and I could spend a little time together before the day begins, and we both get busy. She turned onto her back, looking up at me as I hovered over her. Her expression was full of warmth as she took in a deep breath. Come into my arms, lover boy, she whispered. I am anything but a boy, I said, drawing her close and losing myself in the moment. I had already set aside my pajamas, a necessity since our son came into the picture and nighttime wake-up calls became a regular thing. She looked at me and smiled. I see you've been waiting for me to wake up. I'm always ready for a moment with you, you know that. I kissed her warm lips as I pulled her into my embrace. The roundness of her stomach pressed against mine, and I smiled as I thought of our babies growing inside of her. You do not know how happy I am to get to be with you through this pregnancy. You do not know how glad I am to have you with me. I am looking forward to your strong hands giving me back rubs when these babies get bigger. I will gladly take care of you, however you need. I am here for you and our children. MJ is going to be the best big brother ever. I am going to make sure of that. He is excited, she said, pulling me into a deeper, more soulful kiss. Moving with a slow, steady affection, I could not believe that I got to wake up to her beautiful face every single morning. I love you, baby. She moved her hands over my cheeks. I love you too, my sweet husband. I never got tired of hearing her call me that. I am lucky to have such a smart, beautiful wife who I love with all my heart. We are all lucky in this house. She pulled me to her, kissing me softly. The connection between us only grew stronger as we moved in a shared, effortless rhythm. I do not know how you do it, baby, but you get more beautiful each day. She smiled and leaned over to kiss me. And you get more handsome each day. I was not sure about that, but I had to admit that since marrying her and bringing my family home, I felt better than I had ever felt. Only because I have you, our son, and now a couple more will be added to our brood. I cannot believe how lucky I was to have them send you to my gate. Your gate, she corrected with a playful spark in her eyes that made my heart race. Ah. I breathed. Oh, baby, how you do the things you do to me, I will never know. She laughed softly, seeing the effect she had on me. I love the reaction you give me. Holding her close, I loved the way pregnancy looked on my wife. I never understood how some men said they like to keep their wives in a certain state. But seeing you like this, my baby's growing inside you, the glow you have, now I get it. Her expression turned sort of stern. You know that is not cool, right? It is not cool that pregnancy looks good on you. No, I am glad you like the way I look. The other thing is pretty inappropriate. So do not say that, I said mostly to myself. Got it. Anyway, I love everything about you, baby. Slowly, her smile came back. I love everything about you too, babe. I am sorry for some of the dumb stuff I say. I held her firmly, shifting so I could hold her more completely. Let me take care of you. She nodded, leaning into the closeness. I like it when you take charge, babe. Our intimacy had only gotten better with time. Now that we knew each other inside and out, we knew how to move together in a way that felt like a fine instrument, two voices making sweet music that left us both breathless and satisfied. I held her tight as the world seemed to fall away, leaving just the two of us in a moment of pure shared joy. Oh, Mitch, she sighed softly, holding me closer as the intensity finally settled into a deep peace. Yes, exactly that. I was not going to say anything to her since I had offended her with my other comment, but she had the best reactions lately. It was like living a dream for me. Settling back against the pillows, I tried to catch my breath. Man, each time just gets a little better, does it not? I will say. With not much time before our 15-month-old woke up wanting breakfast, I hopped up and went to shower. You rest. I am going to shower really quick before MJ wakes up. She rolled over on her side, watching me. Goodness, your body is so strong, Mitch. I love you in any shape, but I sure do love looking at your muscles. My strong man. I had to admit the smolder in her eyes made me feel loved when she looked at me that way. All for you, honey. Not long after I was showered and dressed, I went to the bedroom to find Taylor sleeping soundly. She had been sleeping a lot since the pregnancy, and it made me feel bad about her having had to go through the pregnancy with MJ all alone. I had so much to make up to her, and I did all I could each day to let her know how sorry I was for not being there for her when she needed me the most. I had taken on the job of making the meals, since I had done it for myself all the years before. I also did most of the housework, since that was something I liked to do. Taylor pitched in, of course, but I often told her to take MJ and play with him while I tidied up. Being the best man I could be for her meant everything to me. I loved having a family. It was so weird to me how I had never wanted a family, but when I got one, I realized I had never felt happier. Checking in on MJ, who still slept soundly in his toddler bed, I went to prepare breakfast. After making some homemade biscuits, I popped them into the oven, then started making the sausage patties and put them into a pan. I started the water boiling for the oatmeal, then went to cut up the fresh fruit to add to that once it was done. Feeding my family was important to me. Knowing that they were getting only the best things to eat and drink was something I felt proud about. There was so much I looked forward to now. So many things that would happen as our lives together went on. It brought a smile to my face that stayed there throughout the days and nights. Daddy, I heard my little boy say in a sleepy voice. I turned to find MJ rubbing his eyes with the backs of his hands. Hey there, buddy. How was your night? He moved his hands from his eyes, and I noticed they were rimmed with pink. Oh. What do we have here? Blinking, he looked at me and went back to rubbing his eyes. I knew something was not right, so I picked him up and took him to the bathroom, where I sat him on the vanity and ran warm water over a washcloth. Even with his eyes cleaned up, they were still pink, so I knew it was time to call his pediatrician to see if he could come out to see us. Carrying him with me back to the kitchen, I picked up the phone and made the call. Dr. Swindon's Pediatrics, how can I help you? The receptionist asked. We had seen MJ's pediatrician a lot in the beginning. Hi, Joyce. This is Mitch Hanover. What can we do for you today, Mr. Hanover? She asked. MJ has pink eyes. Can the doctor come out here today to take a look at him? It sounds like he might have pink eye, which is contagious. I can set up a video conference for you and MJ. He will be available in an hour. Will that work for you? Despite Taylor trying to drag me into using the stuff, I still was not anywhere close to tech savvy. But I was not as technology ignorant as I had been before either. She had managed to teach me enough so I could get by without looking like a fossil from the distant past who who had no idea how the modern world worked. Well, I would much rather the doctor come out here. And he would, if there was no risk of him being infected. It is office protocol. If the symptoms seem to be something associated with a contagious disease, then we do a video call where he can see the patient and ask the parents questions. It is very easy, Mr. Hanover. If you do not want to do it, I am sure Mrs. Hanover will. I can do it. I did not know how to do it, but I would have to figure it out. In an hour then? Yes, in an hour. He will give you a call on your cell phone. Have MJ with you so he can take a look at him. Bye now. A cell phone? I did not have one of those things. I used the landline like I had always done. Taylor had a cell phone, but I did not want to wake her up. Looks like I am going to have to figure out how to use your mom's phone, buddy. Before doing anything, I had to feed my son breakfast. Once that was done, I took a carafe of coffee out to the bodyguards I had hired before we left New York after our wedding. I was not about to take any chances with my family. MJ walked with me to the guardhouse right off the front porch. "Hey guys," I said as I went inside, finding them watching the surveillance footage from the cameras installed all over the property and inside the house. "I brought some coffee." "Oh yes," Malcolm said as he got up and rubbed his hands together. "What do we have today?" I used some cinnamon sticks, a hint of dark chocolate and almond oil. I watched as he took the first sip. Nodding, he had a satisfied expression. "Great as always. The guys are going to love this." "Good. I like to make our guardians happy. Everything looking good this morning. No problems during the night." "Problems?" "No. But around 10 last night, a man drove up to the gate saying he was Taylor's father. He went to the fridge and pulled a small piece of paper from under a magnet. He left his phone number and asked if we could give it to Taylor. Oh. I took the paper. That is sort of odd, because her mother said that she does not know who her father is. He reached out for the note he had given me. Give that back. I do not want her contacting him. Let us check him out first. We will get a DNA test done before we allow him to have access, even communication access, to your wife. We are not about to take any chances. Thanks. I had a funny feeling as I turned to go back inside the house. I had hired all ex-military men to guard my family. I had trust in them and great respect as well. They made it so that I could sleep peacefully at night, instead of pacing the house to make sure nothing bad ever happened again. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said, stopping me. "This came by delivery this morning. We opened it, like we do with all the packages. It is a cell phone. Taylor had told us it was coming. She said it is for you." "Like I am going to use a cell phone," I said with a chuckle. "But I will take it if it makes her happy." "I am sure it will. I will let you know when we have something on this guy." "Thanks." I took the box with the cell phone in it and went back inside with MJ following me. I do not know what Mommy was thinking when she bought this thing for me. We headed to the bedroom, where I found Taylor sleeping and her phone on the nightstand. I picked it up and looked at the black screen, wondering how to turn the thing on. I heard Taylor move and looked to find her staring at me. "What are you doing with my phone?" "The doctor is going to call soon." She sat up, using the sheet to hide her nakedness from our son. "The doctor?" Her eyes went to MJ, who still was rubbing his eyes. "Is something wrong?" When he pulled his little fists away from his eyes, she saw what was wrong and looked up at me for an answer to the question she did not have to ask me out loud. "It is probably pink eye, and it is contagious. So the doctor wants to do a video call, whatever that is. He is going to be calling pretty soon too." I tossed the box with the phone she had bought me on the bed. "And this came today." "Good. I am going to set it up and show you how to use it. I want you to have a phone on you. You are not always in the house near a phone. If anything happens while you are out, I want to be able to contact you. You are almost always with me when I am out of the house. I do not see a need for me to have one of those things. Well, I think you do need one. Take MJ, and you two wait for me in the living room. I will shower really quickly, then get dressed and come to you so I can be there for the video call. If you are still tired, I can handle it. Just show me how to make your phone work. I want to hear what the doctor says about his eyes, Mitch. She waved us away. Take your phone with you. Get it out of the box and plug it into the charger so that it will be charged up soon and I can set it up for you. Taking the box, I knew better than to argue with her once her mind was set on something. Okay. We will be waiting for you. I grabbed her phone too. Should I take this with me if he calls and you are not there yet? No. She held out her hand, wiggling her fingers. I will be there. I can hurry. You might mess up the call. You do not even know how to answer a call, Mitch. For the first time, I did not like not knowing how to use an instrument of technology. Well, you're going to teach me how to use this phone, I said, holding up the box with my new phone in it. I am not going to get left in the dark ages while you are all up in the here and now. Good. I am very glad to hear that, Mitch. See you in about 15 minutes. Picking MJ up, I carried him with me as he was rubbing his eyes, knowing I needed to clean them up again so he could see properly. My poor little man, I am so sorry you got this. The fact that they had said it was contagious had me wondering how he had gotten it in the first place. True to her word, Taylor was dressed and down in the living room within 15 minutes. He is calling right now. Watch this, Mitch. See, I swiped the screen to answer the call. Hello, Dr. Swindon. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Hanover. I heard little Mitch is having some eye irritation. Let me take a look at him. Taylor held out the phone, and MJ's face came on the little screen in the corner while the doctor's face was on the major part of the screen. I thought it was sort of cool. I have washed his eyes with a warm wet washcloth twice now. They start itching fairly soon after. It certainly looks like pink eye. I can send over a prescription for you. It is eye drops. Now the drops cannot come in contact with his eye. You will have to hold his eye open and let the drop fall in. Let me tell you that it will not be something he will like doing. One of you will have to hold him down while the other puts the drops in. 1 drop in each eye every 4 hours for the next 2 days. And make sure you both wash your hands every single time you touch him. This is very contagious. Well, he has not been around anyone who has this, I said, so how did he get it? Feces on his hands, he stated bluntly. Poop on his hands. I had to ask. He is still in diapers. I mean, we are working on potty training, so we can have him out of diapers before the twins come. But right now, he is still in diapers. Kids can reach into the back of their diapers to scratch their little bottoms that can get rather itchy when there are feces in them. So while it might not show on his hands, there had to have been some feces on them, and when he rubbed his eyes, it infected them. Gross, I said as Taylor looked at MJ. She immediately picked him up and began walking away. Time for a bath, son. Yes, keep him clean too. If either of you or anyone else who might have been around your son begins to get itchy eyes, you can use the drops too. It clears up rather quickly when treated early, and the drops are given as prescribed. Is there anything else, Mr. Hanover? No, you helped us out, Doc. Thank you. We will get those drops in as soon as they arrive here. See that you do, and do not hesitate to call the office if things get worse. Have a good day, Mr. Hanover. You too. I watched as the phone screen flickered a bit before going black. So that is a video call, I said to myself. Pretty cool. And so much better than having to go into the doctor's office. And it saves him time too, since he does not have to come all the way out here. I guess technology does have some uses that are good. Boy, I never thought I would hear those words come out of Mitch Hanover's mouth. my wife said as she had come back into the room with MJ on her hip. The bath is filling up. I came back to suggest you go wash your hands. You have been with him all morning. You do not want to get pink eye. Wash my hands. I got up and put the phone on the coffee table. I am taking another shower. My eyes feel itchy just thinking about it. She laughed and shook her head as she took our son to go get his bath. Your daddy is a hypochondriac. He is so silly sometimes. Silly or not, I am not taking any chances. After a good bath, I had MJ all cleaned up and brought him out to the living room wearing fresh clothes. Mitch had the eye drops in his hand. They came. I put a drop in each one of my eyes to see if the medicine burns or not. Does it? I was worried about putting them in my little toddler's eyes. No. Mine were itching, but now they feel soothed. But I have got to tell you that it was not very easy to leave my eye open, as I held the dropper over my eye and let the drop fall in. The first one was not too hard. The second one was quite harder to do. Sounds like we have our work cut out for us. I was not looking forward to this at all. I hate it when he cries. Me too. Look, you hold him. You know, like cradle him to your chest. That should make him feel secure. Do not hold him super tight, but just tight enough. And I will hold his eye open with one hand and put the drop in with the other. I took a seat, holding MJ on my lap, then laid him back in my arms, smiling at him. How is mommy's big boy? Is he sleepy? He looked at me with a worried expression. Mitch noticed it too and said, Hey buddy. Daddy is going to make your eyes stop itching. Let me show you how easy it is. I felt MJ's little body tense up, and I tightened my hold on him. Let us be very still, okay, pumpkin? His eyes went wild as he looked back and forth at me and his father. No, he screamed. Kicking and fighting for all he was worth, it took every muscle I had to hold him in place. Hurry, Mitch. I am trying. Mitch tried to hold MJ's eye open, but he jerked his head around, and Mitch nearly poked him in the eye. Darn it, boy, you are going to make me poke you in the eye. Be still. This is medicine for your itchy eyes, son. Come on, let us help you. No, he shrieked again, still fighting like a wild animal. I felt horrible holding him this way, and shouted at Mitch. Come on already. Hey, do not yell at me. I am doing the best I can. Can I help? I heard a man ask, and looked up to see one of our bodyguards had come inside. You have experience doing this, Cameron? I asked. I do. Mitch nodded. Please help us. This is our first time with eye drops. It is a nightmare. The key is not getting the child in a fight or flight mode. He kneeled down next to us and smiled at MJ. Hey MJ? It is your best buddy, Cam. Can you close your eyes for me, buddy? MJ nodded and closed his eyes, not fighting me at all. The doctor said we had to hold his eye open and put the drop in without touching his eye. I am not going to touch his eye. He took the bottle from Mitch, who studied every move Cameron made. See, you put a drop in the inner corner of his eye while it is closed. Then you use your fingers to sort of move the upper and lower parts of the eyelid, and the medicine goes into the eye. And there is no fighting, and no crying either. I am going to do your other eye now, buddy. We are nearly done. I watched as MJ did not move, and did not seem upset at all, as Cameron did the second eye. Wow, I said. You made that look easy. Why did our doctor say to do it the hardest way possible? Mitch asked with confusion. Cameron shrugged. You know, I have no idea why. I think they must have never had to do it on their own. So they never had to figure a way of doing things differently, so that the kid could actually get the medicine, instead of losing most of it when the kid thrashes around. You should also know that if you have to give him some medicine that he does not like, then you can put the dose into some drink that he does like, and he will take it that way. And tablets can be mashed between 2 spoons and put into applesauce or pudding. I was a medic when I was in the Army. Plus, me and my wife have 5 kids. I did not know that, I said. They are grown now. But I remember those days when they were little and sick, and how hard it was to get them to take any kind of medication. Eye drops were the worst. Mitch patted Cameron on the back. I cannot thank you enough. No problem. I actually came in here to talk to you both about the man who was at the gate last night, he said, instantly igniting fear in me. There was a man at the gate last night. Mitch nodded. What about him? He came back today. He was told about taking the DNA test before anything goes any further, Cameron said, completely confusing me. DNA test? I asked, feeling lost. Mitch came and sat next to me, taking one hand as I still held MJ on my lap. A man showed up here last night, saying something about being your father. Malcolm came up with the DNA test idea, before we even entertained the idea of talking to him. A man has come here and said that he is my father. I could not believe it. My mother does not even know who my father is, so how does this guy think he might be the one? I had to admit that I was curious about the man. I looked at Cameron and asked, did he say where he came from? Los Angeles, he answered. I looked at Mitch. I suppose he could be telling the truth. Cameron shoved his hands into his pocket, rocking back on his feet. If you want, we can get a DNA test and give you one each. It will take about a week to get the results. When we told him this, he said he was more than willing to wait around for the test results. Let us do that then, I said. It would be kind of wonderful to have some kind of family. My mother has not been there for me at all. To have a father after all this time would be pretty cool, I think. And our kids would have a grandfather, which they do not have right now. Mitch nodded. Okay then? You heard her. Let us get that going as soon as you can. We can get the samples today. I will be back later when Joe gets back with the tests. I felt numb, yet kind of excited. What if this man is my father, Mitch? Kissing my cheek, he said, then you will finally know who your father is. Whatever happens, you will be just fine. I will always make sure of that. 1 week later. The test came back positive, and we sat in the living room, waiting for our bodyguards to bring my father in. I was a nervous wreck. I had no idea how to act. This is nuts. Mitch ran his arm around me, pulling me in close to his side. It is a little out of the ordinary. But take it from a man who did not know he had a kid until he saw him face to face, that it is going to be all right. Nodding, I took a deep breath as I heard the sounds of footsteps coming into the room. Wringing my hands, I tried to stop so I would not look crazy. Okay. This is it. 2 of the bodyguards came in, and a man stood between them. His green eyes matched mine. His smile lifted slightly more on the right, just like mine. Taylor, he said as he held out both hands to me. My entire body shook as I took a few steps toward him, and then I ran into his arms. Dad. I finally had a father. After all the years that I had to live with the knowledge that my mother did not know who he was, he had found me. How did you find me? I have so many questions. I know you do. He pulled back, looking at me, the smile never leaving his face. I have always thought I could be your father. I tried to get your mother to let me get a DNA test. But you know how she is. I am afraid that I do. I took his hand and led him to sit down. Looking at Mitch, I asked, do you want to bring MJ in so he can meet his grandfather? Mitch nodded, and I watched him walk away, wiping tears from his eyes. I will bring him in now. They said you have twins on the way. I cannot believe I am a grandfather. You are the only grandfather our kids will have. Mitch's mother and father passed away before we met. And my mother has never even met our son. I doubt she will pull herself away from Los Angeles to meet the twins either. His chest rose and fell as he looked sad. About her, Taylor. That is one of the reasons why I am here. I went to the nursing home to visit my mother, and that is where I saw Rose again. She had a stroke and cannot speak that well. She told me where I could find you. Mom had a stroke? I asked. Why did not anyone call me? She did not put down any next of kin. At least that is what the staff at the nursing home told me. Why would not she have put me down? He put his hand on my shoulder as we sat, facing each other. She did not want you to be stuck with her medical bills. I did not know she was so bad off. I will go see her and bring her back here. She might not have been a good mother to me, but I will not treat her the way she treated me. He looked down and whispered, she passed away before I came here. I wanted to tell you in person. And I wanted you to know that you are not alone. I am here now. I am not going anywhere. While waiting the week for the test to come back, I have been looking at properties in the area. I found a few that I like. I want to be in our life, and in my grandchildren's lives too. If you will have me. Of course we will be glad to have you. We hugged for a long time, and I cried a little, thinking of my mother's death. Mitch said as he brought MJ into the room. Richard, this is your grandson, MJ? It is short for Mitch Jr. I let my father go so he could meet his grandson. I was floored when MJ let go of his father's hand and ran straight to his grandfather, a man he had never met, and he jumped in his lap and hugged him. My father smiled and closed his eyes as he hugged our son. It is nice to meet you, MJ. You can call me Pop-Pop. That is what I called my grandfather. I am going to be around a lot too. Would you like that? MJ nodded, then hugged his grandfather again. It was like he had known him his whole life. Pop-Pop. Love you. My heart nearly exploded. It was so full of love. Mitch came to sit on the other side of me, putting his arm around me, and I rested my head on his shoulder. It is nice to have our family expanding, Richard, he said. You are more than welcome to come here as often as you would like. He is going to move close by, I said with a smile. That will be wonderful. The kids will love that. And so will I said as I watched my father and son bond so quickly that it defied imagination. But that seemed to be in our blood, bonding quickly. I had done it with Mitch. My son had done it with my father. And we all seemed to be on the way to living fuller lives than we were living before. Life at the Hanover farm was going in the right direction. And our happily ever after continued on. And I hoped it would never stop.
The end. Sneak peek for The Promise of Love. Chapter 1. Ben.
I sat at the head of the boardroom table, disgusted as I glanced around the room. I couldn't believe what had happened to my own company in such a short amount of time. What was the matter with the people I employed? How could such a disaster go unnoticed until it practically blew up in our faces and in the news of all places? It was enough to make me blow my top, and I did just that. Shut up, all of you. I'm sick of listening to this blathering mess. Why don't you tell me who's responsible for this disaster? All heads turned to me in alarm. They were terrified of me, and they had every reason to be. I may be a young billionaire, but I ran a tight ship, and I wasn't about to have anyone employed by me running around creating scandals at my company. I got to the top for a reason. I was damn smart. There was silence all around the room. I looked at each and every one of my advisors and saw their fear reflected back to me. A bunch of cowards, that's all they were. My company's reputation was being dragged through the mud, and they had nothing to say about the matter. I'm waiting. They all stared at me in awe. They knew darn well that I wasn't the kind of boss that anyone messed with, and I knew they were all wondering if they would be fired that day. I might have to just let them all go and start with a fresh team the next day. I was that fed up with them. I needed the best people on my team, and they had fallen short lately. I wasn't sure how I was going to handle the situation, But I had to figure out a way to get my company out of the mess it was in before it was destroyed forever. The company had recently been charged with criminal, and my gosh, federal charges for dumping industrial waste into the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean. Just thinking about that mess brought a rage in me that was barely contained. What was worse was that I had no idea these practices were going on behind my back. That was some moron's solution to getting rid of company waste, to pollute an ocean instead. It sickened me just thinking about it. I had to admit, I was angrier at myself than at anyone else. I wasn't sure how something so massive could possibly get past me. How had I not known what was going on behind the scenes? Maybe I had been playing a little too much in life, and not spending enough time getting dirty at my own company. That had to be it, right? I just wasn't paying attention, and now the company, my company, was paying the price. I looked around the room again, trying to summon up some clarity on the whole situation. Could that be found? Imagine my surprise, ladies and gentlemen, when I returned from a lovely vacation, only to find out from my lawyers that I have a meeting with the prosecutor's office. When I get there, I find out that the company I have built from the ground up, my life's work, is being charged with a crime that is unfathomable to me. The company is supposed to be humanitarian, you buffoons, and yet we are filling the ocean with garbage. That's what I heard. I was yelling now, and I could tell that my message would be heard in my employees' nightmares for weeks. My face was beet red, and yet I didn't care. I couldn't believe what had happened, all while I was on vacation enjoying champagne and women. It was too terrible to even consider. I needed a moment to compose myself before I lost my mind completely. I needed a moment to assess their worth and see if they were even worthy of continuing their employment with me. I need to know who did this. I pray to God it is not one of my right-hand men or women here. I would hate to think it was my very own front-runners who thought this was appropriate behavior for the company. I have one hell of a mess to clean up here. I expect you to submit reports on the hour about how you all think we should make this situation right. I want further suggestions on where the waste should go from this day forward, since we now know that the ocean isn't quite the place to dump it. My voice dripped with sarcasm as I glared at my team. Now get out of my sight. They hurried off and out of the office as quickly as they could. I watched my team filter out of the room, hoping that my point had been made. The only other man left in the room with me was my right-hand man, Kyle, the CEO. I stared at him a moment, and he stared back, meeting my gaze unwaveringly. He had to have known something like this was going on. How could he not? But then again, I owned the whole thing, and yet I didn't know. But wasn't it his job to know the ins and outs of the company while I was away playing? That was what he was hired for, after all, though I didn't think he would ever betray me in that way. Kyle, please tell me you had nothing to do with this. Tell me you didn't know it was happening. Kyle was one tough son of a gun. I had only known him to be loyal in the many years he'd worked for me. It was hard to fathom he would do something so unbelievably stupid and immoral. Ben, I'm shocked that you even have to ask me such a thing. We've been a team for quite some time. I assure you that I had nothing to do with this. I'm as shocked as you are about the whole thing. It's surely a minion that pulled something like that, and I promise you we'll find out who did it. That person will be punished. I've always appreciated your loyalty, Kyle. You've been a great asset to me, as well as the company for some time. But how is it that the CEO, the guy who is supposed to have my back when I'm away, how is it that you don't know something so substantial was being done? It's madness to me that industrial waste could be dumped into the ocean and no one in the higher division has an explanation for it. Ben, it wasn't me. There are other people in charge of saving the company money, and this was obviously a decision that someone else made in order to do so. I looked at him, baffled. Was he serious? Oh yeah, of course, Kyle. What a smart idea. Of course no one would know that the company was breaking the law. Have I hired all morons? How would we not have been caught doing something like that? We would have been better to bury it in the ground. At least then, it would have been harder to discover. No, instead we have to throw the crap in the ocean and kill every living thing. They have the damn vessel numbers, Kyle. It's obvious it was us, so how did we not know? I put my head in my hands, unable to understand what was going on with the people around me. Look, Ben, I don't know any more about it than you do right now. But the prosecutor's office will be conducting an investigation into the matter, so we will know soon enough who was behind the whole thing. Are you kidding me right now? I shouted. I'm being charged, Kyle. Do you not understand this? Do you know why? Because they think that I knew the whole time, that it was my own orders. Kyle sighed. Yes, I am aware. But I know you had nothing to do with the whole thing, and neither did I. They are going to discover that. You weren't even in the country, for God's sake. You will prove yourself in court, and this will all go away. They can't pin something on you when you're an innocent man. Right, but how convenient is it that I was out of town when all this was going on? It's as if my alibi was planned. I got up from the table and went to the window, staring out at the grand view that the boardroom held. Not quite as great as my office view, but stunning nonetheless. I needed a drink. I walked to the side table where a decanter stood and poured a brandy for both me and Kyle. I returned to the table and handed Kyle the drink. I sat down beside him and sipped at the brandy, letting the heat burn down my throat, almost cleansing it. Kyle, I built this damn company because I believed in something. I had a dream, and this company represented that dream above anything else. Now that dream has been dragged through the mud. Our reputation is smeared and ruined completely. I don't know how we are going to turn it around. Here I am off doing charity work and fundraisers, and someone is throwing poison into the very oceans I am trying to save. It's a bloody joke. Ben, it's your obligation to do these works. By doing all the good that you do, you raise the money needed to make a difference. You are not expected to be around here. That's my job, and I'm sorry that something like this happened on my watch. It will be handled, I promise, and I assure you that something like this will never happen again. I sure hope not, because I don't think we would survive another public outcry like this one. People want my head on a chopping block. It will be over soon, I promise. What if it isn't? They can't hang an innocent man, Ben. We just need to do damage control. I held up my glass and clinked it against Kyle's. We both took another sip. I was lost in my own dark thoughts. How would you suggest we clean up this mess? What damage control do you have in mind? I could tell that Kyle was deep in thought, and I wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I would do anything I could to save the reputation of this company, but I wondered what he was willing to go through in order to do the same. Kyle was now glancing out the window, and I knew I wasn't going to like what he was about to say. Kyle took another sip of the brandy, and I followed suit. When Kyle turned to me, he only said one word, Africa. Confused, I chuckled. Am I supposed to know what that means? Well, I've already done some research on what kind of damage control we would need at this point to salvage the reputation of not only the company, but yourself as well. We need major PR points to get through this mess. Right now, Africa is in desperate need of people to come in and build schools and hospitals. I've found a great organization that's about to start building in Malawi that could use some help. They need as many workers and supplies as possible. This is where you need to be right now, Ben. Helping others and showing the world that you are the same man you were before this mess. Going to Africa is going to do that. It's going to fix the problem? Most definitely. No one can argue the importance of all the work you have done over the years, and they won't be able to say it's an act if they see you with hammer and nails out doing it yourself. You're a billionaire. The last place they expect you to be is in Africa. We're going to send a ton of money to the job site, give them all the supplies they need, and then you will fly there and work your butt off. This will really send a message to the world as to what kind of company we are. Not to mention, it will show off your strength of character in the midst of a disaster. I mulled over what Kyle said in my head. It made sense. The last thing I had expected upon my return from vacation was to head off to Africa to work, but it was important that people not forget that I was a humanitarian at heart. I had no idea how that waste got dumped in my name, but I would never be part of such a thing. The amount of money that would have to be spent to salvage the ocean would far outweigh any profit made by the dump. Not to mention the coral and all the sea life destroyed. The thought of it all almost brought me to my knees. Going to Africa was the least that I could do to make amends for what my company did, even if I had been unaware of it all. Besides allowing me to get my hands dirty, it would also do my own soul some good. It had been a while since I had done anything quite like that, and it would help relieve the stress of what was going on. It was probably best I stay away from the company for a short while, otherwise I might strangle someone. I looked to Kyle and nodded. Okay, I'm in. How do we go about doing this? You leave Monday. Leave the rest up to me.
Chapter 2. Ben.
Packing for the trip took longer than I expected. I wasn't sure what I needed to bring, or how much time I would be away. I did humanitarian efforts all the time, but I had never gone to a site and built a school. I had no idea how long something like that would take. I wasn't sure how much I should pack, and I suddenly wished that I had left the job up to my assistant. I wondered what Africa was going to be like in general. Hot for sure. The people who would be involved in the building would have no idea about the scandal, and that was a good thing. I hoped to forget about it myself. The last thing I wanted was to be questioned about the whole thing. It was embarrassing enough. It would be my first time traveling to Africa, and I had to admit I was a little excited about it. Though I had just taken a vacation, this would be something different, something from the soul. It was about time. I usually did fundraisers, but it was well past time that I got my hands dirty. None of my recent fundraisers had had anything to do with Africa, so it would be refreshing to have something new to focus on. I considered the heat I would have to deal with there, and decided only to pack light fabrics and nothing that would cling to me if I started to sweat. I smiled as I added a few more shirts to my suitcase. I was excited to work with my hands. Usually, people just wanted me to throw money at them, and although I was more than happy to do so, this little task would make me feel like a man. A masculine job that entailed putting a structure together. It didn't get much handier than that. It amazed me that people spent their lives doing projects like that, traveling around, building hospitals for people in need. It was truly selfless. Yet, there were other people who were busy poisoning oceans. I sighed deeply. I really needed to stop thinking about the scandal, or I would surely go crazy. There was nothing I could do about it presently. I had to leave it up to Kyle and the rest of my team to clean things up at the office while I was in Africa. It would be good for me to be out with people, working together as a collective to get a job done. It wasn't just about money for me. I liked to do things that mattered. Although I had planned on getting back to work at the company after my vacation, this was what needed to be done to save the reputation of a company that was my life's work. The project would be labor-intensive, but I wasn't soft. I knew what it meant to work hard for something, and I was up for the challenge, any challenge. It was a good time to get away from the politics of the company, because something had seriously gone wrong. It would be best if I had a clear head when I returned. That way, I could be more effective in righting the wrongs that were done. At this point, all I wanted to do was roar all around the office until I got some answers, and that wasn't going to do anyone any good. By going to Africa, I would be able to avoid the media as well, and the only thing they would be able to report about me was all the good I was doing on the trip. It would be really hard for them to say anything bad about me when I was trying to help people out. I could only hope that my community would be able to forgive me for the horrible error my company had made. However, that would not happen until I was able to clear my name. I stretched out my legs aboard my private jet. There would be some people who would disagree with the fact that I was flying on a private jet to an impoverished country while drinking champagne, but I usually never worried about what people thought, criminal accusations aside, of course. While I was embarking on this trip, as a form of damage control and public redemption, I was also giving up a lot of my luxuries to go on this latest adventure, so I was going to enjoy them while I could. Plus, I had worked damn hard to get to where I was in life. I certainly wasn't going to apologize for it now. Although I was going to an impoverished country, I didn't want to head over there without some of my favorite things. Some of my most favorite luxuries had been sent over, so that I could indulge and also give something out to the people I met. There were cigars, chocolate, and my favorite whiskey. I couldn't imagine being gone for long periods of time without these things. I couldn't bear the thought. Some would call me spoiled, but what was the point in being a billionaire if you couldn't make life easier on yourself? I was actually looking forward to sharing my loot with everyone else there. I wasn't sure how long the other workers had been there, but they could probably use some treats at that point, something to keep them going strong. I hoped to be there only for a few weeks. I would be getting antsy by then to get back to the company and see what was going on and whether I could be of further help there. The last thing I wanted was to be back on the sidelines, having no idea what was happening with my own company. I had made that mistake once before, and I didn't intend to make it again. I just hoped Kyle had a handle on things while I was gone. If anything else went wrong in my absence, heads were going to roll. I could promise that much. Sitting in my seat, I sipped on the champagne and thought about the life I led and how far I had come in life. I was blessed enough to be able to come and go as I pleased, to pick up at any time, and go wherever I wanted on any sort of whim. There were no attachments in my life, no wife or children, nothing to tie me down. I often reflected on these things and wondered if I was really better off without those things. I was about to turn 37, and I was still living the bachelor's life. Was that a good thing? I couldn't quite be sure. For a very long time, I had always been happy to just focus on work. Sure, there were women in my life, but none that I fancied enough to stick around forever. They were merely a means of entertainment for me. I often liked to take women on vacation with me, as the companionship was enjoyable. But again, there was no real desire to see the women again once the vacation was over. It was just for fun, and for a long time that had been okay with me. In fact, rarely had I given much thought to it until recently. Things had been eating away at me for the past few months, and I wasn't sure why. My last vacation was superb, but I always got this inkling that something was missing. But was that a wife and kids? I really didn't know. I chuckled to myself. Hell, I didn't even have a girlfriend, and I was wondering if a wife would complement my life. My life was certainly in a sad state of affairs these days, and I only had myself to blame. I should never have allowed anyone else at the company to have the kind of power to issue a dumping order. I couldn't think about it without feeling sick to my stomach. Now I was thinking about whether or not I should have a wife. Maybe this was the midlife crisis I kept hearing about. Men went through it more than women did, and I was certainly creeping in on that age. Maybe it wasn't just about having a wife. Maybe I just hadn't met the right woman yet. When she came into my life, maybe things would become clear again for me. I took women out all the time, often to galas and benefits or a night on the town. I had even on occasion been lucky enough to cook them breakfast in the morning, but I rarely saw the same woman twice. They just didn't interest me that much. It was probably my fault. I had been unattached for so long that I wasn't sure I would know what it was like to spend long periods of time with a woman. Some women would consider me to be a player, but I didn't see it that way at all. I wasn't deliberately out to hurt anyone, and I certainly wasn't opposed to seeing a girl more than once. But she had to spike my interest, keep me intrigued, or at least be passionate about something more important than a new pair of shoes. The kind of lady I would marry one day, if I ever did marry, would have to be able to keep me on my toes. I needed mental and physical stimulation, and I would offer the same to the woman of my choosing. I wasn't a selfish man. I didn't want a trophy wife. I wanted a woman that could stand on her own while still standing by my side when I needed her. But did such a woman exist? I wasn't sure if she did. I certainly had yet to find her. Maybe I needed to spend less time on work and more on my personal life. Money was not an issue for me. I had enough to last many generations. My company was my empire, and it offered me a very lavish lifestyle, one that would take care of me for my entire life. I would never need to work a day in my life again if I didn't want to. Of course, I would never just hand over the reins of my company, especially not after the crap show that happened that week. If anything, it appeared as if I needed a tighter grip on the reins. My presence at the company was more about having something to keep me busy. Plus, I rather enjoyed being in front of the media. There was a time when I was the epitome of philanthropy and public service. That was, of course, before the media got wind that my company had been polluting the ocean. I rubbed my temples in frustration, unable to even understand how things had gone so wrong. Maybe I should be drinking something stronger than champagne. All I could think about was strangling the idiot that made that monumental decision. If you were going to do something so stupid and thankless, why use vessels with ID numbers attached to them? How stupid could these people be? Of course, it all led back to the company, and now we were in the midst of a national scandal, one that I wasn't sure we would survive. Kyle seemed to think we would be all right, but the damage to the ocean was extensive, and there was no guarantee that we hadn't left some permanent mark. Whoever was responsible was no doubt shaking in their boots somewhere, hoping that I would never find out. That was impossible, of course. You couldn't pull off something of that magnitude without needing some help and leaving behind a trail. Someone would come forward, if they weren't discovered first. Who knew what was going through this fool's mind? For all I knew, the person might have thought that I would be okay with it. Maybe even applaud him for his genius. There were fake humanitarians all over the world, but I wasn't one of them. I would never be okay with disposing of waste in such a manner. Mr. Donovan, would you like more champagne? Your dinner will be out shortly. I looked up, snapped out of my thoughts. Yes, of course, thank you. Can I have something a little stiffer, though? The girl smiled a smile that revealed a lot more than just her happiness to get me another drink. The look she was giving me said she wanted something a little stiffer too. I appraised her, noticing her natural beauty and responding to it. I certainly could use a release, and wished I could take her to the back cabin and take her right there. But I had a strict rule against sleeping with staff. It was a terrible idea, and always had a way of biting you in the ass, and not in a good way. I didn't need any more scandals in my life, so my staff was always off limits. The last thing I needed was an angry employee out to seek revenge on me. No, that was something I did not need. The press I was getting now alone was killing me. At the end of the day, it just wasn't worth it to sleep with an employee. It's not like I had trouble finding female companionship, so employees were easy to stay away from. Plus, I could never be sure if I was being hit on because someone liked me or because they wanted to be Mrs. Billionaire. If you were going to get married, then why not aim to marry a billionaire? It would be quite a prize for the right girl. And when it came to my staff, I often wondered if they just saw me as a means of moving up in the world. I hated thinking that way, but in my world it happened all the time. Trophy wives were the thing to have, but no thank you. I had no interest in that at all. The stewardess returned with my drink, looking mildly sulky. She had expected me to take her up on her advances, and when I didn't, she took it personally. That was the dangerous part. She would have been trouble had we slept together, and I wronged her. I smiled at her warmly, hoping to ease her wounded ego. The girl was an absolute fox. It was nothing personal, just business. She smiled back at me and hurried off. She wasn't gone long before she returned with my dinner for the evening. The meal looked incredible, grilled salmon and asparagus with small potatoes. I downed the brandy in one gulp, letting it burn my throat on the way down, and then I focused my full attention on the meal before me. The stewardess returned one more time to refill my champagne glass, and then she flitted away. Most of my favorite meals usually included some form of seafood. I couldn't seem to get enough of it. When it came to maintaining my lean physique, I believed in trying to eat as clean as possible with some treats thrown in here and there. It was just as important to my business and successful lifestyle that I kept my body running smoothly as well. That was how you prevented disease from sneaking in, and when you're building a top company, you can't afford to take sick days. The mind and body always had to be in harmony, and it was my job to take care of that to the best of my ability. After I devoured the food before me, I suddenly felt exhausted. The goings-on at the company had been of significant mental strain to me, and I was mentally tapped out. I needed a little siesta, and then I would be back in business. I figured it was best to get a nap in while I was still on the jet. Once I arrived in Malawi, I wasn't sure that there would be time for one. I positioned my seat so that it leaned back all the way into a bed. As I lay back, the stewardess made her way back to me with a pillow and a blanket. It was bizarre watching someone essentially tuck me in for the night, but it was also quite nice. It was the closest I had gotten to true companionship in some time, something that would naturally happen if I'd had a girlfriend. The last thought I had before I closed my eyes was to wonder what it would feel like to have someone in my life that I could take care of and who I knew would also take care of me. When the plane landed, the first thing that hit me when I stepped out was the heat. I knew it would be hot, but I hadn't quite expected this level of heat. I was really in for it, and I was lucky I had done a thorough job of packing. Malawi was just as beautiful as it was hot. Everywhere I looked, it was as if I were on a whole different planet. There was a natural beauty to the place I just didn't see back home. No skyscraper buildings to block the view of what nature had in store for me. Once we landed, I was ushered through the tiny airport and shuttled to the site at which I would be working. The first thing they did was bring me to the cabin where I would be staying. I wanted to unpack and get settled before things really got crazy for me. When I arrived at the cabin, I was truly in awe of everything. I couldn't have been happier that I had decided to go on this little adventure and hoped the whole experience would be worthwhile and beneficial for all. The cabin assigned to me had a porch that made me smile immediately. There was something about the thought of working hard all day and then returning to that cabin to an evening whiskey on the porch that filled me with contentment. I could already picture it. It would be marvelous. The cabin was nowhere near luxurious, but it had everything I needed for my stay there. My first plan of attack was to get unpacked, and then I could take a look around at the site and meet the people in charge. I would get a feel for things that day, and then get started with the team the next day. I was pleased to see that all my packages had already arrived. I wanted my belongings and luxury items on hand at all times. I went through the packages and noticed that Kyle had also sent wine, probably just in case I wasn't dining alone. Kyle always thought ahead, and I liked that about him. If I managed to dine alone, I could always give the bottles away. The thing that brought the biggest smile to my face was the bags and bags of individually wrapped candy that I could pass out to any children that I saw. I knew it would make their faces light up, as nothing else would. Once my unpacking was completed, I ventured out onto the porch and took a look around. The heat was therapeutic and made one feel like there was nothing wrong in the world. It wasn't quite the same as lying out on the beach or riding around on my yacht, but the feeling of being in the heat was still very enjoyable. There was a wooden lawn chair on the porch, and I sat down in it. I yawned as I stretched my hands above my head. Yes, there was a lot of good that could be done in a place like this, and I intended on doing what I could while I was there. The forest surrounding my cabin was lush, a green so bright that it almost hurt to look at the trees. I couldn't believe that such places existed in the world. I just didn't see places like that where I was from. New York really was a concrete jungle compared to this place. I felt blessed to be there, and to be in the position where I could help others. I would be able to do a lot of good for the village, and I couldn't wait to get started. There was a hammock attached to one of the trees, and the sight of it pleased me greatly. I could imagine retiring in it at the end of a grueling day of hammering nails in the heat. I smiled as I thought about the last time I was in a hammock. It must have been when I was a young boy, probably behind my grandparents' place. There was a hammock by the pond. I used to go back there and lay for hours in it, letting the breeze float around me. My own parents had died when I was around 10 years old, and I had been raised by an aunt for the most part, often spending time at my grandparents' place. The circumstances of my childhood probably had a lot to do with the fact that I didn't have a lot of attachments to other people. Well, it was time that I got moving and introduced myself to the people running the site. I doubted I would be working that day, but I wasn't too worried about it either way. If they needed me right away, I would do what I could. Excitement boiled up in me as I thought about making my way to the site and seeing how far along the school and hospital were. I got up from the seat and grabbed a bottle of water before I made my way down the stairs. I followed a path through the lush forest toward what I hoped was the building site. I hadn't seen anyone since I had been dropped off at the cabin, but they had left on the path, so I knew I would find someone eventually. I was anxious to talk to the head honcho about what the expectations were for me. All the supplies for the site had been paid for by my company and shipped ahead of time, so I wanted to check to make sure they'd gotten everything they needed. It took a lot of supplies to build those 2 structures, and money meant very little to me. I had plenty to go around and wouldn't miss it. Thankful for the hat I brought, I could already feel myself building up a sweat as I walked along the path. The sun was beating down even through the trees, and there was not much escape from it. It felt good though. It wasn't overbearing in the least. There was none of the humidity that I was used to during the summer months. The heat was dry, so it never felt as hot as it actually was. In fact, it was downright soothing. The path broke open onto the building site, which was overflowing with people. There was movement and action all around me, and it excited me even more. Everyone was clearly very busy, and a moment was never wasted. The energy in the place was inspiring. There were local villagers around, sitting and watching the volunteers building. It looked as if they were checking out the new people coming and going. The local villagers looked happy, as if they loved the new visitors coming in to change things and hopefully make them better. I stood on the edge of everything, watching as volunteers unpacked and sorted through the supplies I had sent. I was impressed to see they already had the school's frame well underway. It was already starting to look like something. I felt pride for the camp and what they had accomplished in such a short amount of time, and now I would be part of it. I was going to be able to make a difference, and that was all that mattered to me. As far as I was concerned, the media could kiss my ass. There was no way anyone could believe that I was involved in poisoning the ocean. It truly was ludicrous. Mr. Donovan, welcome to the site. We are so happy to have you. I was startled by a voice beside me, and I turned to find a rather pale-looking man. Considering we were in Africa, I was shocked that anyone could remain pale-skinned, but sure enough, the man had the pallor of a vampire. His cheeks, however, were flushed, which gave the indication that maybe he just didn't do that well in the heat and hot temperatures. It was a mystery, however, as to why his skin just didn't tan or at least burn. Instead, it looked like it lacked almost all color. I put on a warm smile and shook the sweaty palm of the man in front of me. Hello, are you the man in charge? I just got here and thought I would take a look around. Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. The name is Paul, and it is quite a pleasure to meet you. Everyone is so excited that you have decided to join us in our ventures. We couldn't be more grateful for the supplies you sent us. It was very generous of you. As you can see, we are well on our way to having a school, thanks to you. The pleasure is all mine, and yes, I did notice that. It looks great, and I'm glad to have helped. And please call me Ben. There is no need to be formal. Indeed, you are right about that. I am head of the project here, and if there is anything that you require, please come and see me. We have many projects going, all of which are running smoothly. I've been in Africa for over a year now running various projects all over the continent through the very company that you contacted in order to join us here. Were you able to get settled in the cabin? Yes, it's great, thank you. I'm looking forward to getting involved here. I don't think I'll be able to stay as long as you have, but I'll do my best for as long as I'm here, I said with a chuckle. Great, that's all good news. Again, we are grateful that you have come to help. There is certainly much to do. I wasn't sure if you needed me to start up today or if I would begin in the morning. It's been a taxing day of travel. That's totally up to you. Now, what kind of work are you interested in? I took a look around. Since my arrival to the site, I felt invigorated and decided to get going right away. There was no need to wait until the morning. Besides, I would only be putting a few hours in before the site shut down for the day and people went off to dinner. I'm at your disposal, and I think I'd like to do some work today after all. I'm okay with getting dirty as well. You don't need to give me any special treatment. Paul laughed. Good man. That's what I like to hear. How are you with using a hammer? Great. Just show me what you need. Just then, there was a tugging on my leg, and I looked down to see a little girl with chocolate brown eyes. She was tugging on my pant leg, trying to get my attention. She was very skinny, though she didn't appear to be malnourished in any way. I smiled down at her and said, "Hi there, how are you?" The girl smiled back up at me, and I wasn't sure if she understood me at all. This is one of our most frequent visitors. Plenty of the children from the nearby villages wander over from time to time. Everyone is very excited that the school is being built for obvious reasons. Do they not have a school? They do, and you will see more children filter through during their breaks, but the school is run down. If there is ever a hard rain, the school floods, and it's not nearly big enough for the number of children in it. They need an upgrade, and this school will mean the ability to learn without worrying about the school falling apart around them. So yes, I believe this little one should be in school, but they get so excited that some venture over whether they are allowed to or not. I chuckled. That's fine by me. I'm looking forward to visiting the villages and meeting everyone. I'm sure that they would love that. Come with me. I followed Paul over to a group of people that he introduced me to. It was obvious by the looks they were giving me that they all knew that I was the billionaire funding the project. Not that it bothered me. I would win them over eventually. I just needed to have faith in the situation. I was used to that treatment wherever I went, even in the Upper East Side. People treat you differently when you're rich. I was considered one of the elite, and usually everyone wanted a piece of me in more ways than one. But in New York, I was treated with respect automatically. In places like Africa, on a job site, I needed to earn the respect first. It was no big deal though. I was confident that in a few days they would see me as I really was and warm up to me. I was no snob, and they would see that soon enough. Now that you've met everyone, Ben, how about we put you to work? Sounds good to me. The people were smiling around me, but I knew they were anxious to see if I could actually do hard labor. What they didn't know was that my grandfather used to be a farmer, and I often helped him out on the weekends when I didn't have school. I hadn't always had a privileged life. I had worked hard to get where I am. I followed Paul to where all the tools were being stored. I was handed a hammer and a few boxes of nails. You can start over there and work with that group. They'll show you exactly what to do. I'll check on you in a bit, okay? Great, and thanks a lot. I headed to the group, who showed me how they were framing the school. I got to work immediately, hammering nails into the structure, creating a frame as we went along. There was no doubt about it. The work was truly soul-cleansing, and I knew that going there had been a great idea indeed. The hard work was exactly what I needed to exorcise my demons. I took out all my pent-up aggression on those boards, nailing them in deeper and deeper. I knew I was where I was supposed to be, and when the work was done, I would have a clear head and know exactly what was to be done about my company and the people in it. All the pain and anger from the past week were going into the boards, and I started to feel a weight being lifted off me. By the time Paul came back to retrieve me, we had completely finished the framing of the school, and it looked amazing. I stood up and joined the people staring at the hard work from the day. I was sweating buckets, but I felt alive for the first time in a long time. "Great job, everyone. This looks great," I said. There were lots of high fives and slaps on the back to go around for everyone. They were all pretty proud of the performance that day, and I couldn't blame them. It was amazing what you could do when you had people working together as a team to get a job done. That was a perfect example right there. As I looked around, I had a great idea. Why not end off my first day there with a bang? Something that would make everyone feel wonderful for all the work that was put in that day. "Excuse me, everyone. It would be my honor if you would all join me at my cabin for dinner tonight. Arrangements have been made for a great spread to be there tonight, and I would love it if you would all join me in having a celebration feast for a job well done. You deserve it, and I hope to see you all there. If the food isn't enough to get you there, I also have alcohol." There was collective laughter all around, and the sound of it pleased me greatly. They all started to cheer, which made me laugh. "Okay, let's meet at my cabin in an hour. I need to wash off all this sweat." The crowd started to part, and I made my way back toward the pathway, when I was stopped by a kid who couldn't have been more than 19. I had been introduced to him before. His name might have been Jeff. "Hi, Ben. I was just wondering, since you invited us all to dinner and all." "Yes. Well, there is another site, the one where they are putting up the hospital. We all usually get together for dinner at the end of the day. Would it be okay if I invited them as well?" "Of course. We're all in this together, after all. I say the more, the merrier." The kid smiled brightly. "Thanks, man. You are one pretty cool guy." "Yeah, thanks," I said with a laugh.
Chapter 3. Ben.
There were plenty of tables set outside the cabin, and most of them were filled with food from the nearest town. Everything was hot and smelled fantastic. No one was late, probably because you could smell the food from miles and everyone was famished after a hard day's work. I walked around and personally introduced myself to everyone. I wanted them to feel at home with me and not feel like it was a formal affair. As I was making my rounds, my eyes caught sight of a beautiful woman, her skin lightly tanned. She was easily the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, and her beauty appeared to be natural. She had long curly red hair tied up in a messy bun that looked more sensual than if she had it curled for a gala event. Even from a distance, I could tell she had startling green eyes that seemed to draw in people all around her. She had pouty sensual lips that looked like they were just begging to be kissed. She looked exotic, though I knew her to be an American as well. She was breathtaking, and it took all my effort to not just stand there and stare at her. I couldn't tell her age, not that it really mattered to me. All I was able to focus on was how her smile seemed to light up the whole area. Who was that beautiful creature? She must have been from the hospital site, because I knew I would have remembered her from my own site. I probably would have followed her around all day. She was with a few friends, chatting amiably and looking around at the feast in amazement. She was tall and had the build of a professional dancer. I knew I had to try to focus on something else, because I was having a hard time taking my eyes off her. She was a stunner, and yet all she wore was cargo pants and a tank top. Even in her plain clothes, she could knock the socks off any high society girl from New York. She was eyeing up the food with her friends, and I was suddenly more pleased than ever that I had arranged the whole thing. The volunteers probably hadn't eaten that well in a while, and I may not have had the chance to meet the girl had I not arranged such a dinner. Whether or not the groups collided in their work, I didn't know, but this event allowed me to make my own introductions to her. I wasn't about to waste any time getting to know her. I didn't want anyone else swooping in before I had the chance to speak with her. I moved toward her immediately, almost knocking down a few volunteers in the process. "So sorry, I muttered as I made my way through the crowd. The closer I got to her, the more beautiful she became, if that were possible. I slowly approached the group she was in, as they were gathering up food on their plates. I was close enough to touch her, and I could smell her perfume. It was like sandalwood, and the smell made me want to pull her close to me. "Hi there. Would you guys care for something to drink?" She turned to me and smiled, and that was the best gift I could have been given that day. Her eyes sparkled when she smiled, and it took all my willpower not to pull her in for a kiss. Those lips, I wanted to claim them. I had never reacted in such a way around a woman. I was usually very cool about talking to women, but this one made me think only of my bedroom and what I could do to her there. "Hi. Ben, is it? We've heard a lot about you. Thank you for inviting us to this party. Everything looks delicious. I'm Katie, and I work with the AIDS Education Initiative. We help people in the villages all around here." So she wasn't from the other building site. Well, the more, the merrier was what I liked to say. I welcomed all the volunteers to come. "Katie, that's a pretty name. I'm glad that you could come, all of you." She blushed, and I liked the way her cheeks reddened. It made her even more beautiful. I'm famished. I was so thrilled to find out we had a place to go, where there was already food ready. I don't even know where to begin. "Oh, you are very welcome. Food has also been sent to the villages. They should enjoy the festivities as well." She smiled widely. "Well, that's very sweet of you. I'm sure a hearty meal will do everyone good." She was looking at me with interest, and I wondered if anyone would notice if I snatched her away. I wanted to bring her into the cabin and touch every inch of her. Oh, it was nothing. I'm happy to do it. We stared at each other for a moment, and I wondered if she was feeling the same way that I was. There was a current of electricity charging through my body with her being in such close proximity. It was like we were the only two people there. I didn't even care to talk to anyone else but her. She captivated me, and I wanted to put my mouth on her badly. She was staring back at me unwaveringly, and I had to wonder if she was having some dirty thoughts herself. "Well, it was really nice to meet you, Katie." I held out my hand, and she took it. I shook her hand for an inappropriately long time. We were still staring at each other when I heard her friends giggling. The spell broken, I dropped her hand. Katie was smiling as I tried to compose myself. "How about that drink?" She nodded, and I proceeded to pour a glass for both her and her friends. I excused myself immediately, not wanting to overstay my welcome. I had no idea what was going through her head, but I knew I needed to clear mine. I went about getting myself a plateful of food and went to find Paul. Paul was sitting at a table with a few others, and I decided to join them. While I sat there eating, I realized I didn't have much to say. Paul was certainly making up for it, as he chatted with everyone, telling all kinds of stories. I was grateful for it, because I didn't feel like I could hold my own in a conversation at that point. The food was fantastic, of course. There were various types of meat, from chicken to ribs to sausages and a mixture of vegetables and potatoes. There were also various salads and fresh fruit for the taking. It was quite a feast indeed, and everything was fresh. As I ate, however, I had a hard time focusing on anything but my conversation with Katie. We hadn't talked much. It was more about the feeling she gave me when we talked. I kept glancing in her general direction to see what she was doing. She was a bundle of light, no matter what she did. She was talking animatedly with her friends, and she seemed like the type of person who really loved life, and that was refreshing to see. I knew I had to have her no matter what. I had never felt such an instant connection to any other woman, and I was determined to make her mine. As the night wore on, I kept my eye on her and thought of what I could do to win her over. I had caught her eye a few times, and I suspected she had been looking around for me as well. The very thought made me a little hard when I considered that she might want me as badly as I wanted her. All I could think about was undressing her before me. I needed to find out more about her, see if anyone knew her personally. I glanced at Paul, who was sipping on some whiskey. Hey, how well do you know the volunteers that work with AIDS? Oh, very well. I make it a point to know everyone around here. At some point, we end up becoming one big family. That's good, especially for those that stay on for long periods of time. What's the story with Katie? Paul chuckled. Are you interested in the girl? You certainly wouldn't be the first man to try to catch her eye. She's gorgeous, which is why there seems to be so much interest in her, of course. Despite that fact, she hasn't shown any interest in anyone else since she's been here. She keeps to herself a lot. I think she's pretty private about her life. I nodded, taking it all in. She's not actually a girl, is she? Paul couldn't help but laugh out loud, drawing attention to our table. Katie glanced my way, and our eyes locked. I held her gaze for a beat, feeling aroused all over again. What was with this woman, and the power she had over me? No, of course not. Though we do get some volunteers who are young, I think she's around 28 and quite a bright girl. As far as I know, she's taking a break from her life to find herself a bit before going back to the real world. But I guess that's what we're all doing here, isn't it, Ben? I met his gaze and knew that he had heard all about the scandal going on back home at my company. I wondered who told him, and whether others at the site knew about it as well. I supposed it was bound to happen no matter what, but I had hoped for a little time off from discussing it. I could only hope that Paul, and whoever else knew, didn't think badly of me. I would at least like the benefit of the doubt in the situation. I had, after all, done nothing wrong. The last thing I wanted was for anyone to believe the rumors about me. It was a horrible situation, and I didn't like the idea that I could come to a place like Africa for a break, only to have it all follow me there. I nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. That's usually why people find themselves in a place like this. Working off their sins, I suppose, or trying to save the world. Yet sometimes I think the two are often connected. True enough, Ben. I can tell you are a good man, though. I appreciate that, Paul. As are you. Paul smiled and picked up his plate as he left the table. People started filtering out for the evening, the sun long gone now, leaving behind the moon for company. It was time for everyone to retire for the night, as work started again at 6 a.m. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't the kind of man that believed in having regrets. I stood up from my table and threw my plate in the garbage. I then made my way over to the table that Katie was in the middle of leaving. Katie, I wondered if you would like to stick around and have another drink with me. She smiled warmly, and her friends giggled beside her. They left immediately, knowing full well what Katie was going to say. It made me wonder if I had been the topic of conversation at their table for the evening. That would be wonderful, thank you. You can't keep me out late, though. I'm not a morning person and I need my beauty sleep. She laughed as she said it, and I had never heard anything more pleasing. I doubt that. I motioned for her to head up to the porch, and she did so, finding herself a seat against the railing. I went ahead and poured us both a glass of wine and handed her one. She took a sip and looked out at the night. The sounds all around us were nothing like what you would hear in the city. It was actually kind of magical. I sat down beside her, ignoring the chair. I didn't want to be that far away from her. Tell me, Katie, what brought you to Africa? Tell me more about the AIDS volunteer work you are doing. Well, for the most part, it's education-based. We spend most of our time at the current school, teaching the kids. AIDS is a real problem here, and we hope to try to stop it from affecting future generations. We are trying to teach the kids about intimacy and how the disease is spreading out of control. We hope to prevent it from happening. At this point, all we can do is educate them and tell them how to avoid it. I'm surprised that such a young girl is so invested in a project like this. I'm not that young, she said with a laugh. She stared at me long enough to drive her point home. Every part of my body took the hint. I just meant that someone as young as you should be out enjoying her youth, going out and having fun with friends and going to parties. Well, I did do all that, but that stuff gets old. I want my life to have a purpose. I don't want to be club hopping all through my 20s. I nodded, watching her carefully. Paul was right. She had a good head on her shoulders. So why come here? She turned to me. No, you first. We all know you to be quite a wealthy man, Ben. What brings you to Africa, to slum with the rest of us? I chuckled. It's hardly slumming it. Something unexpected happened at my company recently that really had me reevaluating a lot of things. Trouble is brewing, I'm afraid, and I needed a break from it all. This is my temporary escape, somewhere that I can do some good while allowing myself to get a clear perspective on things. Plus, it was time that I got my hands dirty for a change instead of constantly writing checks. It's nice to come and meet a situation head-on instead of just throwing money at it. By being here, I can truly see what's going on and where I can help the most. Yeah, I can understand that. Well, to some degree. I don't think I have any idea what it's like to be in charge of a billion-dollar company. Your lifestyle is very different from mine, I'm sure. Maybe. I smiled. Now it's your turn. She looked into her hands, suddenly looking very sad. I came here because I realized I had an amazing life, and I felt guilty for it. Sounds crazy, I know. All my friends back home thought I was nuts, but I've just been so blessed in life that I wanted to make my life matter more, I guess. Interesting. Explain it to me. She smiled and took a deep breath, looking quite wistful about what she was going to say. Oh, there's no terrible past haunting me or anything. People just look at my life and think I should have this whole journey attached to it, and I don't. What sort of story do they expect you to have? She laughed. I guess I'm not really explaining myself very well, am I? I smiled. Well, my family is completely normal and all well educated. A lot of people here are running away from something. I'm not. My life is normal and happy. I'm educated as well. I went to university for fashion, and that's what I plan on focusing on when I get back. I already have clients lined up waiting for my designs. Some weren't too happy that I decided to take a hiatus. You sound like you have a promising future, so I'm not sure what you feel guilty about. She giggled. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. I smiled at her, glad that she found comfort in talking to me. I had to admit that I enjoyed talking with her as well. Hold your thought while I pour us some more wine. I left her sitting on the porch while I went to fetch another bottle of wine. I didn't fill the glasses too much this time, as I didn't want her to be hungover in the morning, and it was getting late. I returned to the porch and handed her the glass. I hope you don't feel guilty about being successful, Katie, because that's something that you are supposed to take pride in. I knew a girl once who had to struggle for everything she had. When we were in school together, she wrote a paper on the African American culture. It was rather beautiful. She paused, and I waited for her to finish. I was completely intrigued by her. I could listen to her talk like that all night, even though I couldn't help but think how much fun other things could be as well. I guess knowing this girl is where the guilt comes in for me. She ended up going into politics while I studied fashion. We got together once, and she ended up showing me a video of the things that were going on in Africa. She is a big advocate, and she wanted me to be more involved in the world than just fashion. It made me realize how much I had in life, while there were others who had nothing at all. Do you know what I mean? I just knew that I needed to give something back, to try to make a difference even if it was just in some small way. So I left my sister in charge of the ordering of my designs, and I imagine by the time I get back I'll have a whole fashion company in the works. Which of course is very exciting. You have a lot to be proud of. I hope you realize that. Your parents must be very happy with you. Actually, no, they're not at all right now. They worked really hard in their life to give me a better life, something grander than the one that they had. They wanted me to enjoy the life they gave me, not come here and feel guilty about it, she said with a laugh. I guess I can understand that. Parents always want what's best for their kids, and they just want you to be successful. This is temporary, of course, and they will see you happy in your business and the rest won't matter. Thank you for saying that. I chuckled, not wanting the talk to get too serious. I was surprised by how the conversation had turned. I wasn't exactly the type of person that liked to dig deep when I first met someone. Of course, things just felt different with Katie. Well, you can't be much older than I am, she uttered. A little bit. I'm 36. Plus, I have a lot of experience, probably more so than you. Experience in what? She whispered. It wasn't so much that she whispered, but how she whispered that caught me off guard. It was like she had lost her breath. It was kind of hot. I didn't know what to say to her. She had rendered me speechless. I felt like I was losing control of my thoughts, and wasn't sure that it was the right time to make a move on her. I really feel like you understand me, Ben, and that's a rare thing to find. You make me want to tell you things that I shouldn't. She was looking up into my eyes. Oh, I definitely like you too, probably more than I should. Well, we don't always have to be good, do we? We can just follow how we feel, can't we? I held her gaze, those impossibly green eyes fixed on mine, and something inside me tightened, low and undeniable. Heat pooled through me. My attention dropped to her lips, soft and inviting, and I knew I wanted to feel them against mine. We had only just met. I wasn't used to attachments. I didn't want complications between us, but wanting her didn't feel like a choice. It felt inevitable. She spoke softly, almost like a confession. Ben, no man has ever been able to make me finish. Before I could respond, she stepped forward and took my face in her hands, pressing her mouth to mine. The connection was immediate, warm, needy, full of a hunger that matched my own. I drew her closer, my hands sliding into her hair, guiding her gently but firmly toward me. Her small, quiet sounds against my lips sent heat straight through me. I lifted her easily and carried her into the cabin, laying her on the bed with care, not haste. This wasn't about rushing. This was about learning each other, fully. Her shirt came off, and I kissed along her collarbone down the graceful line of her neck, slow, attentive. She arched toward me, her breath catching, her fingers clutching at my shoulders. Her reactions were natural, open without hesitation. She slid out of the rest of her clothes, and I let my hand trace the length of her body, her waist, her hips, the soft curve along her thigh. She was warm beneath my touch, already responding to every careful movement. She leaned back, her breathing unsteady, her eyes half closed, completely in the moment with me. Please, she whispered. I want you. I guided her gently, turning her knees sinking into the mattress as she leaned forward, bracing herself on her hands. I kissed the center of her back, letting her feel my breath, my presence, the quiet promise of what was coming. Then I entered her, slowly, deeply, allowing both of us to feel every inch of connection forming between us. Her breath caught in her throat, and she let out a soft, unrestrained sound. Then, yes. She moved with me, back arching, drawing me deeper, her body meeting mine in perfect rhythm. She was warm and close, and the way she responded, every shift, every soft sound, pulled me closer to the edge. Her release came suddenly, her whole body tightening as she gasped, holding onto the moment fully. The feeling of her giving in like that brought my own release from deep within me, powerful and consuming. When it subsided, I wrapped my arms around her from behind, pulling her gently back against my chest. She settled there, breathing softly, her body warm and relaxed in my arms. We lay together like that, quiet, steady, until sleep found us still wrapped around each other.
Chapter 4. Ben.
The next morning, I woke before dawn with her in my arms. Her body was warm against mine, soft and relaxed in sleep. I drew her closer, and felt desire stir immediately, deep and insistent. Whatever came after this, whatever complications waited for us, I didn't care in that moment. I wanted her again. I needed her. I pressed my face into her shoulder, breathing her in. She shifted, a quiet sound leaving her lips as I brushed my hips to hers. I want you, I murmured, my voice still rough with sleep. It hasn't even been a full day, and I already need to be inside you again. She turned toward me slowly, still half asleep, her eyes warm and hazy. She didn't speak, not at first. She simply leaned in and kissed me, soft and eager. Heat flared instantly between us, like last night had only just paused. She cupped my cheek, her thumb tracing my jaw. "I would like you to touch me," she whispered. A low sound escaped me, almost a groan. "Believe me," I said, "that's all I want to do." Her hand slid down my chest and over my hips, finding me through the thin fabric. The way she touched me, certain, wanting, made me harder instantly. My hands found her waist, then the curve of her hips, and finally her lower back pulling her toward me. She turned, lifting onto her knees, leaning forward, offering herself to me without a word. She knew exactly what she wanted. And so did I. I moved behind her, my hands gliding over her back, her sides, the shape of her. She felt warm, alive, eager beneath my palms. I guided her hips back slightly, positioning her, and she let out a quiet, anticipatory breath. I slid into her slowly, deeply, feeling her body take me in. Her breath caught. Mine did too. She was so warm, so present, so responsive. "Just like that," she whispered, bracing herself, her back arching beautifully. I held her hips and moved within her, steady at first, then deeper when she pushed back to meet me. Her soft sounds filled the room, quiet at first, then growing, breathier, needier, more unrestrained. "Harder," she breathed. "Please." I did. I drove deeper, each movement pulling us closer to something we both felt building and cresting. She tightened around me, her fingers gripping the sheets as a tremor ran through her. Her release came in a shiver that took her whole body, and hearing her call my name in that moment nearly undid me. I followed her into it, my body tensing, heat flooding through me as I let go with her. When it passed, I leaned forward, my chest against her back, my breath warm at her ear. We stayed like that, connected, steady, until our breathing slowed. She slid down against the mattress and turned to face me, her hair tousled, her eyes soft and bright. "I'm not sure I'm ever going to get enough of you," she whispered with a small, unguarded laugh. I brushed her cheek with the back of my hand. "I know exactly what you mean." We stayed there, wrapped around each other, letting dawn rise quietly outside the windows, neither of us ready to let go just yet.
End of sneak peek. If you enjoyed listening to this preview of The Promise of Love, you can grab a copy by searching for The Promise of Love, A Billionaire Romance by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a review to support the author. It helps more than you know. This has been Grump's Baby, A Billionaire's Second Chance Romance, written by Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play, auto-narrated audiobook. Copyright 2020 by Blessings for All LLC. Production copyright 2026 by Blessings for All LLC.